you ever did was just look at what you see and then build a model based on what you see.
This is complete absurdity. The model is described in mathematics.
Okay,
and our model
predicts
so
the rise,
you can
the
take
distance of the
that
horizon
model
will vary.
and test it. Okay, you
And
can take that model and test it.
Mathematics are just
You
symbols.
give me your model, we'll test it. Okay.
You don't test the model. You do observations, right? This is where there's a lot of verbiage here.
This is why you're playing word games right here. Mathematics is just symbols on paper. Well, so what? The words you're saying to me are just
models, tests.
The words you're saying to me are just symbols in audio. The words that somebody's writing in the text are just symbols on paper, but they all have meaning. And so does math. Math is a language that has meanings. And so you can describe your model in mathematics, which is the best way to describe it because it's not ambiguous at that point. And then you can go test it.
So give me the mathematical model of turbulence.
Wait, hold on. The math is a language like English. So if there's no difference. It's not like math is never wrong because I could say 2 + 2 = 7. That's using math, but it's just wrong. So just because you're using math doesn't mean you're right.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about incorrect mathematics or whatever you're doing. That's not even math, really. When you say 2 + 2 = 7, that's just a false statement. That's like a statement using mathematics, but I'm describing a model that's self-consistent. I'm not describing a model that says 2 + 2 = 7.
A description is just a verbal representation of what you see. So you see half a building from a mile away, and then you create a model that has half a building from a mile away.
That's not
like dumbfounded that they match up.
That's not what we did. So we didn't do that.
That's not how the model is created. I have no idea why
how the model's actually created. They create this model, and then when they actually, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. So yeah, this model that they keep talking about, the globe Earth model, it's started off like this, and then we get new information, right? When we get new information, well, in order to keep that model, we have to make up 95% of the universe because their theory of gravity is so bad that they need black holes and dark matter in the galaxy to make it work at the galactic level. And then the universe is expanding.
Wow.
And the rest of it is dark energy, right? They need that too to make their model work, right? So 95% of the universe, they can't even. Sorry, have I been listening to you guys for hours on end without interrupting?
Yeah, but whenever you say something that's blatantly false, I'm going to correct you. So that's not.
So you don't need dark matter?
No, not
for this. Are you saying you don't?
No. The model we're talking about.
You jumped from optical observations to dark matter. That's a huge leap, dude.
The model we're talking about has nothing to do with dark matter.
Do you need dark matter? Oh, gravity? You don't need gravity?
Nope, don't need any of that.
Our Spaceball's made.
I literally don't need any of that stuff because the model
our
we're talking about.
Made. Do you need gravity to work?
We don't need any of that for this model.
You don't need gravity to make spheres in space?
The model we're talking about has nothing to do with that.
How is the Earth made into a sphere?
The model we're talking about has nothing to do with
Hank, listen very
carefully. Are two globers arguing about how stupid heliocentrism is? Because that's what it sounds like, but I might be.
We've done it, boys. We've achieved the highest level
of flat Earth are trying to.
All right, listen carefully, Hank.
Thanks for
contributing me. In this context, is how we should observe something that is of a certain size and certain shape. It's not necessary.
Bro, we haven't even got past the fact that there's a horizon on a flat
in the middle of talking. I think I was in the middle of talking. We don't need to include in that model gravity, dark matter, or anything else that you want to bring up on another topic, because the model being discussed is just what we should optically observe.
Yeah, but that's just, that model's like the Bible. It's written down words on pieces of paper.
Thanks for your lovely help, Chris.
But it is, right? Is it not? Like when you talk about, you're not going to bring out like a ball and show me this. You're just going to bring out a piece of paper, a notebook, just like the Bible, and go, this is our model. And that looks just like the Bible, but with pictures and graphs.
Well, see, now that's the interesting thing. We could take the model's specifics, the information contained therein, and then if we want to, we can make a physical model out of that. We can do it to a certain scale, too, and show you that, at that scale, this is what we should observe.
And it's important if you guys solve the dark energy problem, please tell the scientists you guys are going to get a Nobel Prize and load the money, because if you solve the dark matter problem, I'm sure they're going to be really happy. You say we don't need it, right?
Yeah, thanks for your red herring, Hank.
Yeah, Hank, I'm trying to tell you that in this, when we talk about models in science or mathematics for that matter, they're not a model that encompasses everything. It's a model. It's a domain specific model.
Right.
So in this,
Exactly.
we're just describing the atmosphere and what you should see out in the atmosphere. That's what we're describing right now. It has nothing to do with the universe or dark matter.
Yeah. You can't model the atmosphere physically. That's all just written down on pieces of paper. Come on, let's be honest.
Can you stop already with that?
Get that dog.
No.
Get the dog.
They do actually put planes in the whole air chambers to see how the air goes around them. So that's kind of modeling the atmosphere.
Yeah, but even if you just have it,
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. That's a total sidetrack.
No, what kind
Even
We're
if
not
you have it
talking
just written
about
down,
aerodynamics.
like what Andrew Thomas done,
aerodynamics has to do with the air.
So to boil it down, we have a 3D scale model that you want, or you're just being contrarian about and don't want to say it doesn't work. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, we do have a model, and we can test our observations against that model. That's the
Okay,
reality.
let's talk about that. Let's talk about the Earth curve calculator, and let's even add refraction, and let's talk about it. Does that match reality? Does your model match reality?
Is that a model? Is the Earth curve?
I don't even know why you're asking that question, considering that I just posted a picture of the model and then a picture of reality, and they match. I don't.
Okay,
Yes,
so 1 foot observer height. 1 foot observer height. How far should the horizon be, even with its 7/6R? Your model prediction. What's the horizon distance?
7/6R is the
I don't know,
average
just
case.
stick it-
There are
just stick it
above
to-
or below average conditions. Those exist.
This is standard. Let's see what your model predicts.
Yeah, I still wanted to hear, like, Travis and Sonley, you were going to discuss that actual photo, which would then involve this claim of the prediction, Sonley, and how you're getting that.
Geo, Stanley won't even admit would be a horizon on a flat plane. Why have this discussion?
What?
Well,
gotta
but
get past that.
those listening can hear the two sides, like what Stanley's claiming it is, and then what Travis or Brian or whoever,
I honestly don't even know what you were talking about just then. What are you talking about? Horizon on a flat plane. What are you talking about?
Would there be a horizon on a flat plane, Stanley?
With atmosphere or without atmosphere?
In reality.
Well, it's probably too much atmosphere. It'd probably look like fog. Probably be looking off to a fog.
So if I'm down at 1 inch, okay, and your globe Earth curve is about what, 1/8 of an inch over a couple hundred feet. So you're trying to say there'd be a horizon on a globe, but not on a.
Where is
flat
this
plane?
non sequitur coming
Totally
from?
less than an
It's a simple question, dude. Would there be a horizon
I just answered
on a
it.
flat
Didn't
plane?
I answered it. If there's an atmosphere, it's going to look like you're looking off into a fog. Obviously, and eventually there's enough atmosphere to block all the light, so it's going to look like you're looking into a fog. I don't
So
understand.
yes, are you saying yes? There would be a horizon.
Like why would it? If there's no atmosphere, yes, there'd be a horizon. Yeah, probably.
Okay, you're the only baller here who agrees there would be a horizon on a flat plane. So maybe we'll.
It's not entirely true.
No, he made that
I doubt
qualification
that.
by saying if there wasn't an atmosphere.
Yeah, if there was an atmosphere, then you'd probably be able to see a horizon. It would look like it would just be going off in the.
We don't
Infinity,
live in
I
a
guess.
world without an atmosphere, so there's no reason to bring that qualification up.
There is a reason, because I'm trying to get what he's getting after, and if he means should there be,
Whether or not,
it wouldn't look like it looks in reality right now. No, it wouldn't look like
It's just
that.
an honesty test, dude,
It
to see if we can
absolutely would.
progress the conversation. It is an honesty question. It's a test to see if we can progress the
I
conversation.
don't need to be
Why are
tested
y'all
for
here
honesty, because
if you don't even think there'd be a horizon on a flat plane?
it would look like a fog, dude. You would eventually run into enough atmosphere that you wouldn't be able to see. It would just be like a faded fog. I don't know why that's confusing to
So,
you.
so it
You know
would
what
be
it looks like on a
good
foggy
distance
day?
then.
On a foggy day, when you're looking across the lake, do you see a horizon? I don't. I see a fog.
No, you do have a horizon. You could draw a line where the ground ends on a foggy day.
No,
I've
you
got
can't.
I got a picture on my channel during a fog at the beach where the horizon's about a half mile away, apparently.
If the fog
because
is
it's
thick,
fog.
if you're in a thick fog, all you see is a fucking cloud out in front of you, and you can't tell where the ground ends and where the sky. It just turns into a big foggy mess. Like, what are you talking about, dude? This is
But can't you draw
this
a
is just
line where
fucking
you stop
common
in the
sense.
ground?
I don't even know why we're asking this. Oh my god, it's
No,
just
Brian,
a complete
listen, he's
absurdity that we're talking about here.
putting you inside a fog bank. He's not saying that if you look out into the distance a mile away, you're going to eventually see fog out into the distance. He's putting you in a fog bank so you can't even see your own hand.
And says that I play games.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. On a clear day, when you start looking off in the distance at an infinitely long plane, it would just be a fog out there. I don't understand why
there's going to be a point at which the ground stops extending in front of you.
Yeah, and then you're going to see fog in between that and the sky.
That's
Stanley, I got you right here in the chat.
Nothing. Now it's fog. Hold on. How did that change?
Yeah, that's what you would see. It would just look like a fog.
So it'd be the same thing on a globe, right? It'd be the same thing on a globe, right?
Wait a
so
minute,
let's not discuss games.
Hold on.
What?
Hold on. We have two different groups now on the ball side. Okay, we have Soundly saying that there would be this hazy fog, and then we got these other knuckleheads saying that there's going to be a dark band. So which is it, guys?
No, nobody said dark.
You said a void. You said a void.
I wasn't here. I wasn't here.
Nothing means no light. Nothing.
I wasn't here for that conversation, but
no radio signals.
And other Globers out there can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm willing to bet that you were thinking the same thing that I just articulated, but you didn't have enough time to get it out.
I would have just said. You just said you agreed with the same thing we said. Only one person said a dark void. Okay, and when he said
nobody corrected him.
And when he
why don't you correct him, Kosho?
Yeah, I'm correcting you guys. Okay, whenever somebody said a dark void, the rest of us said like a haze. There'd be a place where it merged. Where there'd be a place where they merged, but it wouldn't be a crisp line. It'd be a broad haze.
To be entirely fair, during that time that he made that statement, the room was in utter chaos.
Yeah, I do want to point something. I do
100 times, and I still ask the question.
I do want to point.
Would there be a horizon on a flat plane? Yes or no? Will somebody give me a clear answer?
We already did give you a clear answer. I'm not sure what else to tell you.
No, you started off with if. Like I'm talking in reality. If there's a flat section of Earth, okay, and we're 1 inch above the ground of a flat section of Earth, would there be a horizon?
All right. Do you remember my answer, Brian?
No, because those two areas would never meet, so there wouldn't be a horizon. By your term, it's certainly not mine, which is actually something obscured. I was just almost finished. So, guys, you already heard our answer. There's a blurred line between where they both meet. The center of that blurred line would be at your eye level. Everything above it, everything below it, be made up of what you cannot see, called the diffractive limit. And I bet the band would be close to 0.02.
I'm not good at games, Janet. I'm asking a yes or no question, pal.
If you zoom in, continue to zoom into that particular differential. For as long as you can, the larger the aperture you could get, the same exact difference would remain.
So earlier you said no. Now you're saying yes. Please clarify directly.
I don't think I could be more clear, Ryan. You have the flat plane. It goes on as far as the eye can see, which is you can't see it. It will not rise directly to eye level because there'll be some blurring. And the sky itself, which is coming down also to eye level, will also have some blurring. And
so will there be a horizon or not, please?
There'll be no horizon. There'll be a blurred area. You can call it a horizon, but it's not a horizon as
Do you have short-term memory loss? I mean, God, how many times do we have to answer the question?
What do you mean on a flat plane there wouldn't be a horizon?
You are such a prick, Brian.
Why wouldn't there be a horizon?
Because it would fade off into a fog, man. Like you wouldn't be able to resolve. Yeah, eventually you wouldn't be able to resolve what's off in that distance.
Why do you say stuff like that like you actually know what you're talking about?
Okay, so let me point out that you guys asked this question to two different groups of Globers, right? Who I had no idea where that question came from. Came completely out of left field for me. I happened to answer the same thing that they did. Why do you think that is? Because we have an intuitive understanding of how it would work.
Oh, it's groupthink, bro.
Oh, an intuitive understanding. So now Stanley's appealing. Now you're
groupthink. It's just obvious. It's just obvious.
Oh, it's just obvious.
It is just obvious.
So now you're appealing to the intuition of what you
understand that and won't agree with it is bizarre.
So basically, soundly when
bet you
it pressed
guys-
for, I said, why do you say stuff like that as if you actually know what you're talking about?
Because
And what
we
he said
do.
was, Soundly, shut up, I'm talking, buddy.
No. I
Yes,
won't.
you interrupted me 3 times already.
Good. I'll keep interrupting you. Fuck you.
Yeah, you're already triggered because I'm about to expose you.
I'm just tired of you guys putting words in people's mouths and not understanding
Shit what
basic
you are.
bullshit.
No one gives a shit. You can't talk to people like that. Where are the mods?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I'm
I
about
can
to
talk to
start
people
down.
whenever I want. I mean, you can mod me.
only on
Yeah,
the
you
internet.
should
Only on the
take the
internet.
hell
you can talk to
out.
people like that. So he said that there wouldn't be a
Please
Horizon
stop the
Edge.
heavy breathing, whoever that is.
He just blew her off into this gray area. He left. See, so when you asked him how he actually knows that, he said, "Do you think it's a coincidence that all the Globers say the same thing? It's our intuition."
And they don't all say the same thing. Witsa, do you know
Yeah,
that?
I haven't heard too many ballers actually argue this that there's no horizon on a flat Earth. That was like
I've
10,
never
15
heard one
ago
admit
trying
it, bro. I've never heard one admit it.
That's crazy.
Give me one
That's-
second and I'll go back on mute here. Witsa, Soundly 2 days ago said that he can see Earth curve with his 2020 vision from ground level, and said that all of academia was wrong on this point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So that's who you're dealing with. And oh, by the way, Blue Marble Science agreed with him.
Right. Depends on which direction.
Yeah, in
which
reality,
direction
you
you're
could
curving.
barely even see the horizon. I mean, you could barely make out what's on the horizon with the 2020 vision. You have to zoom in, and it doesn't change the angle to nothing.
Right.
That
it
need
depends
clarity
on which
from anyone
direction in
before
which
I go
you're
on
trying
mute?
to observe curvature and what references you have nearby in order to make that assessment.
Oh wow.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. There's Doofus agreeing with him.
Yes,
I mean,
it does,
before
clearly.
we get to, like,
Crypto.
No, it does not.
non sequiturs, I would like to just address the no horizon on a flat Earth argument. I actually was debating 2 Globers in here 2 days ago on that topic. So yeah, they do argue that.
Not all of them. Like because when you press how they know it, they just say it's obvious.
Austin, I've never heard a Glober say there'd be a horizon on a flat planet, except the guy who modeled it, Walter Bislin.
Can we get
but
Doofus
most
while
of them
he's
don't talk
here
about
to verify that seeing Earth curve with your 2020 vision? Doofus,
Okay,
would you care to do that?
This is a new.
Depends on what direction you're trying to observe curvature in and what references you have nearby.
I'll give you any
Talking-
reference. Hang on. I'll give you any reference nearby and any direction as long as you have 2020 vision and you're on the ground level. Can you see Earth curve, Doofus?
Right. So if you stand at a very slightly oblique angle looking along the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway, there's your reference, by the way, looking along that object, much the same way you would look along a pool cue to see if it's warped, then you would.
If you stand there and keep looking, would it ever change?
It can, but I mean, in the vastly average case, the vastly common case, you would see that the thing that you're using as a reference is dropping with respect to distance.
So if it's changing, then you're not seeing the actual Earth curvature with your 2020 vision, then, right?
Yeah, that's what I want to confirm.
yeah,
Is that Earth curve for sure?
Yeah, how do you stand on an oblique angle on Earth?
No. Can he confirm that he said that's Earth curve standing along the Lake
You have to have your hands on your
bridge
hips.
and seeing that bridge appear to curve? Doofus, you think that's Earth curve?
Yep. In the vastly average case, the organization of the atmosphere is such that the highest density is below, which causes light to bend downward, which causes distant objects to appear higher. So if we see the object in the distance drop with respect to distance, that's the opposite direction that it should do given refraction.
Is drop curvature, Doofus? Why are you saying drop? And we're talking, can you see something curve in reality?
Yes. As it gets further off into the distance, it drops from horizontal.
I just want to point out that he said that you can see the Earth curvature with the naked eye. And then I said, well, if you keep looking at it, would it change? You said yes. And I'm like, well, if it's changing, are you seeing the actual Earth curvature? And then he dishonestly tried to muddy the water by saying, in the vastly average typical situation.
That's
and he'll
why I
say
want to
your
get him to
fucking
confirm.
Yeah, anything
Doofus, to be fair to you.
That's
To
me
be fair
addressing
to
the
you.
claim that it is changing from day to day. Yes, it does change from day to day.
And you're not seeing that.
but how can it be Earth
In the
curve if
vastly
it's
common
changing,
case,
sir?
as you continue to make observations, the most often thing that you will see is drop with respect to distance, which can only occur with curvature.
The most often thing you'll see is a mirage.
A time lapse will show that you can demonstrate things disappearing from the bottom up without curvature happening, unless you think the Earth is getting bigger and smaller throughout the day during the time lapse.
Refraction existing does not debunk curvature. I don't even know who came up
it
with
doesn't
that
prove
idea.
it neither, does it?
Right.
Can I just ask him one last thing before I go on mute here? Can I quote you into saying that if you get along an object like the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge at ground level with 20/20 vision, that curve that you see on certain days is Earth curve, doofus.
On certain days, you have to say the vastly common case.
And that's Earth curve, sir. Just say yes.
Oh, yeah. Because in the
Alrighty
vastly common
then.
case, the organization of the atmosphere is the opposite of what it would need to be caused by
no
refraction.
explanation needed. Do you disagree with all of
There is an
academia?
explanation needed, Rakia.
No, Earth curve. That's the explanation, you jackass. You said it was Earth curve. There's no more explanation needed. We all know what Earth curve would be.
As soon as I say it is Earth curve, then you later in another day you'll say, well, it does change from one day to the next, so refraction exists.
No,
you said it was due
that's
to
not
Earth
what
curve.
I did.
Couldn't have
That's
been
not what I
refraction.
did.
Because
That
that's
is not
the
what I
bullshit
did.
you pull. Because
That
you've
is
done
not
it
what
for
I
years,
did.
Rakia.
You're saying what I
Every
might do in
single
the
time
future.
that I've had a conversation with you,
Yeah,
you've done it
all
at
I
every
did
opportunity.
today was ask you if that is Earth curve, and you said yes.
Don't act like
Correct.
today is the only day we've had a conversation, Rakia.
I'm not. I'm saying today, right now. I'm not reading the minds in the future. I'm asking you right now. Do you think that's Earth curve? And you answered yes. Correct, doofus. 20/20 vision from ground level. You can see Earth curve on the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. Doofus.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. And I will quote that.
Doofus, totally different subject, but Doofus, do you believe in virtual particles?
I don't have the equipment to personally make any assessment on that.
Did you know there's no equipment that exists that could make an assessment on that?
Yes, there is. Do you understand what a virtual particle is? Why are you so obsessed with a virtual particle? I'm just curious.
Hi, Zanuck. Hi.
It's an explanation.
Yeah, so it's not an explanation actually because it's not defined.
It is defined.
No,
well, how's it defined?
It's an explanation without a detection.
Roughly speaking, it's defined as the interaction between things like electrons and ripple they leave in the.
Wrong.
Virtual particle is like a definite maybe or a.
It's a theoretical concept.
I'll read Richard Feynman. Not all the people on Discord that pretend they know what they're talking about as they make stuff up. Like Zanuck, we're gonna read like the authority within your worldview. You claim we're dumb for not believing. Richard Feynman says virtual particle is an abstraction, which facilitates.
Doesn't mean it's not real.
I could have swore I was just starting the.
But it is something we haven't detected, though. I mean, it's
seems
likely.
real. So I'm going to read it.
It's a description.
A virtual. It's not a description because it's not defined. So it's math in that sense. It's a description. It's math. A virtual particle is an abstraction, which facilitates in calculations and understanding. The term is very. Why is it that you are so scared of me reading it?
I'm not scared of you reading.
The term is very vague and loosely defined. They never appear as inputs or outputs of any experiments. Their existence is questionable at best. However, they're useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out. Richard Feynman. Thanks for playing. I got to go do something.
Same thing as refraction, dude. They won't even acknowledge that a flat plane could have a horizon.
People. Funny.
It's okay. Zanuck, are you still here?
Who muted me?
I'm still
Go ahead.
here.
Somebody raise your hand and tell me.
I muted you. I muted you, man.
Why did
He's
you
muting all of us,
I
dude,
muted
to
you
control the
because you kept talking
conversation.
over him. He's trying to read something.
No, you're trying to direct the conversation.
Can you take your moderation things
because you're
up in
talking over
DMs
people,
or
You
something?
need to not be a mod, dude. You're terrible.
I have a question for Zanuck.
That's not true.
You're
He's
terrible at
questioning the
modding.
mods. He needs
Terrible.
to be muted.
When I'm used to
Zanuck.
saying,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Mute me
Come on.
for questioning
No.
a mod.
Hey,
no,
Zanuck.
it's okay.
That's
Can I
just
get
more
back to the?
proving my
Can I
point.
get back to the
Josh,
topic
If you're not
instead of
interrupting
letting
people, I won't
Soundly
mute you.
interrupt
I
it?
what, dude? That's how conversations
Hello,
work.
can we get
That's
back
how
to the topic
conversations
instead
work.
of doing mod shit with
Go ahead,
Soundly?
Rakia.
He wants to fight about what the word description means.
Can he
Like
be put
it's
on
not a
mute?
description. Like
Xanax.
why does he say that bullshit? Why? Explain that to me. Why can't I say
Yeah.
something about it? Whenever I said the word description, he responded to me. So then I responded back, and then he said I'm interrupting
Awesome.
him for
He's not here
responding back
anymore.
about what the description was.
Well,
Hey,
Like, do you
Xanax.
understand?
hold on.
So why would you mute me for that? It was
Because
actually
he
part of
asked,
the
who
conversation.
do they exist? Answer
Dude,
his question.
everybody
Do they
here
exist?
realizes why. He was trying to read something and you kept interrupting him. That's it.
No. I said that a virtual particle is a description, and he responded to me and said, "No, it's not a description; it's an abstraction."
His question
And
was,
then
do
I
they
responded
exist,
back,
bro?
And then he said, "Stop interrupting me."
and I responded back to him responding to me. He can't just shut me down at that point. That doesn't
Well,
make any
dude,
sense.
you were interrupting. You've been interrupting the whole
I
time. You've
didn't
been here. You've
interrupt
been
him.
a dick all day.
We were having a
Just
conversation.
be cool, dude. Just
Hold on,
go on
just
with your
real quick,
conversation,
you guys.
please.
Is there any way I can move on topic?
Yeah. Well, let me just say this one thing real quick about moderation. The thing is, we don't mute people to like shut people down or shut down your viewpoints or anything like that. We only do it for like either blatant interruptions or when there's all kinds of ad homs or shit shows or if there's two people talking at once. So mutes are just temporary in general. In that scenario, I know what you're saying, Soundly. Sometimes we said this before. Sometimes when people are going back and forth, the interruptions are okay. The other person's all right with it. It's because the other person jumps in with a clarification or whatever. Other times, someone's really like they want the mic and they're trying to, have their time, and then an interruption. So it's a fine line. If you get muted, it's only going to be temporary just till the other person's done speaking. And in that scenario, Witsit was trying to read something. I think he felt like you kind of interrupted. Then he kind of said something like, oh, why did you feel like you had to interrupt me? So that was the only reason you got temporarily muted. It's a fine line. Like I said, if you get temporarily muted, the only purpose is so the other person can get their chance to speak. And in the same way, Stanley, if he interrupts you and he gets muted, then that's so you can have the mic.
I wish it worked that way. It seems to be one.
Yeah,
way.
but plus, you say, Soundly, real quick, one more question just because I was the one that muted him. I have to say one more thing because I'm the one that muted him. Soundly, you set the stage for yourself when you said before when he was saying, don't interrupt me. And you're like, I'm going to keep doing it. I don't care. I'm going to keep doing it.
Yeah, you called him an asshole and all that.
Yeah, like
so
that's
you should have muted
that's
him.
why you're
Can we
getting muted so easily now. Okay.
Yeah, can we move on?
No,
Xanax, are you
it's
still here?
because they have the ability to
Why
fund,
is
to fund
Stanley
and mute
still
somebody.
able to take over this conversation
They're-
about mods?
Because he was talking to me, Rakia.
Yeah, but it's
shut your mouth.
over.
This is
You've
what
had
happens
enough
right
time.
here. I'm
No,
telling
you're
Rakia to shut
disrupting,
his
not
fucking
me.
mouth
All
right now.
Yeah, hold on.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you.
I'm muting Rakia.
Finally, some little balance. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh. So what actually happened, because I just got back, was
Oh, never mind. Forget it.
See what I'm saying? See, because
Yeah,
the truth
he
is
had
just
nothing to say until he just
started
got
to
muted. He just got muted, so I can say something, and you interrupted.
Yeah. Hey,
You
let
didn't say nothing.
Soundly say something real
Just
quick.
let
Okay,
Soundly
please.
respond, and then let's move on with the actual conversation.
Dude, when people have conversations, there's a back and forth. It happens. And he can't just at some point say, stop interrupting me because I'm doing this after he just responded to me. That doesn't make any sense. That's not a back and forth. That's not a normal conversation. That's him funding muting.
Okay, you said your point. Now let's move on.
All right, why you got to scream though, man? When we're wearing headphones.
Okay,
Why
well,
you
I'm
gotta
trying to
scream?
get with Xanax on a topic. I've been trying since the whole mod thing started. Is it my turn?
What's it want to read?
Yep, Rakia, it's your
I
time.
thought maybe Witsit and Soundly were going to go back and forth, but either way, whatever you.
Well, I just want to clarify. So Soundly made a claim about seeing the or whatever he was talking about, and all I did was go to respond to him once he was done. But as soon as he heard my voice, he freaked out and then interrupted me like 3 times, and then said, "Yeah, I'm going to keep doing it." So his whole narrative about how I interrupted him was just blatantly a lie. I already read the virtual particle thing. I'm good. I'm just chilling. I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to sit here and listen to this dude lie. And we were all sitting here, so I don't know what it is about me that makes you so mad, but it'll be okay, bro.
Yeah, he
The
called
funding muting
names.
part, the funding muting part is what makes me mad. Yeah, I don't like it when people funding mute like you do.
How was I funding muting if
I
you wait, I gotta address him. How was I funding muting if you made a point and then I went in to respond once you were done, and as soon as I started to respond, you funding muted me 4 times in a row?
No, that's not what happened, dude.
So
I
okay,
said,
so
I
I'll
said,
play it
I
on
said-
live.
I said a virtual particle is basically just a description about some underlying mechanism that we don't actually have a detection on. And you said it's not a description; it's an abstraction. And I went, okay, well, what's the difference between description and abstraction? And you ignored me and then funding muted me and started reading your description. And I said, description is an abstraction because you decided at that point that you weren't going to respond to me and have a conversation.
He asked you if they exist. Dude. You could have answered, do they exist?
That's called funding muting, what you did.
Okay, Stanley, just to clarify, I was in the middle of reading the definition. So you said it was an explanation. I said, no, there's not an explanation. And that was after he said that I don't have the type of equipment needed to assess that claim. I said, there is no equipment to assess that. It's never been detected by anything. And so then I just went to read the definition from Richard Feynman for the room so that we could then have a progression of conversation with an actual foundation of understanding. As soon as I went to read it, 3 words in, you interrupted it. And that was after you interrupted me before that. So that's what actually happened.
I never said the word
Yeah,
explanation.
we want
On my life.
That's exactly what happened.
Oh my
I
God!
never said the word
Can we move
explanation.
on,
We're talking about
please?
description versus abstraction. We were having a conversation back and forth, and you refused to continue
We were
the
talking
conversation,
about
and
seeing with
and then I
your
got
naked
muted so
eye.
that you could read
Wow,
your.
you're worried about getting
then-
muted, and you're not worried
Then
about the actual
Witsit
conversation.
said he wanted
Let's move
to
on.
change the topic. We want to go back
Yeah.
to the original
No, the only
topic.
way
I
to
want
have
to
No,
address
no.
Manic.
Rakia's got a totally different subject. We're going to leave that now, please, and let Rakia say what he
No,
wants to say.
it's the same topic that we were on before Witsit
Okay,
went to this
he wants to
article
say
thing.
something.
Is Zanuck here? Zanuck, are you around?
Always here.
Zanuck, standing on the shoreline next to the bridge at Lake Pontchartrain, if you had 20/20 vision, what they're saying they're seeing the bridge appearing to curve, which I agree on some days it does appear to do that. Is that Earth curve, sir?
Yeah, that's Earth curve.
All right, thank you.
You have reference points being the pylons and the road itself, which actually kind of blots out this very, very difficult phenomena to see without any reference points. It gives you reference points because you know that bridge pylons are all the same height all the way across. So if it gives you it gives you you think it's an illusion of curvature, but it actually is the curvature.
So is Earth curve what causes the horizon?
For anybody else,
Earth curve causes the horizon.
General, is Lake Pontchartrain the only place you can ever witness this curvature?
No, there's other places with antennas, power lines, and bridges. This probably most obvious on Lake Pontchartrain. It's so long, 25 miles.
Yeah, salt flats are pretty good.
It should remove all the questions, but yet it just makes more. Kind of fun.
The salt flats? What?
Yes.
Salt flats don't have a lot of equal height markers.
Where have you seen any demonstration of curvature at a salt flat? Go ahead and produce an image for us.
All right, one moment.
This is crazy.
Why don't they
The
call it a salt
drop
curve?
of known height objects in the distance.
Yeah, that was actually a question I was going to have for Sonley at one point. Like Sonley, you were claiming the other day that it is that you can see Earth curve from ground level with your naked eye, and it's happening here at this Lake Pontchartrain, etc. And you were saying, and I said, well, why doesn't it happen in other places? Like, why don't we see this all over the Earth? It should be everywhere. And you said it does. So, I mean, could you produce 5, 10, 20, any other number of where you can see curvature from ground level? Because if not, then this is a one-off situation, which would then lead more to what Rakia is saying. There's actual atmospheric effects because of the conditions in that environment, not Earth curve. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so I've taken pictures at Bay St. Louis, taking pictures in the Chapalaya Basin Bridge. I mean, obviously Florida with the.
So at Bay St. Louis, when it appeared concave, that was refraction. But when it showed curvature, that was Earth curve.
That's not the Bay St. Louis.
At a decent height, Brian.
I'm confused. So, so are you guys saying that if we went up high in the air from the outside of Lake Pontchartrain, like say we went halfway down the bridge, like 15 miles, 12 miles, and I'm not going to use a drone because it has GoPro lenses usually or fisheye. But anyway, if I go up real high and look at the bridge from side to side, you guys are saying I'm going to see the curvature of the Earth?
If you get high enough above the surface, you eliminate any possibility of extremes of refraction.
So I would see the curvature of the bridge in the Earth?
No, if you get high above the surface, you're looking more down, so you'll see less curvature. Right? You got to get down and look along the
You're confusing curvature with the effects of curvature.
Yeah, why do you keep bringing up the horizon curvature? Because we've already explained to you multiple times that that's not We don't
Wait,
explain.
because man,
The horizon doesn't curve, guys.
Wait, we're getting three
It's that
different
curve around
answers.
you.
We're getting three
Now
different
we're getting
answers. So
weird.
Ruif said, yeah, you would see the Earth curve side to side because you'd have less refraction. Soundly said a non
Not
sequitur about
because
the
you have less
horizon.
refraction. Not because you have less refraction.
Well, yeah, if you
Because
had
you
less
have
refraction,
elevation.
yeah, if you had less refraction and the Earth was a ball, you'd be able to see the curve better.
Can we
No-
clarify
nothing
the
to do with
definitions right
refraction.
now?
Yeah, you need to
What's it-
clarify whether you're talking about horizon curvature or you're talking about big circle route curvature.
Yeah, let's get
bridge.
the definition straight, real quick. Townley and team, and Witsit, let's just define the. Are we seeing the curvature around you, or the curvature away from you? Those are two different concepts, mathematically and visual.
Is it?
So let's be clear about that. Number one,
it's two different
Go ahead, I'm
geometries. It's the horizon or big circle route. Those are two different things. Which one are we talking about?
I'm
the
just
Earth,
talking about.
the Earth is supposed to curve equally in all directions. So why are y'all
Yes,
trying to
Brian, we
specify?
understand that, Brian. We understand.
I'm just proposing basic
So
logic.
they
right?
don't know
So
what
I'm
they don't know what the horizon versus big circle route. They don't.
really good one. Yeah, we do. You're talking about left to right. You don't see it. We know your script better than you. That's why we're not Globers. But I'm just proposing basic logic here, right? So if you're saying that the Earth
wait a minute,
curvature
we
is
can still see it. Hold
That's the
on,
type of
you have
shit
to
right
understand what
there
you're seeing
that-
there. Real
like,
quick,
why-
Witsit.
Explain
real
why
quick.
you have
You
to
can
be like
still-
that. Whit. Go ahead.
Witsit, you can still see the curve around you, but that's not what you think it is. Now, it's a third term.
You
So
see
if
what
you
they
look
do,
down
though,
to the
like-
horizon, hold on.
Oh yeah,
If
hold
you look
on.
down
After
at
you
the
interrupted
horizon-
me, hold on.
I know, but I want to just. It's a very critical term, and I don't want to see it get any further
Joke.
than it's going right now. Kind of nipping in the bud, right? Quick. It'll take 5 seconds. You look down to the horizon. Let's say on a tall building or mountain or something, and it's a certain, let's say a quarter degree down to the horizon, and you look to the left. Same thing. You're on a little island in the middle of the ocean. All the horizon, the sea, will all be the exact same angle down from level. Now there is a curvature. You look straight ahead around you, and that can be drawn. But there's nothing curving because it's flat. It's a flat circle around you. So the only way to see the curvature is from your perspective, looking straight ahead. How you would draw that like artistically around you. And there is a curvature, and it is in arc radians, and it's very, very difficult to measure below 30 or 40,000 feet. Even at 5,000 miles, an arc radian.
Okay.
So
when
it's
you
very,
say-
very slight, maybe 0.05 arc radian at 30. You can't see that. You can measure it, but you need very, very sensitive. And it's, like I said, it's left to right based on you looking straight ahead, even though the horizon is the same angle downward level field of view. Thank you. I'm sorry I took up your time there, but we always get confused with this concept straight.
So when you say it's just going to take 5 seconds, it took 45 seconds, and I would
Well, I
just
started thinking about all the objections that you would get for talking.
My God. I would just like to point out, because I don't want to just argue about format, but this is what you guys tend to do. I was just trying to lay something out. I was like 7 seconds in. Both Soundly and Zanuck interrupted, and then they're ready to the next. Now it's Ruev's turn to talk. And so they just basically, and even Oakley does this, right? Like they want to prevent side from coherently laying out their point. That's not very honest, okay? I'm just presenting basic logic. If you guys are...
We interrupt when you say something stupid, okay? Not when
Yeah,
we
and
want to stop you.
I actually didn't interrupt at all, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you and Zanuck both started to interrupt.
Yeah, so cut the shit, Austin, with the accusations of lying. Just cut the shit. It's a shitty strategy, right?
Just interrupted and then called someone a liar. What do you know?
Like, is it
I'm sorry.
So what they're saying is, if I look at the bridge, I can see the Earth curve. But if there's a guy 5 miles back in the middle of the bridge from the side, it's straight across. The bridge is straight across and nothing dropped.
No, that's
Now squirm for me.
You see what's like? I'll be here for an hour before I get my point out. Unless I lower myself. See, now Stanley's talking to you. Like, unless I lower myself to the vibration where I'm.
To me. And you interrupted just now. Why do you not?
Because I'm still trying to get back to the first time I was interrupted.
Oh, okay. Okay. So everybody shut up and let Whit talk.
Oh, yeah. It's called common courtesy. So what I was saying.
Okay. See, that type of bullshit right there is going to make me interrupt. Why you got to be a dickhead?
It's just like you're a child.
Don't be a dick, Austin.
Just don't be a dickhead.
Don't be a dick.
It's like 8 or 9 interruptions right then with name
so
calling.
Everybody shut up.
With no
and let Whit
moderation.
talk. Okay. Everybody shut up and let Whit talk. Now, just start off by not being a dickhead and then continue your point.
It's kind of a dick to interrupt him, though.
Yeah, and then he, of course, says an
If you're gonna
insult.
call us liars and fuck, we're going
There's another glober talking.
Another interruption with a liar.
Guys, can we just get to a topic? You got. Here's the thing: people complain that there's no moderation, and then they
temporarily mute people.
Yeah, and then they hold on.
Hold on, guys. Yo, hello.
Well, that was Geo talking. I think he kind of owns
just
this.
real quick,
place.
people, just so you guys know, people generally complain when there's not enough moderation, and then when people get muted, they get very upset that they got muted. So either we mute everyone like crazy all the time, the room is just lighting up in red mutes so people can speak, or we figure out a way as a community to let people speak, let people finish, and try to have common courtesy. So it's one or the other. If everyone wants to be muted all the time, we can do that. Witsit can speak. I'll mute everyone, and then Soundly, and I'll mute everyone so Soundly can speak. But it's kind of ridiculous to do it that way.
I have a proposition to make real quick, just a quick rule. If you hear another voice speaking, don't speak.
Yeah, just pull
You
back.
know, that's it.
Exactly.
That's great. Just don't be a dickhead, and there won't be any interruptions. Is really what it comes down to.
Well, there's been a lot of interruptions because I've been listening all morning, right? I haven't been talking very much, but I have to say there's been a lot of interruptions, so there's a lot of knobheads in here.
Yeah, we either figure out a way to do it without constantly muting everyone, or we add a bunch of moderators and just have people muted all the time. So I would prefer to not do that. So, all right, Austin, go ahead, lay down your point, and let's try to go one at a time and just let people actually say their full point so we can hear what's being said. That's way more interesting than chaos and ad homs.
Yeah, so it's just a basic logical point on its face. If you're claiming that this is this beautiful, amazing place in the world where you can see the curvature and it's basically an anomaly, and it's so pronounced here because the bridge is so long, I'm saying, so if I go to a little bit higher in the air where I get rid of the Atmos playing as much of a role, then we'll just be able to see the curve of the Earth more definitively, correct?
Who is that addressed to?
Any of the globe zealots.
I'll take it. Once you get above I've set an arbitrary height of like 100 meters. Once you get above that height, refraction is quite predictable, and it's around about 706 R. Once you get,
Also, I haven't been feeling that.
Once you get up to about 10 kilometers, it lessens a little bit, but it's still fairly predictable. So it's not because of refraction that you can see the Earth curve. It's because of your height and your field of view that you can see left and right curvature. From that height, you can't see Z-axis or great circle curvature at the end.
Yeah, so you didn't actually answer my question, which was if we go higher in the air, yeah, you guys claim that the only time we don't see the Earth curve and it looks like it's flat or anything is because of refraction. So if we go higher in the air, we're going to eliminate the variable of refraction, or at least minimize it according to your own paradigm. So if we do that, we would just see a more distinct curvature of Earth, correct?
I didn't say it minimizes refraction. I said it's predictable. Right? 7/6 is not minimal. It's just predictable. So restate it.
Does refraction decrease with altitude?
Yes, but extreme altitude, like 10 kilometers. Yeah, it goes from like 7/6 R to 1.1 ish.
So if it's 7/6 R, like a few hundred meters up, then what is it at the surface?
It's extremely variable. Once you've got heat exchange between a surface, your temperature gradient could be anything in either direction. So your refraction could be either direction.
Yeah, so you fell for it. So then, according to your own paradigm, you could never claim that you're accurately denoting Earth curvature from the surface. Thank you.
You went from saying that refraction is extreme really high up, saying that there's barely any at all. Did you catch that, Rufus?
I didn't hear that. Your microphone's a shit.
Oh, sorry.
Everyone run away. Run away from the fact that I just pointed out that Soundly's claiming to see Earth curvature from the surface, but according to Ruhif, that is where you would least likely be able to make any definitive claims of observations.
This is one of those unfortunate situations where something is obstructed, you guys don't have an explanation for that, right? That's unfortunate for you guys. Whereas if we see that obstruction...
Not only do we have an explanation, we've demonstrated it on warehouse floors over and over.
Still not going to address the actual point, which is according to your own paradigm, that when you get higher above the ground, it would be more like 7/6 R, not as drastic. But when you get down, it's extremely variable.
Yeah. But like I said, If something's obstructed, then the only explanation for that is globe Earth.
Okay,
That's
so when you
unfortunate for you
guys,
guys, because if something's not obstructed, we can still appeal to extreme refraction. That's unfortunate for you guys.
It
Right?
doesn't
That's
even
why
have to be
I'm saying,
extreme, Riff. We can
get above
demonstrate.
the surface.
Why can we demonstrate that on a driveway or on a warehouse floor so easily? Obstruction
An
is not
inferior
hard
mirage?
to demonstrate.
You've inferior mirage. Good for you.
yeah, so you're debunked. But the point is that we're saying on a flat surface.
Sorry, say that
on a-
again. Why am I debunked?
On a flat surface, you can still actually get the same effect because of the Atmos. But what I'm saying, and you're still not addressing, is Soundly just said with the naked eye, you can see Earth curvature at Pontchartrain on the ground. And I then asked you about going up higher. You said, oh, well, yeah, you can see it better with when you go higher because there's less refraction.
Left to right curvature. Left to
And
right
so-
curvature, you can see better up higher.
Okay,
Right.
so fraction doesn't go down as you get higher if it's not left to right?
It's got nothing to do with
It's just
refraction.
the way you're looking at it.
Okay. So according to you guys, the refraction's greater at this. Therefore, you
Refraction is unpredictable at the surface, and it's unfortunate that if we see something obstructed, you guys don't have an explanation, whereas if something's not obstructed, we do, right? So that's why I keep saying to level the playing field, get above the surface. Because we can explain refraction, you can only explain one.
Well,
right?
probably not. They'll interrupt you, but you can try.
I just wanted to point out that the skunk bait time lapse is a perfect. Yeah, it's a perfect demonstration of things disappearing from the bottom edge, not caused by curvature. So I really don't know what you're talking about.
An inferior mirage? Your microphone's really shit, by the way.
Are you saying
Inferior
inferior
mirages
mirages go up
right.
as you gain altitude?
Second.
No.
Are you saying inferior mirages at the ground level, at the angle you're looking at the ground from a high altitude, the inferior mirage disappears in the distance?
No. Like
Okay,
it
so
gets
the inferior
smaller, right?
mirage would still be causing the obstruction then.
No, with
Sure it
Canigoo,
would.
right? You've got a couple of pixels of inferior mirage, but then you've got 2 kilometers of mountain missing, right? The inferior mirage might explain a few meters, not 2 kilometers. So you lose that excuse.
Just so you know, like they're trying their best to pretend they're responding, but they're not responding, which is that Soundly originally claimed.
Like
and
5
actually,
times.
and you see what it is? I'm like their kryptonite for whatever reason, because as I calmly, coherently lay out my point, they all have to impulsively interrupt me, so I can't say it. So
Well, you keep saying they aren't responding. That's the problem.
there you go. There
Yeah.
you go.
See,
Oh, there
you're
you go. Another one. It's
You're
another
not
person's turn.
you're not calmly and coherently. That's like a bad description of what you're actually doing. What
Dude, you're
doing-
delusional if you
what
don't
you're
think
doing-
he's calm and coherent.
What you're doing?
As you interrupt and call yourself a dickhead.
What you're
Because
doing-
you said people who interrupt
What
are
you're doing-
dickheads. So you, that guy, and the guy before you are all dickheads, Soundly?
Okay, so
And
what
me.
what you're doing
And me,
is,
I'm a
is you're
dickhead
making a
too?
passive aggressive
I wouldn't be a
comment
dickhead.
while
Yeah, it's
while you're
passive
talking.
aggressive.
You're being
Right,
passive aggressive. You know you're being passive aggressive, and that's why people respond.
Yeah, it's a
Alright.
tactic.
Because you're being.
Oh, now you guys are just circle jerking now. So I calmly addressed the
There it is
point,
again.
which is that everyone in this room was asked as a glober if we can see with the naked eye the Earth's curvature at the surface looking at Lake Pontchartrain. They all said yes. So then we talked about
No,
how
I
well
haven't said yes.
There you go.
Why I
So
said shit.
okay, so you disagree
Yeah,
with the rest of the globers.
No,
Okay.
no, I don't disagree. I can't see it. I can't use someone else's eyes. Do you understand? My eyes are shit.
Great, valuable input. I'm glad you interrupted me to throw that in there. So then we
Glover said yes. That was a lie.
So then we talked about how if you go higher, then according to your own paradigm, you get closer to your just average refraction, standard refraction, 7/6R, which reifies and begs the question, is the category error, but that's a side note. So then when we get lower, it's like, oh, it's much more drastic, right? It changes much more drastically because you're closer to the surface, right? And you're looking at the most dense part of the atmos. So therefore, if you claim that down at the surface where it's the most drastic and changes the most, you're seeing the definitive Earth curvature with the naked eye, you're contradicting your own position.
I've addressed this twice now.
No, you've shifted a non sequitur to claiming that we wouldn't be able to see it at all, not addressing the actual point, which is that when you claim you saw the definitive Earth curvature, that's impossible within your own paradigm. Your rebuttal is, no, the flat earthers can't explain it no matter what. That's not a response to the actual point,
Yes,
and you're going to do it again. No, it's not. My point is that you claim you see the Earth curvature definitively with the naked eye at the surface level, then simultaneously claim that's where the most refraction is, where you actually can't know anything definitively because it changes so much. That's a contradiction. You making a false claim about a straw man flat Earth, about how there'd be no obstruction on a flat surface, is a non sequitur red herring fallacy.
Please explain. Please show how things are obstructed bottom up on a flat
Now
Earth.
you're doubling down the red
This for
herring.
7 years.
That's not a response to what he just said. Did you comprehend?
It absolutely is. There are two different observations you can see: obstruction and not obstruction. Globe can explain them both. Flat Earth can only explain one.
But you didn't really respond to what he said. If you guys claim that at the ground level, hang on, what he said, I'm trying to summarize it. At the ground level, you guys claim that's where the most refraction is, and the horizon, all this stuff is going on. How are you then claiming that same corridor, you're now seeing accurate Earth geometric curvature?
Because if there's obstruction, there's not an explanation for it on flat Earth.
But that's a non sequitur. That's a whole nother
No,
topic.
it's not. It addresses the thing perfectly.
Oh my gosh.
No, he just doesn't
because the obstruction, because the obstruction would be due to curvature. They are the same topic.
No, they're not.
Like when you have an explanation for obstruction on a flat Earth, let us know.
Okay, do you know what a red herring fallacy is? It's when you try to pretend that it is like part of the subject, like it's illusory as if it is the subject, but it's just slightly related, but actually not specific to the point that was raised to you. That's the definition of a red herring fallacy, and that's what you're doing. Because Stanley said you see the actual Earth curvature, as in when we see it, that's where it is, that's definitively where it is, that is Earth curvature with the naked eye from the surface at Lake Pontchartrain. Then we pointed out that that's where the most refraction is, and it should constantly be changing within your own paradigm, so you would never be able to claim you definitively saw the actual position of Earth curvature.
Before you interrupt, Ruhif interrupts, we've demonstrated shit disappearing over a warehouse floor in 50 feet. Quit lying.
Inferior mirage, Brian? Was there an inferior mirage?
Whatever reasons, we've demonstrated it over and over and
That's
over.
That's another way you can hide things from bottom up. But then you've got the problem of an inferior
You just
mirage.
said there was no way we could show it happening on a flat plane.
Now Brian's just entertaining the original red herring.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Can we go back, Ruhif, just to get to the bottom of it? Witsit, can you restate it, and either Ruhif or Soundly or somebody actually respond to the point without going on to something else? If you don't have a response, you can just say you don't have one. You don't know. But could you actually
responded? Not a red herring.
No,
He's responded a bunch of times. I'm not sure what y'all are missing.
Well, it's you guys that are missing it, right? Because you claim that you saw the definitive position, as in the actual position of the real Earth curvature. Okay, so when he says, oh, well, the fact there's obstruction at all means it's Earth curvature, that's a non sequitur, because it's not just that it's anywhere and that there's something there. You claimed you saw exactly where it was. You're claiming the definitive actual location of geometric Earth curvature can be observed from the surface level with the naked eye at Lake Pontchartrain. But then you simultaneously claim that at the surface level, over water, is where you would have the most refraction. There's a huge variance in the fluctuation in the apparent location of the horizon. So you've contradicted yourself when you claim you saw the definitive actual position of the Earth curvature.
Clearly you don't follow.
Hearing again because they don't have a rebuttal.
I've rebutted it 4 times.
Okay, does anyone else, hang on, does anyone else in this room think that Ruhif has accurately rebutted that?
Yeah, because the topic is curvature.
Okay, Doofus and Soundly. Other than Doofus and Soundly, anyone else in the room think that they've responded to that?
Other than the Globers in the room, who thinks I've responded?
Yeah,
so we have 3 people that don't think,
if they think curvature was demonstrated.
I don't think he just accurately responded to it, but I think he responded in a very coherent way, and it makes me wonder why you don't understand it.
We understand what he's saying. We're saying it's a non sequitur to the actual point. And I can tell Doofus understands it because his answer was very tactically worded. He said, yeah, he rebutted. You're hot micing, man. He said, yeah, you rebutted. Dude, he said, yeah, he rebutted because the topic is Earth curvature. See, because he said that because he knows he's not specifically responding, which is he claimed the specific actual location of Earth curvature was seen. Now you guys are saying, well, it's not the specific actual location, but the fact that there's any obstruction there shows Earth curvature, which is a different claim than saying you saw the actual Earth curvature with the naked eye.
So no one ever said use those words, so you're just putting words in my mouth now, so I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, so Soundly, what is your response to the last point that Witsit brought up?
Yeah, we're seeing Earth curvature. It's definitely being affected by atmospheric conditions, which is why we try to minimize atmospheric conditions so you can actually get an accurate representation of what's actually going on in reality instead of just seeing through atmosphere that's turbulent and crazy.
So you don't ever see the actual position of Earth curvature with the naked eye from the surface.
When you say the actual position, do you mean just the horizon? Or do you
Actual
mean
position of
I mean, we have an atmosphere, right, that has refraction, and we all agree to that. So
just say no then.
When you say the actual position, do you mean
well,
the
you're
horizon?
seeing the actual shape, yes.
I said position.
Okay, well, you're seeing a accurate representation of the position through a refracted atmosphere. Yes.
How's it an accurate representation of the position if the position's constantly changing optically?
Sorry, can I clarify? You're asking us, do we know the accurate distance to the horizon? Is that your question?
My question is, when you are looking out, are you seeing the actual position of the Earth curvature with the naked eye?
Yeah, don't use the word Earth curvature, right? Because to me that means obstruction in this context. Bottom up.
The actual position of obstruction.
Distance of the
Sure.
horizon.
Sure. The actual
Position of
distance.
obstruction.
Yeah,
distance to the horizon.
Oh my God.
Please
Yeah.
use horizon or obstruction or something. Don't use Earth curve, right?
It's
Or
a
use
hump.
something else.
We're talking about the curve, a hump, a curved.
Right, but is he asking for the actual distance accurately to the horizon? Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah,
No,
do you see the
he's saying that whenever
position?
you go ahead, what? Sorry, my bad.
It's just such a simple question. You guys know the answer, and the answer is no. Your paradigm says no. We don't ever see the actual position of Earth curvature because it's apparently fluctuating.
Position of Earth
within-
curvature. I don't know what that means, Austin.
Yeah,
What does
you
that
do.
mean?
Hold on.
Well, he means when you look
Position
at
of
my
Earth curvature.
observation of the bridge is where you're seeing the bridge, the actual location of it, which we would all agree, everybody would agree, which is a weird thing why I keep bringing it up. Everybody would agree that, well, no, it's affected by the atmosphere, right? But so what? I mean, we've done GPS measurements to see just how much that affects the observation, and it's not very much, turns out. You know,
You see that's just a begging the question. Like if we use GPS that's engineered with the actual thing in contention, which is the radius, and
it's
so
not.
you look at
That's just not what happens.
So that is what GPS uses, the radius value. And so if you look out over,
it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Don't interrupt, bro. Fuck shit.
Well, stop saying wrong shit, Austin. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, what are we supposed to do? Let him gitch gallop forever and then come back to, oh, that's actually wrong? I mean, come on.
GPS isn't engineered.
Stop getting triggered.
Can you
Come on,
not
just let people
interrupt?
talk.
Is the thing. We just went through a 10-minute monologue by
Yes.
the owner of the
And we
server.
also,
Not
he
to
also agreed that
interrupt.
there's a back and forth sometimes, and that's what just happened. So
You
get
just
your
agreed it
fucking
was
panties
interruption because he's
out of your
wrong.
crack and stop
You
crying.
just agreed that it was interruption blatant because he was wrong. Both of y'all did.
Dude,
Not
your
a back and
parents
forth.
failed
Let's
you
move
with
it forward.
sensitivity training,
Move
man.
the conversation forward.
You have
I got it. On it here.
weak character.
Okay,
No,
so
no, how I'm sounding. Come on.
GPS
So
is engineered.
Stanley and is interrupting and calling names, right?
Yeah. So
Can
what
we
they
move on from Soundly?
Yes, just to point out, this is what they do, right? So they have an idea of where the Earth curvature should be, right? And the way that you would know that is you would have to know the radius of the Earth. That's where you would. That's how you know where the Earth curvature should be based on where you're observing. So when he said, "Well, we can tell it doesn't change too much," well, you have to have a standard of comparison to be able to make a claim like that to know how much it changes from what. And that standard of comparison is the Earth curvature derived from the radius value. And then you're like, okay, well, if we assume, beg the question, and reify this R value, look, it's pretty close to the R value we think it should be, so we know it doesn't change much, which is a very remedial textbook begging the question fallacy.
Right. When you say
the model is never
do you mean the
begging the
horizon?
question.
What?
What do you mean when you say Earth curvature? To me, it means obstruction, but you seem to be using it as in like the position of the horizon or the distance to the horizon. Is that what you mean?
Those are the same thing. Earth curvature is obstruction.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a
would
no.
result-
You're not asking for the distance to the horizon.
It would result
That's a
in
no.
obstruction if it was real. Yeah.
Yeah, Earth curvature
I
is
agree.
obstruction. So when you're saying, are you talking about Earth curvature or obstruction? That just seems really weird.
Okay. So I'll show you Canagoo, and there's like 2 kilometers of mountain missing. That's obstruction. That's Earth curvature, right?
That's what you think. That's right.
Right. Okay. But can
not
you
being a
can you
mountain.
make that prediction? Can you, using your flat Earth knowledge, make a prediction for what we should see looking at Canada using a flat Earth.
It depends on the Atmos. Like we have a picture of Canada from 255 miles away, where we can see all the mountains. There should be 3 miles of Earth curvature.
Sorry,
But
all the mountains?
I can see the mountains all the way to the shore. Of course, you're not going to see literally all the mountains because 255 miles away, the mountains are going to optically compress because angular size change with distance.
All the mountains. I will bet every single fucking cent that I have that that's bullshit. Let's go.
I just now said
all the mountains.
I just said that there's
Down to the
optical compression because of angular size change with distance.
All right, that's
Come on,
called
we
perspective.
know you got no sense. Stop. Don't wager something you don't have.
What? Angular size
I'll
change?
bet everything I have that you're full of shit. I've studied Canada like up the shit, all right.
I talked to the actual guy who took the pictures, and he said that you can see What?
So have I.
Okay. Did you ask him if you can see it very frequently and what day that it was taken? And did you go look at the Atmos conditions?
No, he's at a decent height, so I know that I can assume close to standard refraction. The one from what's the place, Alu or whatever, was taken at 310 meters. I've checked a few of them. But yeah, it's only visible when the sun makes a silhouette for it. So you've got to chase the moving sun from day to day.
The Canada picture isn't a silhouette. It's infrared. It's not a silhouette.
It's not infrared.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. This guy. This is Alain Areen or something. Alain Areen.
So you guys don't know what picture I'm talking about? The Canada picture from 255 miles away. That's in infrared.
I've seen one infrared. I think I made a video about it. Indio 007.
Yeah.
This guy. You're talking about the guy that takes all the photos. Like has done like 50 of them, or not?
Yes, I've talked to him. That's correct.
Yeah. Well, mostly his are not infrared. In fact, I don't know that he's ever done an infrared photo.
Well, he did infrared for Canada, buddy.
Okay. That's
he
fine,
has an entire
right?
section on his website called infrared.
Fine. Okay. I will still bet everything that I have that you're full of shit. Let's go.
Okay. Well, I've already clarified to your straw man when I said that you see all the mountains. I don't mean that it's exactly the same as if you stood right in front of it, because it's 255 miles away and there's optical compression due to angular size change with distance. So you would expect the mountains to optically compress. You guys just ignore that variable and then pretend that it's Earth curvature, even though there should be 3 vertical miles of Earth curvature. And in fact, the top of the mountain should be obstructed by an additional mile. Then you guys rebut and say, you're just talking about miles, but it's actually just degrees. And if we reify 7/6R, then this explains it perfectly by begging the question. I know all your rebuttals. That's why I'm not a glober.
Right.
But basically, all you've said is it looks like a bigger globe. That's all you said.
Should see, using your flat Earth model of whatever fucking optical compression you like, make that prediction. Show us what it should look like, and then we'll take your explanation seriously.
It should constantly change because you're looking through the Atmos over a flat surface.
No, we're a decent height above the surface. You can assume typical atmospheric conditions.
We can assume it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so what are all the variables that go into the refractive equation?
Temperature, pressure, humidity.
There's no other variables?
Carbon dioxide content, wavelength, yeah. But yeah, you can assume a carbon dioxide content, 410 parts per million.
What about
there's no
stuff like particulates, like little bits of like smog in China? Is that
that's just a visibility issue.
So the mountains got lifted optically 3 miles?
I don't know if it's 3 miles.
Well, that's what the Globe Earth says it is.
I don't think it's 3 miles, no.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think so.
You
but
have to exclude refraction in order to make that with it, because you've done this before.
So refraction optically lifts it the 3 miles.
No, not the entire 3 miles.
I don't think it's 3 miles, but it lifts it, yes, optically, yes.
It has to be a full 3 miles. We can see the shoreline as well.
We'll argue about the actual number later, right? I'm driving a car. I'm pretty sure it's not 3 miles, but let's go with 3 miles, whatever, right?
Yeah, it just objectively is, yeah. Okay. So anyway, your claim is that it's optically lifted 3 miles, and then what you guys say is, well, you're saying it in miles, but it's actually in degrees, and it's just a very small amount of degrees that it's optically lifted. Which
I'm happy to go either. Happy to go actual size or degrees, whatever. I don't care. It's
3
optically
miles.
lifted. Well, I disagree with 3 miles, but let's accept 3 miles for the sake of argument. Whatever. It's lifted optically. In actual height or degrees, whatever, either or.
Yeah. So you believe, and this is what we just have a decision to make here, right? There's no debate. It's just a decision. So we go look at Canigou, and there should be 3 miles of earth curvature between us and the mountains. We can see the mountains, and we can see the shore, right?
Oh,
So we have
no,
two
you can't.
options. One is we're looking over a flat surface, and we're seeing the mountains as they are, where they are. The other option is we're not actually seeing the mountains where they are. They're being optically lifted as a mirage 3 vertical miles and then stopping right where they should to make it look like it was flat. That's the two options.
Okay, so I stopped listening once you said you can see the shore. Please demonstrate that you can see the shore because you're full of shit.
So if I see the shore, you're going to become a flat earther?
Yeah, identify something on the shore.
Well, I said see the
That
shoreline.
shouldn't be seen.
I didn't say see something on the shoreline. I said see the
Well,
shoreline.
how are you How are you saying that you see the shoreline? What are you,
You see the-
identifying at
Wait,
low altitude?
where are we? Can I catch up to this conversation? What's the distance you're talking about? What's it?
255 miles.
Oh, 255 miles. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
identify
infrared.
something at an altitude of, a couple hundred meters.
Mm.
Identify something.
No, that doesn't matter. My point is that you can see the
Oh,
ground meeting the water, right? So you can call it whatever
Call
you
the
want to call
horizon.
it.
The horizon, right? Okay.
It's not the horizon.
How are you distinguishing it from not the horizon on a globe?
The curve over the horizon due to perspective. That's what you need. If you had just water, you don't see that.
You're saying you can see
Which
something
observation are
low
you
down.
looking at?
Yeah. Show me something that you can identify at a low elevation.
Let me
You
go
can't.
get this picture for you guys. But the point is that you can see, so you see, you can see the base of the mountains, and you can see
No, you
land.
can't.
You
No,
can
you
see
can't.
land. You can see land coming from the mountains, and then you see the water, right? So you see water running into land, and on the shore, and then you see now the shore's optically compressed as well. This is 250 miles away, right? There's angular size
How are you
change with
identifying something
distance.
low down?
I don't have to identify something on the shore. That's a non sequitur.
You kind of do if
You're
you want to
saying
know
that you
that
can
it's the
see
shore.
something low down. What have you seen low down?
I said you can see the shore, not something on the shore.
Right. How are you identifying it?
We can
As
see
opposed
the
to
ground.
just the globe horizon.
Dude, look, all I know is what I just
What
said.
altitude?
Okay. What's
What
up?
altitude do you think you're seeing down to?
What altitude am I seeing down to? I don't know. I don't make that claim.
Yeah.
Because there's optical compression.
You're saying you can see the shore.
There's optical compression
You are making that claim.
There's optical compression over 255 miles away.
Oh man, that sounds really far.
It is
Wow.
far. There should
What are
be
you
3
seeing
miles of
low
earth
down?
curvature blocking the mountains, bro.
Oh, I'll keep asking you, Austin. You say you can see something low down. What is it? And how are you identifying it?
I've not tried to identify anything on it. I'm explaining
then
that we
don't
can
make
just
the claim.
Look, what I'm saying is we don't see the water like up in the mountains or something, right? That's not what we see. We don't see earth curvature up in the mountains. We see the ground in front of the mountains meeting the water. Then we see the mountains behind that.
Well, what altitude is that ground that meets the water?
I don't care.
Well, you've made a claim, Austin. Now you have to withdraw it.
I don't have to withdraw it. There should be 3 vertical miles of earth curvature blocking the mountains
Someone
entirely.
else.
The top
Someone
of
else
the mountain.
take this.
The top of the mountain should be
Someone
blocked by an additional mile of earth curvature. We have 2 options. One is that we're seeing the mountains as they are, where they are over a flat surface, or option 2 is we're actually not seeing the real mountains where they are. It's just a mirage, an illusion, and they were optically lifted 3 miles to make it look like the earth was flat. Those are
They
objectively
don't
the only
have to be
2
lifted 3 miles. That's the point of this whole
Someone else
conversation.
take it.
That's it.
What?
Someone else can take it. You can't identify anything lower than what the Earth curve calculator should expose.
Earth
So you
curve
gotta
calculator
switch.
says you don't see the
Ruhip,
mountains at all.
Ruhip, if we had a row of let's say Empire State Buildings coming from the shoreline of Canigou, coming halfway to the observation, what would we observe?
You'd see those buildings curve down. Yeah, they'd eventually get obstructed completely.
What do you mean curving down? Hold on. We just said, okay, we're not even supposed to see Canigou at all.
Yes, you are, because I have an
So
atmosphere, Brian.
I'm just trying to get in your world. In your world, with this refraction that Canagoo is supposed to be blocked by the horizon. Okay, even if it's 10 feet, even if it's 10 feet of the horizon should be blocking Canagoo. So if we had a row of Empire State Buildings with what we do see in reality, can you describe a row of Empire State Buildings so they'd be like just a piece, like about a quarter, just a little way up Canagoo, at the shoreline, coming out toward us halfway, just a whole row of them, like every quarter mile we see Empire State Building. So on a globe, with that type of refraction happening, how are we going to see these buildings?
They just curve like Pontchartrain power lines.
What do you mean they curve? No, I'm saying I must not be describing this very well. Okay,
Right.
they're
Are you
supposed to be
describing
curving, but they're
the
not,
buildings
right?
going from you to the
They're
mountain?
supposed to be curving, but they're not because of refraction, right?
What? No.
Sorry, what? Not curving because of refraction? Where'd you get that from?
I mean, the ground is supposed to be blocking Canagoo, but because of refraction, it's not, right?
So
Right,
are
a
you
little bit
telling
less,
me
yeah.
Blocking part of Canagoo.
Lake Pontchartrain is 20 or 19 miles, right? So you're telling me you can visibly see a curve 19 miles in length?
Yeah, sadly.
So full
You're telling me that's not a curve?
and by the way, dude, 250 miles to the mountains is if you were looking straight out, that would be outer space. So you're saying basically the mountains are basically being where outer space would be if you looked out straight. Good job, dude.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
not how our claims work.
Yeah, that's a terrible rebuttal. Okay.
There you go. There's the mountains. They should be completely blocked by Earth curvature.
We have an atmosphere, Witsit. We have an atmosphere.
So it goes back to my
You
whole.
did it again, Witsit. Why the fuck did you do it again after I told you?
It goes back to my whole point, which is we have two options. One is we're just seeing the actual mountains in infrared, which cuts out like a good amount of atmospheric effects. We're seeing the
No,
mountains.
it doesn't exclude refraction. That's wrong.
It didn't say exclude. Buddy.
Well, it doesn't. You said cut out, right? You said cut out some atmospheric effects.
I said good amount of. So does it cut down on refraction at all? Yes or no?
Barely.
Very
no,
small
negative,
amount.
No.
How much is a small amount?
It just doesn't. Yeah.
So you guys don't even
I'll show you
know.
the
So you're
math later.
making a claim, but you have no idea.
Oh, would you like it? Okay.
If you compare
with
I'd like
green,
it.
you get a
Green
delta N
to
of
infrared.
0.00002249. With infrared, it's about 0.000023. Is that okay? Approximately.
So that's a pretty decent percentage.
No, it's not. No, it's
yeah,
not.
I heard something like 8 to 10% or something, but you guys are making numbers up.
No.
So
No.
yeah, so
I'll
here's
walk
the
you through the
point.
math if you like later.
We have two options, right? We have either we're seeing these mountains because, well, those are the mountains, and we're seeing them where they are, right? As they are.
We're seeing them in their refracted position.
Because the Earth, or we're seeing them in the refracted state where they are static. They're not inverted or stretched or anything like that. They're just like they are. And as if it was flat, and it was optically lifted 3 miles.
No, not as if it were flat. We're just seeing them lifted slightly in their refracted position.
Well, that's what it would look like if it was flat. If it was flat, you wouldn't see Earth curvature.
No, incorrect.
So you're
that's
saying
incorrect.
refraction. You're saying refraction would apply to both infrared and just regular spectrum. So
yes,
just the same camera, one modified with and without. You look straight out. You tell me that it would be imperceptible.
Yes, you won't see a difference.
That's actually not what has been tested and shown. The position changes when you use two different cameras of the same type. Yeah, it does.
Just doesn't. It doesn't. It'd be less than a pixel.
In their world, they think that obstruction is Earth curvature, right? But obstruction differs, okay? But on a flat plane, that we can't have obstruction. But on their world, this is how dishonest it is. In their world, obstruction varies. But in our world, we can't have obstruction because of reasons. It's not an honest answer. That's what aggravates me.
You can have inferior mirages, Brian, right? You can have inferior mirages, but if there's no inferior mirage, or the inferior mirage is too small to account for the obstruction, then you're fucked.
Yeah, what's funny is you just don't even think you reified the photon to come up with all your nonsense in the first place, and you reified the idea of light rays.
Here we go.
Well,
So it's got to be an inferior mirage.
You can't reason with a person that doesn't think light travels to a
Hey,
camera.
Soundly, I would destroy you in a debate about light, my dude.
Okay, sure.
I promise. And also, hey, Soundly, are light rays real things?
Is light a real thing? Yes, I can feel
Light
the
rays.
heat as it hits my skin.
Light rays.
No, is it
What do you mean by
physical?
light
Is
ray?
it physical? Are they
No,
physical?
Why
light
do you always use
rays.
these weird terminology? I don't understand.
Light
that.
rays is
What's
weird
a light ray?
terminology.
Yeah, what's yeah, it is.
What is a light ray?
Well,
What are
it's
you
just
talking
it's
about?
just a convention.
Is it a
Okay,
convention?
Yeah, it's a
If
convention.
I
People
say light
It's
ray
like
is a
straight
stream
out
of
of a
photons,
movie.
if I say light ray is a stream of photons, is that
Yeah.
a good explanation or a good
Well,
definition?
well, photons are also just fake pseudoscience.
Okay, all right.
But I'm just
I think
saying, so
we're
if
done.
you read any academic paper you want to, they admit that light ray is actually just a convention. Like there's no actual such thing as a light ray. It's just a convention.
Which is why it's been asked for you to define it, because you have to be clear about what you're talking about.
It's a convention we use to describe what we think that light's doing in its travel, which is presupposing point A to point B travel. It's, of course, reifying the photon, but even within both of those begging the questions, it's not an actual thing. It's just a convention that we use to try to conceptualize a ray of light so that we can then put it into our conventions of trying to explain how light will behave. It's not an actual thing.
Is that okay?
Hey,
Is
real
that okay
quick,
that we do that?
Rui, before we change the subject, one more question before we change. Hey, on a globe Earth, can we have more obstruction than predicted by physical Earth curve without inferior mirage?
Without inferior mirage?
Yeah.
No.
So
The
no
inferior mirage blocks where the horizon is, so it's kind of it's not. You can't really answer that. The
So
inferior mirage
refraction
blocks where the
can't show
horizon
us
is.
more obstruction. Refraction can't show us more obstruction, only less. Is that what you're saying?
If you have perfectly straight lines, then you'll have more refraction than typical. But once you get upwardly bending light, it's hard to answer. That's a good question. Hard to answer.
I think you've stumped Ruhif.
It's a simple question. If he was honest, he'd say, yeah,
Oh,
even on his
fuck off,
model, yeah.
Brian.
But then he
Fuck
would have to
off.
concede. Hold on, the
I
reason you
fucking
won't.
answered you honestly,
Hold on,
Brian. I said
bro.
I don't fucking know.
I know, but if you were honest with yourself,
Yeah,
I'm not
don't
saying
call me
you're
a
lying
fucking liar then,
blatantly. Listen,
cunt.
Rube, let me apologize. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I'm not
Repeat the
saying you're
question
blatant.
too, Brian.
All
Repeat
right,
the
real
question,
quick.
please.
I'm not saying
Thank
he's
you.
blatantly lying. I'm saying to me, it's a brain like blocking, because if you did answer yes, which your model does say yes, you'd have to say that, yeah, there'd be a horizon on a flat Earth, and yeah, obstruction on a flat plane is not just due to inferior mirages, But
Can you
I
repeat the
think,
question, please?
yeah, the question is on a globe Earth, can you have more obstruction in the distance than Earth curve dictate?
It's a very difficult question to answer because the inferior mirage that results will block your view of where the horizon is.
So you can't have sinking then, right? That's difficult to say there's sinking in your world.
Oh, you can have sinking, but that's upwardly bending light,
It's
so
more
you'll have
obstruction than
inferior
Earth
mirage
curve.
close to the surface.
Thinking is more obstruction than Earth curve.
Yeah, they've
Can I
named
ask
it.
Ruhif
They've named it.
a quick question, and then I gotta run. I'm gonna stay muted. Can I ask Ruhif something?
Yeah.
Ruhif, did you say that the higher you go, the less curvature you see due to refraction? Did I hear that correct before?
No, that is not correct.
Saying more
The higher
curvature.
you go, so once you get above if you're close to the surface, really close to the surface, like 50 to 100 meters, then refraction is unpredictable. Once you get above the surface, refraction is predictable at approximately 7/6R. Once you get really high, like flying high, then refraction is a bit less, like 1.1. But getting up high means you can see left to right curvature better than you can low down. But
What are you talking about?
nothing to do with
1.1 real quick. What's 1.1, Riff?
Well, 7/6 is 1.17, right? And once you get higher, it lessens a little bit gradually. Once you get to like is it the stratosphere or the troposphere, whatever? Stratosphere. Whatever the next layer is, at 11 Ks, it gets less.
Okay. I'm sorry to do this. I'm just going to be a couple seconds. Soundly, can you tell me how we prove the photon since I'm so stupid for not believing in it?
How do we prove photons? I stand and I feel heat. Something's hitting me.
Just reifying it, that you actually see photons hit your
It's not
skin.
reifying anything. It's not reifying anything. I stand in the sun. I feel heat. So somehow energy has been transferred to me. We named that thing a photon.
Okay, but how do we actually prove the photon? Like, we don't name the phenomena of heat photons. Photons are claimed to be specific, discrete chunks of information or energy that travel from point A to point B as little particles. So, how do we prove the photon?
I guess you need to talk to the physicist if you want more detail than that.
So, when you ridiculed me as being stupid for not believing in the photon, the truth was you don't know even what it is or why you believe in it. So you don't actually have a position to ridicule me for not believing in it, correct?
No, that's false.
Then what is it that substantiates your belief?
That we have technology that captures visible light and turns it into photographs.
That is just reifying a photon. No one disputes that lights exist. We're asking you, how did you prove that a photon, a physical particle...
Like I said, you're going to have to talk to physicists if you want more detail, but I mean, I know that there is a thing that causes light, right? So I know something exists, right? Okay. I don't really have to know more than that to know it exists.
Well, no one disputes that light exists.
Comes from the sun.
What's that?
Right.
I mean, I can.
No one
see.
disputes
I
that
have
light
sensors
exists.
in my head that let me know that light exists.
No one disputes that light
is an
exists.
answer. None of that is addressing Austin.
Yeah, it is. Because that's how I know photons
Can I
exist.
butt in for a minute,
Photos and Austin's stupid
But if you
because of
want more
photos.
details, then you're going to have to talk to a physicist. Because
So when you
And
said that I
you
was...
call him stupid if you don't even have a knowledge.
You guys are not.
You're not talking
to the brightest photon in
I
the
just
bunch.
laughed, actually. I just laughed, actually.
Well, you guys ridiculed me for
because
challenging
his
the
implications. Because the implications is that, and he'll deny it now, but the implications was that we don't even know that something is traveling from an object and landing on a sensor of a camera. That was the
Well,
implication.
why would I deny that? Yeah, I dispute your pseudoscientific claim that light's a physical particle traveling from point A to point B. I'm asking you for proof of either the physical particle called the photon or the fact that light travels from point A to point B. Do you have
Then
any
you're going to
proof of
need to
that?
talk to a physicist. I'm not here to debate you on that.
So then stop ridiculing someone when you don't even understand what
I
you're
am going to
ridiculing
ridicule
someone.
you because your implication earlier, which you're now denying, is that the light doesn't travel from one place to another. When we know it does. Well, something travels. Something takes time because that's how we use laser measurement devices.
Induction rate,
That's
or
how we use. Okay, there might be a different explanation
call the
about
induction
it.
rate.
Right. Yeah,
You're wrong again. So
I'm
not backing out of any claim.
traveling. Something is traveling.
You're just saying words and reifying the thing in contention, though. So
you don't know what reify means, apparently, dude.
Yeah, it does. It's when you take a concept or abstraction, you give it misplaced concreteness, treating it as if it is real. So you're just saying that the thing in contention exists over and over and over and over again. That's called begging the question. Now, I happen to know for a fact you don't know about any of this, and I'm pointing it out. The only reason it sounds like you're interrupting me because I'm exposing you.
No, you're galloping.
No, you're interrupting me again.
When you're ready, let us know.
Now it's Ruhif's turn because he's embarrassed too. The only reason that I'm doing this is because you two decided to ridicule me and act as if I was stupid because I dare have the audacity to challenge the photon.
Dude, you need to be less sensitive, bro. Really.
Why are they able to interrupt? Why are they able to interrupt you?
He said so, therefore I'm right. Did you guys really expect anything else?
Rakia,
you
have something to say?
Was that a back and forth, Stanley, when you were interrupting him like 5 or 6 times, you and Roof? That was back and forth?
They want to change the subject, bro. They're so scared right now.
Yes, that's how it works, dude. When somebody gish gallops, other people can call them out and say, stop gish galloping.
No, when someone is saying something that's hurtful for you, you interrupt them. It's very apparent. And
I'm not hurt.
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
Stanley, Ruhif, you both can tag team and you can tag team, see if you guys come up with the answer. How do we determine the speed of light since you said that we know it travels from point A to point B? Can you measure it traveling from point A to point B?
Yes, FISO experiment.
The what?
FISO apparatus. The FISO apparatus.
Oh, really? The FISO apparatus gave us a one-way speed of light?
No, it didn't say that.
Okay, so then how did you determine that you got a speed
from point A to point B? What else could that mean, Ruel?
Two-way.
Two-way speed of light. Yeah.
So you don't have a one-way speed?
No, it's impossible to do.
But does light have a one-way? Does light have a one-way speed?
By convention, it does.
I watched the Veritasium video where he said the photon's
so
not
you know
real.
what I'm talking about.
That's what he said.
I don't think he said that.
Yeah, he shows where polarization lenses show that the photon can't be real. So, but my question for you is, if you're claiming that it travels from point A to point B and has a one-way speed, but then you're also claiming you can't actually get the one-way speed, then how do you know that your claim is real?
Did I fucking stutter, right, when I said we can't measure a one-way speed, but we assume that it's the same speed in both directions?
So
It's
how
by
do you know it
convention.
has?
So not the Bizo experiment,
By
then, right?
convention.
So how would you that there is a one-way speed to even measure?
Oh, fuck, I'll say it 4 times now. By convention, we assume that it's the same speed in both directions.
Okay, but this is what you
Can
have
I
to
say
do.
it again?
What
Should
you
I
have
say
to
it
do.
again? By convention, it's the same speed in both directions.
Yeah, but the
Can-
Look
problem
back
is.
up Veritasium, though. Veritasium showed the
I'll do it
polarization.
again. I'll do it again. Hang on. I'll do it again.
We heard you,
Yeah,
we
you
heard
sound
you,
like a
we heard you,
child,
bro.
Rip. You sound like
Real
a child.
So don't
Rip.
fucking ask me again.
Okay, so this is the problem. You're claiming to know that it does have a one-way speed, but you don't have
No,
any
I'm not.
actual.
Okay, I'll say it again, Austin. I'll say it again. By
You're
convention,
interrupting me
right?
a lot. So
You keep fucking putting words in my mouth that I didn't say.
okay.
By convention, we assume that the one-way speed of light is simply half of the,
No,
half
we
the
heard
distance
you the
traveled.
first time.
Okay. Okay. So I'm not putting words
Austin,
in your mouth then.
rephrase.
I'm not putting words in your mouth then because you just said it. You just said we assume that the one-way speed, meaning you are claiming that there is a one-way speed.
You named an experiment, Ruip. You named an experiment.
Right, which measures the two-way speed, right?
Okay, so what it does is it uses a mirror, right? And then you have a delay, and you have a delay going through the circuit that actually measures it, right? And then you assume it's traveling from point A to point B, although it can't be actually measured from point A to point B. You just use a mirror to reflect whatever illuminates, and then you say it travels. Although we actually have observations of transmissions going 200 meters with coaxial cables going up to 3 times the alleged speed of light in a vacuum. So what's up with that?
Well, I don't believe any of the shit that comes out of your mouth. So please provide that citation and DM it to me of something
Don't
going
waste
3
your
times.
time off. He's not going to believe you anyway. Let me give you an example
I've asked
in
for
real
a
life.
citation,
Okay?
Brian. I've
There's
literally
no
just
photons,
asked
right?
him for the
Hold on.
citation.
Let me give you an example in
I've
real life of how there ain't photons.
I've literally just asked him for the citation. So don't say that I'm not.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You said you ain't going to believe nothing he says.
Yeah, so I asked for a citation.
Yeah, I'm
Let me
gonna
give you
drop
something
it.
in real life to prove there's no photons real quick, y'all. Okay, this is backing up Veritasium. Okay, so he shines a light. Okay, and if it was photons, you put a polarization, it blocks off half the photons and lets the other half through. Then you put up another polarized filter, and it blocks all of the photons. But then you put up a third filter, and all of a sudden you can see the half a light again. Okay, so it's not physical photons because they can't just be stopped and then all of a sudden take off as soon as you put up another filter. So they're not physical.
And again, I
That
would love to
might
see
be
that.
fallacious.
Please DM me
Might be a little
video.
fallacious there, Brian.
I dropped it in the
I
chat
don't
and I
think
added you.
Veritasium will say photons are not real.
I dropped it in the chat and I added you, and Veritasium shows with polarization of lenses that if it was actually a physical photon traveling through it, there's no way that turning the polar lens at 90 degrees would prevent the photon from coming through, but then once you put another one on top of it, it makes it come back through what was allegedly blocking it down there. Yeah, so you haven't even watched all those videos in light, not my problem. I also just dropped a PDF of electronic data transmission at 3 times the speed of light in a vacuum.
Not to defend Ruhiv, but who's to say that these things that are supposed to detect the photons are supposed to detect the photon? Wasn't that kind of
physical, bro? They're not physical.
Okay, but the polarization glass or whatever the fuck, who came up with the idea that that's supposed to detect somehow photons?
Okay, listen, dude. They claim that light is comprised of physical particles called photons that travel from point A to point B. So then he shines a light, which they claim are photons, and he puts polar lenses in front of the light. Okay, and so they claim that there's a physical particle. There's he literally points out that the photon convention does not adequately explain the phenomena with polarization lenses.
Okay. Did he say that photons are not real?
He said that this debunks the convention of photons. That's right.
As being physical. They're not physical. They're not particles.
Thanks for playing, Ruhiv.
They're not particles?
Yeah,
that are mass?
Well, no, that's not what particle means.
They don't
Particles
have
don't
mass.
have to have mass.
Anyway, to me, and I'll watch it.
Yeah, I'll teach you your religion though. So within your religion, physical is defined as energy or mass.
Passive aggressive again.
All right, hang on.
Soundly, you were just ridiculing me for the photon, and you just got so exposed, bro. I don't know why you would even come off mute.
What's any one of y'all? What's the difference between virtual particles and physical particles? What's the
I'm fine
difference?
with us not knowing what a photon is. So
That's good too, but in your world, not just you, but anybody, what's the difference between virtual
I'm fine
particles
with us
and physical
not
particles, please?
Yeah, you
what
were
a
fine
photon
about not
is.
knowing if the vaccines were safe either, and everybody could get them.
It doesn't have to be a photon, dude. Any particle. What's the difference between a virtual particle and a physical particle in your world, in y'all's world? Anybody.
Grim, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, one's actually detected. So, but I just want to point out, you say you don't have any problem with it, but if there is a physical particle traveling from point, Stanley, listen carefully. If there isn't a physical particle traveling from point to point at a speed, you're getting triggered. If the constant,
don't tell people, don't be passive aggressive dick. It's real simple. Don't be a passive aggressive dick.
Stanley, listen. So your religion,
not you,
known
Graham,
as
I'm talking to Wit.
Your religion, known as heliocentrism, claims special relativity, which attributes a constant speed to light, right? Which is integrated into general relativity. So if that constant speed of light is wrong, you have no absolute frame of reference for everything to be relative to. So then you have no mechanism of curvature. You also don't have distances to things in the sky because it's all built upon the assumption of a constant speed of light. So you need that. You also need it for your claims of refraction and all these mathematical equations you come up with, assuming travel from point A to point B. I think Ruif has left now, but I get the stings a little bit. But so I dropped the refutation of your entire worldview in here. You do not have a speed of light. It's made up. There is no physical particle called the photon that's also made up. And if you don't have those two things, you don't have heliocentrism. You can take pictures of Pontchartrain until you die. The Earth's still not a ball that spins.
Yeah, so you said all that bullshit, and I'm going to debunk you in 2 seconds. You ready?
No, you're not.
What did he say that was bullshit?
I have a distance finder, and I pointed at a wall. Guess what? It's correct.
Guess what? I have one too.
It's based on light technology.
Yeah.
I
have. Nobody's disputing that, bro.
In the real world.
Stanley, I have one.
Because of laser, then
cameras
wrong.
actually take pictures of things that we know. Like I know, here's a thing that I know the dimensions of. I know that I can take a picture of it, and the photograph accurately reflects what I took a picture of. That's all that matters, bro. That's all that matters to me.
Stanley, no one's disputing either of those things.
What a photon is, or how it travels, or any of the physics behind it. I'm not a physicist, but I do know that it works.
Okay, so
because of photographs or because of lasers, light's physical. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, he doesn't understand.
Nobody disputes any of that shit.
What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter what the physical nature of light is to also be able to determine that it works.
Yes, it does, because we know it works.
Not a non sequitur. Photographs work.
Well, let me respond to him, please.
Work. All that stuff works. So whatever the technology, whatever the physical nature of it is, the actual underlying physical nature of it is, doesn't matter because we're not talking at quantum mechanics levels. We're talking at the level of a camera.
So you're definitely gonna interrupt me, just so you know, because this is gonna trip you. So we don't know the fact that light has a speed or there's a one-way speed of light. What you just said is akin to a glober saying, you don't believe in gravity, you stupid flat earther, then you can't use your cell phone because there's an accelerometer in it. But of course, flat earthers don't deny that there's something called downward acceleration that happens and we have an agreed upon average. We dispute your cause-effect claim. Like you claim a cause of the effect being gravity. We dispute that. We don't dispute the phenomena, just like we don't dispute the phenomena of light. We dispute your interpretation of it. I have a distance finder that is a laser. I use it to debunk the globe all the time by getting my observer height. The point is that was actually engineered assuming the speed of light just traveling from point A to point B by getting an average rate of induction. But in fact, the light's already there. We have observations of it being instantaneous action at distance, going over 3 times the speed of light. And Trikhonov radiation also debunks the speed of light. So yeah, it's just a typical rate of induction that happens that we can use for accurate measurement, but it's not actually physically traveling there and back. Hence why we've never gotten a one-way speed of light. And hence why there's 3 times the speed of light transmission with coaxial cables at 200 meters. The technology itself is not exclusive to your side or your interpretation. The phenomena is not what's in dispute. It's your interpretation of it.
And I'm not arguing with you about the interpretation. So you just gish gallop there. And I'm not even arguing with you about the interpretation. I said very explicitly, I don't give a fuck about the interpretation. You can talk to a physicist and debate them about it. What I do know is that it works.
So he just doesn't understand, or he's just being dishonest and pretending that he does understand what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. Either way, he didn't rebut it.
No, I'm saying it doesn't really matter about the physical nature of it, whether or not the distance finder works, whether or not my camera works.
That doesn't
Right,
prove
well,
that light's
you doing
traveling from
stupid.
point A to point B.
Who cares? That's not what I'm
being
here
physical. Light being physical or
I'm
not
not talking
does not
about you. The
affect
whole reason you
the
brought this
laser.
up is because you wanted to argue about
You
my
called him
pictures as
stupid
being
because
some
he
type
said the
of
photon was
magical
not a
thing
physical
that's happening
particle.
because photons, we don't know what photons are.
Yeah,
which
no,
is
you
So
read
in one breath, you can call
complete
somebody
non
stupid.
sequitur and a red herring.
No, you
Good
ridiculed
joke.
me for saying that photons weren't a real thing and you couldn't prove them, and you laughed
I
at
don't
me and you
think you
made
need to
fun
play
of
the tape
me, and
back
now
here.
you're interrupting me again.
Yeah.
So you made fun of me for saying that the photon wasn't real, and I'm
Yeah,
telling you
when
that you
people
can say
interrupt
you
whenever
don't.
you
Oh
say
my
something
God,
wrong. When you put
Soundly,
words in my mouth,
Is that
I will
sound?
interrupt you. That's right.
Why am I
It's
never?
very interesting. It's very interesting how they're now downplaying how Witsit detailed his error, and now all of a sudden he's not interested. He's downplaying it, which is very much a global tactic.
What
Once
error
they
did I
get
make?
caught, once they have no rebuttal, all of a sudden they want to downplay their position.
I didn't have a position to downplay Matrix. He's making up this whole stream like I had some type of debate with him. From the very beginning of it, I said, he asked me, what's a photon? I said, I don't know. I know it exists. I really don't know what it is because I'm not a physicist. That's what I said at the very beginning. And then he went on his monologue.
But you don't know it
you need to know
exists.
what
I just
happened, Matrix,
detailed.
before you just put words in my mouth.
I just detailed how you don't know that it exists. So when you claim that I put words in your mouth, I did not. I addressed your positive claim that photons exist and you know it. Then when you expose yourself that you don't know it at all, you don't even know what it is or how it supposedly was proven, I detailed how we know it doesn't exist, how there's no evidence for it. You claimed you know that it travels from point A to point B, and then you invoked cameras, you invoked distance finders. I explained how those don't actually require a physical photon traveling from point A to point B. You don't understand the technology, so you think that was a slam dunk, but it wasn't. The phenomenon is not exclusive to you. Light is instant. We have many observations showing this. And then with the falsification of the speed of light, there goes the falsification of the heliocentric model, because you need the constant speed of light, which is c in relativity.
Something travels, whatever you want to call it. Most people call it a photon, but something takes time to travel from the distance finder to the wall and back again. Now, whatever you want to call that, I don't care. But somehow we're using a known speed to this thing we call light to determine the distance of that wall, and that works.
No, it doesn't work.
It does work in a practical sense.
I just told you
so now you're claiming that distance finders don't work.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it doesn't.
There might be an error here. You guys might be confusing the system, the mathematical calculation, the system derived by something, and he's saying that he doesn't care if photons exist or not. But those things are contradictions, because we're talking about if the photon exists, then the calculation was derived. But now we're talking about a calculation, and the photon is nowhere to be found.
Well, he just doesn't understand it. So, Stanley, this is what's going on.
Let me try and
light's already
clarify.
there,
He was talking to me. Let me try and clarify.
Oh my God!
So there's an underlying mechanism that's happening that people call photons, or modern day physicists call photons. I don't really care what that underlying mechanism is. What I care is that it works, and it does work, and it does take into account the travel time of photon as known by convention to measure distances. Now, here's the thing we know. Here's the thing that we know. Here's the thing that we know.
Light years away, pal.
Here's the thing that we know is that distance finders do work based on the assumption
why do you
that
keep
a
saying
photon
that, bro?
takes.
Nobody argues that distance finders work.
The technology is based on the assumption that photon takes time to travel.
Okay, so here's what it actually is. So what you do is you measure the illumination rate. So just because we see it illuminate or physically manifest, that doesn't mean that it's physically traveling. The light's already there. We're just measuring how fast it illuminates. So the illumination and what light is itself are not synonymous. You're conflating the two because you've been brainwashed. I understand that you think that, but that's not the truth. Now, you won't respond specifically, but the illumination rate that we measure and is pretty consistent depending on the medium is not synonymous with the light itself. It's already there. It just begins to illuminate. It doesn't travel from point A to point B. That's not how the distance finder works. It just knows the illumination rate, and then there's material in, like that ends that illumination rate, so we know a distance. But the point is there's no actual evidence that it travels from point A to point B, and every time we try to measure a one-way speed, it appears to be instant. And in fact, we have observations where it appears to be almost faster than instant, although can't exist, where things exit faster than they enter, and we can't explain it within the convention of speed of light. It's been debunked. There is no evidence for the physical photon, and there is no evidence that light travels from point A to point B. The measurement within the distance finder doesn't prove that it's traveling from point A to point B. I'm going to say it one more time. You're just measuring the illumination rate. The light's already there. That's not synonymous with travel.
But Austin, rangefinders work. That's all he'll say, dude. He has no clue.
I mean, at the very beginning, as I said, I'm not a physicist. I don't study the nature of light. That's not my forte. That's not my area of expertise, or whatever you want to call it. So debate a physicist, I guess, dude.
But don't call somebody stupid when you're not studied as they are.
Also, I'm calling him stupid for
we
trying
don't care.
to.
We don't care why you're calling names and ad homs and not getting.
Put it in
muted.
trying to use
We
that.
don't care about that.
Whole reason I laughed in the very beginning is because he's trying to use that.
We don't
as
care
an
about you laughing and
excuse
ridiculing
for why the
calling
Earth looks
people
like a
stupid.
globe. That's
We
what
don't
he's
care
trying to
about
do.
that.
Yeah.
Hey, Witsit.
Hey, Rakia,
you
stop
said
interrupting,
something.
Rakia.
Yeah, Witsit, you said
I'm
something.
in the middle
The
of
light.
talking, Rakia. I'm in
Yeah,
the middle of talking.
you're ridiculing and
Hey,
calling
Rakia, I'm
names.
in the middle of talking. Stop.
Come on, guys.
Stop.
Come on.
That's
Hey,
enough.
Witsit.
Rakia, I'm in the middle of talking. Let me finish.
Yeah, listen to this
So
guy.
I
Witsit.
laughed. I actually didn't even ridicule him. I just laughed. It's the only thing I. And he's sensitive. He's sensitive. He gets
It's even worse, bro. It's even worse. If you were a
Why
man,
are we
you'd
talking
speak up.
about what
and it turned
Stanley
into
did
this monologue.
when another man was talking?
Turned into this monologue from Wit about some shit that he went and researched about physics that I have no idea about, and somehow
Yeah, it was pretty interesting, right?
if you don't, crazy.
Witsit, can I ask you a serious question?
It's kind of crazy that he
The
went into
light
that monologue
exists
while
everywhere.
I started off the conversation with, "I'm not a physicist."
Tell me
I
go on
don't
mute,
know."
dude.
So
Yeah, awesome, man. We heard
you
you.
know, if you want to go ahead and keep interrupting me, that's fine. But hey,
I'm not saying
he just went on a 10-minute monologue,
You're
and I'm
not
just
on
trying
topic,
to
man.
answer and remind you guys that I said I'm not a physicist at the very
Great, we
beginning
heard
of the
you.
conversation. So it's weird that you guys do this. Like it's
weird
like
that no
it's like
mod
some
is stopping this
emotional.
right now.
It's like some emotional need
10-minute
that you
monologue,
need to
not
feel
even
better.
close. You're
Like
lying.
you
He's
got
doing it on
somebody.
purpose to
Like
disrupt
you
them.
got somebody. That's
okay,
what it's
Dylan,
like.
come on, Rocky.
You
It'll
feel
be
like
over.
you've gotten somebody.
Come on,
right?
Rakia.
That's
Jesus,
what
I'm
it's
trying to
about.
talk
Come
about
on,
the
just
topic.
he's visiting.
Yeah,
He's a
he
visitor.
can't help it, Rakia. He can't help it.
We're supposed to
Rakia,
clear the air
just
for you,
can't help it.
Stanley, just to lie and say he went on a 10-minute monologue? That's a fucking lie.
All right,
Dude,
everyone,
he did.
please calm down. I'm
He
going to
did. Go
start
play the-
muting
go
people.
play the
That
I have a
includes
question.
you.
I have a
Go ahead.
question to Witsit on the topic,
Mhm.
if you don't mind, Witsit. You
Mhm.
said that light exists everywhere. I tend to agree with that. Like it's already there. Do you think it's some type of frequency that could be traveling to and fro, like the radar, like that rangefinder? It's sending out a pulse, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Could
Yeah,
that be
like-
going, hitting something, and coming back?
Well, nothing goes and hits it and comes back. But like this is a crude analogy, but if you had a rope stretched out across the room, if I move the rope up and down, right, and then you watch the movement of the rope go all the way across the room, if you asked me how long did it take the rope to get to the other side of the room, I would say it was already on the other side of the room, right? So we're
Right.
measuring. So we are, if you want to call it a frequency, sure. That it typically says a reification of the wave. It's just kind of math of how fast something oscillates or vibrates. But yeah, whatever's already there, we introduce an electric current and it
Right.
disturbs it, right? It disturbs it, vibrates it, oscillates it, and then that causes it to be excited, and then we perceive it, and then stupid humans pull their clipboard out and scratch their head and they try to claim it's traveling, but we're just quantifying the rate of perception or illumination. But
Yeah, and if you want to take every
I don't
strand of
know.
that rope,
Hang
let me back
on
that up.
1 second, please.
Go ahead, go ahead.
And I'll be done. I'm not sure how to, like, you gave a pretty good example of it, but I believe that. Like, I think that light is already there, right? That distance is known already. It's just when that energy is put towards, in that situation, it can compute it. I don't
Yeah.
know how to explain it any better than that.
Well,
but-
instead of
you
saying the
visualize
light is
the-
already there, would it be
like
more
an
accurate to say
energetic
the
point
field
that
is there?
disturbs or perturbs the ether in a way, which then
Yeah.
it expresses itself as
There
a
it
movement.
is. There it goes. There's space time.
Wait. Let me back it up. So
that's
if you
the
were to
thing.
take an individual strand of
Not
that rope,
space-time.
if you took an
Space
individual
or nor
strand
time have
and wanted to
anything
call it
to do
a
with it.
wave function, just because you measured each individual strand of that rope and say the rope it was only 1 point, but as the rope all together, is the total measurement, man. So yeah, it could be described as a wave. It ain't just math. It is frequency, and frequency is measured in wavelengths.
Yeah, but waves aren't things in and of themselves, right? Like you can wave your hand, but you can't hand someone a wave. So you have to have something to be waving because that's just a type of movement. It's what something does. It's not what something is.
It's just like you need a field of something. You can't just have a field of conceptual somethings. You can't wave. Yeah. So that when you say field, you can't just say, well, it's a field, because that's like saying it's a wave.
Good thing I didn't say that, I guess, huh? Right the hand.
No, he's agreeing with you,
and
bro.
I hope you never, and I
He's
hope you
agreeing
never
with you.
do.
Wait a minute,
You're not
the
going to do
field
anything
and
about
the
it.
wave are
We
two
all know
different
the
things,
same
right?
thing about
No,
this.
no,
Dude, Ghost,
field
you
and
can't
field-
define light. You can't say what light is. You can't say what magnetism is. You just want to tell me that you know that I'm wrong about what I say it is. But you said magnetism was
didn't say
comprised of matter. I'm not interested in engaging with you.
All I said was you can't. A wave is something an object does in the exact same way that a field is an area of an object. Okay, so you can't have a wave without the object. Just like you said, a wave is something you do, not something you can have, right? A field is something that you need an object of. So if you're just going to say, well, it's a field, I'm not saying you say that. If a baller said it, if anybody said it, if they said if it's a field, that would be just as ridiculous as saying it's just a wave.
But the only
So
problem,
the energy can't be in the
the only problem you're having is you're saying object because you think that it has to be material. So
No,
yes,
he's saying it.
No,
he ain't
Brian,
saying
I
that.
know what he's saying, Brian.
You're not. You're misrepresenting. I never said. I never brought in materialism. I said a wave. In order to have a wave, you need an object to be waving. Yes. Can you have a wave without an object?
And you have an object without material.
No. How do you have?
So you did say material.
Well,
okay.
An object is material. Like a material object. That is the definition of object.
That's my point.
So you're going to change the definition of an English word so that you can institute your beliefs of an ether?
No, I would never say the word object to describe it because we don't see light as matter. We don't see material light. That's not what we actually observe in the real world. Just like when we see a magnetic field, we don't have little pieces of matter inside the field. So it's something other than matter. Objectively, we can see that it isn't matter.
But now you're running into hold on, wait.
I will talk with Austin. You're
running into the same. You're running into this. You're going to run into the. You're going to run it with the field. You're going to run into the same problem that the baller does with the wave.
So you want to talk? Okay, if you want to talk, okay. I just wanted to say something, but you want to talk. So okay, talk.
I was talking. We were having a thing here. So the way when you say field and you're saying, well, the field doesn't need to be an object. That's the same thing a baller saying, well, you don't need an object to have the wave. And you're going, well, that the wave is not something that it does. It's something that, and you'll call it out because you don't believe in that. But when it comes to what you believe personally, the ether and not being a physical object, you now make a field. Well, a field doesn't have to be a physical object. Well, then ballers should just say waves aren't physical objects, but it's still a wave.
I never said that waves are physical. I never said waves are physical objects, brother. What I said was waves aren't things in and of themselves. It's just a type of movement, which means something has to be moving. When I say something, I don't mean thing as in physical material, though, because when we look at light and we look at magnetic fields, they aren't comprised of matter. And if energy cannot be created nor destroyed, the question arises, well, then where does it come from if it can only be transferred? So we know that the immaterial interacts with the material world. That's how you have consciousness and dreams and intuition.
You just stated the entire point was if something is and then you go, well, we know immaterial exists.
Right the hand, bro. You don't believe in vibrations? Right there. You don't believe in vibrations?
Wait. To
You're
have
denying the
vibration-
fields? Right the hand.
Listen, bro. To have a vibration, you need to have some object that is vibrating. You cannot vibrate the immaterial. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay.
Yeah, how
do you
does
know what
energy?
Okay.
How does,
Let's. Brian, you're
How do you get
not good
energy
at this. So
without
you
the
need to
material?
calm down, Brian. So energy, right, is not. Energy is just a word. When we're trying to quantify what's going on, we can't just say words because then we'll just say God and leave it at that. So if you're going to say energy and you can't quantify it, right, then that doesn't mean anything.
Ghost,
Okay,
I had
so
a question for you.
energy.
If you can't quantify something, does that equate to non-existence?
You don't get to exist until you are quantified, because if you don't do that, then everything in the world or anything anybody can imagine exists until you magically prove it doesn't. But that doesn't work. We don't.
So what you're saying is math is reality.
Yeah, he sounds like an atomist. He
No,
sounds like an atomist.
I never. Hold on. I never said math. I never said the word math.
Johnny B
I
was trying
never-
to get in, so let him go next. Right the hand after you're done.
I really.
I never said.
It's time for Johnny now, I think. Yeah. Okay. We are talking about the light. We are talking about light. Okay. We're talking about the light. We are saying, oh, the light is traveling. I say, no, light is not traveling. It's just a force behind the light that the light is traveling. Light is invisible. You cannot see the light. It's only the light is visible because of the material around the light. And I will also say light can never go from point A to B without ether. Yeah, I call it ether. That's the most the simplest thing to do. Why? Yeah, you can call it what you want, but I love the word ether because I was young and everybody was talking about efficient radio. Somebody was talking, it has to go through the ether from point A to everybody. That is it's about. That's the ether. Ether is not. Okay, I will give you an example.
Bro, come on, you make it what you're just babbling about bullshit. Yes, the ether exists because you believe it does. Now, that's
no. I was talking about.
You're not making a fucking point, dude. You're just you babble. You're drunk.
No.
Just go away. Your brain is mush from all the fucking drinking. You can't even make a fucking point.
It's possible that the ether could be interchangeable with a field. Is it possible?
Bro, no, a field is immaterial. The immaterial does not exist.
I was giving the explanation. I was coming to the explanation.
John, you're a fucking degenerate drunk who is slurring his words.
No.
I guess your Bluetooth music. I guess it's just by magic. It gets from your cell phone to your little Bluetooth, right?
Oh shit!
No, you say it's without a physical mechanism. You're saying it's magic. Okay, so what you're doing?
No, you're saying it's magic because it isn't physical.
We all calm down.
Right the hand. This is kind of just a basic.
I was just trying to come to the explanation.
Hold on, Johnny. Just real quick, right the hand. This is just kind of a basic thing, but we're talking about quantifying things. So, would you say love exists? I assume you would say yes. How could love be quantified? It can't be quantified. So,
when you say this, I would say when you say love, you're going to talk.
No, that's not.
Bro,
Everyone let him respond. Calm down. Stop interrupting.
So John, you're not you're not. Oh, and anyway, so when you talk about love, you're going to talk about a way you feel. Now,
I was not talking about the love.
Oh my
Johnny,
God,
he's
John,
responding to Gio.
I'm telling you, this guy is retarded drunk. His brain is mush.
You don't have to insult him. Just respond.
Anyway.
Okay. It's so fucked up,
bro. Just anyway. Oh my God. So you're trying. If you have the love, right? So you're saying I felt like I wasn't in love, and I felt like I was in love. So there had to have been some kind of physical change in your body. Right. So there must be something physically that was different between when you weren't feeling that way and when you were. And to just say, well, I felt different, but it's not a physical thing because I can't see the physical reason because it happened internally. Therefore, there is no physical component. It's an immaterial thing. Consciousness exists because whatever I wanted to believe. So I think that's ridiculous.
I just want to say, please trust me. I want to save us some time. Okay. So Ghost is what he thinks is nothing can be verified to exist outside of matter, right? And that anything outside of matter that you claim anything about that is a religion because you can't prove it in the material world. And he claims God exists, but it's just a religion. It's just faith. You can't prove it. That's his take. So, you'll never get an answer from someone with that position to this question. And that's unfortunate. But I'm personally not going to sit here for 2 hours and hear no one answer it. So if you want to answer, maybe progress. But this is the question. So if everything that exists has to be matter, then what is a magnetic field comprised of? What matter makes up a magnetic field?
Clearly, clearly the unique material that is a magnetic field. Now you have. That's how we know air is air. So when
you dropped out, sorry, you dropped out. Say it again.
So water is water. Air is air. A magnetic.
No. What physical is it? The air that's physically.
Brian, he is trying to get the time to answer.
Jeez.
He's trying to get time.
So
right in the middle.
You ask me, you would be like, what is it made of? I would be like, that's like asking me, what is air made of? Air's made of air. Water's made of water. Magnetic field's made of a magnetic field. I can't cut it up and give you a piece of it, but to think that just because I can't do that, therefore there is no physical mechanism and the metal just moves on its own accord.
You didn't say anything about a mechanism, bro. The field.
Did he just contradict himself from all the bullshit he's been saying this whole time?
He surely did. We're
did I
asking
do
about
that?
the field. Is the field physical? Yes or no?
Everything.
Not the magnet, the field.
I think he asked you. I think the question in general is, what is the matter that a magnetic field is made of? If that's
a magnetic field, that's again, it's like saying what is the water made of? Water. So you're saying what is a magnetic field made of? The magnetic field. That's what it's made of. Right?
Is
What do
it
you want me
physical? Is it physical?
It displays physical properties right to hand. The magnet, regardless of if it's intangible or you can't hold it or cut it in pieces, the magnetic properties displays physical property when two magnets are close to each other. How do you explain that then?
Explain is make up a story from imagination. So explaining is useless. Okay, so what we're going to try and do is if we're going to try and like figure something out, we got to be look. It's either existing physically and there's a mechanism, but we just can't see it, right? And that's what I subscribe to. There's a physical mechanism that moves the metal. We just can't sense it with our physical senses. Now, the other side is saying there is no physical mechanism. It just happens. And I'm going
taking our position and making it seem like it's your position.
Listen. Moderation. Everyone has got to. I'm moderating.
Matrix, you don't need to yell.
Moderating. Everyone has got to stop screaming. No, first of all, no matter what, no one needs to be screaming. I'm wearing headphones, and you're screaming in my freaking ear, bro. Secondly, please stop interrupting each other. Can we act like adults? Sometimes it happens on accident or gets clipped and we get it. But don't interrupt people. Don't scream over people. Let them finish. And out of respect for everyone trying to respect you and not interrupt you, try to keep your point concise.
Right. He's saying that a field is physical but non-detectable. He's literally backing you up and you don't even realize it.
Let me just make my point again to try and address it. So I'm saying there's a physical process that happens. We just can't see it to understand it. Now, some people, the other side of the coin would be there is no physical process. It just happens. So then I would ask, like, well, then how does it just happen?
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me ask you a quick question. I have a question real quick. So what's the physical process that happens when a radio wave comes into your radio and you can, what's the radio wave? What's that? What's the physical process that's happening with the radio wave?
It would be the same as a magnetic field. We can't see the process. So since we can't see the process, hold on. Wait, let me answer.
And what's the medium that it travels through? We call that.
I'm going to answer your first question because you just talked all over me before I even got it all out. So since we can't see the invisible process that's happening with a radio wave or a magnetic field, we have to we go, well, it's either a physical process that we just can't sense or it's magic and it just happens.
Right. So you agree it can't be quantified. You agree that there's no physicality to identify, so you can't quantify it. Is that agreed?
And therefore, does it exist because it
Hey,
can't
let
be
him
quantified?
answer, please. Please let him answer.
What do you mean
Yeah,
there's no
so
physicality?
Do you
Please
agree?
let him answer.
Do you agree? Wait, let me just talk straight to him. I want to ask that question again if you didn't hear it. Ghost. Did you hear the question? If there's nothing physical to identify with the radio waves, then and it can't be quantified, then what are you talking about?
I didn't say there's nothing
need to
physical.
answer the question.
I didn't.
Okay,
I didn't.
what's
You're
the
not.
physicality to it? That
You're
was the
straight
first
just fucking talking. Okay, like you asked me a question and then you just keep talking. Like so.
Yeah,
so
but answer the question then.
Bro, come on,
Answer
man.
the
I'm
question.
trying to answer.
Let him answer. Let him answer again.
Okay. You asked me about how a radio wave works. I said, we cannot see the mechanism. So since we cannot see the mechanism, it now becomes philosophical, right? Because we can't see it. So now it's a philosophical question. And the philosophical question is it a physical problem? We can't. I know this. Listening to an answer is fucking tough. Is it a philosophically? We go. Is it a physical process that's invisible to us, or is it a magical, non-physical process that's invisible to us? That's where it goes.
You didn't answer his question. He asked you, can you quantify it? Because earlier you said if you cannot quantify it, then it doesn't exist. He didn't ask you what is the magnetic field comprised of. You said you can't see it. So then he said, okay, can you quantify it?
Yes, by moving metal, the magnet. That's the quantification of the magnetic field. And then we get to, well, what is moving that magnetic field? And you're going to say there is not a thing physically moving that magnetic field. It is telekinesis.
That's why I asked the question. That's why I asked the question.
Bro,
He's going to say it's not a physical thing. You have to identify what the physical thing is. What is the physical thing?
You're not asking, you're interrupting. So look, if you
can't quantify it.
Well, to be
I want
fair,
my new
if it's
perspective and
affecting
Ghost
these,
talk.
if it's affecting these metals, which are physical things, then it's physical by nature, even if we can't actually quantify the physical mechanism.
That's what I'm saying. Something about the chemical composition is causing it to be physical, and he says it isn't. I mean, he's literally.
I never said it's not physical.
That's not what he said.
Oh
Ghost,
my
I got you.
God, yo, Matrix, if you somehow, from what I've been saying, which is the only way something can exist in the world is if it's
to
physical.
be physical, right.
From that, you got it's not physical.
Which I don't agree with you.
Disability.
I don't agree with you on that. I think you're absolutely wrong.
Stop talking. This is why you don't understand, because you can't stop talking.
Listen, man, fuck this right to hand show, bro. Fuck this right to hand.
Matrix, my man, listen, you did straw man him, okay? He didn't say it wasn't physical. So when you jump in and you interrupt to straw man, it's going to obviously add fuel to the fire, okay? He said that everything that exists is material, and that nothing can exist if it's not material, and that nothing can exist unless it can be quantified. So then New Perspective asked him about radio waves. How is it that it exists if you can't quantify it?
But we've quantified radio waves with the transmission. Now, what you're trying to get me to now, this is the trick. You're not trying to get me. You're not trying to get me to quantify the quote radio waves that the transmissions between phones. You want me to quantify the invisible process that uses, which we cannot see. This is why I'm saying it goes into philosophical.
Oh yeah, but you're still recognizing that it exists. Yeah, you're still recognizing that it exists and it can't be quantified. So that's all we were saying. That's all Wixit was saying from the beginning. And you're saying I recorded the little bit that you said. I'll post it if you want. But you said to have something vibrating, you need something physical to vibrate.
Yeah, like
percent,
we agree. Percent, we agree with him too. Percent, you're not understanding that what he said at first was if something can't be quantified, it doesn't exist. Now he's saying the actual process that is being transmitted itself is invisible, so it can't be quantified. So applying his own logic, then it can't exist. But we know that the magnetic field and the radio waves exist, even though that they're invisible and can't be quantified, which means he's refuted his own thing. He's now saying it has to be philosophy, but we know it exists physically, so he has refuted himself.
Point out when you said I was strong man.
You're right.
Exactly, that was what I was trying to point out.
So let me clarify.
How do you reconcile that? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna clarify. So you can't just say I can't just go God exists, right? Because you would be like prove it, and I would go well I dropped a rock, and you're like that's not proving God, that's just dropping a rock. So when we get to these things like the metal, the magnet moving to the metal, that's the quantification of the magnetic field. There has to be something there, and you call that thing a magnetic field, and it's that thing that moves the metal. Now, obviously there is this thing. I can't see it. I can't. I mean, if you up the voltage maybe on one, but now you're going, well, explain it. I'm going, how can I explain it? I can't see it, right? I could. Well, then, since you can't explain how it works, it's not
I can
there.
answer. I can answer. I can give you the answer.
Wait.
I
I
can
have to
give you the
clarify.
answer.
You said that he was saying that because it doesn't, because you can't quantify it, it's not there. That's not what he's saying.
That's what you
you just
said.
strawmanned it. You strawmanned
Yeah, see what
it.
you see. So Ghost, I'm going to point it out again. You just said, now we know it has to be there. There is a thing there, but I can't see it. But you just said a thing can't exist unless you can quantify it. You're contradicting yourself.
Maybe he
And you
misspoke.
quantify.
No, he didn't. He's been doing it for
I'm
4
not,
days.
Because I've said 7 times. You quantify the magnetic field when you move a piece of metal.
That's not an
Right,
answer
but
because you just
you're not
admitted that
saying
there's
what
some
the physical thing is that got to your metal.
It's a magnetic
You're
field.
not.
I did.
Yeah,
It's a magnetic
so
field.
can you quantify that magnetic field? Can you quantify it in the physical process that you're talking about? The thing that's vibrating that's physical. What's the thing that's physical that's vibrating that you said you need?
Okay. Excuse
Let
me,
him answer.
all of you in the house.
Wait, let him
I'm
answer.
talking now.
Wait.
I'm talking now. I'm trying
Wait,
to say
I
something
just asked
now.
a question
I'm just
real
trying
quick.
to say.
Johnny, let him answer, and then you got next.
John, just
I'm
you're
just trying
next.
to say something.
I promise.
I'm saying,
I promise you're next.
If he,
This is an important question. He can't answer it because he's contradicting himself. We're trying to clarify that right now.
You're just going to
Johnny,
save
I muted
him.
you, but you got next right after he answers.
Go ahead.
Want to
What's
rephrase
the physical
question?
thing that's vibrating? If you're saying something physical has to be vibrating for it to be a thing, then what's the
Why is
physical thing that's
everybody-
vibrating with that gets to your piece of metal that you're detecting it with? No, there's no physicality to it. We agreed. You agreed. You even said that. But then
Okay,
you're
he's
saying
not
there has to be a
answering.
physicality at the same time. So that's why we're
Let's
pointing
give
it out.
Johnny a chance. Go
why
ahead,
is why is I muted? I'm trying to say something.
Go ahead,
You're
Johnny.
talking with me like I'm a fucking shit. I'm trying to say something.
Go ahead.
I'm saying if you use radar, that is a calculation of the light, the calculation how you can use the light. And radar can give you that calculation, but that you're talking about, you have no way to calculate the light. And Austin absolutely right what he was saying before, but I am also saying, if you really want to do it, yes, we have technology to do it with the radar. Radar is the best technology to teach you and tell you what you can do with the light.
Yeah,
you can
absolutely.
use radio waves and microwaves and whatsoever it is. I'm just pointing this out, and don't moot me just trying to tell you about that.
No, you're absolutely right. You have radiometers, you have spectrometers. You could measure the wavelength, but that's at the receiver. I think what they're talking about is the mechanism, between the sender and the receiver. That mechanism of action, since the effect that we observe at the receiver is a physical one, that denotes that the cause has to be a physical one. That mechanism in between has to be physical, but we can't actually quantify it.
Yeah, I understand, but it is physical, like I was talking about responding out. That's the physical way to do it. That's it, okay?
Yeah, physical, but unable to be quantified. Correct.
Right. So, Ghost, you said you believe in God, but this is what's so beautiful about God. The way that he made the world is he put things in it that make you acknowledge the inevitability of the metaphysical realm or the immaterial, where we have stuff inside our physical world that we cannot classify as matter and we cannot quantify. It eludes our material grasp, and it's, in my assessment, here so that you have to acknowledge there's something bigger than the material world. That's a beautiful thing, but that's the problem with materialism, is it can't even explain all the phenomena within the material world, ironically, because that magnetic field is not comprised of matter, and it cannot be quantified. And stupid pseudoscience called quantum mechanics wants to count it anyway, so they had to make up something called virtual photons so they could quantify it, right? And so that's the point that we're making. Magnetic fields debunk materialism, debunk atomism, debunk quantum mechanics, and ironically end up debunking the globe and that it spins, because it means there has to be some type of background that isn't matter.
I don't know about I do think the mention of God is the exception. God is like, you know.
We cannot talk about God in that.
Hold up.
Okay.
I'm almost done.
We can't.
So
we can't.
God is the
we
exception
have to talk about
because
something else.
if you kind of stick to that physical things have to come from physical things, you fall into an infinite regress. Nothing, you know, something can't come from nothing, right? So God is the one metaphysical thing from which all physical things come from. That's not to say that it's the proof that therefore now, because we have the physical effect at this receiver of this, you know, of this wavelength of light, that now that cause is a metaphysical one. I think everything else, and you could call it a category error, but it's the most logical, you know, non-fallacious kind of interpretation of the world that we live in. Everything else, if it's physical, has physical properties, as an effect, has a physical cause.
But
so
you never get the answer.
Like if you
never
basically
get the answer. Can I say something? What he was talking about? Can I say something about it?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand his standpoint and everything. Absolutely, and I absolutely agree with him. There is absolutely a creator and the intelligent design about everything about our world. There's no question about that. But if we start talking about that, it takes us out no man's land, because we shall know that.
That's my point. The mention
don't
of God's
talk about
a false
it.
analogy.
It's not because I don't want to talk about God or something like that. I'm just saying, if you do that, because everybody has their own God, just like we see the sun. Everybody sees the sun. Everybody has their own dome, or whatsoever what you will say. We cannot talk like that. We have to talk. I know Austin said we are fast in the materia, but we have to, because we are living in the materia. So long we are, and we are talking about something that's very, very close to us, the materia, the world we are living in. We are talking about if the earth is cold or not. We are like a stupid babies. Of course, the earth is not a globe. We know that. Everybody should know that.
All right, I think Hank was next.
Okay.
Larry, if you're still there.
Thank you. Yeah. Can I be heard?
Yep.
All right. So what we're talking about, you know, is light, the properties of light, the physics of light, and it's amazing to me how many people come in here and they're so confident in their speech, and everybody else is wrong if you don't agree with them, right? And it's really important to realize that light, other than, you know, other things that are like made up, like space-time or time, light is like the most like misunderstood thing in creation, I think. And to think that people are like really confident on, you know, saying that they are an expert, they understand, they know that the light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. Like, how do you know that? How are you so confident? Where does your confidence come from? Because I got to tell you, I don't have any confidence in anything like that. It's like, okay, I thought I knew what light was doing, like it's bouncing off of something, but then I seen like a really, really high speed photography gift, and the light, you could see it like going forward, but when you expect it to like bounce off the object and like move forward towards the camera, it was instantaneous. As soon as the light hit the object, it automatically reflected, and there was no travel time. So it's like at that point I was like, okay, all the dogma I have about light, it's all gone. And I think each and every one of you would do well to follow my lead. Like all the dogma that you have about light, just put it away and just be open-minded and just ask questions and try to learn, because either your cell phone is producing a signal and photons are coming out of your pocket through your jeans and into existence. Yeah. Or, you know, say that the radio frequency is kind of like light. It's not on the visual spectrum, but it is light, right?
Yeah,
to
but
answer your
there's no
question,
photons.
I was just going to say, to answer your question, where does my confidence come from? Honestly, I got a big dick. and I know how to use it.
Hey, I mean that makes sense, but we're talking about lights, so.
Fuck with you. Go ahead, Johnny.
I will say about the light. I said before I was on a night in Oakley before today, and they were talking about this light. Yes, and I was pointing out that light is invisible in vacuum, and light is only visible if you have a materia or something to travel through. What is the light using to travel through? That is the ether. Yeah, okay, I understand. Maybe people will call it something else. I understand that. But what I am talking about is the physicality of light. Because people don't know, light is invisible in nature. Absolutely invisible. It's just the gases around that gives you the light that's reacting to the energy of the light. That's a big understanding. If you understand that it will change everything. Light is not that you're just seeing this reaction of energy that you're living in. Okay, and if you point a laser through a vacuum chamber, the signal of the light will be invisible, but it will go through, and you can see it from the other side if it's a small vacuum chamber, right? Yeah. And if you don't believe me, it's absolutely true. You can prove it for yourself. Okay, what's light about then? Lights, all lights goes in a straight direct. Light can never bend. Light goes always in a straight lines. The only thing that's bent is the material around the light and the density around the light is going through. And it's also about the power behind the light. Light has no own traveling. Light cannot travel. That's stupid. It's just the power behind the light. How much power is behind the light, not the light itself. Okay, I stop there. Just let you think. If I talk too much,
no, that was great. Everything you said was awesome, actually.
Oh, you're good, bro. You're making a lot of sense.
Yeah, of course it makes sense because it's right. I'm telling you the truth.
I kind of think we need to go back to being like a little more childlike, you know, like in Spanish it's, you know, ¿por qué? Like, but why? But why? You know, and I think there's a great benefit to being like that rather than having your cup full all the time. You know, just walk around with an empty cup and, you know, maybe, just maybe somebody might say something that turns out to be a golden nugget, and then, you know, you can research and, you know, keep the golden nugget. But if your cup is full all the time, you ain't got room for anybody's golden nuggets because you, Mr. Lightman, got it all figured out. I know what light's doing. It's bending down 8 inches per mile square. How do I know that? I don't know. I just know. I'm educated.
Okay. Excuse me. Can I say this? Just because of what he was saying, I was saying before, light has no speed. There's no speed of light. That's the only thing I want to say in between. Okay, keep on.
You're right. And if you're like Sonley, you could say, I don't care. It works. Just go ahead and just don't worry about it. It works. I don't care about all the knowledge about it. It works. That's all I need to know. That's what Sonley was saying earlier about it.
Well, I mean, if that was true, then Honda wouldn't have put their valves in the combustion chamber, right? And increased the, the efficiency of their engine like by quite a bit, right? And now if you buy like a 6-cylinder Honda Accord, you really don't need all that because the 4 cylinders are so powerful nowadays with the new transmissions that you really, you got a better product now than you did back in the day in certain ways. But let's just keep it like it is, and orthodoxy rules. And that's the height of ignorance. Orthodoxy and domestication is the downfall of man. One holds back his physical being, and the other one holds back his mental.
Okay, there we have it. You need power behind the light. It's not light that's traveling. It's the power behind the light. Can everybody understand that now? Oops. Can everybody understand between I say, oh, the light is traveling, or the power behind the light that's something traveling? There's a big difference. Can you understand? Can everybody understand that I say?
Yep, I understand you.
Light's not traveling.
Light can never travel in by itself. It's the power behind the light. Oh, do you think a country light can travel somewhere because there's no? Yeah, because there's no power behind the power. The country light. It's just how this light. Oh, do you know? It's the same thing about the sound and sound waves. Everything is about waves. If you don't say it's about waves, then you don't know physics. Everything is about waves. Everything. Every fucking frequency and everything is about waves.
Hey, Witz, you still there?
Everything is about waves.
Sorry,
It's
did you
not
say
about
layers?
particles.
Everything's about layers?
Waves. Waves.
Waves.
You say layers?
Witz, are you still there?
But I'm not saying that a light is going in waves. It goes between the waves, but the energy and the frequency is the waveform. But the light is straight between in the middle of the wave. It's just like you're taking a boat over from one coast to other coast. You are sailing absolutely straight line, but you're going through the waves, and the waves is taking you through. Right? It's almost the same thing. Okay, it's not almost the same thing. Yes, it is almost the same thing. It is. But it is not the same materia I'm talking about. That's the only thing that's different. It's not exactly the same, but it's following the same principle. Everything is following the same principle. Everything is miniature of each other. You are miniature of the whole world. Everybody is miniature of everything, every function. Everything that you see is a miniature of everything.
What do you got, Ruhif?
If you don't understand that, then you are too young, or you have to relax and think what everything is about. I know if you are young,
Johnny, I was going to ask you when you were saying the difference between light traveling, and then you were saying the power behind the light. So in that perspective, would you say that like light is everywhere? It's already there, and it's just the kind of putting power to it, or kind of charging it, which then makes it perturbate through the medium? Is that kind of what you were
Yeah,
getting at?
yeah, it's a very good question. It's a very tricky question also, if you just know how tricky your question is. But I have to say, it's about the instant, how instant the light is. It's so difficult question that can I pass it? It's very hard question.
You got to explain the FISO apparatus if you don't think light takes time to do what it does.
Okay, well, let me just read something here if you don't mind. This is from something I just posted in a live stream. No technology operates on the basis of the negation of ether. The entire field of electrical engineering is nothing but the engineering of ether polarization. That people are unaware of that is just because schools are manipulated into teaching an etherless world. Oliver Heaviside and Carl Proteus Steinmetz should be household names, but they aren't. Why? They are, after all, the fathers of electrical engineering, and thus the fathers of our electrified civilization. They are kept in obscurity because they teach ether physics, and broad awareness of the potential of the ether is the greatest threat to power monopolies who thrive on the control. That is the scarcity of energy. Tesla hits this nail on the head when he points out the infinite energy reservoir that the ether represents. Tesla says, nature has stored up in the universe infinite energy. The eternal recipient and transmitter of this infinite energy is the ether. The recognition of the existence of ether and of the functions it performs is one of the most important results of scientific research.
Wow. That was very, very good. Yeah, thank you very much for this. But yes, exactly. We are talking about the ether. And many scientists today is talking about the same thing. They are given an explanation. It has to be something that's like a clue to make things happening. Go from point A to point B. Nobody can go. Nothing can go from point A to point B without some materia. Yeah, they are talking about the black materia, blah blah. No, why not just talk about the ether? Talk about the reality, and stop talking about this fucking shit. Just call it ether, like we have done all the years before. But Rudolph, are you there?
Rudolph? Yes.
Rudolph. That should be his name.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he is all
Yes, Johnny.
With your red nose, Ruhif, you're leading us into
Yes.
annihilation.
Yeah.
I know Rudolph is there. If I am saying something, Rudolph always behind me. What do you say about that?
Oh, I wasn't listening to. Yeah, when I hear ether, I kind of tune out. So yeah.
What about the ether then? What do you think?
What is the ether? Like, if someone says it's the field through which light waves propagate, okay, cool.
Yeah, okay. Listen to Rudolph. He is absolutely open for everything because he knows something has to propagate through something. If you have something propagating, then you need something between that is something can propagate. It's because if you have intelligence, you just have to say yes. Okay, and Rudolph, no, you have to say yes because he's not stupid.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that they abolished the ether, it would almost be more accurate to say that they've just replaced it. Like they've replaced different concepts and terms and pseudophysics to replace, the explanation for the various phenomenon. I mean, in a sense, they did abolish a lot of what was going on, but I'm just saying a lot of it is more of a replacement and like a caricature. Like it's like a fraudulent pseudophysics that's been overlaid over reality, and then phenomenon being described in different ways. And that's kind of why it leads them into this dark matter, endless hole of just unprovability and sort of propaganda. Is just because they can't actually.
Of course, it's about propaganda. It's always about propaganda. It's sickness. That's the problem we are in now today because of fucking shit on propaganda. Everybody knows that now. And I hope Rudif is on my side. Of course, I know he isn't, but I will come over my side. Or he is paid or something. Because he is not stupid. If
Anyway,
he
where's
don't come
Witsit?
over my side, then he's paid or something wrong.
Yeah. Where'd Witsit go? He's off mute, but not around.
Are you paid, Rudolph?
Am I paid off? Sure.
Are
Whatever,
you?
Johnny? Whatever gets you through.
Or can you go over to my side and be real scientist and the truth to people and so on?
Yeah.
Well,
anyway, what I wanted to say to Witsit, who's not here, the paper that he talks about where light travels 3 times faster than the standard light speed is in preprint. Right? It's not published or peer reviewed, and it's been sitting in preprint for 3 years. Right, so clearly no one takes it seriously. So if Witsit were here, I would ask him, "Are you going to use that paper again?" But he's
I'm not buying that. Why are you using paper that nobody knows about? What are you talking about? I'm not sure what you're talking about just now.
He mentioned a paper saying that light can travel 3 times what we think it can, 3 times faster.
I never said
that paper. No,
the paper said that.
I'm asking for Witsit. He's not here.
Yeah, but that's wrong. I'm telling you, light is not traveling. It's just the power behind the light. I told you.
It's the what? It's not traveling, but what?
The light itself can never travel. It's just the power behind the light that's letting the light travel.
Yeah, I'm fine with however you want to phrase it, honestly. Like if you want to say it's an induction rate of electromagnetic
there's a big difference.
waves,
If the light itself can travel or putting the light, there's a big difference.
I don't think so. If we agree that there is a speed and it's not instantaneous, then I don't care.
No, I know you're not stupid. Don't say that.
Do you think light has a speed, regardless of what it is or what it's traveling through?
You know that light has no speed.
Has no speed. Okay, then explain. I'll link you to the FISO apparatus. You've got to explain why there's a delay between sending light out and it coming back. It's not instantaneous.
Yeah, it's because of the power.
However you want to explain it, right? But there's a time delay, and we can call that a speed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Oh, how much time delay is it? Okay. That I can say no. I can say yes. Maybe I have to say no in this specular question because. But I also have to say yes because there is possibility of delay. Yes, but
it is delayed.
Shit! You're taking me very very hard now. Oh shit!
Yeah,
but I really have.
Okay.
I really have to say it doesn't matter. I'm right in the beginning, so it has no. It has no matter because. Like I say, light has no speed. It's only the power behind.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Is there a delay in time between light initiating and coming back? It's a very simple question.
I would say yes, like a ping rate.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. Regardless of what it is, how it travels, or whatever it travels through, don't care.
In a way, that's what's happening right now as we're speaking. I mean, fiber optic cables are bouncing light through cables under the ocean at a quick enough rate that it's transmitting the data signals from our voices are being transmitted into data. That data is then being sent through the light. And then
it's
the
a
data
glass
is being
keeper.
reinterpreted at your computer through Discord and et cetera to be put into sound so that you hear my voice and I hear yours. So yeah, there's definitely
there's a correlation between the distance and the length of delay.
So
That's it.
there is no
with that
delay
with
then.
that particular perturbation, yeah, like with that
Yeah.
activation.
Are we
But the whole
talking now
idea that
in
it's constant and yeah, but there's a whole other
Excuse
layer.
me, are we talking in a theory time now? Yes, we are.
Love you, Johnny.
So there is no fucking delay.
I love you, Brian, as well. I love Brian.
Yeah, because
Can
we are
you
talking.
please quantify your love for Brian? We'd like to see it on a scale.
Fuck, hang on, whoops.
Who cares about
Bro,
Brian?
somebody was in here talking about they quantify.
Oh,
there was
shit, I haven't
Kool-Aid.
turned you down
Drinking
on my
Kool-Aid
desktop,
was in
Jeremy.
here. Yo, why are you talking over me?
I'm just saying I haven't turned you down on my desktop.
I don't care, dude. Don't talk over me, please.
All right.
Grow up. Be an adult.
Oh. Everything
So
is
Kool-Aid was in here talking about they quantified love. They actually did quantify it.
What does it look like?
For what? Chemicals in the brain and stuff, you mean?
I forgot exactly what he said, how he said they did it.
Wow.
Was he talking about oxytocin?
I cannot say anything. No comment.
What if love is infinite?
I mean that's a Glober saying that, so that's fucking that's some serious shit right there.
I was saying what?
Bruhif, let me ask you this: do we see vanishing points in reality?
Do we see them? Depends what you
Can
mean.
you see a
there's
vanishing
vanishing point where things appear to converge. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, can I go look at something? Can you point me to something in reality where we would see a vanishing point?
Yeah, railroad tracks off into the distance. Yeah, sure.
Railroad tracks. All right. So, what if I told you that the definition of vanishing point meant it had to be an infinite distance? What would you say to that? Would you say the definition is wrong?
No, the actual point. Yeah, it's a tricky question.
It's tricky if you want to be a trickster about it. It's an easy question if you just want to be honest.
Well, what answer would you like? Would you like no?
What do you think? If we can see a vanishing point in reality, but the definition of a
can.
vanishing point is infinite distance,
Oh, then no,
what do you
whatever.
think?
Yeah, in
Then
all
no.
fairness, that's all we got earlier was never.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. If you want to say you can or can't see one, I don't care.
That's what I know.
Well, isn't that
that's at least an honest answer.
Isn't that an important distinction though? Because you tend to say that vanishing points are the curve of the Earth, or the tip of the Earth.
No, I don't say that. That's what you guys say.
Well, when you claim a boat's going over the horizon and you see that last bit of water,
not the vanishing point. It's the last bit of water you can see.
Did you? Hey, guy. Did you just say that flat earthers claim that shit is disappearing, vanishing because of curvature? Is that what you just said?
No. Flat earthers claim that what we call curvature is the vanishing point. Things getting, vanishing off in the distance.
Okay. So to the Nordic guy, I heard you say that, to this guy talking right now, I don't know his name, Ruhef or whatever, that he's not an idiot. He's a smart guy, right? But he just said, and I quote, I tend to tune out whenever people start talking about ether, right? So you can define stupid two ways. If you have an IQ of 70, like you have trouble learning, right? You're not very good at like the first day of your new job. In fact, it might take you 20 years. You can't learn anything because cognitive, function isn't up to scrub, right? The second kind of stupid is you're so highly educated and indoctrinated by your government school system that you don't think that, the other people who disagree with you are correct, right? Because there's no possible way that they can know something you don't, because you're so, special and you're at the height of humanity, right? And we're so evolved and
You're
we're
close.
better than.
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're the second kind of stupid. You can't learn anything new because you already know everything.
Or I've heard ether for years and no one's given any demonstration or even a definition of what it is. That's why I tune out.
What are you talking about? I showed it, man.
I was doing that, Rudolph. I was doing that absolutely now for minutes ago, and you say nobody has done that. I was doing that for you. How can you say nobody has done that?
You want to distinguish it from the current scientific understanding of fields or whatever.
I have scientific understanding. You have no understanding what I was talking about.
Thanks, Johnny. Go watch your fucking porn, Johnny.
So, never say, you know everything, okay?
Please quote me saying that.
Just
quad tens. Quad tens, people.
I mean, relax yourself. Never say that. It's too much, okay?
I just hit quads, Johnny. Are you happy for me?
Wait a minute. I know at least a few hundred people have seen my demonstration of the ether reacting in a vacuum chamber with water, and nobody has really told me what that is. It can't be water vapor because there's no pressure in there. It can't be, what are them bubbles? He called them nothing bubbles. What was trembling? What was making the chamber shake so vigorously? If not,
Send it to me, bro.
ether. I believe it's fair to call it.
Must be ether then. It's got to be ether, surely. That's the
Well,
whole
it's
point.
something. I don't believe it's a nothing bubble. Well, you can call it a nothing bubble. I'm good with that. I choose to call it a something bubble.
Yeah, so no one's ever been able to show what it is distinct from the current scientific understanding of a field or anything.
Well, you guys have virtual particles, right? Quantum foam.
Fuck if I know, do we?
Yeah. You got all kinds of weird virtual particles or quantum foam, whatever you want to call it, right?
Have I?
But if you call it the ether, you're going to be like, no. Yeah, look up virtual particles.
No, you're telling me what I've got. You're telling me what I've got, right? Have I got virtual particles?
Well, are you educated, sir? Did you go to college and get a degree?
I did go to college, yes. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did you get a degree?
Well, if you claim electrons, if you claim electrons, then you have virtual particles, yeah.
Okay. Thanks for enlightening me, Brian. Telling me what I think and know.
I think he's just trying to say that it's hypocritical to dismiss the ether because there's quote, no scientific or no tangible proof of it, when in mainstream science, there's tons of things that they believe that they don't have tangible proof of. It's more of creative license and explaining events.
No, virtual foam is virtual foam. Sorry about that. Virtual particles. They're talking about a real thing, right?
They exist.
They don't want to
describe a real phenomena. So they exist.
That's right.
Yeah, it is. It is a perturbation in the reaction of what happens between electrons.
Right. Look up quantum foam energy or 0-point energy. There's many names for this one thing, actually, and it's fascinating that some people call it nothing, right? Like this guy, he almost quoted Lawrence Krauss, who calls it nothing really isn't nothing. It's virtual particles popping in and out of existence.
Yeah, like the nothing bubbles, bro. They call them nothing bubbles. So yeah, they definitely.
Yeah, send me that video, bro. I'd love to see that video.
I love the way particle physicists are just born by going on the internet and clicking on a couple articles, and suddenly you're a particle physicist. It's just quite amazing.
Exactly. I admit, there's a lot of people on here who claim they know what light's doing.
Can I point out what the problem is? The problem is about the particle and the wave theory, and between our scientists that living in the world today, it's about particle physicality or the wave physicality. That is the problem. I will tell you why I am against the particle physicality. Yeah, I know. We can take everything down in the smallest. But that the physiology of the particle is wrong. How it's wrong? Because they are thinking like it's data model and everything. They are calculating everything. But in reality, it isn't like that. In reality,
I posted the ether visualized in Livestream one. It's a short video, but to me, what better thing to call it than ether? It's taking up space, but it's it's I don't know.
I was not finished. I was not finished. But I understand. Yeah. Okay. But thank you. I'm just saying that the wave and the particle. It's a big fight in the science community, and I'm telling you, who is winning? Who is winning? The waveform and the waveform understanding is winning. Oh, why are we winning? Because there is no proof. It's just a theory. There's no proof for particles. And it's so stupid also. If you just use it in mind, there's no fucking particle. The world is not particle. All of the world we know of is dynamic. Do you know what dynamic is? What it means? It means everything is moving. There's no fucking particles for one thing or the other. It's a frequency. That's everything is about. And electronic. Oh, you think electronics are about particle? That's absolutely wrong. Has nothing to do with particles. I can tell an old joke about, okay, take a photo and then you have to clean your camera of all particles because they are taking in too much photons. Yeah.
Let me elaborate a little bit on that, Johnny. Like, if you believe that everything is particles, hold on, let me real quick. If you believe everything is particles, then like at what point do they stop getting smaller? Like, you get to the atom, you got the molecules in the atom, then you have freaking quarks, and then you have like gluons. So do that just keep going on infinitely? At some point, when can you concede that the metaphysical has to interact with the physical? It just depends on what level you want to do that. They want to keep looking smaller and smaller.
Where do you come to the conclusion that because it's small, there's now something that doesn't exist physically? Right? Like that's
I don't think God is physical.
So make everything small, but it's not make it a particle, a physical particle.
John, take a break. John, take a break. Take 2 minutes. You've been going. So you have a piece of wood. You cut it in two. Now you have two pieces of wood. You cut it into smaller pieces, right? And you're saying at some point you have to admit that the metaphysical is real because of that. And I'm saying that is a very illogical conclusion to draw, that because you can keep cutting an object into smaller pieces of that object, therefore non-objects exist.
Yeah, but you need something to cut it with, bud. Look, it's like saying, is there an infinite amount of like grease or degreaser? Hold on, let me finish.
It doesn't matter. Again, the logic is that because you think you can keep cutting something into smaller pieces, okay, I get that. Therefore, the metaphysical exists. That's you just finding a reason to believe in the ether or the metaphysical. If you have an object,
it's me giving my philosophy, man, nothing more. But let me respond to what you're saying. So, it's like saying infinite greasy. You got degreaser and you got grease. Okay, so at some point, one of them has to fucking win out, bro. You can't just have a fucking greasier substance and then a better degreaser. I mean, that's a crude example, but at some point, something has to fucking win out. And same thing, like when you're cutting things in half, you have to have something smaller and smaller to cut them things in half. So you keep chopping it in half. At some point, you're not going to be able. At some point, you got to concede that fucking, dude, you're not going to be able to cut it in half again because there's no way to cut it. And that's when they start saying that there's 99% empty space and shit, dude. That's when
if at this point where you can't cut it anymore, you would just be left with a very, very small piece of your original object. You would never get into the metaphysical.
So you believe in orbits? and quantum and atoms and all the other shit, or you just got another viewpoint?
I'm not an atomist.
You sound like one. Just saying.
Come on, I'm what I was. Bro, give me that bullshit. I was talking that
I
the
don't believe
atom.
you're an
I
atomist
was
either, but you
talking
do
the
kind of
atom was
sound like
fake way
one, bro.
before you were.
I don't
Bro,
think
I
you're an
said
atomist
videos
either,
where-
right hand, but I swear to God, you come across as one sometimes. I'm just saying. I don't think you are one.
Here's the thing. When I separate the world, it's the material world we live in, and then any world that's not that, that's God's world. I don't put like that there's around where we live. Anything metaphysical to me is God. I can't.
Right. So everything ain't
God's
physical.
area.
So
Supernatural is God.
So God's
But I
not
wouldn't
physical then, right? So God is metaphysical, right?
But again, I'm not going to use what I use for God to explain a magnet. Like I would, because that's one, a magnet, is in our world. God is, quote, outside this world, in so to speak.
You don't think God could have showed that to show us that, put us in our place and show us that we don't know everything?
I do. I think the whole point of the magnet, I think one of the main things of the magnet is something unexplainable, like the rainbow. He puts these things here that, like, when you try and explain them, it always sounds stupid, like light. Oh, well, it's a particle, but it's a wave. And because he knows people are going to try and explain it, and he just makes it so you can't explain it well. And that's, this is why I just throw light. That's God, bro. Like, I'm not going to try and explain that. That's a God phenomenon.
So you don't think everything in this world is particles then?
Yeah, but don't be hard. He believes
Anything not
he
particle
talk
is
about the God. And
I would
the
say
God is everything. You can. I will say, don't. You are the God. You are part of the God. If you really believe in God, then you have to believe in yourself. Stop talking about the God. You are God.
What about light? You think light's particles, bro?
I don't think light is light. In my head, I don't separate light from the physical object. I think the fact that you can see something is the property of that object, right? So, I agree with most people on, like, it's a vibration, right? Like, each object has a vibration. That unique frequency that it vibrates allows you to see it. It vibrates at a certain frequency, it turns black and you can't see it. I don't know, that's how I explain it to myself.
What's it vibrating though? Or is it a particle vibrating, or is it vibrating something that ain't air? That's our point. We agree with you.
Yeah, I
just trying to
understand you.
hold on, Johnny. Fuck, man. Hold on, bro. We're trying to describe like that point, and yeah, it is a philosophy, man. I agree with you on that, but we're trying to make sense of it, and try and show them that, hey, everything ain't atoms. It's not physical. There's more beyond the physical world that we will never understand. And we try and put a coherent, just definition in our head, especially to argue with them when they act like they know every fucking thing. We give them a viable, a different answer that's just as viable, in my opinion, to show the atomists that, hey, you ain't certain of any of this. It's a convention, and that's kind of my take.
More viable. Yeah, but what's crazy about light is, like, we naturally think that light is us seeing it. Like, so the room is dark and there's no light, and then you turn the light on and now there's light. But the truth is there's a non-visible spectrum of light. So light is not just what we see. I mean, it's intuitive for us to think that, right? But we can use different devices like infrared or to see a spectrum we normally can't see. We can use night vision goggles, for example, right? So it's like, it's interesting.
It's not like we
violet
see
light,
anything.
yes, okay.
We're seeing all the things that are there. We just see them black, right? And this is like one of the baller tricks where, the night sky is black, therefore it's vast empty space. It's the same as saying, my TV screen is black, therefore it's vast empty space.
Yeah, but violet is the closest to the black. I'm just saying. Oh, excuse me, Austin. Keep on.
Well, so another thing that's interesting is we never actually see light. Like, light's not something that you see. It's just material that you're seeing. Like, if you don't have anything for the light to quote unquote reflect, you don't see it. Like when you shoot a laser through a vacuum, like, although it's not a perfect vacuum, I mean, you've taken a bunch of the air out. You don't really see the laser. You don't see it, but it it's
exactly. You're so right. Absolutely right. Yes.
Yeah.
And spray an aerosol at a laser, and you'll just you see all the particles, but from further away, it makes it seem like the laser's brighter and thicker.
Well, I have some crazy observations about light that someone's shown me that I'm not revealing yet, but they're very crazy. And dude, I just was diligently looking into it. I mean, we already have observations that debunk the speed of light. They can't acknowledge them because it refutes the heliocentric model. Light has to be a constant speed. And if they came out tomorrow that it was wrong, every single distance that they claimed in space has to change.
It's simple as this, though. That's good. I want to hear more about that, but you probably can't show us yet. But I'm hoping you eventually do. But it's simple as this: if you put the polarizers in front of the fucking the backboard in the quantum, in the double slit experiment, the light won't get to it. Okay, and then you put another filter, and then the light will get to it. Okay, so it can't be particles if the
My
fucking
friend,
particles
did you
are
hear
blocked
what
by
Austin
one
was
filter.
saying?
Hold on, if they're blocked by one filter, and then you put another filter through, and all of a sudden they project on the plate, then it can't be particles.
Yeah, polar lenses. That's what you're talking about. The double slit's actually easily explained in my opinion, and they still think it's like the most profound thing ever. Like, it's so stupid that they claim that the photon knows it's going to be observed, and it even knows it's going to be observed before you decide to observe it. Like, the photon is God, basically.
To me, that makes it seem like there's something, like your eyes focus. Again, I know you're going to hate it because I'm a materialist, but it focuses something material or something there that will influence so light, say it's following this string, and then you look at it, you focus a whole bunch of your strings at that string, and it messes up the quote unquote those strings, and you get a different pattern.
Well, it's not just looking at it, right?
That's just reverse. That's just reverse what they're saying, bro. So in other words, it's the same thing with the polarized filters. I can put one in front of your eyes, and whatever's shooting out of your eyes will cease, and then I put another filter in front of that, and then they'll just magically reappear and go to the light.
Hey, what's
Gentlemen,
paper
I
you
have to
mentioned?
say, what Austin was saying and what I was saying, everybody's talking about now is Q has wrong about the particles. There is absolutely there, and he has to, and we have to talk with him. We cannot upset the theory of the particle.
I'm not his dad, though. Everyone's allowed to think whatever they want. My only reason I stepped in so definitively was it was becoming a normal thing where people chose to be the unspoken, unelected leaders of Flat Earth that dictated what other Flat Earthers were allowed to talk about. And the problem with that is we broke out of a cult, right? Like, we broke out of confinement where the textbook tells you what to believe and you have to believe that. Flat Earth is all about not having to believe certain things or not having scripts. And so that's kind of why I jumped in. If QE wants to believe it, if Oakley wants to believe it, if you want to believe it, if Ghost wants to believe it, that's cool.
Thank you for that. But
he believes it because he found a way to tie that into God, right? So why? I don't blame him for not letting go.
I just want to answer Austin. That's it. Then you can say, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with what you are saying. I was wrong. You was right. Absolutely right, Austin. But you have to understand how I was thinking. I was saying, I have very, very hard to upset what Q is saying about the power and so on, and we upset everything else what he's saying. But we have to say, really, is it really so? Can you not understand what you're trying to say? No, he can't, because there's something between. I don't think he's so proud or something.
What's it? The paper that you posted saying light travels 3 times its given speed. Do you understand that's in preprint?
Do you understand that it's an experiment that they did and it's a transmission of information?
If it ain't published, if they won't publish it, Ruth will never believe it.
I don't care.
Hasn't been published. Hasn't
peer
been peer-reviewed.
Never believe it, bro.
I don't care.
Okay,
that's why I normally don't. Like, I don't.
then
I don't
I'm just
really
going to reject
care
it.
to capitulate to like, okay, Roof, I can give you something that has been published and is well known. Cherkanoff radiation.
Okay.
So you want me to give you a paper on that?
Sure.
Okay. There's a lot of things that debunk the speed of light, dude.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
This
misunderstanding about
this
the
one
radiation.
doesn't, all right? This one doesn't. It hasn't been cited by anyone because it hasn't been published. So the line at the end where it says, and where is it? Where's that line at the end? It says...
Yeah, it's a lot of things that we have to take through. We have to understand.
It says, the statement that information cannot propagate faster than light is clearly experimentally disproven and can therefore no longer be sustained, right? No one has taken notice of that. So maybe this guy's made a mistake. Maybe you're making a mistake by citing it.
Maybe you're just desperately looking for handwave dismissal to, confirm
It's been in
your
preprint
bias.
for 3 years, Austin. 3 years.
Yeah, it's obviously not going to get a lot of play when it challenges the speed of light, right?
Of course,
So,
conspiracy is your first explanation, of course.
No, dude.
If I take a bunch of wood and bury it in the ground and just heat the ground up a little bit and make coal in a month, can I write a paper showing that, hey, man, we found out that we can make coal very easily and over the period of a few weeks, and it's not fossils after all. You think they'd publish that? I mean, I'm being crude, but do you think they'd publish something that goes against their beliefs?
Yes.
Well, let me say this. So when he's saying it's like a conspiracy, like it's a bit of a straw man, right? Because I'm not
first
claiming
explanation. It's your first explanation for why it hasn't been peer-reviewed or taken up by the general populace.
When I say you straw man me, you should probably let me finish what I'm saying. So
I think so.
It's not a straw man.
I'm not claiming it's some type of conspiracy where they all got together and like, well, we got to hide this paper. It debunks what we think. They genuinely believe the constant speed of light is accurate. Okay, and so people genuinely believe, like with honest intention, like there must be a mistake here. They assume that because it can't be right, because we know that light has a constant speed. So it's not some type of orchestrated conspiracy, right? And so that is a straw man.
If they have a paper and the experiment and all that, then it doesn't matter what the people think, right? Because they can just be shown that they weren't wrong.
Have you seen anyone try to test it and prove they were wrong?
No,
Obviously
I
been
haven't.
rejected from peer review.
If I went and did it tomorrow and put it on YouTube, you guys would immediately say I just did something wrong, and you know for a fact I did something wrong. And see, that's kind of the difference. I'm not claiming to know that it definitively proves anything. I said that there's a lot of evidence that shows that the speed of light assumption isn't true. One of them is you don't even have a verifiable way to get the speed of light in the first place. You have to presuppose it and get a two-way speed using a mirror and then average it out. And if light has a speed, then it has to have a one-way speed. That's what speed.
Okay.
So until you prove the positive claim, I don't even have to refute it.
Yeah,
You've seen Veritasium. You understand why the one-way speed is impossible, right? So why are you asking for something that you know is impossible? That's fucking disingenuous.
No, see, you're trying to now flip it around when the truth is, if it has a one-way speed, okay, you should be able to measure the speed.
And you understand why that's not possible, do you?
You tell me why it's not possible.
Because when you try to synchronize clocks, you've got time dilation, which your synchronization doesn't work.
You're using what? You have no explanation. You're just using what?
Well, he's just saying that the clocks don't work, right?
Yeah, you can't synchronize a clock to measure this one-way speed.
That's convenient, isn't it?
You have to move fast. Something has to move faster than light.
It's consistent with the current understanding of relativity. So if you want to say it's convenient, fine.
So dude, the theory is just it makes it unfalsifiable. Like the fact that Stanley's going to jump in right now and pretend, just think about it, pretend that he knows more about relativity than I do, and that he knows more about light than I do. When less than an hour ago, I had to teach him everything that he even kind of pretends to know now about light. So it's like, it's the dishonesty that gets really old.
I can devise
the current understanding. Do you accept that the current consensus understanding is that you cannot synchronize the clocks?
Yeah,
let me tell you how, dude.
That time widens if there's any motion and then slows down and deceives you. That's called falsifiability. That's called
Here's why you can't secret. Here's why you can't
I gotta
measure
go do
this.
something.
Come on, you guys. Everybody deserves their chance to
Rohith.
talk. Conley was going to say something, and then kind of never got
Yeah,
it.
okay.
Just got
Rohith.
ridiculed. And then
Ruhi, couldn't we, in theory, devise
Say that
an
again,
experiment
Gio.
where we synchronize clocks, right? And we do try to measure the one-way direction. It would give us something close to the speed of light, but
You can't measure
but it
one way,
wouldn't
bro.
be-
'Cause you got
but
to
it
move
wouldn't be-
faster than light.
But it wouldn't be
I'm so
perfect.
sick or tired of this.
It wouldn't be a perfect measurement.
There's
The
fucking
problem
speed
is
of
that the accuracy of the measurement would be really bad. That's the problem, right?
Bro, you can only tell. Wait, hold on. Let me say this real quick. So if the light's going somewhere and you're going to measure it, you have to let the receiver know. How are you going to let the receiver know that when the light started? Well, that's what he's talking about when he's saying synchronize the clocks. So how are you going to let the receiver know when the light left if you can't move faster than light? In other words,
you don't need to.
You
You
can't.
need to record.
Oh my
the
God, you don't get it,
the
Rip.
transmitter.
Explain it to him, Rip.
If you synchronize
So we
clocks,
really have to go through
the
again?
transmitter has a clock.
Soundly's
the
talking, bro.
receiver has a clock. You synchronize those clocks. You record when you transmit and you record when you receive. And so it's not going to be a perfect measurement because the clocks aren't perfectly synchronized, but it'll be a rough estimate and it won't be instantaneous.
Right. So you can see the problem with that, though, right? That's begging the question. It makes it unfalsifiable. If light was instant, you've created a paradigm where in which you can still just claim it has a speed anyway.
No.
So let me get this straight. What's
saying-
light's got speed
I'm
two
saying-
ways, but it's instantaneous one way.
Okay. So what you do is you use a mirror.
Ruhif, would that, ask Ruhif, would that in theory work?
So
I think there's no way to.
So which way is it instantaneous then? I mean, if you can say, well, it's instantaneous one way and it takes twice as much time to come the other way, or it takes, is that
How
what
do
you're
you
saying?
get twice as much if you don't have what much is?
Well, we do. We know the two-way speed of light.
How can
And
you
we can
get
measure
twice
both-
as much if you don't know
We can
what
measure
one
both
way is?
directions. We can measure any direction, and we're always constant. So you're assuming that, since we can only measure it two ways, that one of the ways is instantaneous and the other way takes twice as long as you think.
You
That's
can't
bullshit.
measure it both directions if you
Yes, we
can't
can. We can measure
Okay.
it from left to right and measure it from right to left.
You're not measuring both directions if it
Yes,
has
we
to go
are.
there and back.
Well, I know, but we get the same time both ways.
You don't get the same time both ways because you don't
Yes.
have a time one way.
We got the time two ways. We can measure it left to right. It goes left, right, left, and we can measure it right, left, right, and we get the same time.
Yeah, but then you have to assume that the speed is a constant speed.
Well,
You have
every
to
time we
assume that,
measure
don't
it,
you, dumbass?
every time we measure it up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, left corner to right corner, no matter how we measure it, we always get the same speed.
It skates past it. So here's the answer to your question, Skypush. Right. So if light is instant, right, meaning it's already there, because something can't travel and be instant, right? So if light is instant, that means it's already there. And so all we're quantifying is the rate of perception. And so if something illuminates and we quantify it, and then we pretend that means it's traveling, that doesn't mean it is. And if you add a mirror in
I
there,
see. So-
what the mirror does is shows you a reflection of what is being perceived. And so if what's already there starts to light up, and then you have a mirror showing you what's happening, of course there's going to be a delay. And then any type of measurement that goes through an electronic circuit also has a delay. So you're creating a delay where there isn't necessarily one, and this is objective and well known within the top level of physics.
How do laser measurers work? I got one right here. I bought it at Home Depot, $20. I measured it against a meter stick, against a ruler, a yardstick, and it's perfect. How does that work if we don't know how fast light travels?
You really thought that was like a home run too?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they always go to reality. Like, bro, we can measure this shit up short.
Yeah,
Bro,
we can
You're
measure
not saying that we can't measure fucking.
Well, then light has a
distance
speed.
with
Because
laser.
that's how this thing works. This
It's
thing
what-
works on the speed of light.
You didn't understand what he just said, bro. You're hopeless.
This thing works on the
You want
speed
me
of
to,
light.
you want me to answer, or you think you already know the answer?
Oh, I
Because-
want you to answer. Please tell me.
Respond.
Yeah, people don't look into things they think they already know, right? So we have measured, quote unquote, quantified the rate of perception. We've measured or quantified
No.
how.
I'm not measuring any rate of perception. No, I'm measuring distances here. And it matches up against a yardstick. It matches up against anything. I take a tape measure, and it's perfectly matches. So that, I mean, it's not some rate of perception.
So
That's
you could use just any sensor, right? You could put any
Brian,
sensor in there. And
Well, you know he just interrupted me. So why is it? Come on,
You're
man.
talking tripe. You're talking pure and utter tripe. You have no scientific data to back
Let
your
him,
claims.
let him finish, then we might get a chance to speak to.
Not even
Right.
data, just knowledge. No knowledge at all. Just
Now it's his
It's a
turn.
knowledge and a logic.
Now it's his turn.
Just let Witsit speak, dude.
He doesn't have data. He doesn't have data. It's logic. It's a knowledge. And
Yeah, just let Witsit respond.
there is a lot of data also.
All right. If you have intellectual high ground,
so
you wouldn't
radar
have to
guns don't
interrupt.
really work.
There you go. Okay, so that's called a straw man. When you say radar guns don't really work, when you say that the little light.
No,
that
we
you
have
use-
to know how fast
Oh
light
my
goes. How to
Guys,
know a lot about.
I got news
You
for
have
you.
to know about.
I'm waiting for
Go
him to
ahead.
respond. I can respond too. So could you let Witsit finish his response and then wait for me to speak and then go and
They quantify a rate of perception, okay? And that's pretty consistent. So then we calibrate these devices with that rate of perception. The argument comes in is how quickly we perceive illumination. Is that synonymous with what light itself is? And as we have a, quote unquote speed, rate of perception, is that actually the light traveling from point A to point B? Just assuming they are synonymous doesn't make it so. But the technology is not exclusive to the assumption that light travels, and you don't understand that, I guess.
But you understand that a light is not traveling. Light is not traveling.
It's
by
exactly
itself.
traveling, though. Johnny,
gotta
it's
wait
exactly
for- we gotta
traveling.
wait.
That's what we got. That's how this laser. I mean, I want you to that's a good idea. Next time you get stopped by a cop, with a lidar unit, please tell him that his unit is not accurate. That he doesn't know what he's talking
Oh,
about.
no one's
and,
saying that. Your
yes,
arguments
you
are
are.
tired. No, they're
No,
not.
that's exactly what he's saying here.
No, we're
Exactly
not.
what he's saying here.
No, we're not.
Let Kosho go.
I'll say something very brief. Two quick points. One was about the jerking off radiation. I thought that's what I heard when you said that. But yeah, about that radiation, it is kind of a misconception that jerking off radiation contradicts the constant speed of light, because it is
in
true
water.
that yeah, right, you're right. So it doesn't. Yeah, right. So you got it right. And then the other point was about the measurement, because it's true.
Kosho, come on, don't.
He's talking.
It's true.
Talk straight.
Let him finish, man.
Well, they didn't finish that point because he already knows he's already got the point. But the distance laser finder though, it wouldn't contradict Witz's point, because it obviously shoots something and then bounces it back, so it's only measuring two-way speed anyway. However, any kind of trilateration using antenna like towers or satellites or whatever do require a one-way speed to estimate the distance. And
What are you talking about, Kosho? No, but I understand
He's
what
not
you're
wrong,
saying.
Johnny. He's not wrong.
Yeah, but it's very terrible.
He's not
Okay,
wrong.
excuse me.
Okay, so just so everyone understands what the Cherkanoff radiation, right? It debunks the speed of light in the sense that the speed of light is relative to the medium, and if we apply the speed of light to water as the known medium, it goes faster than it's supposed to in the water. It doesn't go faster than the speed of light in a vacuum, which is the constant speed of light. It just goes faster than it's supposed to in water if the speed of light is true. And that is not actually the rebuttal. The rebuttal is even more mental gymnastics than that, because it's still a problem, but it doesn't debunk the constant speed of light in a vacuum, is what they say, because it's in water. But it's still a problem. But then, like he said, the laser finder, it goes there and back, right? So that's just a two-way. And even with the trilateration, my response still is the point, which is we've quantified at a rate of perception. It is pretty consistent. Like, it's actually very accurate. Like, we can measure distances with it. We can use it for trilateration. But again, the same question remains. Is the rate of perception that we have quantified and integrated into technology actually something traveling from point A to point B, or are we just making that assumption? It can actually be even integrated into sound. Like, we think we have a speed of sound, right? It's very accurate. We can use it for
We cannot quantify that you're talking about.
Yeah, but wait, so with the speed of sound, it's the same thing with light, okay? So if you're like down the street and I yell at you and it takes a second for you to hear it, people are like, oh, well, the sound's traveling from you to me. It's an assumption that we make. But actually, what happens whenever you talk or scream, you're vibrating. You're creating a vibration, right? And so when you vibrate, what you're doing is you're creating a disturbance in the medium, a perturbation of the medium. In that case, the medium is air. So you're disturbing the air, and then we quantify the disturbance.
That's called sound.
Perception would be.
That's called sound traveling. Yes, we know about this.
Okay, but you don't actually understand the point that in both scenarios.
Oh no, you don't understand the fact that sound actually travels. These perturbations in the wave in the medium we call sound.
It's not the sound traveling. That's his point. It's the medium.
It's about
It is traveling.
frequency.
No, there's no
It's about
sound that
frequency.
travels.
You have to
Yes,
take in
there is
frequency.
sound traveling.
No,
So
it's
like
a
it's just it's a little
It's
bit of a
not so
higher
far-
level
How do you think
conversation.
the ripple in the
It's not the
medium
same
is
thing.
called?
It's not the same thing.
It's a higher level conversation than NASA's capable of, frankly. Like, the question remains the
cannot be
same.
this dumb, sir.
Guys,
really
you're not interested in an honest conversation. Okay, you just want to tout victory. Now, Kosho gave an honest response. I'm trying to explain. It doesn't address my point, though. The question on the table for everyone that seems to get skipped over because of presuppositions, which presuppositions will always equate to stupidity if they're wrong, right? It'll be futile pursuits. The
Well,
question
then you're
is
pretty stupid.
the rate of perception that we are quantifying synonymous with what light itself is, or are we just perceiving what is already there at a certain consistent rate, quantifying it, and then falsely equating it to something traveling?
Okay, you're talking about the rate. What is? Oh, no.
Johnny, shut up. How are you going to test for this hypothesis?
No. What is the rate? What is the rate? Austin, what is the rate? What are you thinking about if you're talking about the constant rate
Excellent question.
of the light?
Now, in the meantime, how are you going to test for this hypothesis of yours, Whitson? That is this rated perception.
He said, I want him to answer for that. I really
Johnny,
interesting about that.
Yeah, so what they call the speed of light is pretty consistent, Johnny, right? And they call it 186,000 miles a second. The question is it actually a travel speed, distance over time? Or when I say this, someone's going to interrupt me and pretend that they won, but it's just like what Oakley does. So it's actually a rate of induction. You're like, oh, rate speed, ha ha ha. But the question is something traveling? Just because we can quantify how quickly we perceive something, it doesn't mean it's traveling. You asked how I would test it. Well, the first assumption that it is traveling from point A to point B actually hasn't been verified. That's an assumption, and we don't have a one-way speed. And when we look at light through a polar lens, right? We can use a polar lens, and all of a sudden the light stops coming through it. If we now put another polar lens on top of it, the light comes through it again. So if it's
but you are using medium, of course.
This physical photon. How do you explain the photoelectric effect without physicality?
Now you're diverting, and I can destroy
No,
your
I'm not.
photoelectric effect.
How do you
as well.
explain the photoelectric effect without physicality?
Any radium if you're using medium to take
Johnny,
measurement of light. But everybody's I'm talking very seriously now. I'm talking serious.
Okay,
you guys
so
got to let us finish the point.
We have light, and then we put a polar filter over top of it. If it's a physical photon traveling from that light through the filter, right, then we put the filter over it, and all of a sudden we can't see it. Well, that would mean it's like blocking the photon from going through, right? If we put another polarized lens on top of it, all of a sudden it comes back through. Now, if it's light traveling through both the lenses, since the first lens is blocking it, adding an additional lens on top of it wouldn't make it go through the first one. It's being blocked. So what that shows is it's changing the perception of the light. It's not a physical photon being blocked.
Oh my God! You can once again you've got a quantum effect here that you don't understand. So you're trying to explain it.
Tell them about me. It's coming around anyway.
You're hot, Mike, bro. So all Skypush is saying is I don't understand because he can't rebut it.
It's true. You've got a quantum effect there that you cannot begin to understand.
Can we just talk about it? I'm not against anybody. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just discussing about something that's very serious. That's it.
Okay. So Skypush, when you just say nuh-uh and quantum effect, that doesn't mean that you won. And when I ask you what is the quantum effect specifically you're talking about, you won't have an answer. But now that I've said that, you're frantically Googling, and then you'll pretend you knew the answer.
Oh no, it is a quantum effect.
What is it?
It can't be explained.
What's the quantum effect?
Why don't you Google it? Do you know it? No, you don't know it.
You're the one invoking.
Do you think I know everything about quantum? Do you think you know anything about quantum? This is a quantum effect. It's a well-known quantum effect.
If it's a well-known quantum effect and you know that's what it is, then why can't you tell us what it is?
Hey, Whitson. Can I say something about that? I will say because you are talking about something that's going through medium, and through medium that is giving effect. You can never take. Are talking about light in
By the way, you need
this
3
matter.
polarizing lenses for this.
If you're talking about something that has to go through something, then we are not talking about the born of the light, what the light is. You are talking about something if it's going through something. Yes, I understand that.
Okay.
And that will have an effect. So I am absolutely right, and you have not proved anything against what I was saying.
Right.
You have to
Okay,
be
so then chill out, Mom.
more specific.
Sky Push, like I said, I knew you were going to start Googling it, and that's why you jumped in to correct it and say it was 3. Now, I actually already knew that. I actually already knew that there were 3.
Then you know it's in effect. And
Okay.
I thought
let
you
him
misspoke when you said 2, because 2 is not the quantum.
I didn't just say there were 2. I was just explaining the concept to everyone, okay? And the problem is, NASA, that you just, with all kinds of arrogance and confidence, said it's a quantum effect that's well known, but you didn't know what it is.
That's because it's difficult to explain, especially
anyway,
to
we can
people
move
that
on to
don't understand quantum.
Do you know what? It is?
Let him talk.
Yeah, it's a quantum effect.
What quantum effect?
Go ahead and read it. I just posted it for you.
So what's it
It's a
called?
difficult one to explain to people that don't know quantum. I'm not going to begin to try to explain it to you.
So you don't understand it.
Do I understand quantum? No, I really don't. Do you understand quantum?
I'm not the one making claims about quantum effects.
Yes, you are. You're trying here making things that are quantum effects, and you don't. You constantly talk about the speed of light, the two-way speed of light, the one-way speed of light, which is another quantum effect. Everything that you are confused about boils down to quantum usually.
Okay, well, I agree that
But you also don't agree with the double slit experiment.
You're exhausting,
you mentioned that.
bro.
Listen, you talked for a fucking hour. You talked for 2 hours last night. I listened to most of it.
You're going to support NASA's behavior right now, Ruth?
I listened for you to 2 hours last night say all sorts of bullshit about quantum effects that you don't understand. The double slit experiment, the fact that electrons don't exist. This is all bullshit, Litsit.
Okay, are you done? Take a deep breath, man. All right, so all I was saying is
bullshit again. You are the one that gish gallops with it, and we keep telling you to speak in shorter bursts.
Moderator.
Shut the fuck
me, bro.
up.
It's so weird.
I'm listening to Austin now. Austin now.
This is trying to engage with the specific points at times. You guys are just chanting and circle jerking. Okay, so if it's a physical photon traveling from point A to point B, it doesn't really make sense if I can layer polarized lenses, and it blocks the photon as if it stops it from going through, but then I put another one on top of it, and all of a sudden it can come through again. Just saying it's a quantum effect doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it's an effect that can be observed, so quantum's tried to explain it with math, but that doesn't mean that it is a physical photon because someone tried to come up with a concept to explain it away.
Can someone post the video, please?
It's impossible to get what he's saying if he's coming in and say something. Let him talk to the point. I was really listening.
Could I respond to the
keep on?
Yeah, because yeah. Okay.
Keep on.
I'm just gonna say this very quick. I'm responding to Austin now, Johnny.
Yeah, but he was trying to come to the point. If nobody want to get to the point, it's meaningless to.
The Kosho's trying to respond to me, bro.
Yeah. So there's a famous test. Because I agree that the polarized thing, it's interesting, but because I remember seeing how the value is derived for how much brighter it's going to be or whatever, and for some reason you take like a squared cosine of the original angle, or of the square. Okay, you take a squared cosine of the difference between the two angles, and that gives you how much percentage of the light is supposed to be blocked in the next one. And it's true that if you add a third one, like a different angle in between, that you end up getting, when the two would be blocked out, you actually get some light that passes through, and it's actually an increased amount of light than the second one. That is true.
How many angles are you talking about?
But if you
many
if you look at the cosines, it does add up. But the weird thing about that whole thing is actually the Bell test because John Bell, he's the one who did the test that wanted to see if quantum particles had what do you call that, hidden variables, to see if they get entangled, if there's like a secret variable that they already had and they just already know their state, or if there's some, you know, I don't know what to call it other than magic, because you know, it would break some of the rules in physics, but they're communicating faster than light, information that's not a hidden variable. And his test uses this principle of this polarized light to try and determine if that's the case. And the results of that test, every time it's been conducted, shows that there are no hidden variables. So there's some magical property that we don't understand. There's something crazy happening, but I don't think we know what it is.
And so, like, just objectively, a possible outcome of that is that our assumption about light being a physical photon traveling from point A to point B could be wrong. The problem with quantum is, and Richard Feynman will tell you this, that our understanding of quantum all depends upon what we think we know about light. And so if what we currently think about light is wrong, it's going to drastically shift quantum mechanics.
Everybody is wrong except for you. It's 100
Okay.
years of quantum, 120
What
some
a-
years
what a
of
straw
quantum.
man, dude.
And you are saying that this is wrong. You're saying, no, we don't know about this. This disproves that light is a photon. In the meantime, how come you know this and you're the only person or one of the few people who know this? Why aren't you famous, Witsit? Why don't we have your name engraved in stone above buildings?
Have you ever seen Hey Arnold, where like
I'm
Helga
with
Haight
him.
acts
I'm
like
with him.
he's
He is
where
absolutely
Helga
right.
acts
He's
like
right.
she's
I
like she
really,
hates Arnold,
that's the
but
right
she's
question.
secretly obsessed with him.
Why don't you?
Yeah,
Why do
absolutely
we have your name on buildings? The Witsit School of Physics.
You want me to answer?
This
You want me to answer?
is wrong there, and he has to know how.
I'll answer. So the reason is, for one, I'm not claiming to be some savant or genius and I figured everything out. It's just that I've chosen to not adopt the presupposed framework that everyone else is kind of assuming. The reason that they assume that Skypush, you want to learn something, bro?
Oh,
So the reason
I'm not from you. No, I'm not going to learn anything from you. But
No, take it easy. Let
listen.
listen.
The reason that they assume these things is, for one, special relativity. Now, quantum's pretty incompatible with relativity, but it does not mean they're not trying to explain it. They're trying to explain it with relativity, and that's what quantum field theory is really trying to do, for example. And so relativity, special relativity, attributes a constant speed to light. And that's why Richard Feynman says our current understandings of quantum all depend upon what we think light is doing, right? And because the special relativity attributes a constant speed to light. So that's the answer, that it's not like I'm so much smarter than them. It's not like they're stupid. It's not like they're all conspiring together to hide the truth. They truly believe that the top edge of science is who's going to get to the finish line first to explain the quantum realm with relativity, with the constant speed of light. And so if they have an inaccurate assumption about the speed of light traveling from point A to point B, then although there are lots of smart people, they're kind of crippled by that presupposition that they haven't even thought to question, because they just kind of assume it to be true.
Yeah. Very brief thing again, just because of just to put an end note on the last thing I said, was that the thing about the light and Bell's test, it's not a test that's unique to light. Like entanglement is it's the ability for any subatomic particle that have quantum states that can be entangled. Like there's a lot of instances of entanglement that can happen. It's not just polarized light. It could also be electrons and their spin in the atom, for example. So yeah. So my point was just because what you said, that what if light does something different or whatever. I think that even still, this whole thing about hidden variables would be, it's not unique to light. So it's like all quantum particles would have to have the same fundamental answer.
Right, and that's what's so interesting, right? That's why something like the ether becomes very intriguing, because we have this effect across the board. And so, like, if there's some type of interconnection with all these phenomena that we're looking at, it becomes much more logically viable. It becomes much more able to have Occam's razor applied to it, as opposed to the claim that there are a bunch of different things. Like, and if you look into quantum field theory, right, for example, they claim that the photon and the electron are effectively the same thing, just different versions of the same thing. And then quantum mechanics claims electrostatics and magnetism are both the exchange of virtual photons. So we have like this, it's not like there's a million different distinct phenomena. Like quantum is starting to have to reluctantly acknowledge, well, it seems like there's a crossover between these phenomena, and they're not as entirely separate as we originally thought. And they're basically slowly crawling over to an etheric framework, but it would have to be updated drastically.
No one's
from the
steering over to an
electrical field.
etheric framework.
Well,
Nobody.
I just talked to a
is
quantum
steering over.
physicist the other day that said quantum field theory is basically the modern version of ether. So I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
I've said that. I've said that to Lemon for the past 3 years because it's not. I wouldn't call it ether and just get away with that like that, but it really is the. I mean, like, what's his name? Enrique Fermi. I think it was. He was. I think, was it him or was it the other guy? Either way, he was a really big ether guy, and he's the guy who came up with the quantum field theory. The first
Easy guy,
quantum
there's
field.
many easy guys.
So-
I'm one of them.
Quantum field
No, I know,
theory
but
and
the thing is-
luminescent ether are two entirely different things.
Yeah,
Don't.
no, I know that. I know they're different. But what they have in common is they satisfy the same reason that ether was thought of in the first place, and they both encompass all space. The only difference being that instead of the ether being a static background where everything resides in, the quantum fields aren't static, and they're they're
Johnny is one of these easy guys. Johnny always said you need something to propagate through something. You cannot put something through something without something. And everybody with mind have to say, "Oh yes, you're right, Johnny. You're right."
Okay, but even quantum field theory actually can explain things, right? Like, it's one of the better ones, if you will, right? I would say it's like the fastest kid with no legs, though. But it's better, but like it still can't explain it. Like if everything's a field, like okay, well we'll apply that to magnetism. We still have a problem. Because within quantum field theory, all these fields are still comprised of particles. And we can't figure out what these particles are in the magnetic field, and there has to be particles there, right? So what is it?
I can understand that. That's not a problem for me, but I understand that it can be a problem for somebody else. Does not mean that I'm wrong at all.
I'm not saying that you're wrong.
Also, just tell me you don't know what you're talking about in this field. What we are talking about.
I was talking to Kosho about quantum field theory, dude.
Do you know what we are talking about then?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We are talking about we need something that is traveling through something.
It's not traveling.
If something is propagating through something, it has to be something, right?
If I have a rope stretched across the room, Johnny, and then I move the rope, and then we watch the little like wave pattern go through the rope, and then we count how fast it goes through the rope. We count how big the little up and down motion is, the oscillation of the rope. If we count all that, the rope was still already there before you started shaking it. It didn't travel anywhere. The rope didn't travel across the room. You get it?
I'm sorry to tell you about.
So how can you say that and then not understand sound, which is exactly the same phenomena? Exactly.
I literally said that sound is a perturbation of the medium, which is the air, and sound doesn't physically travel in the form of particles.
No, it's not. It's a wave theory. But you say it doesn't. You just like 10 minutes ago said sound doesn't travel.
Right, it doesn't travel. That's right. So all we're doing is quantifying the disturbance.
That's traveling.
You not understand what I just said? If you have a rope stretched across the room and you start to move it,
is there a wave traveling through that rope?
Yeah, but is the rope traveling?
Is there a wave of energy traveling through that rope?
wave energy, like yeah, there's a movement of the rope.
Yeah.
You can quantify it as a wave function.
Yeah.
But the rope isn't traveling.
Oh fuck.
Good try.
You really cannot be this dumb, are you?
Stop self-projecting.
String theory is actually a pretty reasonable.
No, this isn't even
replacement
string
for-
theory. This is just trying
rope
to
hypothesis, and I'm not even really trying to invoke rope hypothesis because it claims it's matter, but yeah, because it claims matter that can go through other matter, and then what's the ropes within? What are they made of?
I thought this was rope theory. What happened to string
Rope
theory?
hypothesis.
String theory is something very different.
I'm not invoking rope hypothesis. I'm invoking a rope to give a visualization. So we can use a water as well, right? Because I don't believe in rope hypothesis because it doesn't answer basic questions like what is the rope within and what is the rope comprised of. And it has tons of paradoxes as well. It's just much better than quantum. It's much better than quantum mechanics currently, but rope hypothesis is still no good. And oftentimes different versions of it still invoke particles, which have a problem because what particles make up the magnetic field? If I have a lake and I throw a rock in it and it ripples, or if I make a wave go from one end of the lake to the other side of the lake, how long did it take the lake to travel to the other side of the
So
lake?
what is traveling?
Don't
What
talk
is the
over me.
wave?
Never talk over me.
If the wave, what is the wave? Is the wave moving?
There is no such thing as a wave.
What do you mean there's no such thing as a wave? I've been to the beach. There's waves.
Okay, now is that a wave
water.
in and
Yes.
of itself, or is it
It is
just
a
water? Is it
It is
water
a
or
wa- Wait a minute, hold on. The wave goes up. It breaks. It is a wave. We call that a wave.
can I pull the wave out of the water?
Do you have a wave on the
Wait, so
water?
you're saying there is no wave, and when people surf, there is no wave.
No, no,
Are
there's not.
you saying there's no wave on the water? Or
Well, what is causing the water
do
to
we have
rise
a
up
wave
and
on the
break?
water? Give him an
Energy.
answer. Let him
Thank you.
answer yes or no. Yes or no.
Dude,
Do
Scott,
we have a
you
wave
said
on the
thank
water?
you, but you didn't actually rebut what I'm saying. Waves aren't things in and of themselves. A wave is a
Wait,
description.
hold on a second. Is a wave is not a thing? That what breaking water isn't a thing? The energy that is pushing the surfer along that wave is not a thing?
Yeah,
You have
waves
to
aren't
say
things in
yes.
of themselves. It's just the water. So it's just a motion in the water.
Oh,
right?
it's just the water.
Yeah, I
What is
can
a
wave
medium,
my.
right? It's
I
a
broke it down
medium.
to the most elementary way I can say it.
What
You can
is
wave.
water? Water is a medium.
You can wave your hand.
No, stop. That's a different wave. You know you're using those two words in two different ways now. This is your typical bullshit, Whitsit. I'm not going to let you get away with it this time.
Listen, man, you can wave your hand, but you can't hand a wave.
No, I'm not going to let you get away with the fact you can wave your hand and hand your wave because waving your hand is a different thing than a wave traveling through.
There you have it.
It's the same thing. It's a type of
No, it's
movement through a
not.
medium. It's the same thing.
No, it's not. Totally different thing.
Oh,
Sorry.
Okay, hold on. I'll let me mediate this. Let me just hear. So a wave in the water would be the unique pattern or the unique physical structure of the water. You have water that's at still. When you say still, you refer to the physical structure. When you say wave of water, you mean the crests and the valleys of the water. When you say wave your hand, you mean to move it back and forth. So I agree, moving your hand back and forth is not the same as the crests and valleys of water. So wave does have two meanings, but it still does not create a separate wave entity.
Yeah. That's not the same thing. It's not.
Right.
But
That doesn't work. Okay, so if I take my
Right.
hand out, I can move it
That was
up
just
and
a
down.
joke.
I can move it up and down just like waves in water, right? Like move your hand up and down, like when you hold your hand outside the
But
car when you were
stop
little. Outside,
joking.
when you hold your hand outside the window when you were young, right? And you
Be
moved your hand up and down, right? That's waving. But it's just your hand moving. If you take your hand out of the picture, you don't have a wave. It's nothing more than
That's it.
movement
You're
of a
using
medium.
the word wave in two different ways. Again, you've been called on it even by your fellow flat earthers. Please stop.
How is it two different
I'm not a
things if I move my hand up and down in the same motion as a water wave?
It's not.
Yeah, well,
You
okay,
know it's a
just
different thing. And
So
you just
save
have
it
a
straight,
guess
man.
because it's the
Save it
same
straight.
word.
let's come to an agreement because this is not the part of the argument. Because
Wait, hold on,
okay, so
let me ask you a
No,
question.
this
If-
is
wait,
typical
wait, wait, hold on.
people for
the
trying to use
pendulum,
different words to come up with a different
pendulum,
thing. They do the same thing
Right.
with every other
pendulum.
definition.
Well,
Let
Paid,
me
what
ask.
if a whole entire stadium full of people stand up and throw their hands in the
Well,
air
hold on.
in
Let's
a
make something.
pattern? Would
Let's
we
make
call that a
something that
wave?
doesn't. Make something that doesn't move. What about if you take sand and put it in the same formation as water? Nothing's moving. Is there waves in that sand?
No, waves are a description of movement.
So there we. So we got to have motion to have the wave.
That's what it means, bro. So you have to have
right,
a
I'm just
medium.
unsure.
You have to have a medium to have motion, right? Now, what's perplexing about see, there you go. He says no, because this is the actual question, right? Is do waves need a medium? Now, if you say no, then it's like, well, waves can exist within nothing. Waves are things in and of themselves. And then it's reification of the concept of movement that we quantify with wave functions, right? Now, even quantum will tell you that wave function is just math. So it's very funny that people that believe in quantum seem to think waves are things in and of themselves. It shows a fundamental rudimentary misunderstanding, though. You can't have a wave without having a medium to wave.
Yeah, but I think in quantum field theory, or any field for that matter, because even in space-time relativity, there's gravitational waves. But I think in both those examples, it's the magnitude, the points in the field themselves that the energy is being propagated through in the form of wave. I think that's basically
through what?
That's correct.
Say it.
That's
say
correct.
it. Through what? Why did you say correct? You never said what.
Well, because I'm trying to have an actual intellectual exchange, Johnny. That's why. So you're correct in quantum field theory. They're claiming that it's basically the field itself, which is comprised of particles, and it's basically a movement of the particles, right? And it's sustained within itself. That's what quantum field theory says. I consider that to be logically bankrupt, but even if we pretend that it's got some logical viability to it, it can't be applied to magnetism because we don't know what particles are there, and we have a problem.
There's no fucking particle in the first place.
Exactly.
Well, two things very briefly, just because I'll do that in a second. But yeah, first off, I don't think the magnetic field is a quantum field in itself, so I don't think it's got the same properties of a quantum field. But I could be wrong about that. But the other thing was when you said that, because a second ago I said that these fields, the waves propagate through them, not through particles though, but through the positions themselves and the magnitudes at those positions, oscillating for that reason. So it's like a electromagnetic wave. If you have a radio tower, radio antenna emitting a radio wave, it's going to send off a pulse that basically each point is going to oscillate, moving outward.
On to the point for one fucking thing.
Moving outward.
Oh my God, you're so helpful.
Magnetic, of the magnetic and the electric field.
Okay.
In turn, so it's going to oscillate between the two.
Yeah. But again, so quantum claims everything's comprised of particles, right? So the way that quantum mechanics explains the magnetic field is that electrons, which is just a reification, that they emit undetectable virtual particles that instruct the other objects to move away or come closer.
Wow. That's hilarious.
Wow.
That's stupid.
Yeah, okay, I paid out just a little bit.
Magnetons.
Yeah, no, I buy that, but I have to think about it just a little bit. But I think I buy that. Absolutely.
You buy that, bro?
I mean, they use that as a standard, just because, like I said, it makes it easy to explain with diagrams and everything, and they don't have to. It's easy to describe to somebody, but I don't think they fundamentally hold that as absolutely what's happening. I think that it makes sense right now, because, like, for instance, I know that.
Like, I'll buy that. Go show him your wallet.
That's true, though. That's
but
true. Kosho's just being the defense attorney for quantum right now. So let fair enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's true that a lot of the stuff in quantum mechanics, it's very successful in predicting certain things, but it's also mysterious in a lot of different ways. So it's not really understood. It's not meant to be a completely understood field, like field in science.
Kosho, so when you say mysterious, you know what you actually mean? What you meant to say? Paradoxical. There's a lot of paradoxes in quantum mechanics, so that's why they call it mysterious, because it's better branding, But yeah, most people that study quantum, they'll tell you that virtual particles probably aren't real, and that their existence is questionable at best, as Feynman would say. But we needed them as a construct, an abstraction, to throw into our equations so we can make the equation work. Because quantum has yet to be able to come up with an explanation for what magnetism is.
And if one is attempting, when they showed me images, because I saw a thing where they were like, it's a Kashmir experiment or something. They're like, you see this like little blob here? This is a virtual particle. And I'm like, okay, so you will accept that, but you won't accept that maybe it's the ether finally being able to express itself because it's, perturbed in a particular way that allows it to express itself. You normally can't see it until it's like folded over on itself so many times that it actually becomes slightly material.
You know what's
what I
so
mean?
frustrating about it, Grim, is there are a lot of really smart people that study quantum. And, like, they're not stupid. Like, I think quantum is stupid. I don't think people that believe in quantum are necessarily
Of course,
stupid.
they are stupid. They are very stupid.
Johnny, they're not stupid. I talked to some of them, okay? They are far from stupid. Okay?
Okay.
And frankly,
What is wrong with
Kosho
that,
isn't
man?
stupid. I think
Yeah,
Kosho
we
is
know Kosho's not stupid.
he just has an allegiance to certain presuppositions, right? And that's the thing, like, presuppositions can render your position stupid, but quantum proponents are not stupid. They think that they're actually trying to explain things at the cutting edge of quote-unquote science, right? Because they have certain assumptions that they have, and that's what's crippling them. But what's sad about it is there are so many smart people doing this that if we could use them to interpret
If we
phenomena,
can, yes.
if they could be used to interpret phenomena with a different framework, like if you could just take them all for 2 days a week, and for 2 of the 7 days they're not quantum physicists, they are ether physicists.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, now we are talking.
All of a sudden, the
Some of
world
these-
would be a better place in a year. bro.
Everything will be fine.
taboo, right? They already know. I mean, there's a lot of guys. I mean, I've talked to a lot of guys. They want to say the word ether. They just know that it's so taboo that it puts a stain on them, on what they're doing.
Yeah.
Before anything can be done about it, it's just,
Isn't it basically the same thing?
it's like calling them a pedo. It's
Well,
the
it's
same.
it's not quite the same thing though, right? So it's not that it's just taboo. It's like the ether from electrical field theory cannot be accepted. It's not. It's taboo in the sense that it's akin to like.
Don't say it. I can you're wrong there. Absolutely, you
Just
cannot
let
say
him finish
it.
for a second there.
No,
man.
but aren't they trying to explain it in the same ways as the same thing? It's just, they're never going to say it's called that.
Sort of, right? But not really, right? That's what I'm trying to say. So they can't use the ether from electrical field theory that we used to have because that ether allows you to apply motion to it. It is interpreted as a medium or a substrate, an underlying layer or substance, and Tesla would call it the primary matter. Now, you can't have this in the heliocentric model in the current paradigm because we have conflicting observations that would show that the Earth doesn't move. So there has to be a different version of it. So they're explaining it similar but different in that it's all physical particles that sustain themselves. They're not sustained within something else because that something else can't be accepted.
But then
That's
they
what I
want
hear.
to-
That's
they
exactly
want
how I
to
hear it.
waste time.
I just wanted to make this quick remark because some of these remarks, when I hear some folks try to justify their position, you would think if you're trying to justify your position with whatever particular knowledge claim you're trying to make, you would not say it's not meant to be understood. But if it's not meant to be understood, then if that really is the case, then you are conceding that you can't understand what you claim to know.
No, he's saying that they don't want you to understand. It's not meant for
Yeah.
you to understand.
Well, that's what he said. He
It
said
could
it's
be
not
a
meant to be
diversion, like a diversion, from what's actually going on, so you
Well,
don't use it.
Rakia, that means that Kosho was more correct than he realizes. Yeah, it's not meant to be misunderstood. It's not meant to be understood because it was a diversion to distract people away from understanding what's really going on. I have a very interesting book called SS Bell and the Brotherhood, or the SS Brotherhood of the Bell, and it's talking about how they pursued ether physics, and that's how they came up with electrogravitic propulsion devices, like what we call UFOs, that worked. And they said that they were overcoming, they called it Jewish physics, and they were referring to Einstein, right? So the point is, pump the brakes on the anti-Semitic bullshit. I'm just telling you what the book says. It explains that when they started trying to do physics with an ether framework, everything started working. and they've given people quantum so that they would be distracted, and that's where Einstein comes in. Like the current quantum theory of light was proposed by Einstein, and so it's just still applied, and the constant speed of light being a physical particle is still applied, and that's what's holding everyone back. I talked to quantum physicists, bro. They're smart people, man, and they're not like these people on the internet. They're not like NASA and some of these people, right? They're much more like honest. And they're like, yeah, you're making a good point. I don't know. All of us know we don't know that. We don't know what's going on there. Yeah, I agree. That's crazy. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know there's a lot of things the ether would really make this a lot easier. But they look at it like, well, I'm not going to take the easy route out because I don't think the ether can exist because it's constant speed of light and blah, blah, blah. So that's kind of what it comes down to. I don't attribute malice or malevolence on their behalf at all.
Interesting.
I want to make it clear also, I don't think I said those words. I thought maybe somebody was implying somebody else said that, but I never said it's not meant to be understood. If someone thinks I said that, I said that it's not. I did say it's not completely understood, and of course it's a very predicted. It's got predictable. It's a predictable model, but there's a lot of consequences of of this theory that are very confusing and
Come on,
still
Coach. So we
mysterious.
came up with whole theories about what we misunderstood you saying. Don't take that away.
You may have misspoke, Christian, but you did say that. You said it's not meant to be understood. You said that. You might have
Yeah. Well, if I said those words, then that's not. Yeah, that's not all I know. But I just meant that it's not. It isn't. It isn't completely understood. The absolute meaning of a lot of these mechanisms. A lot of the mechanisms are understood, but the meaning behind them really aren't. And the only other thing was I was going to bring up this something called quintessence. I can't say the word, but it's actually the second most compelling theory for dark energy outside of the whole what do you call that, vacuum energy thing. But yeah, so
the word because it's bullshit. I'm just kidding.
So the quintessence one is actually interesting because actually it's close. It's first of all it's another quantum field, and it makes dark energy a quantum field, but it also turns it closer to what the ether. It brings back the idea of the ether. That's actually where the name comes from because it's the ether was originally the fifth state of matter, and so it's basically another sort of ether model. And
it is big time. Big time, bro. Quintessence. It's basically you can find articles online of Nikola Tesla explaining the quintessence, which of course he's just explaining ether, right? But I want to read what Richard Feynman says because it's pertinent. He says anyone that claims to understand quantum mechanics is either lying or crazy.
That's why I wanted to say this. So they claim to know what they don't understand?
Well, people on the internet do, yeah. Like the people in the actual field admit they don't know it all.
The people in the field don't say that, but the people on the internet who are advocating and defending their belief in the people in the field are saying that, okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably the exception, right? I mean, there's probably a few, but you won't find any of the prominent ones. Like Lawrence Krauss would never tell you that. Lawrence Krauss says, maybe it's not Lawrence Krauss. It might be Lawrence Krauss, who's like a prominent atheist, ironically. But I think he might be the one that said there's an ether. It might not be him. But like Lawrence Krauss will never tell you that you understand. What's up?
He has said that, but I've shown that to Lemon before because I think Lemon had shown that to me. Well, anyways, regardless, that he was making the point that I was kind of making about how the ether really is. It's another. The quantum fields are really just another. It's kind of like what ether evolved into, basically, because they did drop a lot of aspects of it, but it's satisfying a lot of the same things as ether.
Yeah, well, basically, if I'm in a beautiful position because I don't have like a bias. Like if the ether doesn't exist, I don't care. If everything was made of physical particles, I don't care. It's just not. And so I can give my honest critique and recollection, and this is what I've seen, and take with a grain of salt. I'm just some crazy flat earther that dropped out of college. I just research on the internet. But of course, I can watch Harvard lectures on the internet now, so that's a pretty stupid critique. But long story short, what's happening is that quantum mechanics is slowly, reluctantly crawling back to the ether that's been there the whole time. And I can almost assure you a bunch of them are just reading Nikola Tesla and then trying to find a way to fit it into particleism. That's all they're doing.
Well, they want to stand out, right? Like, when you get into that field, you want to make a name for yourself, and you're trying to, come up with your own thing. And every time they go deep and go against the grain, they come up with what was called ether, and they're trying to, like, not do it, but do it, right? Like,
Well, say
to
you're,
make a name.
yeah, okay, say you're a new upcoming preacher, okay, and you've got a bunch of new crazy takes, very new progressive takes or whatever on the Bible. And a lot of people like you, and you're like you're considered like this really smart, brilliant preacher. You come up with all these new interpretations of the Bible. You still can't go in there and say 666, like hell, Satan, and all this stuff, right?
Right.
Yeah, because that's what the ether is, bro. The ether is like the word
kryptonite.
Satan. Yeah, like that. You can't say that in the Church of Quantum, bro. Like, you can say
I'm not
anything
sure
else.
where I stand on it. Like, I wouldn't want to, say where I stand on it, but it does make a lot of sense, man. And when I'm like you, when I listen to the lectures of just the ordinary, quantum physics professor or, PhD or whatever it is, they're like, man, we know 5%, we know 100% of 5% of this, right? And the other 95% we have no clue. It's not even a mystery, right? It's an enigma wrapped in a mystery of an unknown, maybe an unknown that will never be known. It's kind of how to say it.
And ironically, they don't even understand 100% of the 5% because the 5% is alluding to the material world, right? And they don't understand the material world. Like, they can't explain magnetism or electrostatics or light. And truth be told, they can't explain what they call the electron either.
Well, like, what about like, I think they can't get into the supernatural. That's why they stay in the natural world, or trying to see how it could affect us, or we could gain from it, or, learn from it, or whatever. But
No,
I
they
don't
can.
know.
They're just
It could go
refusing.
much further than that, I think.
Yeah.
If
They
it
can,
does
they just
exist,
refuse to.
yeah. It's got some powers that I think may never be known, so that might be the supernatural. But just like the recent discovery of these superfluids and super solids that do things that defy known physics, go through porous glass, or climb up walls, defy gravity, or what's known as gravity. So I think, if people can be honest with themselves and realize that, there's some discoveries out are being publicized that can explain a lot of this, and really show you how much is unknown, and bring you kind of down the earth where you're not so arrogant and say, oh, we know this, we know this, we can prove this. Oh yeah, well, science doesn't prove anything, by the way. Like, it's a strange world we live in.
But you see, they think they're being humble, right? So I try to empathize with people because I found out over the last week or so, I'd rather talk to certain globers than certain flat earthers, right? I mean, you don't just get a pass. So I try to empathize, right? And even with that situation, I try to empathize, and I can, and I can sell their position pretty well. And so what globers are doing is they think that they're being humble, okay, in this weird backwards way. Although they're rejecting the creator, they believe they're being humble in the sense that, well, look how tiny we are in the universe. And it would be arrogant for me to think that I'm special just because this is all I experience. It's very short-sighted, immodest, right? And they think that they're also being humble when they say stuff like, well, science doesn't know everything. That's how science works. We're still trying to learn things. And science is just a form of falsification, and it doesn't prove things. And quantum mechanics is one of those perfect examples where we discovered we pulled the curtain back and found out, wow, there's so much we don't understand. And that's to them a humility, like a humble recognition, and it's exciting to them because that means there's a whole bunch left to learn. And if you put your empathetic lenses on, you can see some admirable characteristics in that, right? Like being excited about learning more isn't a bad thing. Believing that you're taking the humble position isn't a bad thing. They're just misguided, right? Like they've been misled. They're not our enemy. You know, they're not
Austin,
of confusion. They've just been.
It's no end. It's no end. What you're talking, it has to be some end point. So we can answer what you're trying to say.
In addition to what Austin just said, the irony is that those folks that he was just describing, not all, but many, want to ridicule the philosopher that tries to establish a worldview. They're trying to get down to the presuppositions of one's worldview. And it's no accident that those persons that Austin was just describing say that science doesn't prove anything. Why? Because they subscribe to a worldview where they cannot account for the inductive principle. They cannot justify the inductive principle, which is the
Okay.
Johnny, are you just so drunk that you got to interrupt everyone, bro? Because I like you as a person and stuff. I think you're cool or whatever. But like, come on, bro? Can you just chill, bro? If you're gonna interrupt, at least say something.
Okay, maybe you don't like me. You think I'm drunk or something.
No one hears what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest with you. Like no one knows what you just said. You know what I mean? So like,
No,
you can
I'm just
understand
saying,
why we would get frustrated.
You say the same thing again and again. You have to have a point. So
Yeah, you're still
there are
not
a lot
saying
of
anything,
people.
Johnny. And to say you're
Oh.
not drunk right now is, ooh, I hope you're drunk, Ram. I really do.
Of course I'm drunk.
Well, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, because if you're not, it's... But
Okay,
maybe...
no, I'm not drunk. I never
We're making
drunk.
a
I
pretty
never
profound point, Johnny. We're talking about something very profound.
like as deep as it gets here, right?
Yeah.
Profound.
It takes a little
Profound.
while. Yeah, profound.
Like a profound, like we were talking about
Why are we letting him continue
the
and I
light
can't finish my sentence?
behavior.
Johnny, Gregory was making a point.
Okay. Let me say so it's not so actually awkward or something. I would say that Austin is a wonderful person and he's absolutely good in his matter, and he's doing a good for Flutter and the most of the truth. But we are talking about the small thing about the nature of the world. That people is not talking about the a party or whatsoever. No, they are not doing that.
All right, we're gonna let Gregory finish now, Johnny. Okay, and if you interrupt him, I'm gonna have to mute you. Okay, so Gregory's gonna finish. He was talking about induction, how they have to intrinsically reject induction.
Right.
I will come to that.
The inductive principle of the causation inquiry method, aka scientific method, as I like to call it, they can't justify it because they don't have a metaphysical entity in their metaphysic, their theory of reality, that can maintain the uniformity of nature for the future to be generally like the past. So they say that science doesn't prove anything because they subscribe to a metaphysic where not only is the inductive principle not justifiable, no knowledge claim and no epistemology is justifiable or possible.
Yeah. And so I say that I think that they see delusion is a crazy thing, right? Like, so I think they believe they're being humble, but you hit the nail on the head. Ironically, they're not actually. They're being arrogant, and they think that they don't have a philosophy, and so they critique other people for being philosophical because they haven't realized yet that atomism and their belief of quantum is a philosophy. So they're just misguided. I mean, like I said, I empathize, and I don't know everything. You know, I'm surely misguided in certain ways.
You're going to find a limit with a mortal that is not the God in one way or another with something or the other.
Yeah.
But what we do have correct, we have correct.
Of sound mind, right? It's pretty clear there are certain people who have a sound mind, and there are some people that do not. And it's impossible to acknowledge that without sounding arrogant, but you know, it's just a fact.
So
well, you're anticipating the outcry and the complaints of people that don't like hearing the alternative while pretending to be objective and unbiased and neutral.
So here's a question, just to everyone. But I was kind of thinking, wanted to hear what your thoughts on it, Austin, as well. Which is, what what will be required for this larger shift to occur in terms of a lot of the pseudophysics and pseudoscience that's happening, and these people that are trained in those fields and being paid, their entire livelihood is dependent on it, and where that's headed? Because it seems to me like it's just headed for a brick wall. Like there's nothing really there at the end of that. Like they're using certain concepts that are real, but they're twisting them and contorting them and doing all kinds of different things to where they lead nowhere, which is likely what their goal is, to create a bunch of people that are kind of doing work for them unknowingly, but also are not really, coming to truth and actually harnessing and understanding the nature of. So in terms of that whole shift occurring, I guess my ultimate question is, how does the shape of the earth play into that? And is that the actual foundational key to unlock the huge shift within those fields as well?
If I may take this.
Yeah.
First. Number one, I'm speaking from my worldview, of course. Proverbs says the beginning of knowledge is the fear of Yahweh, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. What needs to happen, step number one, is the gracious, merciful granting of repentance to people by the power of the Holy Spirit. And that repentance, not only it concerns ethics, it concerns all areas of knowledge. You see, all the treasures of knowledge and wisdom are stored up in the Messiah. You see, he is the ultimate source of all knowledge. Knowledge is possible because of him. All knowledge is stored in his mind. He gives us the ability to learn things. He made the universe intelligible, including especially the physics, ta physica. And so they are not going to make the change, which is a fundamental change in their worldview, the change or repentance from a false worldview, a false metaphysic, and all these other particular doctrines that fall under that basic category of their metaphysic and their epistemology and their ethic and their axiology and their logic. None of that is going to change until the heart changes fundamentally, and then the mind changes fundamentally. It's their fundamental view of the world. They change all the accidents, all the accidental details in their worldview. Must begin, and it must begin in the mind, fundamentally in their worldview, and that will begin with the repentance in the Holy Spirit.
Process of changing the heart. You nailed it, man. I kind of jumped in, you heard me, and then let you go, but I was gonna say it's a spiritual battle, so it's way above what we're thinking right now. But God's earmarks are on a lot of these things that they're trying to figure out and study and do all that, but they're doing it in a way to hide the Creator instead of glorifying Him, and that is the spiritual war that we're in amongst the scientists, or the so-called scientists,
Well, if we're going to be realistic to acknowledge this question, there's not going to be like a major spiritual shift across the board where everyone suddenly realizes that they need to humble themselves beneath the Creator. I mean, sounds good, right? But I think to answer his question as honestly as possible, it'll only come if there's some selfish motivation behind it, meaning if there's some new discovery that just blows the lid off quantum. Now, it's hard to imagine what that'll be because it seems like we already have like 100 of them. And so I really can't even fathom more paradoxes or something, but something that's so irrefutable that they think that they can be the first ones to bring out the new gut or grand unified theory. I think if we reach the point where there's some type of shift in that sense, where people realize like they have to kind of fully adopt a new framework to come up with a grand unified theory, their selfish motive may cascade over. That's the only way I can see it happening. I don't know though, because you know how it goes like with the Glober. If someone's a professor of astrophysics for 20 years, trying to get them to publicly say the Earth's flat and doesn't move is almost impossible.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, so you're going to try to get quantum physicists that have been doing this for 20, 30 years to suddenly come out and say, okay, that was all a waste of time and there's an ether? I don't know. So unfortunately, I don't know the answer. I think all we can do is just fight the good fight, if you will, Like, I don't know what would actually cascade a massive utopia-esque transcendence.
What's the quote? There's no battle worth fighting that's easy, or something like that. Like, you have to realize it's going to be an uphill battle, but it's worth fighting for the good, right? Like, as long as you believe you're on the good side, that's a battle worth fighting. So
Maybe actually. So maybe if you come up with technology that gives you free energy, quote unquote, and you were able to get it out before they killed you, you would almost assuredly die. Like I actually plan on trying to do this. I don't know. I guess you gotta aim for the stars, as they say, whatever that means. But like, I do want to do that, and find a tactical way to get it out before they kill me. You almost assuredly die. But if you can get it out before it gets snuffed out, that would probably force the transition, because the efficacy of the technology would prove the validity of the framework that created it. Now we've done that once before, right? We have the AC induction motor created by Tesla and then perfected by Charles Proto-Steinmetz, who was smarter than Tesla, and they all used the ether, right? So it's been done before, and then they were able to hide it. Now we got the internet. If you're able to get something out like that substantiates an etheric physics, I think it would kind of shift the game, because you couldn't really hide it. And that's the only way I can see you taking it in your own hands.
Isn't it funny that it's called the Ethernet? Like,
Yeah, there's that too. Just to make the distinction between my answer and Austin's answers clear, I gave my answer calculatedly according to the question, the words in the question that GL asked, because the question was, what would need to take place? Austin's answer was more along the lines of what would more likely happen, aside from, repentance being taking place in the mind of the persons in academia. So my answer was just calculated directly to the nature of the question, given the words that were said. What would need to take place? That's what need to take place. My answer. Austin's answer was more along the lines of, given that it's very unlikely that what Gregory was talking about is going to happen among the vast majority, let alone all the members of academia, perhaps this would be the catalyst for at least some significant change in the minds of academia, at least the majority, or at least a significant fraction of persons in academia.
Yep, that was pretty well summarized.
Well, that's assuming that you have it figured out.
The
way you're talking is that you sound like you assume that you have it all figured out, like this is the way to go.
As a person, like on a personal level, I think is what he's saying. Like that's how he feels or believes or puts his faith or however he wants to put it. I don't want to speak for him, but he's not speaking for me or for you, you know?
I guess in life you could always go hear someone speak something with conviction and then be like, oh man, you must think you got it all figured out. I mean, I guess I'm sure I could hear you talking about flat earth and give you the same critique.
Well, I've been listening to you guys talk for a while now, so this is what I've been hearing. I've been hearing atomists on one side, right, and the ether boys on the other side, and then I'm hearing a bit of religion tossed in.
In answer to the question that was asked,
Gio asked a specific question. That was the first time any type of religion was brought in at all.
I'm not judging, but I'm going with the ether and the atomistic view, right? Well,
Yeah,
the way I see it, I see assumptions, grand assumptions on both sides.
Yeah, but you know what the problem with what your critique is? You're not offering anything to the table. So it's like if I walked up and watched you take the ACT and you made a 30, and I started telling you that your score sucked, and you're like, damn, bro, I thought I did good. Well, what'd you make on it? And I'm like, oh, I'm not taking that stupid test. I'd be like, okay, well, your critique of my score doesn't hold much weight. You're not actually sitting down and taking the test.
Well, hold on. You didn't let me.
Yeah, I think that's not fair because I think SE has his own thoughts on this.
All right, let's hear it. What's the magnetic field comprised of, SE?
The discussion, that's what he says. He just ridicules people for being certain instead of giving some objective argument against.
Let's give him a chance. Let's give him a chance.
I said I found faults on both sides, and I'll give you the faults that I see on both sides.
We're asking you to take the test, bro. Well, go ahead. Go ahead first. You can critique
What test, bro? What test?
What's the magnetic field comprised of?
What's the magnetic field? Who knows what it is? Do you know what it is?
Well, I'm not saying I know exactly what it is, but that was my point. I'm trying to take the test. You're just not taking it.
Well, look, if you want to go with the virtual photon bullcrap, I can recite you that, or I can tell you whatever. But the truth of the matter is, I don't know what it is.
So we might as well not pursue any further knowledge unless we can scientifically.
I'm not saying that, man. I never said anything about magnetism. I said I see faults in both the ether boys and the atomistic boys.
And what are those faults?
Let's hear it.
On one side, we have all kinds of crazy stuff like space-time, antimatter, black holes, right? Unexplained stuff. And on your side, you have attraction to counter space and different dimensions, explaining all kinds of stuff. So the way I see it, both sides are just stories.
Yeah.
Sorry, man, but
that's
I
okay.
see
But
holes in both of your theories.
My point still remains, Essie, and no one will ever rebut the point. We have phenomena on the Earth that currently doesn't have an explanation, and one of them is magnetism, the most prominent force in the world. You can't have electricity without it. In fact, electricity doesn't have a currently adequate explanation. We're actually held underneath the confinement of this delusion, and therefore we pay our utility bills and we think energy only has loss, and we don't even understand the most prominent force in the world that's all around us. So either we can choose to accept that there are some things that can't be scientifically validated in the material world, but we may have to apply like a logical framework to try to understand them so that we can learn more, or we can just ignore them, throw our hands up and say, I don't know. And we could pursue knowing, but it would require us not being able to scientifically prove it all. So I'd rather just not take the test. And that's each person's personal prerogative. But I'm pointing out to you that critique of one person's position doesn't hold a ton of weight if you can't acknowledge it. Now, like I said, from a debate perspective, falsification is independent of replacement. I say that all the time. So when it comes to the flat earth, that's important. They told us where we live. We don't need to know exactly what the earth is to know that they lied. But if you can't even address the phenomena of magnetism or electricity, well, I mean...
You never asked me to address it. Ask me and I'll address it, dude.
I did. I said, what's the magnetic field?
Electromagnetism, I know how it works, or the fundamentals of it, like everybody else.
Do you?
What do you mean by that? Just because you think you know about magnetism, you think you know about the ether? Is that what you're trying to get at?
What I'm getting at is there's only two explanations that have been proposed. If you know the mainstream one, then you know atomism. And so, I'm asking you, what is the magnetism?
And I answered you personally, I don't know. I can give you the photon explanation. For me, I don't know. I don't believe in virtual photons. So my answer to you is, I don't know. There's a mechanism there that's invisible that we can plainly see attracts magnets, pushes them back, and also moves lead particles. We can see, if you want to call it a field, whatever that is. Everybody sees that. Now, what it is, I don't know.
Yeah. It's invisible to the naked eye, but you can see it with the ferrocell. So I don't know exactly what it is definitively because it's immaterial, so it can't be scientifically validated. So I also don't know what the creator is specifically unless I invoke the scriptures, but I know that by logic there has to be one. I know that by logic there has to be a mechanism for magnetism because we see it.
So we're saying the same thing. We agree then.
It's a philosophy.
We both don't know what it is, right?
But I actually am trying to take the test. So I would say that magnetism is actually the conjugate geometric expression of dielectricity and magnetism, which are two modalities or versions of the same thing, similar to ice, steam, and water. And the loss of dielectricity manifests as magnetism. Dielectricity exists in this immaterial metaphysical realm some people call the ether, and that's just unmanifested pure potential. That's where energy comes from. It doesn't just come from nowhere. And so basically it could be summed up as centrifugal divergence or centripetal convergence simultaneously, as if you had a donut and drew the conjugate geometry of it throughout the interior of it, a hyperboloid and a toroid. And that's what we see, is we see the expression of this interaction. That's my understanding of it. And am I saying I can scientifically prove it? No, but it's logically viable. And we could at least take that to move forward. If we don't at least create something that's logically viable, we have to just throw our hands up, say, I don't know, and then remain stagnant and talk about the sextant every day.
I'm not dismissing what you just said out of hand, right? I'm not. I'm just telling you, you could be right, but you also could be wrong. That's all I'm telling you. What you just said right there now is a whole bunch of assumptions. You must agree, right, Witsit?
Well, part of its assumptions, yeah. I mean, you can look under a ferrocell cell and see the magnetic field and its geometric expression. That part's not an assumption.
Yeah, fine.
Well,
I've seen those
kind of like
cells. I've
seeing
seen
an atom.
Theora
You know?
Puffit go on with his I've seen all that stuff myself, yeah. But that doesn't prove anything.
That's what I was going to
really
ask
need to
you
say
with
this.
it.
Hang on. I really need to say this. Number one, Montreal, I don't critique you for being a skeptic. I commend skepticism. Nevertheless, you come with this smug indignation, but your number one critique was to simply call one side crazy, and your second critique was to reiterate what was said and then conclude saying that both are just stories. You have not actually given premises that actually justify your ridicule of both positions, or at least your critique of both positions.
I thought I was clear in that. I mentioned the dark matter and some crazy stuff on one side, and I mentioned equally crazy stuff on the other side. Perhaps you weren't listening.
Well, I see. Watch this. This is the point, right? So energy, the first law of thermodynamics says that energy cannot be created nor destroyed. If that's true, which is all we've ever observed, at least allegedly, that means that it can only be transferred. So the question is, now we know we have energy. We know we have it.
Oh,
If it can only be transferred, the question is, where does it come from?
What is energy?
Pressure mediation.
Exactly.
Okay.
And who says it cannot be destroyed or created? Who said that? And do you believe it?
First of all, I just explained that's just what the first law says, and I use the word allegedly. Now, the problem is that you guys just have a script to try to critique other people, but you'll never answer the questions. It's an easy position to take. You guys know that I could take your position as well,
I know.
right?
So pressure mediation.
It's not difficult or profound or intellectual high ground or anything, right? You know that.
Energy is pressure mediation, right?
That's how I define it.
Okay. So now when you say pressure mediation, you're talking about a physical medium that equalizes?
Okay, but Ghost, can you be sensitive to what is being said in the room?
Defending him. Wait, you talk about honest, right? You talk about honest fucking conversation, and the minute what Witsit's saying starts getting a little vague and bullshitty, and I'm questioning it, you jump in. Now, Witsit.
Still, dude.
The question, Gregory.
Once again, now you're starting to spiral and shout over everyone in the room and not be sensitive to the other voices that's being talked about.
You just take it off the topic. You just took it off.
We've had chill conversation for like an hour.
Until you came in, now the room is deteriorated.
You jumped in because you're triggered, because we're questioning Witsit.
You're the one
screaming. You come with this belligerent ignorance with no specific premises to justify anything you say.
Gregory, nobody gives a shit. I don't give a shit about what you have to say. Now, if you're just going to jump, you're going to jump in and overtalk.
Confessing his
overtalking.
Please. Hey, I'm out, man. Hey,
one at a time, no interrupting.
No, we need to address. I've been in this conversation. There he goes again.
This is gonna be, dude. I already exposed you earlier, though. I exposed that your framework.
Okay, can I? Then let me get it out. So, energy. Without Gregory getting all fucking white knight triggered. Energy is pressure mediation. Pressure mediation is a physical medium because you have the medium that is equalizing. That's where we got to before you guys got all triggered. So do you agree that energy, therefore, is a physical medium?
I don't confine...
Energy is just a power to take something
Why are you answering the question
from point A to B. That's the energy is about.
Energy's A to B. Very, very good. Drunk Bernard gives us energy is A to B. Now, Witsit, do you want to try and maybe give something better than that?
You can put it in a formula.
Johnny, bro, don't make me mute you.
Right.
His brain is mush, dude. I'm telling you.
So here's the deal, man. There's no answer on the entire internet and the entire academic world for the definition of energy. It just says the ability to do work, which is what something does, not what something is. Now you're asking me to define something that billions of dollars and billions of people haven't been able to do. Now I know that you can't do it. Okay.
I don't use it in my statements, though.
You're talking still. You're just triggered.
Wow.
So I have chosen philosophically to try to answer the question. Now you can choose not to, But you're not my dad, and you don't get to tell me what I choose to do. And here's the problem. I already exposed, you said that nothing can exist unless it's material or can be quantified. I asked you, what is the magnetic field comprised of? You said matter. I said, what matter? You said it's invisible. We just know there's something physical there, but we can't see it. I said, how do you know it's physical if you can't see it? And you said, I don't know. I said, so you can't quantify it if you can't see it, right? And you said, no. So I said, oh, then magnetic fields cannot exist according to you, because you said if you can't quantify it, it doesn't exist. So your entire position is just logically bankrupt.
Hold on. We're going to get back. So you said, so you described.
Never addressed it.
Hold on. I'm addressing, because you got away from it. It was a very good way. You almost got away from it, but you're not that good. So energy. So you described energy as pressure mediated. Hold on. Here he goes. It's Black Knight. So you said that energy was pressure mediation. And then I pressed you on pressure mediation. And instead of backing up your own claim, you started talking about how mainstream defines energy as the potential to do work. And then you said that I don't know what energy is. Look, I don't need to know what energy is, because I'm not using it in my description of how a magnetic whatever works.
You just don't answer the question at all.
I'm not done. Witsit, I'm not done.
You've already been destroyed, dude.
I'm not done. So if you're going to invoke the word energy to try and describe the indescribable, then yes, I'm going to ask you very specifically what you mean by energy. And if you cannot describe it or articulate it or define it, then you can't just say, oh, pressure mediation, oh, pressure is a physical medium, and then you just run away from it. You can't do that. Okay. So can you define energy? And if you can you define energy? And if you
sound like a retard. Just so you know. So I just explained. No. I can call him what I want to. If you want to kick me from the room, you can. But this is 5 days in a row that every time I'm in here and someone's talking to me, he jumps in and starts screaming belligerently and pretending he's smart. And then he says something can't exist unless you can count it. So no, I'm going to address your stupid argument. So I said energy. Shut up. I said energy is pressure mediation. And then you went on to say, I claimed that that's physical mediums. Well, no, shut up. I didn't say that. I don't confine the definition of medium to physical or material. You do, because you're a materialist. But I know where you're going to go with it. When I say mediums aren't just confined to material, you're going to say, oh, you're talking about something immaterial that can't be proven because nothing can exist unless it's material. So I win. So I'm not interested in having conversations at a sub 80 IQ level. And I know where you're going to go, but you come in here and you recycle it every single day as if you're profoundly destroying me. When the truth is, you can't answer the questions I'm trying to answer. So you can sit from the outside and critique how I answer them, but until you answer them, it doesn't really matter. I acknowledge it's not scientifically verifiable, it's immaterial, it isn't science, and it isn't quantifiable. It's philosophy. It's a logical framework used to interpret phenomena that you cannot explain yourself. So your critique doesn't hold much weight. And yes, it's pressure mediation, and mediums being pressure or being mediated with pressure does not have to be a physical material medium. So we disagree on that point. So when your follow-up is, oh, you're telling me mediums can be immaterial, that doesn't mean anything. Okay, now what you got?
So you said you explained it, but then when we got to the fundamental basis of your explanation, it had to deal with energy, and then you said you couldn't describe what energy is, but you said pressure mediation, but then you knew I was going to ask, well, what is causing the pressure, right? And then there's either something causing the pressure or nothing causing the pressure. Now you take there is not a thing, or not a physical thing causing the pressure, which then becomes nothing causing the pressure, but you can't say nothing. So you create. Okay. Hang on, I'm not done. I let you speak for a very long time without.
I'm not even talking, you clown show.
If I ask you what is the definition of energy, what is the definition of energy?
Johnny, just let it be. Let him get destroyed.
What is the definition?
You talk shit about me and my sub 80 IQ, but at least I can keep my fucking mouth shut while you dumbasses talk.
Dude, it wasn't me talking, Ghost. Wait, no, shut up. I'm the mod. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you. Listen, I wasn't the one that interrupted you. It was Johnny, okay? I didn't say you had
that drunk fuck.
Listen, I didn't say you had a sub 80 IQ. I said that the conversation you're trying to limit it to is sub 80 IQ. Okay, go ahead and see if you can rebut my actual point without doing the very thing I predicted you would do, which we all know that's what you're going to do.
And look at the screen when you're talking to.
Wow, here goes this Black Knight. Can't control himself. It's almost like a stereotype.
Look at the screen
there he
when
goes
you're
again.
talking.
There he goes again. Can't control himself. Can you control yourself? We're just going to let 10
like that?
I'm going to let 10 seconds of silence to see if Gregory can just control himself.
And in that 10 seconds, look at the
I knew it.
screen
I
when you're
fucking
talking.
couldn't do it. I knew he couldn't do it. 10 seconds. We'll try again. Let's see if you can last 5
No,
seconds.
dude, this isn't your kick you out of here, dude. You don't own everyone in here. You don't tell them what they're allowed to do, buddy. You're not tough.
I'm just seeing if he can control. I'm just going to take a 5 second.
Are you going to continue with the conversation? Because if you're going to keep on silence, you might as well silence yourself. And we can move on.
It's very hard to have the conversation when certain individuals are triggered and don't let you talk with them.
Don't worry, if they start talking, they're going to get muted.
Like right now.
How about we just mute you? Because you don't know how to have a conversation.
It's so insufferable. Like, we can't even continue the conversation.
It's insane.
No, it's impossible. It's impossible.
Dude, by the way, he does this every time. So I just want to point out the reason I have no patience for him when he comes in, he's going to jump in and cry about he got muted. Because he does it every single time, right? And we destroyed him earlier, and he didn't have an answer, and he got real quiet, and he waited for about 5 minutes, hoping everyone would forget, and then he jumped in doing the same thing. Well, his tactic is to ask questions and reduce every single argument to the point of absurdity, where he said electrostatics doesn't exist. And then I asked him, what happens when you shock someone? He's like, oh, you shock someone? I'm like, what is shock? He's like, oh, it's shock. Right. So when the same thing applied to him, he can't even like for a second even pretend that he's intelligent. So I'm not trying to personally attack him, but it's like really crazy.
I understand, Austin. I absolutely understand. You don't have to say everything.
He's exhausted all sympathy with that belligerent ignorance and these circular answers like what Austin just gave, for example.
But if you are talking about energy, what is energy? Energy is so many things. It can be light. It can be. What can it be? Yeah, it can be whatsoever. You can name thousands whatsoever example of energy. But what?
Austin, I want to tell you, bro. When you first gave your answer to what is energy and said pressure mediation, it struck me as like what? No, I mean that's like a. It didn't sit right with me, but then I, been thinking about it while everything else has been going on in the background in this room, and finally I was like ready to ask you a question. Like I finally formulated some words in my head correctly, and I was like, well, how can you call energy pressure mediation if isn't energy something that pressure mediates itself? But then I thought about it right as soon as I was about to ask you that and come off mute. And I was like, well, no, it isn't energy that's pressure mediating. It's heat or light or momentum or whatever. And those are all expressions. So
yeah, but it can be your mind also. Your mind is also
he was in the middle of saying something.
Yeah, but I was responding. Excuse me.
I kind of came around to not having any like solid points against you defining it that way. Because I realized I caught myself thinking that like heat is energy itself or light is energy itself, but of course they aren't, So I wanted to rebut against what you said, but now I realize I can't.
Well, that's cool. That means a lot coming from you. That's just the best that I've come up with because everyone wants to corner you with the question. When you critique that they don't know the answer, they just ask it to you, and it's a tough question.
I wanted to say this in response to you, Austin. I say this retort as a question. You say energy is pressure mediation, but doesn't pressure the occurrence of pressure need to occur when there's a concrete entity with energy to then express that energy to then press?
I'm sorry, ask that again.
Doesn't pressure mediation need a concrete entity with energy to express the energy to then press?
It depends on it. Are you defining concrete as actual or limited to material? Because I would say that the ether is actual, not concrete as in physical material.
Right. Not concrete in merely in not concrete in the narrow sense of solid, but just the opposite of abstracta, right?
Mm-hmm. And I would say, the ether.
Okay. Uh, with I think it is correct to define energy as the ability to express power or cause motion, because one of the clues is that the way we use energy, not just in the technical jargon sense, but in the regular common sense, when we talk about I don't have enough energy or he has a lot of energy or something like that, that is expressing the sense that he has the ability, whoever isn't talking, he, she, they have the ability to do this or that, or lack the ability to do this or that. So that would make energy an ability when trying to ontologically categorize it. Would you agree?
Yeah, I don't see major contention with what you said.
So
I don't believe he understands what you're saying. Nobody understands what you're saying. I'm just
Johnny, maybe you speak for yourself, man.
if I were to make, I've been thinking, listening, guys, and I really like comparing physical phenomena or energetic phenomena to like to consciousness. And if I were to make the closest comparison I could, consciousness and and the world, like the physical realm, I would say that energy would line up with like will. Like energy is will, and then how is that will going to be expressed? There's all sorts of different ways to express your will, but it'd be like that sort of intention, that will behind what actually happens. You know what I mean?
Well, that would be a category error because something can have energy and have the will, right? Or something can have the will and not have the energy.
What are you talking
Or something can have the energy and not the will.
So if I was to tell you, what's it, that your explanation of energy is insufficient for me, pressure mediation, what would you say to that?
I would say, okay, you got a better one?
Okay, but just so a baller says, "Oh, that mountain, it's see half of it because Earth is a ball." Oh, we're not allowed to say that's a stupid idea because we don't come with another one. That's baller logic, bro. Your idea sucks. Sorry, we don't.
I
need
gotta
to
agree with that. Sorry, what's it? I gotta agree with that, man.
Yeah, but watch
Sorry,
this.
what's it? You just gotta suck it up. Your idea's not good. You're not nothing special. You didn't break the fucking mold. You're not gonna go on a fucking tour. You're not gonna win the Nobel Prize. Suck it up, dude. You're just another dude.
All right, watch this. So I oftentimes say falsification is independent of replacement, and that is true. The globe Earth makes scientific physical claims. I'm not doing that. I'm actually saying there's something immaterial that can't be science, and unfortunately we're limited to philosophical logical framework to attempt to understand certain phenomena. I then ask you, what is magnetism? He left, right? In SE Montreal, I ask you the same thing, and at least you're honest. You say you don't know.
Ask me what, bro? Because I don't agree with your explanation of what energy is. I have to come up with a better one. Is that what you're saying?
No, you don't have to. You can disagree, but I don't care, right? Because if you don't have anything to bring to the table, it doesn't help me out because I'm trying to figure out the problem we have with the control asserted over us with energy and electricity.
Okay, I'll tell you what I think of when I think of energy, right? When I think of energy, I think of a fire, right? You burn wood, you create heat, energy, a steam engine, a turbine, that's what I think of when I think of energy.
Tell me if you can entertain this, that what you're thinking there of like there's a pile of gunpowder, you set on fire, boom, right? Is what you're seeing in that explosion energy, or is that the release of energy?
That's just it. You got to come to terms when you talk about something, right? You got to come to terms of what that means. So when we say energy, that can mean 20 different things to 20 different people, right? A lot of people
tell you what it means to me.
Need to do work. Witsit says it's pressure mediation, right?
SE, hey, when you think about all the examples that you gave, when you think of energy, all of those function in some way, shape, or form on pressure mediation when you really think about it.
I don't disagree with that, but is it pressure mediation though? Is it?
Well, like Austin's already mentioned, like philosophical frameworks. It's really what we're dealing with here. If I were to say mine as clearly as possible, I'm pretty fond of the first Hermetic principle that all is mind. So, and when I say all, I mean like the sort of here. There might be a beyond, and I don't want to say that's mine. There might be a God, but everything we could ever come to like travel to or think about or give a name to, or all is mine in that sense. And then I would say energy is that mind's will, its will, and then that will express itself in different ways, and then matter would be thought forms.
Look, I don't disagree with the pressure mediation thing. I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm just saying that, energy, that's a loaded word, right?
I agree. We agree, I think. We just don't think that like the ability to do work is entirely satisfactory. Like it's useful. We can like do things in the world with it, with that framework, but it isn't actually a definition or anything because it's just describing what something does. Like if I ask you what is a human and you tell me humans breathe oxygen or humans can breathe oxygen, I'd be like, okay, that's a non sequitur though. I asked you what a human is. And so we're just trying to figure out what it is. And so, I mean,
You know what I would describe it as? Loosely, energy. How about movement?
Well, energy is what causes the movement, right?
Potential energy.
Movement.
Energy party.
Yeah.
If something's static,
Pretty deep, right? Yeah.
Right? Like think of a wave, right?
But you're in Canada.
To move something and cause electricity.
What's happening in Canada?
I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying if something is static, can it have energy?
Good question.
To me,
Is anything ever
energy,
static? Yeah.
energy is disequilibrium.
I would agree with you. It could have stored energy, like kinetic energy, for example.
Oh, it's not just movement then.
Energy is disequilibrium, man. Energy is disequilibrium.
I think
Like
it's
if
many
you
things.
wind
I
up
don't think
if you wind up an elastic, right, like a toy, those toy planes, and you stop it, right? You have it's static, right? But there's energy in there, no?
Well, yeah, something
There's
static.
many
and
ways
energy,
to
yeah.
express energy,
Well,
I
movement
agree
doesn't
with
work. I don't think disequilibrium works either because pressure mediation is the process of seeking equilibrium. So.
Yeah, but I just explained you a form of kinetic energy. If you want to talk energy, right?
I said, yeah, you describe something being static, having energy, which refutes the idea that energy is movement.
Yeah, but hold on. I had
static,
to place it
it's
in.
not
Hold on. I
pushing
had to
energy.
place. Hold on, guys. I had to place energy into it. I turned the propeller, right? And I guess you can say that the elastic stored that energy, for a lack of a better term. Then it was static. But then when you let it go, I guess you can say it released that energy. I don't know.
Well, like
You know what I'm saying?
if I pick up a rock out of the ground, it has energy. I can actually still man your position, though. I can make it a little better. This is the only way I can see that being a viable explanation is even when something's static, there's something holding together the matter. And everything has an intrinsic oscillation. And technically speaking, that is movement.
Excuse me, Austin. We have to understand what we are talking about. If we are talking about something static, that is static is something that's always, it's not changeable. It's just is. If something is because it's static all the time, that's the energy that we have to take in. That can describe many things that the Globus is trying to talk about. Right? What are we talking about then? We are talking about static. Something is static. Down bias, static down bias, for example. Like they are talking about gravity, things is falling down.
Johnny, is a battery static? Is a battery static?
It For time, it is, yes.
Does it have energy, quote unquote?
Yeah,
Yes,
of course.
it has.
Yeah. So there's so many, like, you know what I'm saying, guys? Like, don't be so fast to judgment is what I'm
Well,
saying.
that's what I was going to jump in a while ago. I think each phase, right? When you talk about electricity, you talk about resistance. When you talk about, oscillation or frequency or vibration, that's a different type of energy. When you talk about pressure,
Absolutely.
release or
Frequency.
magnetic
Yes.
stuff, it's different types of energy. I think it's not just one
Thank you.
thing.
My point exactly, Rick. Yeah, well said.
Yeah, you put them all together though, and I think that's what we have in our, basically in our atmosphere. I think it's that mixture that makes up our atmosphere, and then
What do you
whatever
call-
medium it is, I don't know.
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
wouldn't
You're right.
call all of those different types of energy. I think there's only just, energy, but then there's different expressions of that energy,
Or
Agreed. But I think I
descriptions,
found the
maybe.
common denominator, and I think that is movement. Try to think of one type of energy that doesn't have movement in one form or another.
So, force and motion are synonymous pairs of action and magnetism.
Yeah, but magnetism is not the right thing to say. Of course, that is included to everything in the electromagnetism.
You're about to create the globe.
Therefore, you're right. Yes, therefore you're right in that issue.
Just minerals, I think, are certain types of earth elements that can store up the energy like a battery. It's called magnetic, but it's basically, stored energy that has a certain type of field that, makes it act like a magnet,
It's freaking like stored movement almost.
Right.
Like think of it as stored movement.
You can propel things with magnetism,
My critique to you. Go ahead.
Whoever that is very low. Yeah.
Me?
Yeah, I think you're low, dude. You're low to me.
A little low, but you're good. Go ahead. If not,
But
I'll
it's not
respond to Montreal.
It's not so easy. It's all came in, and we have to understand. It's
Johnny,
much
did you
more-
just hear somebody trying to talk, Johnny?
Yeah, I heard that. I was just.
So why did you just speak over him? Come on, show some control, bro. Come on.
Can you hear me now?
okay.
Am I good now or what?
Yeah, go ahead,
Jeremy.
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
Excuse
So
me.
salt water.
Excuse me, Montreal.
Salt water. There's
Excuse
no.
me.
Go ahead, Johnny. What do you got? What do you got for us? You got something good?
No, they were
Johnny's
saying.
going to tell us how many beers it takes to get to this state of mind.
So listen.
No, I really want to say something, but somebody is saying.
Well, it's just that you interrupted somebody, bro. Just when you hear somebody talking, just let them talk, and then you say something.
Yeah, it's not even heat. It's not even hot right now. All right, listen. For your non-movement energy, salt water. How's that sound?
Salt water, non-movement, and how do you figure, Jeremy?
Yeah, you get energy from salt water. Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, okay, but what's the process? Do you know what the mechanism is? I'm not denying, I'm not doubting you. I'm just curious. What's the
Yeah,
mechanism?
no, you put metal in. Well, I don't know the mechanism, but you put metal, galvanized metal, and a piece of copper in a vat of salt water. Hook it up to a light bulb. I've done this before, and they sell these commercially.
Yeah, but that's a chemical reaction that's causing it to move, like that liquid or whatever you have around
All
it.
right, there's a chemical reaction there, no doubt. You got me.
And that's
definitely
movement, no?
That's definitely
You got me.
movement.
You got me.
So even
So,
like
right.
turbulence or currents or whatever, that's all movement.
Yeah, I think I found the common denominator, movement.
Well, it's associated with movement.
I got a question about you summarizing it with that one word, and I'm not saying this debunks you saying it that way. It's just it's an answer, or it's a question you have to answer to yourself. If you want to think along those lines. That question is, if energy is movement, or if that's what you're saying, then I have a question. Does energy move? Because if energy is movement, then it's really tricky with these words, right? But you do kind of have to confront that question: is energy something that moves?
Pure
And if
energy
it is
is
something that,
in a state
That's
of
a good
rest.
question, actually.
Yeah, pure energy is
because
in a state of rest.
if energy does move, then energy isn't movement because the energy itself can move. So you'd be stuck from the position that energy it is movement, and you can just leave it at that. But then someone can come along and ask you that question. You know, they can be,
The movement of
or
energy
you
is just the discharge or release of it.
No, that's a
Or
fair
you could-
question, but then I could ask him back, okay, show me a form of energy that doesn't involve movement.
well, I would say an expression of energy always involves movement, but not energy itself.
What does that even mean?
So imagine this, right? You have a will, like you have your will, right? Your human will, but it's just sitting there doing nothing until you make a decision, and now you've willed something to happen, and that's where the movement comes along, right? Where the will is sort of expressed, you know. So there's like a sort of essence, and then there's all sorts of directions that can move from where it's at, you know, to somewhere else, you know, a performance it can put on. And that word performance, I think, is synonymous with motion, right? Motion is performance. But who is the performer doing the performance, right? I would say energy is the performer, and then movement is one of its performances. And it's actually the root, you know, performance it does in all sorts of different ways. It expresses itself in many different ways. But if you're
wouldn't
saying,
disagree with that. Yeah, they're sort of like interchangeable, I guess.
well, there's the performance and there's the performer, you know? And if energy is movement, then what's moving?
Well, like I just said, man, energy is the release of energy is the movement. The true energy is energy, the impotency of energy, which is energy at rest, which would be equivalent to the lump of plutonium, and the release of that energy would be the explosion itself. And today, people think the explosion is the energy manifest, where it's actually the opposite. Everybody always focuses on the phenomena, but they never focus on the noumena, which is the unmanifested mover itself.
I wouldn't disagree with that either, even though I didn't understand some of it.
I am willing
it's
to
the
go with you.
expression, it's the explosion of that, whatever that is, that causes the energy, right?
Yeah, I am willing to go with you, Montreal, that energy's movement, but the movement of what, right? And that's where I would say the ether. There's the ether, which is just naturally still, stationary, all pervading everywhere, right? And then the movement of the ether is energy, but then you say, like, who's the first unmoved mover? Like, how did it all start? And so that's where I use the word will, is that there's a will to seek balance. And that's where
energy too, man. I mean, I thought about just saying movement. Oh, I thought you was done. My bad.
I was just going to say that's where Austin's contribution of calling it pressure mediation comes in, because I'm saying, like, there's the ether, and the ether has, or like the oversoul, whatever you want, the overmind, I don't know what you want to call it, right? It has a will, but for some reason, even scientifically, recognize that the will of all this movement is seeking something. So it's like it's seeking rest and seeking balance. You know what I mean?
That's interesting, bro. Brian, just let me say this, and then you can get in, bro. I know you want to get in. Let me just say this. As you were saying that, bro, like when you were saying the existence, I was thinking of like creation, the word logos, right? That's when, and I'm not a religious guy, right? But when God said, "Let there be light," right? That was a word spoken, and like, yeah, I can resonate with part of what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, I was thinking like the reason I said disequilibrium. I was thinking about motion too, but it's the disequilibrium that causes motion. So I was trying, because at first I thought motion, yeah, before SE even said it. But then, like I'm making a battery, and I take a lead plate, kind of like what Jeremy was saying, and I take another plate, like a lead dioxide plate, and just stick them together in gel and an electrolyte, and they're just sitting there, and they're making energy. So what is the energy? Is it what the battery's creating? Because nothing's moving. You know, is it a type of? That's why I was saying disequilibrium, because everything's trying to equalize, man. So I'm just trying to. Pressure mediation is really.
Are you sure nothing's moving? What's causing that light bulb to heat up?
No, my lead battery I just made. I can assure you nothing's moving unless you want to say electrons are moving or something like that. You know.
Hey, Brian. Check this out, bro.
Yeah, but isn't it? What's causing that element to heat up, Brian?
It's the disequilibrium. It's the disequilibrium from the lead dioxide and the lead, man. They're trying to equalize. Same thing as like fire. I don't know, man.
Simple question. I got a real simple question for you, though. Okay?
Jesse was trying to get in as well.
Okay. Go ahead, Jesse.
Oh, thank you, Gio. Brian, are you talking about like a rechargeable lead acid battery?
Yeah, no, more like an AGM or a non-spillable.
Same chemistry, just different packaging. So when it's charged, it sets up an imbalance with, like you said, the lead oxide on the one side, and it sets up an imbalance, very similar to the chemical imbalance when you have your copper and your zinc electrode or whatever.
Right.
And so
it's like a disequilibrium, right?
Yeah, but lots of things are disequilibriums. This is a chemical potential stored energy, and as you discharge that battery, the chemistry is changing, and the sulfuric acid is binding with the lead. That's how you can tell the charge state of a lead acid battery, by measuring the density of the electrolyte, because when it's fully charged, all the acid has been expelled from the lead and is in the water, and as it discharges, the acid is then combining with the lead on one of the plates and producing an electrical current.
Right. And then that's why you don't want to plate the sulfate and all that. Right. And I understand the chemical ways of writing that up and all that, man, but we're trying to get to the core. Like I'm just trying to get to the core, every battery. I was just calling every battery like disequilibrium, right? I'm trying to think of one encompassing term for it. Like he said, pressure mediation. That's a pretty good one, dude. I thought motion, but really it goes past motion. And I was just thinking like disequilibrium, like kind of as a way of describing it. That's all.
Yeah, I got a simple question for you. So you said that disequilibrium causes movement. But I don't think that's fair, because disequilibrium is like a relationship of positions, one thing to another. Now, I can have more things than you or whatever, and it can just stay that way. Like just because something is in a disequilibrium state, right? That doesn't inherently mean any sort of motion, because staying still and staying static and not,
Well, you just told me a way to explain how something can be disequalized and not cause motion, but tell me some motion that's not involved through disequilibrium. So try and do that the opposite. Tell me something moving, not trying to equalize.
I agree with you.
People.
No, I agree with you, but I would say that disequilibrium isn't what causes motion. I'd say disequilibrium is the positions that are like antecedent for motion to then occur, but only because there's a desire to seek balance, right? Like just because two things are different doesn't mean they have to even out.
I'm not saying two things are different. I'm saying disequilibrium, like nature. In nature,
yeah, that's what it means.
I mean, in nature, if something is disequalized, it's going to move. So you could use heat, you could use pressure, you could use chemical, you could use chemical imbalances, like you said. But it's because everything tries to equalize, man. So I'm even trying to go past entropy and say what's the foundational cause? It's disequilibrium of some sort.
But
if something is in disequilibrium, right? when it
use the word
tries to
try there.
equalize, when it tries to equalize, can it do so without movement?
Yeah, that's what I said. Don't tell me something in disequilibrium that's not moving. Just try and explain me a movement without disequilibrium.
Same
No,
thing.
yeah. No, it's completely necessary, bro. I agree with everything all the examples you're defending yourself with, but I'm not attacking anything you said besides that disequilibrium is the cause of motion. It's correlated, and it's always right there beside motion. And it has to be, as far as I can tell. Yeah, it's always there, correlated, hand in hand, walking side by side, right? It's the necessary antecedent to motion, I'd say, but it isn't the cause, right? Those are just starting positions. Yeah, it's just a relationship. But if people are in a disequalized or unfair or unbalanced relationship, then in order for something to change or for anything to move, there has to be some sort of desire to seek balance. If there's no desire to seek balance,
that's why it's such a tough question to answer, man.
To even out.
It really is a tough question to answer because, like, you could say motion, but then you could also say that you need energy to cause the motion, but then you need the motion to cause the. I mean, it is a tough. I mean, Austin was right, dude. It's a tough one to sum up. The best I've come up with, man. I mean, maybe pressure mediation. That's a good one. Disequilibrium or entropy. I mean, it's hard to get to the root of it, man. It's but there has to be something unmanifest.
I found another
in my
common
opinion.
denominator, maybe. How about heat as well as motion? Heat, exchange of heat.
Yeah, well, we're going a little past that, but yeah, I mean, you're thinking obviously on the same lines of all of us. I'm just trying to get to the very, very root, like what causes the heat.
You
know?
never will, bro. You never will. That's the whole point of this.
I thought maybe electricity, but then you got to think, well, we caused the electricity. It's like a loop. It's a tough one, bro. Montreal, it's definitely a tough one to answer in one definition.
There is no answer,
what we
bro.
said is better than the ability to do work, though, because yeah, that's not a definition. That's a description of what something's doing. I agree with that.
There's no answer to the question, what is energy? Maybe there's a multiple of ideas, but there's no answer to it.
If by my philosophical framework, which is nothing more than a philosophical framework, I have found one word that pretty much is a perfect correlation, and that is will. Energy is will.
Well, bro, that's pretty vague, I mean, a lightning bolt could be energy. Is that will?
No. A lightning bolt is
will
not
is
energy.
an extension of the mind.
Lightning bolts caused by disequilibrium.
Yeah, agreed. I'm not disagreeing with that.
A lightning bolt is a phenomena. Okay, lightning bolt is a phenomena.
So when lightning occurs, you guys think the charge is coming from the earth to the sky, or the sky to the earth, or are they meeting in the middle, or all of the above?
Good question.
I think there's a disequilibrium in pretty much all around, and it's just discharging all the energy from the disequilibrium. That's what I think. I mean, that's just personal.
Well, when you got a sheet of paper, and you or a shirt or something, and you take a pair of scissors and you cut one side and then you cut the other side, and then you just pull the two sides apart. It's never just one side of the tear that reaches the other. They'll always meet in the middle. Maybe one goes more distance than the other, but they will. One of them isn't doing all the work. So I think it does kind of, and you can see this in like slow motion videos, right? That the lightning like meets somewhere in the middle, not exactly halfway between the cloud and the surface of the earth, but I mean, you've all seen that footage, right?
Yeah, and I've seen the footage where the lightning strikes went upward. So to me, that tells me there has to be some kind of ground up there for it to seek equilibrium going up, like sprites they call them, I think, and elves and shit. So most of the time, lightning goes down, but sometimes there's heat lightning, but then sometimes there's sprites. And to me, it's and it's quick. It ain't like the heat lightning, which is just seeking somewhere and doesn't find it and kind of dissipates. It kind of grounds out in the atmosphere. Just it goes everywhere. That's the biggest strikes. But the elves are like the ground strikes. They dissipate into something up there. That's weird shit, dude. Y'all know what I'm talking about? That strikes.
Yeah, those are the upward lightning. But what Gio said, the regular lightning, sometimes I've seen slow-mo, and it appears, I'm not saying this is what happened, it appears that it's coming from the bottom up.
The same time as top down, or like just strictly bottom up only?
Bottom up.
Like I don't want to say sun worshiper, but we could attribute all energy originating from the sun, though, man. If you want to get technical.
Yeah, I've seen that as well. I see where the actual, I mean whatever we're referring to, that the light, the discharge, that it actually does come up from the, visually, like it comes from the bottom up.
I've seen that, but every footage I've ever seen has like lightning coming up from the earth and down from the cloud and meeting somewhere in the middle. I've never just seen the earth strike a cloud with a lightning bolt.
I've seen that too. I've seen it meet in the middle, like coming up and down at the same time. I have seen that. Weird shit, dude. I mean, I love the subject we're on, dude, because all these are good ideas, man. I hope nobody else comes in and starts raising hell, because this is a very fun conversation, man. To throw different ideas there, man. And
I've seen videos where the lightning is coming out of the ground before it strikes. Like as the charge in the air is building above it, there's like actual lightning coming. Like it was like up under an overhang in a house, and you see this purple like streamers coming up, multiple ones. It was like, what the heck? It was really cool. And then the lightning struck. It was a video. I kept freeze framing it, and there was a massive lightning strike. But right before it, I'm like, what was that? Like my eye caught it, and I kept pausing the video and taking screenshots. You could see shit coming up. These little lightning bolts, dude. Not lightning, but like plasma, purple plasma or something.
Yeah, I just posted a couple. I just posted a couple in the chat of sort of, they refer to it like upward lightning, but where essentially it's like it looks as though it's starting from the ground, going up, and then branching out like a tree, like in fractals, like it fractally goes out like a tree branch.
Wow.
And then it sparkles, upwards. It's incredible.
That's a good example there, man. Yeah. Wow.
Wow. I've never seen that before. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about.
We can all agree it's trying to reach like it's reaching out to equalize, though, kind of in a way. Would y'all agree with that?
I would.
Well, that's what happens when it gets too strong on one side. Everything wants to find equilibrium. You got too much charge accumulated on one side, and that's what it does to balance itself.
Right. That's why, yeah. So if you think about it, man, all this energy we're talking about kind of stems from disequilibrium, and the sun is like the great agitator, basically causing the heat, causing the pressure. They're related, but it even goes down to even like chemical energies. It comes from imbalances, like he was just explaining with the lead oxide and shit, or with the zinc and the copper. It's just like material trying to equalize, when put in an electrolyte and shit. I don't know, man.
Check out, just right in line with that, check out that last one I just posted. If you go to 4 seconds, I was just looking at, it's incredible. Basically, it's all dark, and then there's 2 bangs of light in the clouds. So it looks like it goes bam, bam. And then right after, like, so up in the clouds, it seems to do 2 just quick light blasts. And then seems like in a timing, it goes light, and then right after the 2 flashes in the clouds happen, instantly from the ground up, these like branch like looking beams of light come up. So it almost looks like it did like a charge and then perhaps drew it forth, or it's like there was like a timing to that one. It's right at 4 seconds on that video. That's incredible. So it almost seems like there was like, it almost seems like a pre-charge that then set off the lightning to come from the ground.
They don't say lightning fast for no reason. You know what I mean? It discharges so quick. Here's one of them. Let me see if I can share it. Eesh. You see the awning? These are coming up from the ground. There's that little blue one, and then coming out of the shrubs in front of the house, and it's going through the vinyl siding of the overhang. It's like, what the hell?
Whoa.
Damn.
And this is from a video. I wish I still had. I don't know what video it was because I screenshotted this years ago, like probably 5-10 years ago, and then I transferred it from my phone to my tablet. But a massive,
sorry.
A massive lightning bolt hit, like just after this, hit in the front yard, just like boom, and it didn't hit.
I got hit yesterday, man. My fucking water hose, the nozzles, you got fucking, it's dead, dude, and water started spewing out, dude. I mean, it rocked the whole house, dude. It's the first time in a long time. But that almost looks like that video is playing backwards. Like, is that legit, Gio?
Your garden hose got hit by lightning. Is that what you said?
Yeah, or something, dude. Or either the noise of it was enough to not. It was like a lot of pressure. We had a clamp on there, and lightning like hit right around it or something. I mean, it literally hit right outside the house, dude. Everybody in the house converged in the living room, dude. It ran like.
There should be a hole in the ground, like in your lawn or wherever. There should be a hole.
I didn't look for a hole. I didn't look for the hole. Actually,
go get it. I want to see the hole. If you could show us pictures,
man. It's raining outside, man. Right now, it's raining.
Tomorrow. I want to see what it looks like. I'm interested.
I don't know. I don't know if it actually hit the hose. I just know that the lightning struck, and then we went out there to see, trying to see where it struck or whatever, because it was literally like right outside. We're looking around. I got a ladder leaning up against the house, so I thought maybe it might have hit the ladder. And then all we seen was like was water spewing out the hose, dude. And we're like, what the fuck? How did it do that? It's weird. But I didn't even really see where the end of the hose even was. I wasn't paying attention to it. So you're saying it makes a hole in the? What about if it hits pavers?
Probably blow out some pavers. I've seen it blow out trees and things like that. There's a lot of energy, so all those pavers would definitely be pummeled.
What if it hit a ladder that was sitting on top of pavers? What do you think?
I mean, it'd probably bust up the ladder. I mean, it'd have to be like a wood ladder. Fiberglass doesn't conduct. If it's aluminum,
no, it's aluminum. It's aluminum.
Well, definitely would. It probably go right through it like nothing. But I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing.
Yeah, that could be. It might have just.
You also got gutters on the house, so it'd be on an aluminum gutter, and it's like. I'm not sure. It sounds like it would probably melt some shit, that thin gutter stock.
So in other words, if there's got to be some resistance, right, for it to. In other words, it's got to conduct a little bit. It's got to conduct a little bit, but not too much. So if you had a piece of copper, it wouldn't really fuck that and just flow right through it. Is that what you're saying?
You can only carry so much amperage. Like if you see like a fuse for a car, there's those fuses for your car and some for the houses. They got a wire, a filament, like a light bulb, like the old light bulbs. And if you pass too much amperage through it, melts. So all the amperage from the lightning, it's not just going to pass through there like nothing. You know what I mean? It's like, that's a lot of fucking amperage.
Right.
Dang. I was just about to ask Jesse a question and he left. That's crazy. It's like he could feel it in the ether. I like him. He's decently.
He could feel it in the ether. That's funny.
Do you guys care if I read this quote real fast just so the room can think about it? Maybe you guys can talk about it.
We insist. We insist.
All right, this is a quote from Nikola Tesla. He said, "The idea of the atom being formed of electrons and protons which go whirling around each other like a miniature sun and planets is an invention of the imagination and has no relation to the real nature of matter. Virtually all progress has been achieved by physicists, discoverers, and inventors, in short, devotees of the science which Newton and his disciples have been and are propounding. Personally, it is only efforts in this direction which have claimed my energies. Similar remarks might be made with respect to other modern developments of thought. Take, for example, the electron theory. Perhaps no other has given rise to so many erroneous ideas and chimerical hopes. Chimerical. Everybody speaks of electrons as something entirely definite and real. Still, the fact is that nobody has isolated it and nobody has measured its charge, nor does anybody know what it really is. In order to explain the observed phenomena, atomic structures have been imagined, none of which can possibly exist." Nikola Tesla.
That's what I think, man. Like the technology, the science is holding. I agree with you. It's holding progress back, and I think it's intentional.
Dude, they got to keep us in the dark, right? They don't want us to know the truth because they hold all the power. Like if they filled us into the truth, we wouldn't need them. We would figure
Right.
this
They're
shit
not.
out.
They want to be the only ones with anti-gravity and shit like that.
Right. Well, they throw deceptions. They throw us curveballs and tell us it works this way. Like I was just in a chat on Karen B's live stream, and she banned me. It was about the jet fuel hoax, and I said, "Look, I want to share some pictures and whatever." And I was getting no replies in my comments, so I went on one of my other accounts to check, and they fucking banned me, dude. There was like no dissent, and I was seeing deleted, deleted, deleted. They're deleting all these people, dude. Like
Well, I gotta
banning
say,
people.
I just gotta say, I don't know if you've let anything out of the story or not, but you know, I do know that she's done a lot of diligent research into that and has proven a lot of the claims to be kind of incorrect. So I know she has a bias against it. I don't know if you were spamming something or whatnot. Like,
No,
I know Karen
I
B
was a
personally, she's
mod,
pretty
dude. I
cool.
was a
So
mod.
I could maybe get you back on there or something. You said you were a
Dude,
mod.
I was a mod. I was her mod, dude. I was friends with Karen. I don't know what got up
I
her
could probably
ass.
get you back on there, but I will say, like, you know, I guess if she did she ask you not to do it or something, I don't know.
I don't know, man. I don't know what she has against it, but I wanted to share some pictures, and I just wanted to ask questions. I wasn't like spamming anybody.
Gotcha.
Here's
Well,
what I
I
wanted.
will say, you know, I don't think you were insinuating this, but just in case you were, I can assure you, she's not like gatekeeping certain truths, right? Like she
No,
genuinely
dude,
just
she's
doesn't think it's
banning
real.
people. I'm like, why the fuck is she banning me for fucking just asking questions?
Yeah, I don't know. What's your name on YouTube?
I'm Ron Sheckelson. She
Alright,
knows me, dude. I was her. I
Well,
was her
just,
mom.
I
Dude.
can mention you to her.
No, don't
only if
bother.
I
Don't
know.
bother, dude. If I don't want to be there. I
Okay.
fucking
Well, I'm doing a debate with her next Friday, ironically. That's my
Yeah,
homie.
whatever. Well,
Who
debate
y'all
about
going up
what?
against, man? Who y'all against?
Some
What do you
goobers, I
guys
don't know.
disagreement with? I don't.
What she disagree with the jet fuel hoax?
No. I don't know about that. But what do you disagree with her on?
No, they're debating someone else, right? There's
I got you.
To be
Like Bob was on there from Glowbusters, and he seemed to be on the jet fuel hoax side, but he was very vague, right? He's like, well, you shouldn't be calling people names that disagree with you. This guy Ted, he's getting all pissed and calling everyone fucking retards, and like, dude, what's with all that? The insults, dude. Like, we could have.
Well, I'm fan. Sorry,
If it's not saving
I
fuel, why
sorry.
would they even do it? If it's not saving fuel, why the fuck would they even do that?
I will say that I'm friends with them on Facebook, and so I think you may just be getting the brunt of other people, right? Where they kind of stepped out. A lot of truthers really eat that up, but they haven't fully researched it. And it's not nearly as like cut and dry as people act like it is. They're like, look, this would weigh the plane down and blah, blah, blah. They may be lying about some of the fuel, but people kind of exaggerate. But anyway, I've seen them, like, they decided to step out and like tell everyone, look, you guys need to chill with this claim. It's really not as definitive as you think it is. And they got a lot of kickback.
Yeah, well, it is. There's got to be something there because there's no way that they're putting 22 fuel trucks in one of them planes. That's my personal opinion. But yeah, it's obviously going to take fuel. But
under the ground, right, Brian? So like they wouldn't have to bring 22 trucks. And I used to work at an airport. You definitely put fuel in planes. That was my job. Like,
yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that they literally bring trucks there. I'm saying the volume of.
Yeah. They may be exaggerating the amount.
Yeah, that's what I think.
That's my point. That's my point. Because look how small this wing is.
Austin, but if you worked in that, do you have a way to know just from being in it, like whether there could be any way to do that with the actual amounts? Like, what would they have to do? You know?
Unfortunately, I worked at a small private airport, so majority of the planes aren't like commercial planes, right? Like we had a couple really big private jets, like the owner of Macy's would come in there a lot and stuff. And I will tell you, man, I had to pump a bunch of fuel into their plane. I didn't actually ever. I mean, at the time, I kept up with the gallons, right? But I would have to think about it. Or my friends worked there, so I could get inside information about the big private jet. Outside of that, it's not going to be much use, right? It's really small. But I will say, dude, you'd be surprised how much you put in a small plane. And I think that the story is, well, they don't lie about those. They just lie about the big ones. So,
yeah, it would be more of like a commercial airline hoax, not
Yeah.
necessarily all jets. It's
And I see the logic in it. For sure. I definitely see the motive, right? I mean, the motive's
The
clear cut.
9/11 would be completely impossible, right? The whole story that the jet fuel brought down the towers, a story that was already stupid to begin with, right? Then it becomes completely 100% impossible. And they can't allow that, dude. That's like they cannot allow 9/11 to be exposed.
Well, I think 80% of tickets prices are based on fuel. So there's clearly a motive, right? If a vast majority of the price of a plane ticket is fuel, like 80 to 85% of it. So, I mean, yeah, I can see the motive, and I can see the logic that so much it would weigh the planes down. And I think they are probably, but there's got to be some way that they do it. I don't know, because there are people here that pump the planes full of fuel. Like,
well, the spec show the gas in the wings, and you could look in the wings, and there you see the wiring and all that shit. And there's some room in there. They're big ass wings on them planes, but there's not just enough space for.
Well, the fuel doesn't just go in the wings either, Brian. So I think the reason that Ted and Karen get frustrated, and I'm not picking sides, because personally I'm kind of disinterested in it. I think it's interesting to an extent, but I think the reason that they kind of get worked up is because flat earthers are saying a lot of stuff about it that actually just incorrect. And so they're kind of triggered about it. I mean, I don't know if they went the right way about it, if they banned you or were calling people names or anything like that, but I obviously don't condone that. But they are correct. It's just like how there's something to, there may be some of these old buildings may look like just mountains now or rocks, right? But when people say that all mountains are melted bricks, and every mountain that you see is actually used to be a building, there was gigantic buildings across the whole earth, it makes us look ridiculous, right? I think
that's stupid, man. If anybody who says that who's actually flew over the mountains, like, yeah, maybe some. I got a really open mind, so I'll consider anything. So, but if anybody's ever flew over the mountains, you're like, dude, come on. You're talking about miles and miles. Dude, they're way bigger than any city. You're talking about like a whole state with nothing but mountains, dude. I don't think they could all be buildings. That's fucking.
I don't think people claim
their bodies of massive dragons.
I don't think people are claiming that every single mountain is a melted building. But they were
some people do, dude.
Well, I know, like, there's a guy, John Levy, and he's showing like buildings that are covered by dirt, and there's fucking bricks. There's bricks. I mean, to say every mountain is a building, no, that's kind of stupid. I don't think anyone's claiming that.
Yeah, I did hear a guy claim that, man. It kind of turned me off. But I've seen pictures that look like, it's definitely possible, man. That
to be fair, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think that's your point, right? And I agree.
Yeah, they're trying to make the whole notion that there are no buried buildings or whatever to just discredit it all by making it sound stupid. Like, no, every one of them's a building. No, dude. I think those are gatekeepers.
And that's what Karen B was talking about, right? So Karen B got real worked up on stream about that too. But I've talked to Karen B in person, and she thinks that some of them could be older buildings, but she has a problem with the idea that they're melted. Like this just blatant, like, random claim that they were all melted by a crazy cataclysmic reset with laser dew weapons. I mean, speculation's cool and all, but it's at a point it can be detrimental, I think, right? Like, I don't like gatekeeping at all. And to be fair, she's just giving her opinion on her channel. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think there's something to it. Because I've seen things that look like buildings, bro. Like Red Rock in Nevada, that's like close to where Kai used to stay. And we went there, and dude, she was like, you got to come here with me. And it is crazy, bro. It's like there are some like definitive, like very vertically perfect cuts and stuff that just don't really make sense. And they look like they could be buildings. So I think that there's something to it. And I think that some people kind of do suffer from pareidolia, where once they like John Levy looks into it so much that he has kind of gotten to the point where he can see a potential building in every rock, so like there's something to that. I don't know. I like to let everyone just think what they want to think, man. I don't care. Like, dude, that's just kind of life,
I think they've all but proven that there's been electromagnetic catastrophes in the past, man. Like they found that guy or whatever or he was like preserved. I forgot how, man, but he had a coin in his pocket, and everything was pretty much intact, and the coin was literally melted and shit. And then you got I don't know, man. Just like rivers themselves looks like electrification kind of scarring, man. I think some people raise a good point that the Bible kind of talks about the about it in a like a coded kind of way, man. You could interpret it as when they're talking about the stars coming to the ground and shit. and how they describe Venus. I don't know, man. I'm not doing a very good job of describing this whole thing, but I think Thunderbolt, Electric Universe stands behind that. You know, the electrification, electric scarring, and liquefaction, all that shit. And it's possible, man, that that's how we will be wiped out if things get too out of balance, man. Shit'll
Bro,
get
they've done
out of
it.
hand.
Look
I don't
no
like to give
further.
them more power than they have.
Did you
Sorry.
guys see that thing in Lebanon where they blew up a grain silo? There was like this explosion, a massive explosion. There was literally a ship on fire, dude, in the harbor right by it. And it was just like we saw on 9/11 where steel was aflame. Me and Gio, we looked into this shit. And I think I showed him. There was one where these boats were in a dry dock in Iran, like 7 big ships like this, these ocean vessels. And they're like, oh, these ships mysteriously caught fire in the dry dock. I'm like, dude, it's in Iran.
Yo,
It's the Jews, man. It's Israel doing it.
Yo, this is funny, bro, because I just saw this. This is pretty interesting. So obviously take it with a grain of salt, but there's this guy that's been he was on Steve-O's podcast talking about this, and it popped up on like Instagram or Facebook or something, which Facebook's been glitched, bro. It shows me gravy now. It's crazy. But anyway, so this guy was talking about the idea of UFOs, right? And what he says is that it's been known within the government for many, many years that there are these unidentified flying objects, right? And that they're typically spotted over the oceans, and that they're always around the water, and they even go down into the water. And they've done it for a long time, and that kind of, he says, I have a not particularly popular take, but I agree that it should have been held under wraps because we didn't know what it was. And so the government kind of decided, well, we don't know what it is, so we can't even bring the information to tell people, right? Because we don't even know what to tell them. We're just asking for them to panic. Now, this is why a bunch of people in the government, think they're doing the right thing. This is a good example of compartmentalization and brainwash. So, anyway, what he says is they said it'll be about 70 years before we decided to come out and try to say something, and that it's been a little over that. And then they kind of still aren't ready, and they're splitting up who wants to and who doesn't. And anyway, he said he's got some inside info, and he decided to be one of the ones that comes out. And he's been talking about it for some years now. And he said a story about how one of the first things the government noticed was like these areas were randomly burnt up, like they were just melted and destroyed, but like the tree beside it wouldn't be. And it was just weird, like buildings and cars would be melted, but like trees wouldn't, and the government wasn't the one doing it. And now this is the story, okay? Like I said, take it with a grain of salt. And so that they were trying to figure it out, so they used electromagnetic detection, and they tracked the source back of these directed energy weapons, and they were coming from a UFO over the ocean. And so what they did was they decided to send a helicopter out there to investigate it. And that as that helicopter got close, they took the helicopter down. The UFO shot a laser and destroyed the helicopter. Even though there were helicopters and planes flying through that area all the time, they took them out because they knew they were coming to investigate them. And then he insinuated that they have some type of technology where they can like read your mind, right? And he said that the government knows these are not extraterrestrial, but they're from here. And they've known it for many decades, and that they're all around the ocean, and they've just decided to keep it under wraps. For whoever thinks that's interesting, obviously look at it like, what are they trying to condition us to believe? What's the real truth, etc. But it's still interesting.
I think it's our own government, and they're going to use this, the Project Bluebeam shit and the final card, the alien invasion. Dude, they're prepping the consciousness of people by saying, oh, military have spotted UFOs, and they're showing shit on the media. They're talking about extraterrestrials. They bring up Elon Musk. They're prepping us for it, dude. It's coming. If they're gonna, and just what you heard there, that's a controlled release so that you think it's a UFO. When all the while it's our own government that's doing this shit. That's destroying these areas.
I think that's very possible. Yeah.
Yeah, black groups like CIA and shit. I'm not saying like this is way beyond top secret shit.
Well, Project Bluebeam is like not actually a government document or anything, but it is interesting, and the government does have writings about that type of technology. So I don't know. They're definitely conditioning us for some type of deception like that. I don't disagree, but I wonder if there's something else to it, right? Like, is there some type of interdimensional potential contact where, you know, it's going to be a little bit bigger of a deception than we think, and if everyone's just like, oh, it's just going to be fake, but then they really see crazy stuff like disappear and come, and who knows? I don't know. I think that it may be a mixed bag where there may be something else, but because the obsession with the oceans intrigues me, because a lot of ancient cities are there, and if there was a great flood, maybe a lot of the great one world antediluvian civilization that was very advanced is under the oceans, and then they're kind of obsessed with that place. So I don't know, man. I think it might be the government. Who knows? Either way, I mean, you know, groups like us will kind of be ready for it, and then other people will just eat it up and worship them, right? But they are clearly getting us ready. You're right. They did create Space Force, right? Not
We
for no
don't have
reason.
no reach, though, right? We don't have a platform to debunk them. It's just us, a few random ass people that does, you know, our voice is like a fucking tree falling in the woods, and there's no one to hear it. It's the same. We already know, like, hey guys, the Earth is flat. Yeah, I know. Like, what else do you know? Like, I mean, we're just talking amongst this small group. I mean, if there's, I don't know if there's 300 million Americans, or 330, they're 33, they like to use. I don't know if that's the actual number of people here, but how many of them do you think know this shit? Like the people I talk to, it's just like the Matrix. You know what I mean? You come at them with some of this shit and they can't handle it. They attack you. Even like getting attacked, like the way that Karen B and Ted, they were berating people that disagreed with them. It's the same argument I hear from fucking Globetars. You guys are fucking idiots if you believe this. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like what's with all the fucking insults? And I think Bob is on the jet fuel side, but he was very coy. He didn't want to stir the pot.
Yeah, I mean, I can probably talk to him, but I don't feel real convicted about the jet fuel thing. So I think there's something to it, but I don't really know, and that's about it. Like, I know you could fly a plane without it, and it makes sense that you just use air once you get started, and they just use gas or fuel to lift off and land, and it has some logic. It makes sense motive-wise, but yeah, I don't know. It's very hard to verify. I looked into it for a while at one point, and it's like, yeah, but I agree with you overall. Like, obviously, trying to gatekeep what truthers talk about or investigate, even if it's speculation or it's philosophy, is very bad look. And berating them and name calling them and intimidate them and insulting anything like that is super immature and like a bad look. And I think everyone knows that's where I stand, because I've been on the receiving end of it for the last couple of weeks. So I certainly agree with you that it's not the way to do it. But I will say but I want to say this also. Sorry, because I know I'm kind of talking long-winded. I'm really sorry. I'll stop. But I want to say I don't agree with we're just a drop in the bucket and we have no chance to have a voice. I'm super censored. Like, before I uploaded a video, my channel was censored. I watched myself get hundreds and hundreds of subs multiple times, and my sub count never changed. And I was blacklisted before I uploaded the video because my first 1,000 subs all came from Glowbusters, which was already marked. Blah, blah, blah. Long story short, I only have 11,000 views. 11,000 subs, but I have like pretty prominent people in contact with me that say they've been watching me for a long time. And I think that, you know, I'm going to try to do some pretty big things to get the word out there using some of these connects. And I think that we should always kind of remain optimistic and think that we can get it done, as opposed to, like, not to single you out, but my boy Lou would agree with you, I think, right? And I personally, I think it's a difficult battle, but like, we can do something. Like, I hear the logic in your point, but it's like, we still got to try. Like, here, I'll drop a video of one of the main rappers that's like in contact with me right now and wants to do a flat earth like show. And I'm just saying, we can do more than you may think.
No, dude, I've been doing this. Anyone who knows me knows I fucking spurg out 24/7 for the last fucking 8 years. Everybody who, like Geo, Riggs, people that know me, they know how devoted I am. I'm not about to give up. What I'm saying is, they allow us to have small little rooms like this because we're just talking amongst ourselves, right? It's just like a fucking circle jerk or whatever, dude. Like, the information's not getting to the masses. They don't allow us to have YouTube or big places like that where the message can grow. Everything's like you yourself. You're shadow banned. You're not getting any subs. They're shadow banning your shit. The people who already know you are contained. You're just talking amongst us. You know what I mean? It's not spreading.
Yeah, I get the idea, but what I'm trying to say is, like, the black pill really isn't going to benefit anyone. Like, it's just going to make
No,
you
I ain't
feel.
black pilled, dude. I'm just being real. These fuckers, like, they allow us to have a drop, but I'm not saying don't reveal this, dude. That's the only hope we have. We have to reveal this. We have no other choice. We're fucked. If we can't reveal this, we are absolutely fucked. And it's
Right. So,
essential that.
sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to say we hurt ourselves, man. Okay, so the flat earthers hurt themselves. One of the things they do is they call everyone a shill. So, like, if, for example, I just dropped a link to my boy King Lewis. There's multiple other people that are pretty big, are prominent, that have reached out to me, but I'm promoting him because I talk to him a lot and I think he's cool, and you know, he's got the balls to talk about flat Earth publicly. And I think he's like, I thought he was one of the best freestylers in the world long before he ever
Pretty good.
me
I'm
on
listening
Instagram.
to him now.
Yeah, and he's pretty good. Like, he's very, very talented. And I just want to say, like, we can do more than you may think. I think like, so my point is, like, if I do something with him, there will be many flat earthers that will go to his channel. They'll find something he did, and they'll call me a shill. They'll call him a Mason, and they'll say that, like, this is all part of, like, an elaborate Masonic CIA.
Man, their DPS is fucking ace, bro. Our DPS is total fucking garbage. Fucking hell.
I think you might be high micing, bro.
I was gonna say, Wes, do you ever? I know you go back to like Einstein. Do you ever go back to like trying to tie that ether to Tartarian stuff, or you don't get into that?
Well, it's just difficult to really narrow down, like, what Tartaria really is. I mean, I think that ancient civilizations were more advanced than we've been led to believe, whether you call it Tartaria or not, and that obviously involves acknowledgement of the background that sustains electromagnetic phenomena. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you can look at the ancient buildings and they look like electrical circuits, and they have magnetic geometric expressions within their architecture, and, you know, but outside of that, it's very difficult to do that. I mean, ether goes all the way back to, like, mainstream history. Ether goes all the way back to the Greeks, where they said that the Greek gods breathe. That's the air of the gods on the top of the mountain that they live on, right?
But,
So,
yeah, even when you guys brought up like about the tree setting on fire, 200 feet from the electromagnetic, like, wouldn't that? Is there a way to study that or replicate that, or the induction? I mean, it had to be induction that it's setting a boat on fire out in the ocean from.
oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, you can read what Tesla wrote about his death ray, and I think it's the same technology, which is just like longitudinal dielectric pulse. But the government took most of his writings about that. But yeah, it would be utilizing the ether and what's already there. There's a longitudinal connection, so it would be instantaneous. So you'd hit whatever target you wanted to instantly. And for obvious reasons, they would never let us know that they had that technology.
Yeah, the point I brought up to somebody yesterday, it's like, okay, like, they say, why does this have to be part of the argument? It's like, okay, if you find an SUV in the woods, during, I don't know, caveman era, right? So you're going to find out there's a consequence of finding those things out, right? You're finding out that somebody created it, right? But then you're also going to find out what's powering it, right? And so by hiding the shape of the earth or whatever, they're hiding the creator. Yeah, sure, but they're hiding the way in which it was created. So that's a big part of it.
Yeah, look, what's so funny is I think that there are a few things you can do that, like, I wouldn't say prove the ether, but, like, really get close. Like, if you have a magnet, so you can know, like, the span or radius of the magnetic field, right? Contrary to popular belief, the stronger the magnet, the smaller the magnetic field, right? So if you have, like, this really strong magnet, like a neodymium iron boron is, like, one of the strongest magnets in the world. If you have a little magnet that's super, super strong, say it has, like, I don't know, 6 inches, or, even say it's a foot, whatever it is, that's bigger than it is. But so say it's like 6 inches radius of a magnetic field from this little magnet, right? If you take, like, an old school TV, like one of those static TVs, and you put it like 70, 100 yards down the street, if you hold that magnet up and then you start to move it back and forth, like kind of spin it back and forth, like like I don't know the best way to describe the motion, but you just wiggle it back and forth. It'll mess with the TV like 100 yards down the street. And so it only has like a 6-inch radius, right? So how is that going all the way to that TV? Like, what is that? How's that happening? Like, what's that happening within? What's carrying that effect from the magnet all the way to the TV, like 100 yards away, when the field should only be a few inches?
And up the air.
Yeah, so there. I mean, if you claim that the air, I guess, right? Like the air is holding it, and so then, and this is the problem. Flat Earthers have created this narrative where like you can't win, right? So, if you did it in a vacuum, it'd still happen. But they'd say, well, there's still air in there. I guess the air just expands and holds it. But anyway, to me, that clicks in my mind like super solid. Like that shows the ether. That is, you're affecting a disturbance within the background. That's why it's able to go 100 yards down the street and mess with the TV, even though it's just a little bitty magnet. It's once you put motion into it. When you're not moving it, it doesn't do it. But once you start moving it, you can mess with it. You can get it to mess up and flicker and stuff.
Yeah. No, I mean, we just don't know enough about it. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. That's fucking sure.
Oh yeah.
I just see things like that and assume the same thing. Maybe I'm an idiot for assuming it, but and then there's God, so it's like, okay, I guess I'm an idiot still. But
well, like okay, we have either the magnetism is traveling through the air, whatever that means, right? Or there's like a field that sustains electromagnetism, and that's creating that magnetic field that when you move it, it's creating a disturbance in the ether that's already all the way down the street, and that's why it's able to hit it all the way over there, because it's like
I said not the air. I said, I mean, to me, obviously, not the air is not carrying this thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy to think about? I mean, that kind of shows you like, oh, look, like there's this thing that connects the magnet to the TV. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like it's already there. Pretty crazy to me.
Yeah.
I heard that
from
I'm
going to cut out, man.
Ken Willard.
Yeah. Oh, shit, I don't understand.
Is that instantaneous or is it not?
Well, that's hard to determine because you have to like isolate when it happens and when it's moving, and it doesn't happen the whole time. You got to get it to move just right. And but yeah, I would say it is. Yeah, like when it actually happens, I'd say it would be instantaneous action at a distance.
It was good listening to you guys tonight. It was pretty cool, man.
Yeah, nice talking.
Head out.
All right, have a good one. Sorry, I'm talking so much. Someone else go ahead.
I was wondering, like, all the shit that we consider to be in the way in between, like you said with the TV and the magnet 100 feet away or something you said like that. I heard that. I started thinking, like, nothing's in the way. Air's not in the way. Matter's not in the way. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a trip.
Hey, what do you know about the ley lines?
Not a lot.
Because when Ewan was on, he brought up an interesting idea about the pattern of the stars being connected to the pattern of the ley lines.
Wow. Sounds wild.
And that, I think he has more reason than just like, an idea on that, but not like anything. But as far as the ley lines go, I mean, yeah, the monuments and the attention to the ley lines was obviously known about some of these structures. So, when you were talking about the line from the magnet to the TV, I mean, that could just be like a stronger line of force that, like, if you used a magnet along a ley line, I was thinking maybe it would go further and stronger from that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then everything in between the ley lines is kind of like the field, or you know what I'm saying? Like the field could be designated by those ley lines to some degree, especially if it's in sync with the stars and there's a 15-degree rotation, as above, so below. Anyway.
That is very interesting.
And do they follow a sacred geometric pattern if we laid them out in the correct way on the flat Earth, Because this ether has an intelligence to it is the key, I think. That essence of intelligence that we see in the sacred geometric structure of all living things has to be part of this intelligence manifested. that the ether contains. So anything that's born into this world has that pattern or that essence to it, to at its core.
Yeah, I actually don't disagree. I was just telling Funny Mental in the chat 'cause we were talking about the definition of energy, and I say pressure mediation, and he was saying that he thinks that like intent may be the cause, right? Like as in there's some type of intelligence. I don't disagree.
Because it's like we're living in a brain that we're just a little small part of one big brain, if you want to look at it that way, right? Or not that the brain has a single intelligence altogether, but you could look at it, the universal consciousness. But there's an intelligence to that ether that has manipulatable qualities, and I think that's what they are hiding more than anything, it would seem. Especially, it would make sense like how black magic might work. It would give utility to that because
That's crazy,
you're doing
dude.
something that is actually giving the information into the ether for these things to happen, and it gives it kind of like a real possibility of being something more than just mystic.
What's so crazy is Tesla said he speculated about an idea that using the Schumann resonance, you could tap that in and get everyone on the earth tapped into the same frequency, and effectively you could attain mass hypnosis.
Sure.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. I bet they're doing it already to some degree.
Yes, that is crazy.
That's crazy.
Is that
Yeah.
why they?
Hey, Matthew.
Is that why they put graphene in this shit?
Yeah, maybe so. But Matthew, I found a new way
Through
to
the signals on
destroy.
the TV, maybe even. But yeah.
I found a way to destroy globers, and actually, it's thanks to flat earthers. So I've been focusing on a few other things. And Matthew, do you agree that if the constant speed of light is wrong, then that would falsify the current heliocentric paradigm?
No, it would falsify certain things about quantum relativity and that type of stuff. But
No.
as far as the shape of the Earth and where things are orbiting and stuff like that, that you can do
You're
that
right,
mostly Newtonian.
That's why they won't
Well, you wouldn't have light
budge.
years anymore. That's the thing, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't have any distances you claim within the model.
Right. Yeah. So those kind of things would go out the window.
That means the current model would be falsified. And also,
yeah, parts of it. Uh-huh.
Well, if you have to change all the distances, it's now no longer the same model. Also, like you do have to have relativity to have like the mechanism of movement in your paradigm. So if relativity gets falsified, we also got another problem for heliocentrism, of course.
Well, by heliocentrism, you're talking about the whole of cosmology and stars and distances, then yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because you can't separate the two, because claiming that the Earth is a ball that spins and revolves around the sun in a heliocentric model also carries claims with the rest of the sky.
Yeah, but it doesn't have as much to do with quantum relativity. That type of stuff. It's just you could do that with Newtonian mathematics.
Okay, so did you know that the speed of light is just a fairy tale and it's not actually accurate?
Well, we know the round trip speed of light.
So does it have a one-way speed?
That's a good question. It doesn't seem like there's any way we could tell.
And so don't you agree that if it has a speed, it has to have a one-way speed?
We can measure the round trip speed of light. If they are different, we don't know. If they're the same, most people just assume they're the same because that kind of makes sense, but they might not be.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if it does have a speed, that's distance over time, and they claim
and
that
we can definitely measure distance over time if we do a round trip speed, distance over time. That's
right.
easy to do.
Light can't be two places at the same time. It's not how it works. You can't have two photons simultaneously occupying two different regions of space.
Right. When by round trip, I mean if you're measuring from a you're sending light out and it bounces off a distant mirror and comes back to you.
Yeah, I understand
we
that.
can measure. We can measure that.
But that would not be the same speed as the one-way speed. That's illogical. The only way that could happen is if light could be simultaneously two places at once.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. If it takes, if you're just sitting at home and your friend goes to the store and comes back, and it's 10 miles away and it took them 40 minutes, you can determine the round trip speed, but you don't know if that person drove fast on the way there and slow on the way back, or vice versa. But we definitely know the round trip speed for sure. The average round trip speed we know for sure.
Either way. Light doesn't have a speed. Speed would infer light's traveling, and light doesn't travel.
Yeah, it does, and we know the speed.
No, inferring it's traveling, meaning it would have to be like a discrete thing moving from A to B, and light's not like a discrete thing moving from A to B.
Yeah.
So you would say it's instantaneous?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's instantaneous, but the luminal velocity, i.e. visible light, is slower than the instant light.
Yeah, it has a
So
rate of
visible light is slower than luminous light, which is different than some magical instantaneous.
luminous means visible. He's saying that there's a distinction between the perception of illumination and how quickly we perceive it, or it's perceivable, and what light itself actually is. There's a distinction there that is inaccurately conflated.
Okay, but we measure a speed. So what do you think that speed is? The speed of the...
So it's just a rate of induction, but there's nothing physical taking part from going from A to B. Just like sound doesn't travel from A to B. It's a field disturbance which propagates through a medium, but there's nothing discreetly moving.
Yeah, that's what people mean when they say the sound. You can hear something across the distance. They're talking about the disturbance of the air or water. Same thing with light. They're talking about some kind of field difference.
Right, the water's already there. It's just the disturbance that you're perceiving is being...
Yeah, right.
So like the air's already there, right? Matthew, if I scream down the street and it takes a second for you to hear it, well, the medium was already there. If it's just being disturbed, then sound didn't travel, right?
The problem that usually they have is that they try to compare it always with sound. If you start engaging with that arguments with them, they will go straight to sound as a, to demonstrate what light is doing. I don't think it's the same thing, but they always do it.
Well, we're not saying it's the same thing. It's just analogous. Like Tesla said that light can be nothing more than a sound wave in the ether. And he's saying that they have the same mechanism where humans, they think that everything travels. So we think that, when I'm talking, this is traveling to my microphone and then a signal's traveling to you. If I scream down the street that what I'm saying travels to you. But what actually happens when you talk is you create a vibration. That's how you talk. That's how you make sounds. That vibration disturbs the air, right? And then the air down the street is also disturbed and you can hear it. And so we conflate the perturbation with the sound itself, and the sound in this scenario is actually just the air vibrating. So the sound didn't travel. It's the same thing with light. Humans conflate how quickly we perceive it with what light itself is. So it's a decent analogy.
I think you're right, and I think it's analogous. I think analogous is a good word. So if you're saying people conflate the traveling of sound with the traveling of like an object, that may be. I would say it more like I think they're just using the same language to describe analogous but different ideas. Sound traveling and
they're trying to implant the thought in your mind that there's some sort of a material thing taking part because they're materialists.
I don't think anybody's trying to implant anything. I think they're just using familiar language to describe a similar idea.
Well, they don't teach it that way, Matthew. They teach that there's a speed of sound and a speed of light, and that light physically travels from point A to point B as a little physical photon.
Yeah, so when you talk about the speed of sound, you're talking about how fast the disturbance in the medium travels.
Well, it doesn't travel, right? Because the medium's already there. So the medium doesn't travel. What
The
sound
disturbance
itself is.
does. Yeah, the
Right.
disturbance travels.
Well, but so exactly. So with light, they claim that a physical particle called a photon physically travels from point A to point B. So what's the medium? Like we have air, right? So what's the medium for light? And how is it that we know it's physically traveling in the form of a particle?
Yeah, that's when you get into this idea of light being a particle and or a wave, and that type of stuff just seems like spooky
to-
speculation and hard to believe.
Yeah, like so you agree that wave particle duality is kind of sus?
It does sound like that. I do think we might be 1,000 years away from understanding that properly.
Hey, Dysla, would you be down to come on a show I do?
Yeah.
I think that you and I and a few other people really got this down pat. I think we could just like debate light and ether in our sleep at this point. Matthew, so they claim a wave particle duality, and you agree that doesn't really make sense, and dualities cannot exist in reality because, well, they're contradictory things simultaneously, being the case, and that just doesn't make sense on its face.
Yeah, so it sounds suspicious. True dualities cannot exist. A paradox can exist. A paradox is an apparent contradiction, but so it could be complicated and we don't understand it fully. But you're right, the true dualities don't exist.
And this is where it gets interesting, right? Because again, relativity uses the constant speed of light assumption because they say everything's relative, so they needed something for everything to be relative to, and they chose light. And Einstein did this very tactically because it's pretty unfalsifiable. At least that's what he thought. It would be as close to being unfalsifiable as possible, right? So he picked something that he thought he could just assume and claim was absolute. Therefore, he could propose relativity. But now we're coming to the truth is that, well, in 2022, we actually have a blatant contradiction where there's a paradox. And so do you know why they claim that light is a wave particle duality?
Yeah, you do things like the double slit experiment and that type of stuff, and it seems to exhibit properties of both particles and waves, weirdly.
Right. So would you agree that, logically speaking, light can be neither a particle or a wave?
I agree that true dualities cannot exist. It may be that we don't have the right terms and concepts to properly describe it. So, but I don't, so I don't know what it really is at the fundamental level. I don't think anybody does, and like I said, it may be 1,000 years before we do.
Do you also agree that waves aren't actually things in and of themselves? Like you can wave
Yeah, they're
your hand.
a description of what's happening in the medium.
Right. So what's the medium for light?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Sounds like there might be an ether, Matthew.
Oh, you could call it an ether. I don't think it's kind of like a physical thing in the sense that they thought of 100 years ago, but it could be I mean, you could use ether to describe whatever it is.
Well, you can't use space-time.
Why not? Why not just call space-time the ether?
Well, that doesn't offer a substrate for light.
Why not?
Because it's claimed to be nothingness.
Yeah, so what is the ether? It's kind of like no matter.
No, just because something's immaterial doesn't mean it's nothing, because nothing cannot exist. So it's postulated to have, now these words are misdefined, right? But it's like a substrate. It's substantive. It has viscosity. It's what sustains the energy. It is something.
And for one, space is not a thing. It's the absence of a thing. And time's only a convention and ultimately doesn't exist. So reifying these two things to act upon other things or be acted upon itself is a fallacy.
Doesn't it seem weird, Matthew? Why would they do that?
Yeah, it does seem weird.
Have you ever pondered why they chose to do that?
Oh yeah, they're probably trying to come up with an explanation of all the observations they've done.
Right, like Michelson Morley, for example.
Yeah, I mean, even old observations, like all the observations they've done, they're trying to come up with some theory that would kind of like encapsulate everything. And they haven't done it yet.
Well, you know, the ether from electrical field theory, do you know why it was thrown out?
No, I don't.
Because if it was true, Michelson-Morley showed that the Earth wasn't moving. So either the Earth is moving, or so either you keep the Earth moving assumption, or you keep the ether. You can't have them both, and so they obviously chose the Earth moving part.
Yeah, and in a sense, if you want to say something is moving, then you have to ask relative to what? Relative to something else, or relative to itself, or those kinds of things, or relative to some absolute zero speed somehow. And I think those are questions that we don't know the full answers to yet.
They use speed as light as the absolute, right? But so Michelson-Morley is the reason that the ether of electrical field theory was thrown out.
Sure. That sounds accurate.
So, do you agree that the ether could exist? It would just mean that the Earth's not moving.
I think that in the end, you can pick any frame of reference. And so if you want to use the Earth as the frame of reference, then obviously the Earth isn't moving relative to itself.
Yeah, well, like, okay, they shot lasers, light beams, in perpendicular to each other, and then used mirrors to send them back to converge with each other in the middle, and then reflected that back to the other side of the initial source of light into a receiver. And if the Earth was orbiting at 30 miles a second, or 30 kilometers a second, like 18.97 miles a second, I think, then there should have been like a shift, a fringe shift, where the light was, received at different times. But it didn't show that. It showed less than 1/6 the predicted value. So
yeah. So it would be interesting if they had redone the experiment on a train moving 80 miles an hour, assuming they could fit the experiment on a train going 80, and then see if they get the same result. And it could be that they end up with the train showing zero motion, because maybe the experiment depends on, the frame of reference of the experimental apparatus. So then if you're doing the experiment on the Earth and also on a train traveling 80 miles an hour, do you get the same result or do you get different results? That would be an interesting thing to try.
Well, what they did was they interpreted it as meaning that the ether could not be true. And then they used like a 2-kilometer long test of interferometry to measure the sidereal rotation. And it shows the sidereal rotation fringe shift within 98% of the predicted value every single time to this day. So what I still have yet to understand is, even if relativity is true, how would it, detect the predicted value in Michelson-Gell in 1935 with the 98% accuracy every single time, as if there was an ether and we did detect the motion that we can prove because we see the sky move at a certain rate, and then it didn't show anything for the orbital claim? Like, how can they both exist at the same time?
Yeah, those are good questions, and it's sort of beyond my my study or what I've looked into, but it is an interesting concept.
Yeah. So it's interesting because now we have quantum mechanics and they can't explain anything, bro. They're just running around with their head cut off, claiming wave particle dualities and applying wave functions to everything and invoking virtual particles and virtual photons and superposition and quantum entanglement and all these crazy paradoxes that don't work because of that decision they made, which was to keep the assumption that the Earth is moving and throw out the ether. And that very framework of electrical field theory is what gave us the electrical society we enjoy to this day. So that seems counterintuitive. It doesn't seem like a an honest, non-biased pursuit of truth, as if the colloquial use of science is, it seems as though there's some type of bias that's kind of pigeonholing like what we're actually doing or what we're actually exploring.
It could be. I mean, science is known for kind of like sticking in its ways and being hard to change.
So then we get into the double slit, and the double slit debunks the claim that light is a physical photon. So we have a problem, right? Because if it's not a physical photon traveling from point A to point B, we're back to step one, where it looks like we may have made the wrong decision when we chose between the ether or the orbit. We keep having this reoccurring problem.
Yeah, but sometimes it acts like a photon, right? I mean, sometimes light seems to act like a particle.
I can give you numerous examples of what falsify that claim. So if we have light and we shoot it, it's a physical photon traveling from point A to point B, and I put a polarized lens in front of it. If I stack it, right, I start stacking the lenses. When I put two lenses on there, you can't see the light anymore. It blocks it. So in the idea that it's a physical photon, it blocks the physical photon where it can't go through it. If I put another polarized lens on top of that, all of a sudden you can see the light again. So how would that work if it's a physical photon traveling through them?
Yeah, that's really bizarre. These are the types of things that keep physicists up at night, I imagine. I'm not super bothered by these paradoxes, but it is interesting.
You see how it's like real bizarre, and they call quantum a mystery, but it's all coming back to the same thing, which is that they have an assumption that the Earth is moving, so they can't acknowledge the ether. So now they've had to claim that light's a physical particle that travels from point A to point B with a constant speed, and that is the source of these being so perplexing. Is it possible that maybe just that assumption's incorrect?
Yeah, it does seem like it would be easier if there were some such thing as absolute speed or absolute stationary instead of everything being relative. So I think you're right that the idea that everything can be relative is sort of a key assumption in most of quantum theory. The like 2% that I know from Wikipedia anyway.
Yeah, Richard Feynman would say that everything that we know about quantum depends on the accuracy of our understanding of light. So if that understanding's wrong, all the stuff they're coming up with is wrong.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be super surprised if we have some new theory 30 years from now that contradicts deeply held convictions that most people hold today. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
Deeply held convictions like the Earth is orbiting around the sun?
Well, so it could be that you can't tell the difference between the Earth being stationary and the sun going around it, or the sun being stationary and the Earth going around it. Like that kind of thing. Like if it's relative, maybe you can't tell the difference.
Well, it's even worse than that. That's what relativity claims. That's a cool story, making it unfalsifiable, seemingly. But if the ether exists, relativity can't be applied. The Earth just has to be stationary. So if quantum has to reluctantly acknowledge and absorb the ether, there goes the orbit and the spin.
Yeah, that could be.
And so we have that one thing that debunks the photon. There's another thing that debunks the photon. If I shoot a laser through glass, it quote unquote slows down 30%. So if it's a physical photon traveling to the glass, how does it hit the glass, enter the glass, slow down by 30%, exit the glass, and then speed back up to its original quote unquote speed without violating the law of conservation of energy?
Ooh, yeah, I like that example.
Yeah. So that debunks the photon as well.
Yeah, it definitely seems more wave-like in that example.
Yeah. And of course, again, waves aren't actually things in and of themselves, right, Matthew? I mean, they're just types of movement of a medium.
Yeah, movement or description of a change in a field or something, whatever. I don't know the right way to say it.
Yeah. Because then you got to define field, and descriptions aren't explanations, and math just describes, and we're trying to explain what's actually going on and define it properly. So we got a problem with this light thing, man. It's just not working out. So in the double slit, I don't know how much you know about it. And sorry, I'll stop talking and taking over the room to everyone, but I'll just say this part. So in the double slit, they shoot a light to a piece of film, and it has 2 slits in it. Right. And now they claim shooting a single photon. But if you look into it, they never can actually verify it's a single photon. It's just a guess because it's a really dim light, and they try to disrupt the alleged photons as much as possible to where they think that it's a decent enough probability that only one photon would go through the slit. Of course, again, we just talked about how the photon can't even exist, but this is what they think is going on. So it creates an interference pattern. Like if you have a rock in the ocean and the wave is going to the rock, it's going to split around the rock and then come back and come together on the other side of the rock.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So if it's a physical photon, it's a single photon. How could it go through both slits at the same time and then collide with itself?
Yeah, it seems like it can't.
Right. So that's where you get the wave part again, where they reify a wave, which is, again, not actually a thing. And wave function in quantum is just a mathematical description. But they treat it as a real thing and say, wave particle duality, because it makes no sense that a single photon can go through 2 slits simultaneously and then collide with itself, quote unquote, right?
Right.
Okay. And so whenever we try to detect this photon to see like which slit it's going through, right? So we can figure out what's going on here. How's this photon doing this or whatever? When we go to detect it, there's a quote unquote wave function collapse. There's no longer an interference pattern. So they're like, what's going on here? When we go to try to figure out which slit or if it's going through both slits, it stops doing it. And so they're like, well, we put the detector in.
It's literally just, lines of force. It's like no different than when you magnetic. So, and you see the light and then the absence thereof. It's just constructive and destructive phase due to the spatial variance and displacement, depending on the subject observed, be it light or the magnetic field.
Yeah, so I was presented some pretty crazy info that I'm looking forward to giving to you about light, but I can't do that yet. So, Matthew, I like you, man. So I'm giving you all this because it's pretty worldview shattering.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff.
So we're like, okay, we try to observe it and then it doesn't happen anymore. So we put the detector behind it. It still doesn't have an interference pattern anymore. Now we take the detector away, interference comes back. Acting like a wave again, quote unquote, a wave. Put the detector there. Oh, no wave interference pattern. It's getting kind of weird. So we're like,
yeah, I've heard this story before. That's an interesting mystery.
So they're like, man, it's like the photon knows we're trying to observe it, as if it's sentient or something, and it's playing a trick on us, and it knows we're trying to figure out what's going on. So once we come over here to detect it, it's like, nope, not today, and decides to stop doing it. It's as if it's sentient and it knows that we're trying to observe it. So what we're going to do, because we're such smart human scientists. These are the smartest people in the world, right? We're going to trick the photon because it's sentient, so we can trick it. So we're going to trick it and not let it know that we're observing it. So we're going to put a crystal in front of the slits, and then this reified single photon is going to get split into 2 photons. And what we'll do is we'll split it into 2 photons. One will go to the photographic plate that reads the pattern, and one will go to the detector, right? And we'll make sure that we don't even know which one's going to be detected. We'll put it in we'll use a little box, so we can't even know. So since the photon can read our mind, we'll make sure that we don't even know. Still no interference pattern. Take it all away, interference pattern again. Put it back, still no interference pattern. It's like the photon can read our mind, and it knows what we're going to do before we even know what we're going to do. This is what they actually think, bro.
Yeah, so if it's all a wave instead, how it seems like it'd still be a mystery to describe what's going on.
Wait. We're almost there, Matthew, and I'll stop talking so much. It gets even crazier than that. We then decided, okay, what we'll do is we'll split this reified single photon into 2, and we'll put a detector further away than the photographic plate. So that way, the photon will hit the plate to give us the pattern before we detect it. That way, it can't choose to elude us because we haven't even detected it yet. But once it hits the detector, after the first one hits the plate, there's still no interference pattern. It's as if this sentient photon who can read our mind and know what we're going to do before we do it, or we even know what we're going to do, can also affect and alter things that have already happened, transcending time via its sentience. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre.
Might as well just call it a god, bro. The photon god. The photonic god. Okay. And then, anyway, so your question is, well, how could you explain if it was a wave? Well, again, waves aren't things, they're just types of movement. But, so light is neither a wave nor a particle. It cannot be either one, just like objectively. So what is it? Well, it's nothing more than the ether. It's the medium that's already there. It doesn't travel from point A to point B. Stupid humans conflate where it becomes physically manifest to where it begins to travel from, but it's not actually traveling, it's just already there. And so now we have a question, well, then why does the detector remove the interference pattern? Right? If it's like a wave, like they claim. Well, again, it's not a wave the way they're thinking that travels by itself through quote unquote space. It's just a vibration, an oscillation, a disturbance. You may even call it a reverberation of the ether itself that's already there. And when we try to detect it, it's not like we go take a picture or use a telescope. We don't go take an Instagram post. We use electronic manipulation. And then they claim with the reification of the electron, the photon and the electron have an interaction, and then that gives us a dot that we can read. So every time we try to detect it, we are using something electric. What that does, that electric interaction, it also creates a disturbance in the ether, the background that's already there. So every time we introduce an additional disturbance, the wave interference pattern goes away. Because, for example, very crude analogy, but if you were to have a wave going through a lake and you came and took a big rock and threw it right where the wave was going, what would happen to the wave? It would break up and disperse.
So the detectors are interfering with the ether, basically.
Creating an additional disturbance. And the light itself is nothing more than a disturbance. So in summary, what we've discovered, the only logically viable framework to explain it is light does not travel from point A to point B. It's rather the ether excited, illuminated due to an ether perturbation or a disturbance. We just perceive it at a certain rate. It's actually a rate of induction, and the light's already there. And if you introduce additional disturbance, you will negate some of the effects of the original disturbance, that is the light. So we have one viable explanation, or we have another one that's perplexed physicists for 200 years, which is that the photon is a single photon that can go through two slits simultaneously, then collide with itself. It's a wave-particle duality. It's sentient, knows when it's going to be observed before we know if it's going to be observed, and it can transcend time and alter events that have already happened. Wonder which one it actually is, bro.
Yeah, your explanation seems simpler.
Yeah. You agree that normally when something's true, like Occam's razor can be applied.
Normally that's true, yeah.
All right, I'll stop talking so much. I just wanted to walk him through that and see what he thought.
I missed
Yeah,
that whole
interesting
thing.
ideas. Thanks for explaining it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I only caught the end of that, man. But actually, I gotta say, it's actually does it. Even though I disagree with you about a lot of stuff that you say, what you said there at the end, though, actually got me thinking about the true nature of all these quantum fields and light including, because it would kind of make more sense if you think about it more as it's always there, and that would make a lot of these weird things make sense, like the with hidden variables and the entanglement and that type of stuff.
Right. I agree.
Hey man, earlier you said you were going to shoot for the stars. You know what they say when you shoot for the stars, right?
What do they say?
You land on the moon.
That is what they say, yeah.
I think you got that backwards, Coach. Shoot for
Is that
the moon.
backwards?
Yeah, you shoot for the moon, and if you miss, you end up in the stars.
Okay.
I've always heard it the other way. You always shoot for the stars, because even if you miss, maybe you're right. I don't know.
I've heard it is shoot for the stars, end up on Mars, which rhymes, so it's better.
End up in a Tesla Roadster out near Jupiter.
Defying physics. Yeah, it is. You're right. It's even if you miss, shoot for the moon. Even if you miss, you'll land among the stars. Les Brown.
Yeah, after he said it, I was like, yeah, because I think I might have been saying it wrong. However long I've been saying it.
Hey, I see Ron's back. Are you at your?
Yeah, my mic's not so good.
No, it sounds fine. Hey, I was going to ask you real quick. What do you think about the fact that there's like very few quote unquote wildfires? There's so few of them.
I don't know that there's so few, dude. I've heard there's a lot. There was some in Colorado. I mean, not as bad as a few years back when everything was ablaze, like the whole Paradise. Before that, it was Fort McMurray, Canada. It was Australia. You mean the Dew fires?
Yeah, I mean they're going very light on Northern California this year. I'll tell you that. At least so far. I mean, at this time last year, it was crazy. At this time,
there's nothing left, man. They burned it all, Gio. It's like what else are they going to burn?
Well, I think those were ultimately terraforming operations for them to build headquarters. And Northern California is a huge spot for that because of Silicon Valley and San Francisco. It's all here. So basically, the tech center of the whole world is right here in in San Francisco and in Silicon Valley. But it's in Northern California in general. So yeah, I think, and then you have Hollywood in Southern California. So
what they've done is create free real estate, like very expensive real estate that people wouldn't sell. They just burned them off the land, and now it's dirt cheap. It's literally dirt cheap because the land is not buildable for you or I. We can't build on it because the land is condemned, but they could buy it up for pennies and then build on it. And that's what will happen.
Dude, it's so crazy what they do with fires. I was at Crater Lake. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. I think it's like a little miniature visualization of the Earth, maybe. It's really beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. There's like this like mountain in the middle of this circular body of water with an edge.
Dude, have you seen that? There was a guy talking about those being the gates of this the gates of the sea where they flooded the earth. Like there's a giant crater somewhere in the desert, and he's like, dude, this looks like a geyser. Like where they opened, God flooded the earth. He opened the gates of the sea, of the deep, and he opened the sky. He flooded it from both sides, and that made sense. I'm like, holy shit. They say it was a meteoroid impact, but there's no trace of a meteorite or an asteroid, whatever they want to call it. But there's where did it go? Where's the material?
Dude, it's seriously one of the most beautiful things that I've ever seen. And when I was there, we went and checked it out. It was dope. And then we went to sleep. We were going to go back. I was going to do some activism.
Did you hear what I said, or did I cut out? I didn't know if you heard that.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would say,
Yeah, I can hear you, Ron.
Oh, okay. Do you think that Crater Lake is something like that? Do you think it is one of those things like a floodgate, one of the gates of the that they speak about flooding the earth?
I think it's possible, maybe, I guess. I don't know. I don't exclude things too often. I'm pretty open-minded. It is the deepest lake in the United States, I think.
Were you going to say about something about fire?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. So when we went back to get some really good shots of it and stuff like that, they did a controlled fire, dude, and there was so much smoke you couldn't see anything. It was hard to even drive through the park, and you couldn't see the lake, you couldn't see the mountain. They just intentionally burned a ton of the forest around it as a controlled fire. I'm like, why do people do stuff like this, man? It was really sad. You couldn't see anything. Just like ruined our trip.
Oh, it's worse than that, man. Like if you've looked into those fires, a lot of the material's gone. They used to have there was a channel called Mental Boost. He was on YouTube, and he had some kind of weird videos, but it was like he would take a news clipping of the fires and shit and show you like the stuff that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck am I? Like, you know, the tree that was burning from the inside out? How did that happen? The tree is on fire from the inside. The bark is not burned, but it's on fire from the inside. What's going on? Like all this weird shit.
Well, that actually links like what Austin was talking about, like electricity and that was like just incredibly fascinating. Just in terms of that concept. Like
I missed all of that. I missed all that good conversation.
Yeah, that was.
Can you give me a recap, like the Cliff Notes? What I missed it all.
Well, I guess just real quick, well, there's a lot but I was just wanting to link back to the one idea because you were talking about the fire burning from the inside, and in that same concept where light is induction and it's more of like a perturbation within the medium, which means that it can manifest within any portion of the medium. Like it's all there, it's all already constructed. It's just a matter of activating it. So there doesn't really have to be that progression of burning from the outside. In that case, that's like a form of electrical induction that in some way like induces it from the interior, as it were. So I was just kind of thinking of that concept where you have like the two ends of a rope or the two ends of a chain and how they're already intimately connected, and it's like activating those two.
Yeah, it's got to be like a frequency vibration thing because everything is linked, right? All this, we live in this soup, this invisible soup that we can't see. Like you can't see the air, you can't see electricity, you can't see the ether, but it's all around us, right? You go underwater, the ether is around you. You can't escape it. It's this ubiquitous thing, right? You know what else I was thinking too when you said that, Gio, is did you ever hear that phenomenon, spontaneous human combustion, where like these people, it almost looks like they were burned completely, but like they'll be sitting in a chair and the chair never catches fire, but their body is completely burned, like gone. Like what the fuck? It's almost like the houses that were hit with the dew where there's nothing but ash. But I don't know that anyone's ever seen it in person, like a body combusting without, like, you know what I mean? Like no one say, oh my God, someone's on fire and filmed it. You know what I mean? but they see these corpses. There's nothing left of them but this greasy residue. It's like, what the fuck happened? How did someone combust? Like that, to me, that doesn't make sense.
They just got really triggered on the internet one day.
They got so angry they burst. I get like that at times. I've got a temper.
No, I have heard of that actually, for real. Like, yeah, that's spontaneous human combustion. That is crazy. I mean, there are like myths and legends about that and different concepts.
Well,
what is it?
There's also the idea of like getting hit by lightning as well.
Light and matter are fairly synonymous. Ultra high powered light is shown to create matter. They performed this experiment a couple of years ago in a laboratory. That's because the fundamental particle itself is hard light, humoristically called hard light, which is essentially hydrogen. More accurately, protium. So this is what you see being emitted out of the backside of black holes. It's, trillions and trillions of tons of hydrogen.
Yeah, black holes, dude.
But yeah, well, there are black holes. I know it sucks, but it's just the fact of the matter.
Yo,
I'm not buying the whole black hole thing, but to each his own, man.
I mean, you could see a black hole if you look at the center of a magnet. There's seemingly nothing there, not even magnetism itself. It's the dielectric field. It's what's
You
called
can't
counter
see
space.
it. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that little thing Ken Wheeler has.
Yeah.
Well, Daiso, do you think portals exist? Meaning, like, it's sort of like a black hole, I suppose, although it's
Right.
not. Obviously, it's not an outer space, but like a field or an area within the ether that would act as a portal that could then perhaps transition you into different dimensions, time, space, physical. What do you think of all of those like possibilities?
No, I don't think you could ever go back in time. You could only go forward. But I mean, you kind of asked me a lot of questions. But yeah, I think black holes do exist. What were some of the
Are
other
they
things you
okay?
asked me?
Well, then what do you think? Well, I was talking about portals essentially, and which kind of links to a similar concept of black holes. It seems like they took, in my viewpoint, what an actual portal is, and they just reified it essentially, put it into the globe model, and put it way out in outer space. But I think the real portals are at the North Pole regions and in the southern regions as well. Where the
You know what else is one?
You have to have the magnetic field potency
Geo,
within certain areas.
I think CERN is just that. Like, it's a giant coil, right? Just like he was talking about, like a ring magnet. And then in the inside of that giant ring magnet, that's what CERN is. It's a giant ring magnet. And when they turn that on, they try and rip a like a wormhole or a portal that you know how, okay, we're the top side of the coin, and then there's the flip side. We're the north side, then there's the underside. If they rip the veil or whatever's between the two layers, right, the inertial plane, they rip it, and they could pull entities, like maybe like a soul or entities, ghost, whatever you want to call them, entities, demons, through that hole in the center of that giant ring magnet. The giant circle of CERN, that's what it is. They power up the coil, and boom, they pull the hole, the fabric, they open it, because they make that little funnel shaped hole, what he's talking about, the counter space, and it rips the veil between the two layers, right? Remember what they couldn't drill through? They couldn't bore hole through it. But a giant electromagnet, boom, they opened it temporarily, let the fucking thing come up through it, and bingo, he's on this side. Like demonic spirits or whatever they're pulling through. They had their demonic ceremony. I think they're doing shit like that. I mean, it's just speculation, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were doing shit like that.
Yeah, and have you ever? That's deep, man. And this goes into kind of a whole another layer and level. But also, have you ever heard the potential of them being able to do? I'm not really saying with CERN per se in what I'm about to say, because I think CERN is kind of just a psyop, along with LIGO. And I mean, there's there's some definite just invalidity to what. So I don't think they're actually doing it for anything like this. But in that way, I mean, you think they're actually able to do that? Well, because I guess what I was going to say is. Oh man.
I know the
no. Okay, sorry, I just lost my train of thought for a second. Oh, what
Alright,
I was
go
gonna say is for them to be able to like in like ceremonies and like very like essentially like demonic type ceremonies and possibly technology that they stole from the old world as well that could do similar things to what you're talking about at this North Pole in areas where the magnetic field is very focused in that way. And like kind of what you're saying, I know it's going to sound like total sci-fi, but like, yeah, cracking open to like a demonic realm essentially, and then actually channeling things into the physical world through that portal and through that field. And that could even be physical things like what they call, viruses, etc., things like that, like weird, because there is a thing like people do get sick. And I know there's terrain theory and there's different ideas, but I could be some like metaphysical, crazy, supernatural shit, like an actual, like you've heard about like the black goo, shit like that. Like these are like, you can get into ideas of nanobots and like all kinds of other things, but like it just links into that idea of them being able to like open essentially a portal in the ether, if you want to call it a portal, or like an opening, but using it to channel those dark type energies that could then and literally transfer physical things into this world, like genetic modifications and who knows what other things that they then are using. Like, I know it sounds totally sci-fi, but yeah, I wondered if you'd heard of that as well.
No, I haven't heard of that, but you've seen this ceremony, the Gothard Tunnel, and it was near CERN, and all these world elites, Angela Merkel and these Rothschild minions, they were all at this ceremony that had like demonic people in like a costume. It's like, what the fuck is this? What am I watching? Like, you have these so-called these very powerful people and they're watching this garbage. I mean, that's what made me think, like, I know the whole particle accelerator is a complete cover story. That's a bullshit. They need a cover story for building such a large project. And that's what I'm thinking of, like, you know what? What if it to me looks like a magnetic coil? And I don't buy the particle accelerator because if you wanted to make a railgun, you would make the fucker straight. They've got that much room, make it straight. Why would you bend it, right? Linear accelerator, you see those railguns, they're all straight. They don't go in a fucking coil and spit it out, right? They don't go in a giant circle and then spit it out the end. It's always a straight fucking line. So I don't buy that. I don't buy a particle accelerator. It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, and of course there are no particles, so you're gonna have a problem with that.
Right. It's fucking stupid. So that's their cover story. Why are we spending so much money?
But do you think there's they're actually able to use it to do what you were saying, kind of like open portals?
Maybe.
Like,
I mean, think about it. If you had a magnet that fucking big, 35 miles in diameter, that's a huge fucking magnet. If you turned it on, imagine where the center, how powerful that center hole. You don't need much to suck. Say they could rip the inertial plane beneath it. They could open up like a funnel, like this little wormhole, and bring entities from the underworld.
You know how crazy it would be to be able to rip through the inertial plane, right? Because that's the null pressure point. It is the immensity of the pressure of the magnetic field in the Earth being mediated to a concentrated area of a plane. I can't even perceive it being remotely close to being materially accessible in any way. The amount of energy that would be required to somehow penetrate the inertial plane. I mean, just the mere concept boggles my mind.
Know how strong. Let's say it's the size of a fucking needle. The thing's 35 miles across. Let's say they could just open a small hole the size of a needle and say like something like a spirit or an entity, like not a physical being like us. It's not like they're coming through as like a spirit almost. You know what I mean? Like an entity.
I don't think the size would change much. Like, if you can rip a hole in it at all, then who's to say you can't? It's an interesting. I think that may even be their goal, right? But they obviously in creating a ton of energy, right? Like they are using a ton of energy, so it's interesting. Pertinent to my worldview, I think that if that is to happen, it's because it says that like the key is given to them, that like an angel comes and gives them the key because.
He gave them the design. It looked very complicated. If you've seen how massive CERN is, how big, and you think about how large that is, that's an immense fucking magnet. If that's what I think it is, that's fucking huge. 35 miles.
They're everywhere. Did you know that? Like that maybe not that
bringing
to that
maybe
extent.
They're bringing spirits through at other places. Maybe it's not just there.
They're definitely doing something because they're built everywhere and it's not mainstream. Like I think Nike has one built. Like major companies have these huge particle accelerators, like all over the earth, almost as if they're set up like tactically, like a grid system.
A
So
lines, yeah,
it's really crazy.
ley
Yeah.
line. Right. Like the Georgia Guidestones was at 33 ley line. Maybe we have to look into where these are located and see if there's some kind of connection to the
Well,
the
yeah.
lead.
When they do their fake alien invasion, they're gonna have to pull off a lot of shit. So yeah.
Yeah, what if it's something to do with that? What if they're using it for like a grid system of magnetic holography? And like that's why it looks like a magnet, because they're actually going to use magnetic holography to take over giant portions of the sky with projections. I don't know.
I think the Project Bluebeam thing will be like the crafts, like those TR3B and other things like you see in the movies, like Independence Day. They've prepped people like, oh, I saw that in the movie. Oh my God, it's real. Like they will have these devices and they will fuck shit up. They will go devastate whole areas and say it's people from outer space doing it. We need to unite the world because we can't fight them alone. We need to unite with Russia, China, and that will bring about their one world government. That's bringing their one world government into the open. They have the one world government, but it's all behind the scenes. It's all hidden. It's not an open one world government, which they want. They
Those
want
are
it
declassified, bro. Like those are admitted to exist. My friend saw one of those. So I mean, they've
the
been
average
seen.
person, if your next door neighbor saw it, he would think it's a space alien. He would say, "Oh my God, it's people from Mars attacking," because that's what they're prepped. They're prepped from these movies that planets are terra firma, these other worlds, have that in their head. So I mean, it would be hard to not convince them that's alien technology.
I'm just
You know what I
critiquing the specific aircraft you just invoked because that's actually publicly acknowledged already. I think it would be something crazier than that. But my friend said that it was very crazy and it got really close to him, and he and his brother saw it. So I don't know. I think the narrative would be something more akin to external threat, right? But not all the aliens are bad. Some of them are going to help lead our fight against them with our space force, and they're going to tell us that the first thing we got to do is unify together, because this will require a unified front, and all of our subconscious and conscious energy concerted or asserted together to the goal, so that they can, utilize weaponry or whatever they can come up with to get like conscious agreements.
Hey,
Yeah, and with
Winston,
that
earlier
totally
you mentioned
link into the I was just gonna say, oh sorry, real quick. I was just gonna say that would completely link into why the entire globe deception, all of heliocentrism, the whole thing would be leading towards building a stable enough worldview within a mass of a population that enough of a percentage of them would even believe that that's even possible, because of the vastness of the infinity of the vacuum of outer space and all that, and all the other galaxies and all the speed of light and light years, all the bullshit involved with the stars, the sky, in the globe, all of that. In that scenario of that sort of fake alien interaction, war, whatever it would be called, like World War III kind of thing, but like an NWO version of that, where they're doing exactly that, trying to get everyone to unite. And it's all in like their propaganda over the years, like Ronald Reagan and shit back in the 80s. So yeah, I mean, it's like it's all been in their speeches and stuff as well, and Werner von Braun and all those connections. But I was just kind of mainly saying how that people ask why would they lie, and that perhaps would, in my viewpoint, might be in the top 5 or at least top 10 of reasons why, if that's their whole goal, to initiate some huge control matrix. Now, I don't think they're going to succeed with it. So, but still, it still may be their agenda. And in that sense, the entire globe model would be built to get people to believe an event like that would then accomplish what they're trying to accomplish. But they would need that worldview to be built into people, of just being this tiny little ball in a huge vacuum where there could be anything that could, come get us, kind of thing.
Well, also they could, they could even take the more seemingly gifting type of edge with it, if their purpose was really that planned out, like I've talked about before with the Outer Ponders or the fake aliens may be being told, at least, even if there are outer ponders, they may fake it as the outer ponders and give us this revelation with the flat Earth included to get everybody on the same page and use that energy and that awakening to use it as a mass movement of no like no other, because everybody is waking up at the same time and realizing this big truth that gets revealed. Then we're all on the same page, and then whatever story you give them at that point, everybody's on the same page. Also, Witch, that you mentioned earlier, the AC induction motor looks like CERN, right? Could be right there. Could be a power source of some sort, especially because they are all over the place. Or it could be something with the etheric energy, movement that they're using as well.
Oh yeah, I've speculated a lot. Like maybe they plan on rolling out their New World Order, and basically, I don't want to be too negative, but they want to take a lot of people out, right? And you read the Georgia Guidestones, 500 million. Then they want to start their new utopia type of world, and that might be like a free energy system for the whole world. Yeah.
That would make sense, because then everybody's like, oh shit, they're giving us free energy. They're telling us the truth about the flat Earth. They must be, doing good things, right? It's the perfect way to get everybody to totally buy in and start trusting again.
Are you saying the mainstream, as it were, would do that?
They would say that. I'm not saying they would.
I think their whole thing fails if people come off the globe. So I don't think they want that at all.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They may trick it. They may use it as a way of selling us more lies.
I think they're going to run the globe into the ground, right into whatever sort of NWO consolidation thing they're going to try to pull off.
It's definitely possible.
But think about how we're unified by that truth. So easily. It's like it's so like in your face and such a obvious thing. Once you realize it, they why would they pass up the opportunity to use that to their advantage?
Well, I thought about this because I thought it would be okay. Like if you guys have ever heard of William Morrison, he wrote some books back in the 1800s. Has a bunch of like esoteric connections. And he writes about, now it's cover stories, that's just fiction, right? Sci-fi, but that there are outside lands, up to 189 of them. And they refer to our inner circle as the known lands. And that these elites, as they're called, like control the interior, kind of like the Hunger Games. And they use us for all these different stuff, and we don't know about the outside. And then they refer to a greater dome over everything. All that to say, they could pull off the whole like extraterrestrial, of course, meaning extra land, invasion, and then they can come and tell us that truth, right? And like I think they can pull off
directed energy weapons.
Yeah, like
more advanced.
I think they've conditioned everyone's mind, because people think it's profound now to say, of course there's more life. I think it'd be arrogant to say there's not more life. Like they think they're profound by saying that, when it's actually just really retarded, and someone made that up.
Well, it's the same philosophy we go through when we realize it could be an infinite plane with more ponds, though, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying is I think that the goal would be for when you detach everyone from reality, you've emptied them out, where most people are nihilistic, apathetic. They don't understand really understand like that there has to be a creator. And so they're empty vessel, ready to be filled with a new philosophy, a new worldview. And they all think that there are other entities. Everyone's being conditioned with interdimensional beings, and it's not you can see all kinds of entities, astral projecting and psychedelics, and like there's all kinds of stuff, even interdimensional. So to play devil's advocate, although I would never advocate for the devil, that's a stupid phrase. I can see what Gio's saying, and it makes a lot of sense on the surface. At the same time, I think that there's something to what New Perspective's saying, where they get a benefit from absorbing the truth. And the globe still achieved its goal, which was it created a paradigm of nihilism and apathy and empty vessels that are ready to be filled with a new spirituality. And, like 80% of the world still claims to believe in some form of a creator. So you seemingly would have to do something. And now I don't know. I think that if they absorb that, then maybe it would work. I think it could work either way, is what I'm saying. And if they come and tell us the truth about that, or at least that the Earth is actually geocentric and that it's electric, and they start to tell you some of this stuff, and all of a sudden it makes sense, and they're like, "Look, you've been lied to," and then here's a slideshow of all the real history that they didn't tell you, and we made you. And when they tell us that they made us, and people revere them as gods. And then, you know, they can go from place to place, and they can levitate. And this stuff sounds crazy to us, but it's really not, bro. Like, levitation isn't crazy. That's easily attainable. Like, the astral plane is just objective. And I don't know. I'm on the fence. I think they could absorb flat Earth, geocentric, electric universe, interdimensional beings, extra land, like any giant truth like this. If it comes with enough cowbell, it'll work better, maybe. And
yeah, and the timing on it. We know they can do gene splicing. We know that they can do, all kinds of stuff with the science now. So it's easily believable that we were made by another, a race that's higher than us, or just part of us, and then they, just the whole thing that we've always gotten with the alien seeding type thing, but it's more realistic and down to earth, literally.
And there's also just this logical aspect of it. There are hundreds of millions of flat earthers. That's my opinion. So if you wanted to literally trick everyone, then the globe, something dependent upon the globe Earth heliocentric model won't work, right? But if you come and deliver the truth of reality to everyone at the same time, and those of us that have woken up to it, say 300 million people or whatever it is, then they will also be able to be deceived. That way, that's one of the ways that you could get everyone,
That's why I say it's so ironic, because if we succeed, it's the last thing we'd really want, because it's not really success. It's their interpretation of the flat Earth that we're going to be sold.
If you're awake to the flat Earth thing, right? If you know it's flat, right? How do they ever regain any trust amongst people that will never trust government? Like, they'll never regain my trust. Like, I will never.
Super easy. It won't be the government. That's the answer. It's not going to be the government. It's going to be something else coming and telling you how corrupt the government is, telling you how much they lied to you about, and then giving you everything the flat earthers are dying to learn about, like Tartaria and ether.
They're gonna have to make it seem like they got rid of the old people that were deceiving us.
Yep, and the electromagnetic energy, and how bad the Federal Reserve and the monetary system is. And you guys aren't supposed to work. You're supposed to live in utopia. Like, one seed makes tons of seeds. You guys don't get. We made this program for you, and you didn't even understand. Like, we created you, and you guys should just all be happy, loving, not working, have infinite surplus of everything, and you guys are just all doing it wrong. And it's because these evil government characters have done this to you. We're going to rid them. We're going to free you. We're going to give you, sit down. Here's your little MK Ultra slideshow about what history really was and how we really created you. And, all of a sudden the flat earthers don't have any contention. In fact, they're the number one fans, because the other people are going to be temporarily experiencing cognitus because they haven't let go of the globe and stuff. And all the flat earthers have been desperately trying to figure out what's in the center. Is there more land? What is the ether? How does it work? What kind of field are we in? What is free energy? What is Tartaria? What is the old civilizations? They'll be the first ones to fall for it.
But who are you talking about, man? You talking about the out of ponders? Are they going to be in a human form or like an alien-ish form?
They're just
William Morrison claims that there's different civilizations, but most of them look just like humans for the most part. They just live. Some of them live a little bit longer because there's a different type of frequency out there that they live within. And I encourage some people to look into it. I haven't fully looked into it, but King Lois told me about it, and it's pretty crazy, bro, because this is pre-flat Earth in the modern time, so it's not like he wrote it to capitulate to people for money or something. This dude just wrote this in the 1800s and has very elite connections.
Hey, speaking of which, you know that 2001, right before 9/11, the Disclosure Project conference that they had, that we all got to see, kind of, if you were like at least looking on the internet for things that were a little alternative. Stephen Greer was heading it. They had all these like government people that were talking about the radar, that they'll testify in front of Congress and all this stuff, like total, like, okay, we're announcing aliens. Most people didn't see it, or if they did, they might have thought it was like a spoof, or just went into cognitus or whatever. But it was the total alien rollout. And one of the guys claimed that there was 57 different species of aliens living amongst us as we speak, and they look just like us, but they have certain things about them that they can do. Like they could touch something with their eyes closed and know the color of it. is what he said. And then but then the key thing is, he said, the only thing we can't figure out is if they came from another planet, somewhere in another galaxy, we can't figure out what the chances would be of them actually forming and having the same biology as we do. And that was very distinct in his. Okay, first of all, he's claiming there's 57 different species. He's not showing anything. You know, I guess you can't show it because if they look just like us, it doesn't matter if you show it, right? But if that's the claim, then that's like they could have had this planned out that long ago. They're setting it up that, yeah, there's aliens, but the aliens don't come from far away. Plus, if they're making up the distances to all these different galaxies and they were planning on having this fake alien invasion, wouldn't they have made it seem more reasonable to get here from another galaxy within a lifetime?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, it's really crazy, the William Morrison thing, man, because it says there's an ice ring and there's lands outside of it, and there's a greater dome outside of all that, and there's like 100 something other lands, and they all know about the known lands that are run by the people that suck our energy and keep us in the dark. And when we get too knowledgeable, they do resets. Dude, this is 150 years old, 170 years old. They do resets using pyramids. Using the pyramids, and the reason there are pyramids all over the earth is because they use them for the resets. But apparently they had some type of issue where there's like some good guys, like some good guys that are in the know that stopped them and destroyed some of it, so that they couldn't keep resetting us. And up to that point, they would reset us and then repopulate everywhere with children 7 and under. I don't know. It's just very fascinating because I've talked to a few people that said, I actually know some very powerful people that kind of like they believe this like it's a fact, like it's one of those pieces of information that you get in an inner circle and it's just a fact, and like you're kind of like special for knowing what no one else knows.
Right. And then you fall in line when they start talking about the reset and whatever their agenda is, you fall in line with it because you see the bigger picture, or at least you're aware of the bigger plan that you know, either you're in or you're out, and they're going to have their underground little areas. They do have these underground places, you know, like they have rooms and ecosystems. It's not like just like underground tunnels where people can hide out. It's like a real, like there's malls, there's all kinds of stuff, like a total, you know, habitat for people to live in comfortably for a very long time. And that just goes to show that maybe that's what they're, and my, you know, E1, who was on here, he said that they stopped the trucks. He keeps track of stuff like that. The trucks that go into those tunnels stop going in there. Like there was a lot of food going in and all kinds of constant traffic going into these tunnels, and they stopped. So that was a big warning sign for him, like they're getting ready for something. Also, this guy Renee was on here actually talking to Bandsaw a couple weeks ago, and he said that he knows this guy or knows of this guy that was in jail, and all he did was in jail was try to figure out what the hell was up with the reset. And according to him, it's going to be 2046, and that just goes along with the time. And I did look up 2046, and it does seem like a plasma event of some sort might go along with that. And if there isn't an etheric energy or an ether that could be lit up with a frequency, a plasma frequency or whatever it is, you know, the spontaneous combustion we were talking about, that, you know, he said anyway, the guy that was in jail said that people, they lose their minds basically, like your memory gets wiped. And then it reminds me of something else that someone I looked into before that was saying about our memory actually is stored within the field that surrounds us.
Yeah, of course. I mean, what else? Yeah, where else would it be? Like, what's crazy is they say that they live to like 150 years, and there are claims that like that's where Admiral Byrd is, and he's not actually dead. And a lot of the people go there, and they have different technology there, right? So they just have like advanced cities that have way more advanced transportation. They have like endless energy. They don't have trash. They have all kinds of like beds and devices that like cure all kinds of illnesses, and they just eat like predominantly fruit and vegetables that are like really high quality, and that there are layered domes, effectively, that there are different domes and that they've even tried to master creating their own dome, but it was harder than they thought. And that to get outside of the dome that contains, this is obviously tons of speculation. I'm just telling you, it's interesting because it was written like 170 years ago, right? Like pre-modern flat Earth, and that to get outside of the dome that holds in the known lands, they have to use humans because they're not entirely human like we are. And there's something about our energy, like our spirit, that allows you to go through the dome, and that holds the interior land, but that there's a greater dome that they're like infatuated with trying to figure out how to get out of. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, dude. No, I appreciate everything you said there. Yeah, and just linked to the idea as well. I was going to link it back to it's the similar concept with the portals, like at the North Pole, where if you're like, a human soul, and there's all these ancient legends of people like doing all kinds of different meditation and different practices to hone in their consciousness so that when they go take these actual physical ventures to the North Pole, that they want to go to a particular area where there's a particular, charge in a sense. And like you were saying, if your spiritual vibration, if your energy is like able to traverse, then you can traverse to, the idea of like Agartha, like the lands in the center and all of that. But it's just reminded me of that similar concept and so I think some of these darker vibrational beings like that are causing havoc on the earth right now, like, and who have control over the North Pole, they may not be able to access those, at all. So it's like they don't want us going there at all because they know we can access them, but they can't access them. And so that's interesting to think about, that like these darker entities don't necessarily have all the power, as it were. Like they really only have kind of a limitation in their frequency band. But anyways, what you said there just kind of reminded me of that idea as well.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. And you look at ancient stories, it talks about like these gods. Like if you look at Elohim, and meaning like gods, mighty men, mighty ones, and then you look at all the ancient stories from different civilizations and from Enoch talking about how these watchers, they came and then they took women as wives. They talk, and like the Greeks, right? They talk about like the mountain of the gods, and there's ancient stories about how there were these really tall men that came, but they weren't limited to the physical vessel, but they chose to like take a physical form of a body to come interact with the lands outside of the interior area of the earth, like the center with a giant mountain, and there's this like immense force field that keeps you out. And so like a human material body cannot go in, but they can go out, and they chose to come down. So they'd go up and down, like, so the mountain's really high, but you can go up off of it. And then there's supposedly a tree that extends all the way up. And so they can go up and down this giant realm, seemingly of like the toroid, right? Like where you go up and down throughout the vortex and gets wider and wider. But anyway, that they chose to come out of it because they can, and then deceived man. It just seems interestingly to tie into everything, right? So like, I don't know, like looking at magnetism, the center wouldn't be materially accessible. So it's almost as if you'd have to leave the physical vessel. You'd have to attain a frequency so high a vibration that I don't know that it could be contained within your matter. And seemingly that may have happened where these entities came. I don't know. There's tons of speculation again, but it's just interesting because it adds context to watchers, add context to the, like, what's the paramount where all the stars come down to the mountain, the Greek gods having the Mount of Olympus, like Mount Olympus, and all these stories of these like demigods that come from the mountain in the middle, right? And then if you look, I can drop a video, you can kind of demonstrate this visually, because we've all heard of like the Mercator North Pole projection that's like hanging up in my living room, and they say that there's this levitating mountain, and that there are 4 bodies of land. There's 4 pieces of land, and then there's like 4 rivers, and then they all merge in the middle, and then they go down to the waters of the deep within this vortex, basically like a black hole, like a portal, and the mountain levitates over top of it. And if you look at the magnetic data of the Earth, and you try to put it on a flat Earth, start figuring it out, it looks like we have a quadrupole magnet. And if you take 4 square magnets and put them together, which will give you the 4 corners, right? And then you put a ferro cell over it, you'll see like the ferrofluid will create, this outline of a toroid, like a vortex in the middle. And if you take like graphite or something, it'll levitate right in the middle of the four. It'll levitate right over the top of the magnets, right over the four magnets pressed together in the middle. And so it seems like just looking at magnetism, it's physically possible. As crazy as it may seem to boggle our mind, I mean, we can look at it on a small scale. It isn't impossible. We're not allowed to go there. All these other people said it was there. I mean, it's pretty intriguing stuff.
You're saying four magnets put together will have a vortex, a central vortex?
Yeah.
I'm posting a couple of them.
Yep. And there's like a really cool one that we watched on Globebusters. I'll try to find it where it's like it outlines it with black, so it's like really visible. And then they put a little piece of graphite over top of it, just levitates in the middle. And then the data looks like there's a quadrupole on the Earth. Right. So
that it's like an iron cross almost. You got the four inside corners. Like you see their symbology. They like certain symbology. They got an iron cross or Maltese cross, and that's probably kind of what you know talks about that is Martin Ledke talks about that.
I want to kind of create like a model of sorts where
shit. What is that?
We like kind of make an Earth projection.
Geo, what the hell is that?
These are ferrocells, quadrupole ferrocells.
What? I never seen one with all these multiple colors. That's fucking amazing.
It would make sense too with the continents all coming out. Like you'd have the four corners. The continents are clearly like self-assembling wires where you have these little beads in a liquid. Then there's a charge in the center, like a North Pole. Then there's the ground on the outside. And once you create that circuit, the little beads will start to self align. They self-form basically. They're like self-forming wires, basically like naturally growing wires. So all the little beads just naturally start to create a connection. They all line up between the outer rim and the center to create the completion of the circuit. So if there's something like that happening with the North Pole, and then because all the continents seem to be going out in the four directions, almost like those self-assembling wires where they're connecting. It seems like they're connecting and creating. So it's like the continents in that case, like essentially are self-assembling wires of sorts going to the four corners. But then it's interesting how the 1/4 corner seems to be like that Southern Pacific. It's kind of like there could be a lot of hidden land there because it seems like that's the missing spot of the land that we're not shown.
Geo, are you sure that's what we're looking at? Because I see the four square inside corners, but like the outside is a circle. Like these are not square magnets; they're like pie shaped.
Oh, that one just showed a circle. The last one I posted there, it's called the Pierce Quincuntial. I'm not saying it's the exact map of the Earth or anything, but it just shows that quadrupolar layout of the continents and how even the longitude and latitude lines, the way they claim they are on a globe, where they focus down to the center. Well, in this case, it's not down to the center of a globe. It's just four continent sections, like four quadrants going out from the center.
Did you get this? Could I I've never seen the flux lines bend like this.
All right, check this video that I'm dropping. I'm going to drop it again. Try to go to 4 minutes and 50 seconds, just a few seconds, so you can do it real fast and check out what you see. It's insane. 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay.
Oh, dude, that is awesome.
Isn't that dope?
Hell yeah, that's incredible. With the fluid, I wanted to see that again. It only flashed it for a second. Yeah, it makes sense. So then in that scenario, there's essentially four, in my viewpoint, there's four southern poles, essentially. They're all the same looking stars, like Sigma and Tantus. There's essentially four of them.
Saying goodnight to the wifey. Yeah, dude, that thing blew my mind, bro. Because like right after it shows you that, it shows you the thing levitating over top of the middle. It's crazy, bro.
Wow, dude, the one right, what is it at like 4? Right when he puts that thing on top of it to create, that's so cool. Like right at like 454. Yeah, it's that. Yeah, and that's essentially it's like mirrors the way the star field.
It's crazy how that we've been given all this this predictive programming with the black goo for so long, and then with the graphene, it seems is exactly what the black goo might be, and now this stuff about the ferrofluid is also being shown to us a lot, and where people are looking into that. It's just interesting, yeah.
Yeah, see, that links back into like, are they channeling black goo crazy shit, like metaphysical shit that also has technological abilities that they can control, like cause instant blood clotting and kill people remotely through the radio networks, as it were, the 5G and everything else. So yeah,
I'm going to post a video right now that you might have to delete, but it's on the Stu Peters show, and this woman, I mean, you couldn't get a better actress if she's not telling the truth, because she's just like completely astounded with what she's finding inside the blood of people, and they look like ball bearings, like they were connected magnets, like little round magnets, all connected, completely cylindrical. And she said she was taking it to many different people, and like they've gone through different ideas of what it could possibly be, like air bubbles or whatever, and she said that every expert she's talked to says that air bubbles aren't usually that symmetrical, don't look like it, and I mean it's scary. I'll post it, but if you have to delete it for the channel, that's cool. Just save it or something.
So Austin,
dude, you know what's funny? After that graphite was like levitating, the next sentence he's like, "See this droplet of water floating? It becomes an oblate spheroid like the Earth." I'm like, he had to go ruin all that good stuff he just dropped. It was just ironic. I'm like, dude, he's dropping some big red pills, and then he goes into the propaganda like right after that. I'm like, why?
Yeah, this shit is just infiltrated. It's ridiculous. What
Dude, that's exactly when I stopped watching. I was like, oh, that's enough of that. Okay,
spin this droplet of water and make an oblate spheroid like the Earth. I'm like, dude, no, he didn't just say that.
Oh yeah, it's just 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
No, I know, that was amazing.
That's good. Yeah.
You arrange the corners in a certain pattern, north, south, and it makes that weird ass pattern. I gotta get one of those supercells, man.
Bro, I want to replicate this. And
I
want to put a little like mountain in the middle, and I want to figure out if I can find a way to create a holographic projection source within it in the middle, because I think there may be what they refer to as the black sun down in the.
You got to get a supercell, dude. One of those things Ken Wheeler has. And here's what I wanted to do. I need to get a Gauss meter. That's on my list of shit to get, and a supercell. And if you do this during a thunderstorm or a heavy rainstorm, the magnetism drops significantly. I have these neobidium magnets. They're probably 25 pounds of force on them. Oh. And when you pull them apart, they're really hard to pull apart with your fingers. They'll pinch you. They're strong. Anyway, during the heavy rain, you could pull them apart like they ain't shit. They're like 5 pounds of force to pull them apart.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, during the rain. And I learned this. There was a guy talking about it. He had a little toy, like a toy top that you spin over a magnet. And he noticed that when it started raining outside, boom, it just dropped out of the air. He happened to be playing with it as a kid. He's spinning this little thing, and all of a sudden, it just drops right out. It starts raining, and boom, lost its magnetism, its lift. It's like, how the fuck did that? And I that stuck in my head. I want to try that. So I went and pulled my magnets. I keep them on the refrigerator. And I'm like, holy shit, dude, they got almost nothing. From going from 25, 30 pounds to like 5. And if I had a Gauss meter, I could measure how much they actually dropped. And I wanted to do it with the cell, like the supercell. Wait till I want to measure the flux, the Gauss, how strong it is. And then while it's raining, also measure it, run it under the supercell and record it all so I can learn what the fuck's going on. Because there's some correlation between them.
Wow, that's crazy. I was trying to look into it, and I got right here. Proving yet again that nature pays no attention to academic boundaries, 2 scientists at UCLA and Santa Fe Institute have gained a deeper insight into rainfall patterns and atmospheric dynamics by using techniques originally developed for magnetic materials. Yeah, what a shocker. Wait, you're saying atmospheric patterns have something to do with magnetism? Oh, man.
No, when it rains, not the patterns.
No,
but like,
no. I was looking up what you were saying. I was looking up, like, why do magnets stop working during rainfall? And this is the first article that popped up.
well, they still work, but it loses 75% of its potency. I'm like, when I went to pull them apart, I'm like, I'm going to test what he said, like see if it's cool, because it might be plausible. And if you ever look, there's this, I forget, the name escapes me, but if you take 2 buckets of water and you're dripping water from them, and you have a metal bucket container underneath, and you crisscross them with wires, it makes an electrical charge. And if you put like a spark gap, every so often it'll discharge a big spark, like 50,000 volt spark, but it's just small. It's just like, I don't know, quarter-inch gap, whatever. But there's a name for this thing. It's, the inventor who made it. I can't think of the name right now. But it's
So
a
look, it
device
says,
droplets create electricity.
It says this physicists and climatologists argue that the onset of intense tropical rain can be described by the same mathematics as a piece of iron that's making the transition from unmagnetized to magnetized. That's pretty interesting, right? Like, because I'm trying to think about a connection there. Basically, if there's a much stronger magnetic field around whatever magnet you're using, yeah, it wouldn't be the same geometric expression of coherency, right? It'd be much greater than that. So would it affect that one maybe?
Ezekiel's wheel? That video?
I've heard of Ezekiel's wheel. I'm not sure about a video though.
It's definitely a video you got to watch because it goes over that geometry and it like maps it out and it works in the golden ratio. And like in the first minute and a half, I was like, what the fuck? Wait, what? And I just saw it like yesterday, but yeah.
Dude, that's the 4-leaf clover, the rare 4-leaf clover.
It's like sacred geometry.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Hold on.
All right, I dropped that Stu Peters interview with that woman I was talking about. If you want to delete it, Geo, after you get some people some time to look it up.
But this video dope because it's not short. I'm gonna take your word for it, bro. That it's good. I'm gonna put it on my list.
Actually, there is like in terms of the jab, this recent one and everything, there is interesting potentials with also what we were talking about before with like the Project Bluebeam, some kind of fake extraterrestrial alien kind of takeover thing. And if the jab then interacts with that in some way, I know it sounds kind of crude and ridiculous, but you know how there's like certain like rides where they're like interactive, where you like do certain things. But what if they actually use, it's kind of a crude analogy, but what if they actually use whatever that is that they gave people? And that's coming from the perspective that they actually put something in someone that's staying in there. I know people, obviously there's lots of different ideas of what the whole jab even was, but from the perspective that it is like essentially a material, let's just say, or something that's in there, that's stored in there, that if they then wanted to get it in everybody so badly, or at least as many who would take it, which is kind of what they did. Obviously, they rolled it out with the biggest fear campaign ever in the last couple of years to try to get as many people, as possible. And it seemed pretty clear, like they got who they got, they didn't get who they didn't get at this point. But if that is going to then be like activated or somehow utilized during some kind of big event like that, that would be crazy. Because if they can, for example, just essentially kill people remotely, if they can do that, I'm just saying, like, if they can activate it and it creates an instant blood clot. I know it sounds super just dark and intense that's even a thing, that they could do that. But if they could, what a thing to scare people if massive amounts of people just fell over dead. and that at once, like a whole neighborhood or something like that. I know it's very like dark to even think about. It's like a sci-fi movie at that point. But if that's a thing, then it would impress people more that it's real because real people are dropping dead. So it's pretty.
It'd be all the people that it'd be obvious it's all the people
that video of those guys, the Bogdanov twins? They're really strange looking. Remember, I said would they be in a human form? They kind of look human, but kind of not. You know what I mean? They look very odd. And this guy was going to interview him on a TV show in France somewhere. He's like, if you skip ahead a little bit and then you read the comments and whatnot, it looks like he gave the guy, throwing daggers at someone. The dude died of a heart attack right on set. Like, he gave him this really dirty look. Dude starts coming down with a heart attack, and same with the crew. And the woman comes out all panicked and freaked out. I'm like, wait a minute, is this fucking legit or what? And it looks like they fucking like Gio was saying, how they can make you have a heart attack out of nowhere. That's what it looked like he did. I'm not saying that it's real or not. It could be all fake, but it's like, you know what? Those could be some kind of fucking demonic human-ish. You know what I mean? They don't necessarily look quite human to me. Their heads they're very strange. Their faces kind of looks like a lion or something. They look odd, but maybe they are like out of ponders or something, or they were. I don't know if they're dead. They said they died, but they said they died of COVID. I don't know if they're dead. Of all things.
Yeah, I've seen those before. Those people are super creepy, dude. I did a stream called Graphene, and yeah, there was a dude like in '98 talking about how they had already created technology that using inoculation, they would inject nano-sized magnetic particles that could be manipulated to control the subjects. And I've seen videos where you can clearly see that these nano-sized particles start jumping around based on what frequencies you introduce. And yeah, it's just very interesting. Like, my video went in pretty excruciating detail, but of course I think it's like terrible quality. Like, until recently, all my videos were like awful. So I have a whole bunch of links though. So I'll drop the if anyone hasn't really looked into that, I did the whole like magnetic manipulation of the person. I'm gonna drop my YouTube video in here, which, I mean, it's still on YouTube, right? It's fine. And you can go to the description, and there's a sources from stream section. And if you haven't looked into any of it yet, it'll kind of blow your mind, all the info I have there.
So you're saying like a graphene oxide, they were people finding it in these vaxes, the graphene oxide.
You're not being particularly coded at all, man, but
well,
I don't care.
oxide, yeah.
Well, yeah. Like, anyway, that's a claim, right? And so I looked into the science behind graphene. Graphene's very, very fascinating, like graphene oxide. And there's the guy who came out and said that basically that would be like little tiny miniature razor blades just circulating through your body and just slicing stuff up slowly over time. And that's why an athlete would have more of a problem, because they're circulating their blood much faster while they're being active. And yeah, I have all kinds of links, like just all kinds of like government links and science direct links. And I have something called grapheneflagship.eu that you can look into. It's very crazy, man. If you go to the sources down there, it's.
But it could be used in capacitors. Like, there's a guy, Flat Earth Solar. He was saying they use the graphene in capacitors to store, instead of batteries. They're using the graphene oxide technology to make capacitor banks to store the electric. So like that's obviously they can manipulate it with, like you're saying, like radio frequencies and things. So say you're even your cell phone, you become at the mercy of whatever they want to do by, let's say, manipulating you through what's the graphene oxide is in your system, and they can manipulate it with like a cellular phone or whatever to if you don't literally they have you by the balls, you know what I mean? If they wanted to fuck with you and turn it on and do dirty stuff to you, like to make you comply, like okay, turn it off, like they can bend your will if they have that shit in you, you become a slave.
I also show a video in that stream of Elon. There's only like a couple YouTube strings in the sources section. I think it's the second YouTube link in the list of sources, and it's an interview with Elon. I can drop it. It's an interview with Elon, and he's straight up talking about the Neuralink, and he's like, "Yeah, so we discovered we're pretty sure we could actually implement and implant the Neuralink via inoculation, and it would directly bypass the blood-brain barrier. So you could actually, have a Neuralink, which is effectively being subject to complete artificial intelligence control, right? Via jabs. And this is Elon straight up just saying that. It's crazy, huh? Like that you could get a Neuralink with a shot.
Just get a lobotomy. You want a Neuralace? Go fucking lobotomize yourself. That's what you're doing. And you know what? A lot of people would be compelled. Like, oh my God, I could download all of this information into my brain. Like, people would do it voluntarily. They would lobotomize themselves.
Yeah, my friend was telling me just the other day his brother thinks it'd be awesome to have a Neuralink if you can control his phone's mind. I'm like, oh my God.
Well, you know what? That fucking A, man. That's Darwinism. I know Darwin's all fake, but they're gonna win the Darwin Prize. Lobotomize themselves.
So have you guys ever heard of Grimes, the girl that Elon, his baby mama?
Leanne Grimes? Or is that Leanne Rhymes? No, I haven't heard of her.
Her name's
I'm
Grimes.
thinking of Leanne Rhymes, a singer.
She wrote a song about AI taking over the world. This is the mother of Elon's children. Here, I'll get it. Saying there's a lot of creepy stuff, man. I mean, I don't know what's going on. I think it's beautiful, not beautiful, but masterfully done. If any of this is the case, because they knew that going slow was the best approach. So people have been lulled to sleep.
But they've controlled humanity a long time, and they've done it through deception. And they're like way ahead, dude. They know how to manipulate people. They've got it down to a fucking science. So they're really, I mean, yeah, we kind of know who they are. We have a pretty good idea who these people are. But there's probably obviously a layer above them, somebody more powerful that they answer to. And I think that's the devil himself. Like, you see they wear these emblems and things with devils and whatnot. And they are, things I've heard, the whole Pizzagate stuff, these demonic sacrifices and whatever. It seems like every single person in a position of power is into that dark, demonic type shit, like John Podesta, Rothschilds.
Dude, we went to Biltmore, and dude, it's so creepy, bro. And it's like got Latin phrases, and it's got that pole, that Anderson Cooper is traced back to the Vanderbilts. And it has that creepy pole. Yeah, with
boy
all the
tied up.
children.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, dude, I went in there and there's still ropes.
Oh my God.
Dude, it was crazy, bro. And all the normies in there, they just had their phones by their head. They give you like these little like phone-looking audio devices to listen on the tour. And Kai and I like turned them down. They were like so confused why we didn't want them. We're like, we're in here to see like gravy. We're in here to spot what we're looking for, not hear your propaganda story about the Vanderbilts. But everyone's in there just asleep, have no idea. I'm like, I bet no one in here even knows like about those paintings of this place. It's super eerie. It's down in the basement. Like, why would you have a pool down in a basement? You have like a multi-million-dollar house, one of the richest families ever. You have a pool, and it's got no windows, down in a basement.
Did you see there's no drain? There's no drain for the pool, right? So if you have a pool, you have to drain the fucking thing. You don't make a bathtub with no fucking drain. I mean, I guess they did back in the day. They have tubs, but I'm saying you don't make a pool without a fucking drain. That was something else.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's obviously not just a pool, right? I mean, you have it outside, or like at least where there's some. I mean, I don't know. It just seems weird. I guess there are indoor pools, but it just seems super weird and creepy.
Dude. It was so creepy.
Dude, this is the. Go ahead.
The movie Cocoon.
We lost you, bro. Can you see that? You roboted out.
Yeah, maybe try to leave and come back, bro. Yo, I'm gonna read these lyrics to you guys. So this is from, it's called "We Appreciate Power," and it's by Grimes, Grimes. Again, the baby mother of Elon. They named their child like a bunch of letters and numbers. All right. So it's "We appreciate power. We appreciate power." A few times, and it says, "What will it take to make you capitulate?" These are the lyrics of the song. "We appreciate power. Elevate the human race. Putting makeup on my face. We appreciate power. Simulation. Give me something good. God's creation. So misunderstood. Pray to the divinity, the keeper of the key. One day, everyone will believe. What will it take to make you capitulate? We appreciate power. We appreciate power. When will the state agree to cooperate? We appreciate power. People like to say that we're insane, but AI will reward us when it rains. Pledge allegiance to the world's most powerful computer. Simulation, it's the future. What will it take to make you capitulate? We appreciate power. That's the hook, right? Then it says, and if you long to never die, baby, plug in, upload your mind. Come on, you're not even alive if you're not backed up on a drive. And if you long to never die, baby, plug in, upload your mind. What will it take to
What are you reading? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're reading.
These are the lyrics of a song made by someone named Grimes, who is Elon Musk's baby mama.
Yep. I heard it, posted that shit. Creepy as hell.
Wow.
Definitely creepy.
I'm gonna finish it. Is that cool? Unless you guys don't want me to.
Go ahead, yeah.
All right, so it keeps saying, what will it take to make you capitulate? We appreciate power. Then it says it numerous times. Then it says, Neanderthal to human being. Evolution kill the gene. Biology is superficial. Intelligence is artificial. And then it ends by saying, submit, 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 submit. How creepy is that, bro?
And intentionally so, obviously.
Yeah. I felt weird reading it, but I just wanted to show you guys this is the same person that wants to put a chip in your brain, says he can do it by bypassing the blood-brain barrier with injections. And we have like supposed Christians that like this guy, it's just really crazy. Just to point out that he's deceived like you see people across the board and every walk of life. Crazy, man. Sorry to kill the vibe.
No, I mean, yeah, it's just the whole thing's crazy with the Elon, the book that was supposedly published back in the day with Elon being the
I'm not gonna lie,
Mars or something.
Yeah, Project Mars. The main character's title is Elon.
I thought you were.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I thought you were reading one of those. I actually thought you were reading like a Mid-Journey AI song for a second. Like I was bugged out listening to it.
Yo, and it's like the video's creepy, bro. I'll drop the video, but like they're just so creepy and all black and gothic looking, and it's just wild.
I was gonna say my feeling is that if it's not real, why would they be singing about it, or even talking about it, or making lyrics? You know what I mean?
Yeah, what a coincidence that the person that wants to put. What a coincidence the person wants to put a chip in your brain. Literally putting Starlinks everywhere up in the sky to create a Skynet. This same guy has a baby mama who makes a song about artificial intelligence taking over the world, uploading your consciousness onto a drive and backing up your mind. And people think that we're insane, but AI will reward us when it rains, and then telling you to submit. And this is the girl married to the guy who is arguably the most powerful person in the world, allegedly the richest person in the world, is revered for going to space privately, and he literally put up a Skynet surveillance system the same year that the whole world shut down, and you couldn't get within 7 miles of the launches because of the whole world shutting down. I mean, it's pretty crazy, bro. It's like a movie.
Have you seen that video where that guy asks, "Is my phone tracking me if I go sit next to these parliament members? Does Google know that I went and moved there?" Have you guys seen that video?
Mm-mm.
And then, let me get that. That's pretty interesting as well.
Dude, like when you break it all down and you understand these people, and the people who can only double down at a certain point when you've made so many mistakes, when you're so screwed, and you like say you've defiled God, went against God so hard that the only way you can escape is prolong your life here or create an AI alternative reality where you can continue to escape God. I really think that's how they see it.
Yeah, maybe so.
Here's that video I was talking about. And the guy can't give him an outright answer, yes or no.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty dark, and obviously it's in the realm of speculation to some degree. But I mean, because obviously it's hard to know for sure. But yeah, just with that song that Witsit was just reading, I mean, that is characterizing, like, in my viewpoint, something very real of what they want to do. But there's an idea where eventually they want to start kind of like this idea where, like, okay, and this is gonna be some of my own viewpoints as well. So I'll just kind of share this, like, lay this idea out, where essentially they realize they're not going to be able to control everybody. So they already know there's like a split. There's the people that are obeying them, and there's the people that are like, fuck you. Essentially, people that know at least something of what's going on. And of course, there's a spectrum of people that really know what's going on, and people that maybe just know enough to at least not want to submit to what they're doing. So the people who do want to submit, they want to, kind of like build these smart cities and kind of get people into those smart cities where they can control people even more, where there will be the social credit score shit. And you have to have like a pass in the metaverse to get in and out of the city. And the financial thing is all like more hyper controlled. And the food and the genetic modification, all that stuff. But those are the people that are really going along with it. And like that idea of like uploading your brain to some AI thing. I mean, that does sound pretty sci-fi, but there's also an idea like, okay, what would their agenda really be then with the smart cities? Is it just that people going to work all day? Like, what would you really, what would be their actual goal? Like, it's one thing to kind of control people, but what do they really want to do? And so in the next kind of idea that they want to build some kind of like AI interface, like a group mind kind of thing, but like essentially like harvesting human soul energy by getting these.
I have a theory.
Like, let me just finish the thought. By basically getting the humans, enough humans to kind of be involved, like in some kind of metaverse world where they then like spiritually can essentially like harvest all those people's brain energy and then build it into some like supercomputer AI thing.
Yeah, it's crazy because like cities look like circuit boards.
I was going to say something thinking it was like an awesome thought, but then I realized the Matrix pretty much already laid that all out. But yeah, maybe they want to put us in a state of sleep where we don't realize they're harvesting our blood or, our consciousness somehow, and they're just displacing our consciousness into some other stuff. But yeah, that's the Matrix.
Yeah, I mean, you guys think have you ever seen like an aerial view of modern big cities next to a circuit board? It's very crazy. It's as if this has been planned for a long time and there's like something that you can't even fathom.
Yeah, in the financial district.
Intense, dude. That's interesting. Yeah, to think of that.
Dude, what's his name?
Perhaps the last reset was all about this and like the terraforming to. Wow, that's deep. That's intense.
There's a section. Can I just say real quick? There's a section in Manhattan. They call it Battery Park City. It's by the financial district. This whole place is magnificent. Like, I'll take pictures of it tomorrow. Actually, I'll show you guys. It's basically like a mini smart city, is what I'm saying.
Like a lot of areas out west are off limits. They're like military bases, and they're doing like they make them bombing ranges. But when before Google airbrushed all that shit out, he made videos just going over these desert areas and seeing these straight lines and shit that kind of looked like circuit boards, like you was saying, the grids and everything. It's like, wait, there's nothing here, but you could see these outlines, like these patterns, and it looks like it's mapped out, and it never grows, like it's overgrown. Like plants don't grow there over these lines. It's just they're there. It's like, who put them there? So he kind of discovered that. The same guy that was saying mountains are buried buildings or whatever, melted buildings. He didn't say necessarily every single last mountain is a building, no. But he said some of the stuff that we think looks like a mountain, they could have been buildings, because you do see like what looks like window cutouts and doorways and shit. And there was a guy that went inside like a underground building that was buried. They've been unburying, they call them Roman bathhouses out in Europe. They've been buried by something, some kind of event. They're under mud. Even underneath
John Levi.
John Levy and other people have touched on it too, not just him.
I think he calls himself Levi. I don't care. I'm just like, you know,
I don't know. I never heard him
used to
say
call
his
him
name.
Levy.
To be honest, I thought it was John Levy, but whatever.
It's all good. I'm just saying, me too. But I think I heard him say Levi one time. I'm not.
Yeah, he's actually a little bit Jewish, I think, but that's okay. I like him anyway.
Yeah, I mean, my general approach on this is like just to have I'm like, I think anything's on the table as possibilities. I mean, you know, obviously lying about the Earth, that the Earth isn't a globe, that's a huge factor to where now you know, that entire story is all fabricated. So then, what is really going on, and what are our real potentials? There's so many more questions that. So I just think that, like, I'm just saying for myself, I'm interested in hearing all ideas, you know, all possibilities.
So I've been looking into the old forts and stuff around the world with the Dutch East and Dutch West India Company, and I'm going to post an image here. Let's just get this. There we go. So this image, if you open up this is the old New York, or the first New York when it was called New Netherlands. If you look at those towns, it actually looks like a language that was written. If you look, yeah, it looks like letters. Each little village or block. And yeah, I've been looking at, because where I come from, Cape Town, we've also got one of these forts, and it looks exactly the same. So it's almost as if that fort is a stamp for that language, or that saying. It's just something I'm going down. I know it's very far-fetched, but I'm sort of tying the things together. But yeah, if you have a look at that little image that I posted, and really look at it with an open mind, it almost looks like they're saying something. It looks like words on a book.
Bierman, are you from South Africa, you said, right?
Yes.
How wide across east to west is South Africa? Because on the map or the globe, it looks very narrow, but I've heard people that live down there. There was a girl, she was a flat earther, she lived down there. What was her name? I'll think of her name in a minute. I'm drawing a blank, but it's much wider than they tell us it is. Like South Africa across east to west is very wide, but on a globe model, it looks very narrow and pointy. How wide? Do you know approximately how wide east to west it is?
If I give you an answer, I'll be lying. I've got no idea.
You got no idea? Okay, so that would be something yet to be, like if you knew a truck driver that went like east to west, coast to coast, or whatever, maybe they would have a better idea. It looks very small, but see, now that would prove that if it's a circle and not a ball, and it's much wider down there, that things are getting wider apart. It is a giant circle, right? Like, so, but they had to, and then if you look at South America, the time zones are sliced away and everything is compressed. They have these weird intermittent time zones. Australia does as well. They got an intermittent time zone. So they're like literally removing sections of the map. They're cutting it and pasting it together. They're narrowing it at the globe.
I was just about to say that, like, I was talking to Cammy. It seems like one of the big hiccups we're overlooking is, so everyone's like, okay, the flat earth, it gets out and widens, right? So we're trying to figure it out. It looks like the north is actually bigger, like more spread out.
Yeah.
And the south is a little smaller than the flat projection, but I mean also wider than the globe.
check this. This is what I found in Cape Town as well. Now, let me post this picture. It's with the fort, our fort as well. You'll see it's along the coast in that little bay in Cape Town, and it's currently about 1.2 kilometers inland, which they say Jan van Riebeck took the rocks and he created more land here, which I find ridiculous within 100 years. So if you, am I posting the right pic here? Hold on. Yeah. So if you open up that little map there, this is 1884, I think it says, and you open up Google Maps now. I live in Cape Town, so I know this is true. The fort is nowhere near the coastline anymore, and this is only within 100 years. Oh, a little bit more, just over 100 years ago. That's quite crazy. I don't know if you see where that star fort is on the left side of the map. So that is no longer near the coast. If you open up Google Maps, if you open up Google Maps, you'll see the difference what I'm talking about. It's just small things that I'm looking through now. Is why are there white people in Cape Town and in different places of the world? And it seems as if the Dutch just created companies and created colonies and trying to, we'll call them colonies, little workforces, and it's pretty weird thing at the same time.
We were big time lied about the whole groups of people and where they were type thing. Like, there were red hair, blue eyed noble classes all across the world for whatever reason. Like the whole Egypt story, I think is BS. Like, I'm currently entertaining that America, like the United States, like America, is Egypt. I know that some people might think that sounds crazy, but anyway,
Jersey is New Jerusalem to a lot of people around here, if that's related.
Well, the Mormons claim, right, that there's like this promised land in America, and they may not be completely wrong. Seemingly, we do have like Memphis on the Mississippi River, and then the Fertile Crescent would be like the Gulf. If you look at America, like the etymology, it's like an Egyptian god, like a Mary. I can't remember all of it. It's like like Ka is a god, an Egyptian god, and then it's like a Mary tracks back to like something to do with Egypt. It's really crazy. Like that, like America, the name itself is very wild. It's like it's like telling you that this is Egypt, which means it's talking about fertile soil, and like America has really fertile soil, right? And then so basically the idea is that like Israel is like towards the west coast. So I don't know, man. All that to say, but I got super got distracted there. But anyway, like there have been mummies found from like quote unquote Egypt that it's like she's got red hair, and Buddha wasn't like fat. And Buddha also wasn't like darker pigment. He was white with blue eyes. And then you get into the Aryan race, tracking back to the antediluvian era. What Plato would have referred to as the Atlanteans. And it seems like they're credited with like, giving everyone bows and showing them how to use horses and stuff. So long story short, you will find out that there are light-skinned, blue-eyed noble classes throughout all history that have been completely hidden from you. And they were all over the modern known land throughout all time. Who knows? And then like what were the Nazis really doing? I think they thought they tracked back.
What are you saying? Like blue-eyed people are part of that clique or whatever, because they said like they're all related somehow.
I have blue eyes and a red beard. I don't think I'm part of any. But what
I'm not saying you. I have blue eyes too.
I know. I'm just explaining. Like I don't know how to answer that question completely, but I do think there's some type of connection. Yeah, like that may have been a marker of it, and that people would treat them as nobility when they came. Have you ever heard the song Behind Blue Eyes? Go listen to the lyrics of it's a famous song. If you hear it, you'll know it. And
I've heard it.
yeah,
I never.
go think about it like that. Think about it like Blue Eyes being an elite bloodline in the little elite group, and he's basically like crying out because no one knows what it's like, to be the bad man behind blue eyes. And that's just one example, but there seems to be something to the whole like light skin, red hair, blue eyes, red hair, blonde hair. And not that everyone that has these traits or anything. It's just that it seems like that is a characteristic of Rh negative blood, and they're infatuated with it. And although the minority, they were treated as noble class, and even with Egypt, there's evidence that there's a lot of stories that actually the noble class, the original noble class of Egypt, were white, and that the darker skinned tribes from around like took them over and kept them as slaves because they were very advanced and skilled and gifted with many of the things that they did, and they were known to have all kinds of gifts like strong intuition, telepathic powers, high processing speeds, and if you look into characteristics of Rh negative blood, like just in the mainstream on Google, it'll tell you all these different characteristics of these people. So long story short, I think IQ was created by these people. They set up that test to test what they're good at, to test their aptitudes. And I think that they literally think they're better than everyone. That's kind of going to explain their behavior. And they're ethnic supremacists, and they don't consider themselves white.
I wouldn't say that though. I mean, like, there's this whole agenda against white people, especially white men, to vilify everyone with white skin as the enemy. Like, everyone non-white against just whitey and make whitey the enemy. Like, you're the cause of all suffering in the world if you're white. So they're piling on white people. So I don't think if they were to think that they were supremacists, they'd want to like preserve their people. Like, oh, these people are like me. Let's save them.
White or
Oh, they
below
want
them,
us gone,
dude.
dude. They want
They're a whole
whitey.
different
Wider
class.
beneath them, exactly.
Yeah.
And this actually fits into my point that seemingly like Israel may have had, like, I think it covered the entire spectrum of melanin, but it had a lot of white in it, and people seem to think that they know that wasn't the case, and the reason that they're demonized today is maybe because of that. It is interesting that they're demonized, of course, because they act as, it's presented as if they like run the world, and white people are a huge minority in the world. Like, just because in the United States it's like 70% white or whatever, like, that's not the case in the world. And if you look at the percent of people that have blue eyes and stuff, I'm just saying it's like a mixed bag. These people think that they have those traits, but they are of a specific Rh negative blood, specifically AB negative, I believe, which is like 0.01% of the population, and they want to keep their AB negative blood intact, which is why they're incestuous. And then they throw it out throughout their different family trees. Every 200 years, they switch it up so that they can avoid physical deformities. So it's just very interesting. There's a lot of information there, and you'll find out the mainstream has created a bunch of narratives to lie, and now people think they're woke by claiming that everything is about having dark skin, because they're kind of lying. And then they demonized Germany, which I'm not advocating for them or anything, but it seems like they were kind of pursuing this knowledge. There's a lot of gravy, because then you get into what the swastika is, and most flat earthers know it's just like an ancient symbol for peace, and it represents the Big Dipper and the 4 seasons. But if you actually lay that over top of itself 3 times, then you get the symbol for the black sun. So it seems like they were actually looking into a lot more than you may think. And you got the Big Dipper and the black sun within that symbol, and they were obsessed with the center, and they were obsessed with the outside, and they were obsessed with ether physics. They were obsessed with occultic esoteric knowledge, and they were using ether physics to create electrical propulsion to explore a lot of places around the world. And so it seems like they kind of figured out some of this stuff, and we're trying to track back the ancient knowledge. So it's just interesting.
So let me ask you something then. You mind? I've been hearing a lot of new versions of history. That's kind of like along the lines of what you're talking about. Like, I heard that Irish are the real, or Romans are the descendants of the Irish. Do you know anything about that?
Dude, there's a video that goes over everything that you just went over, minus the ether stuff and all the Black Sun stuff, like the Atlanteans, the racism, the blue eyes, the class, the hidden history, and the blood type shit. And if you haven't seen it but still know everything that you just said, where the hell did you learn it, bud?
I just did a bunch of research back in the day. I actually have a
No
stream.
shit.
Yeah, I've never
Jesus,
seen this,
man.
but I did. I wonder if they
Like,
saw
there's
my
no way.
video.
There's no way he
I
hasn't seen
swear.
it. There's
I wonder if
definitely
they
some
seen my
corroboration
video.
one way or another, dude. All right.
Yeah, well, maybe they saw my video. I don't know how long this has been up, but I did a stream called The Hidden People on YouTube about 2.5 years ago, I think. I got a lot of my information from Robert Seffer. So
I
mean,
like
didn't-
him. He's a
they come up
Globie.
with all- Yeah, he's a Globie. He's wrong about a bunch of stuff, and he tries to talk about like Neanderthals and stuff like that. He says it debunks evolution, but he still talks about some weird stuff, and he's really into like modern pseudoscientific models. But he'll point you into the right direction for some information. I had to read a lot to get my presentation, but I found depictions of the swastika all around the world. I found them as recently as the 30s on American planes. I found a Coca-Cola can opener that was a swastika from the 1900s. And you start to find out a bunch of things where 98% of people voted for Hitler. He was on Time Magazine People of the Year cover. He was the Person of the Year in Time Magazine. There's just a whole bunch of stuff that seems like how they switched everything around in just like a few years was very impressive. And yeah, it's just interesting. I'll check this video out though. Maybe there's some stuff in there that I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
maybe.
Spacebusters.
Yeah.
Did you hear
Those are
about the
my homies.
Irish being the original Jews or the original Phoenicians or anything about that? You know anything about that?
It goes
Yeah, I've
over
heard
like all the races. Like one of their titles was, I think they named it like the origins of racism. So I mean, yeah, it's kind of they were the ones that's how they see it. They manipulated it, and then they manipulated how we see it.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
ton.
Those are my homies. It makes sense because they wanted to keep their history,
No.
their
Oh,
family
wait.
history out of the spotlight.
You mean Spacebusters or Globebusters, right?
No,
Globebusters
Spacebusters
cool.
are my homies. Like they've
Them too. I love
yeah,
that
yeah.
guy.
Yeah, well, there's a couple guys, right? Like they've been on Globebusters, but
the one with the voice, the
yeah,
super unique, recognizable voice. Who just
yeah,
is
yeah.
like,
He narrates most of them, but there's like
Yeah.
2 of them that work on all the videos.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
they
he
come
was
on.
he was in favor of the jet fuel hoax, Spacebusters. He was the one I learned some of that shit from.
Oh yeah,
I like,
he was with every hoax. They make great videos, dude.
dude, that one, like, it's an hour and a half, and it went over all the background that I never heard anywhere else, and then all comes with it to recite it all, and then separately, I'm like, there's no fucking way. Hold on, we independently came to all the same ridiculous conclusions.
Oh yeah,
It's like
if you
we
do
fell down the
diligent
same
research,
rabbit hole.
you'll find
Right.
it, man.
Damn.
A lot of us fell down the same fucking rabbit holes, like it simultaneously, like he's going down the same rabbit holes I went down.
I'm glad that you have a video now, though, because when I try to bring this up, instead of me having to talk so much, I can just tell them to watch this if it's really that good.
I think it's a combination of 2 of their videos that I thought went together, right? But it's like you have to watch them together. So it's on Roxy Tube. It is what it is. I could put it on YouTube, but it'll just be deleted later, right?
You need the visuals. You can't just absorb it all without, you know what I mean, just with words. You
Yeah,
need.
Spacebusters is so good at that too.
I mean, if as good as some people are at speaking with pictures, you know, like a mental picture, drawing a mental picture, it's still difficult to wrap your head around it because some of this stuff is, you know what I mean, it's complex. It helps. The narration and the picture, it's like, aha, that's what it is.
Dude, you can never. If I got type in what's it gets it, like hidden people, like you don't find it. Maybe it was the people removed. I don't know. Like you never find my actual video.
Don't be concerned about it, dude. They shut up in you guys to all hell, and you guys still. I think most of you don't even know how hard it is. How hard they're hitting you, like constantly all the time. A video that gets like 6 views, you're like, give me a fucking break. That's not even real on the internet. Come
When
on.
did you put the video up? Did you put it up recently? Because if you put it
December
up years
2nd,
ago,
2020.
okay, yeah, because that's after they started shadow banning. Like if it was earlier, like 2017, 18, you would have got like millions of hits. You do it 2020, whatever, you're fucked. You'll get nothing.
It's just a live stream, but it's interesting. You see my thumbnail there. It shows all these ancient depictions of people all around the world. with blue eyes.
Yep.
If you see the second row to the right, that's Buddha.
I seen that. Was this from Robert Zephyr? You clipped that?
I clipped that off of Robert Zephyr's video. Yeah.
Did you work with Spacebusters on this one, or did you like one work off the
No,
other?
no, I didn't even know they covered it at all.
Damn. All right.
So they were nobility, and now we're shit. It's like,
Hopefully, I sparked their interest, right? Because I mean, they don't do the same thing as me. They put a lot more
No.
time into well edited
but
documentaries. So.
something the way it happened was the only way I saw it was because I don't watch mainstream or YouTube. I didn't know any of y'all, so like it came to BitChute, and that's where I found Spacebusters, and that's the only way I found it. What a wonderful thing!
now those are some creepy ass looking people, man. To be honest,
right?
Yeah.
if that's how they really look, those are some creepy looking human.
See all the swastikas.
Yeah. Even
That's
the
like-
Maltese cross is somewhat like a swastika. It could, like what we were saying about the 4 poles at the north. That probably represents that.
It's interesting if you lay it over there 3 times, you get the black sun. You have Aztec, which is interesting just from a physical standpoint. The idea of the black sun, and then Polaris being at the top, and then them intersecting to give you the holographic projection of the sun and the
If you
moon.
ever seen the sun, if you take a polarized lens and you turn it like 90 degrees, you get a black dot.
Yeah, dude, I'm on Globebusters, bro. We
Oh,
actually.
I'm just saying that is, the black sun. It's there, man. And during that eclipse, right? There was an eclipse. I don't know, maybe 5-6 years ago, and I was filming it, right? And I'm like, I don't see the edge of the moon. It was a solar eclipse. I'm like, I wanted to see the outer edge of the moon, right? So I had my P900. I had different lenses, different shade lenses, welding hoods, all this shit. I could see it through the welding hood, but I couldn't see it through the camera. On my P900, I'm like, I can't fucking see it. My camera's not picking it up. I just see a complete sun. When I look through the welding helmet, I see an eclipse. When I look through the camera, there's no eclipse at all. I see a complete sun. And I could feel the full intensity of the sun while I'm filming it. It's on my face. It's baking on my face. And the clouds go by, boom, the intensity drops 90%, right? Yet there's supposedly the moon is in between me and the sun, and I don't feel any relief from the heat. It's just baking me just as intensely, right? So if there was something eclipsing it, the intensity that it's hitting me with would drop substantially, but it didn't. It was fucking baking hot the entire time. I didn't feel any decrease in the amount of thermal energy hitting my body. So that's just one observation.
Wait, I understand, of course, what light is, and it's just already on your forehead, and all you're doing is altering the perception
Not just
of
the
it.
light, dude. The energy, the heat energy, not just the light, but the heat energy, the
Well, that's what
radiant
I'm-
heat.
That's what I'm saying. Like, just because you alter the perception of what we call light doesn't mean you're going to change the energy because, well, it's just already there.
Not the light though, but the heat, the radiant heat. In other words, the clouds go by, boom, no radiant heat. Radiant heat drops 90%, right? So something, let's say the moon, a physical object, like if the moon was a fucking rock and it comes between the heat source and me, right? But there's no drop in intensity. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
in
are
other
you
words-
saying that the energy changed or didn't change?
Not at all. It changed when the clouds came, 90% drop in
That's what I'm
intensity.
saying, brother. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you understand what light is, you're saying not the light, but I'm just saying.
Obviously, I fucking don't understand it, right?
No. I'm just saying that if you look at it like this, right, where in that situation, all you're doing is just changing how you perceive the light, but you're not really blocking anything or anything like that because the light's already there. Like, it's already on you. Like, it doesn't matter what you do with the lens. It's just changing how you can see it. It doesn't like block it or anything.
If I was to look with an infrared camera with thermal imaging, right, the thermal energy dropped with the clouds, but not within a ledge. We know there's no moon in between the sun. We know that's not eclipsing it. I'm thinking it's the dark sun. It's Rahu. That's probably what it was. The
That's
dark
interesting.
sun. Yeah,
You're
there was
saying so
no.
it just moves around with the sun all the time?
I'm not sure, but sometimes they sync up, they synchronize, and then Rahu goes in front of the sun, and there's no drop in intensity of infrared. Like if you had an infrared heat gun, you do not feel any decrease in the thermal energy. I'm talking thermal, not visual light. I'm talking thermal energy. But the clouds come across, boom, it's relief, no heat. It's not baking my face because I'm looking right at it due south. It was baking my face. I'm sweating my ass off. It's hot as hell. Damn, this is intense because I had to look right at it.
Wolfgang?
And nothing. I'm like, isn't the sun supposed to be eclipsed with the moon? Why is there no heat? You know, I was putting it together afterwards. I'm like, what the fuck? What?
FPV does a explanation on Rahu and stuff regarding the waves. It's like sine waves that go across, and one of the waves is a shadow wave, which is they called it Rahu, that gets in front. I don't know if you've seen FPV. I think it's FPV Angel's channel. He does quite a cool explanation about it. It resonates with me.
Dude, my boy Shane, bro. Like, I can read fast, but this GIF is gonna give me a seizure, bro. How am I supposed to read this, bro?
You're not. I put it in the gift so I could save it. It was just like a quick model. People were like, what don't you have? And I'm like, well, here's the model. You get it? Good.
Oh,
Now
okay, I
let's
get
talk.
you. For a visualization.
Hey,
Yeah, that text is too small for my eyes, dude. My eyes are shot.
It's just too fast. My goodness.
I used to have good eyes, perfect sight, dude, but I baked them out, like reading on a
Dude,
phone.
honestly, all right. So to make a GIF, it has to be under a minute, and the thing was like at 2 minute 20 runtime, and I was like, shit. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna speed that shit up. I'm gonna put it in a GIF. I'm gonna keep it in the video.
I just wish I could pause it, man. I guess I could screen record it.
I'll just give you the real video, dude. Hold on, it's easier.
Yes,
Oh,
I got a question. I got a question about the sunset and how to work on a globe or flat Earth regarding if it sets, should the clouds be lit underneath? And if so, yesterday we had a sunset which I filmed, and the sun clearly sets, but the top of one of the clouds near my place was still lit up on the top of it. Would that be possible on a
Yeah.
globe?
On a globe Earth.
They always say
No.
solar filter. Like, I brought that argument up. That was my main debate thing. Like the local sun, they were like, "Nah, solar filter." And then I showed them one with the solar filter, and they just, nah. So I was like, "All right, that is what it is." So no, I don't think they have a good explanation for that.
Ru, if you want us to come save the globe for us, we're trying to get back to the globe.
No. So listen, I'm not trying to protect anything. I'm just asking questions because I don't know which one it is. And
I was just asking if Ruf maybe could help you. He's the
okay.
Glober.
Really? You're not on either side, dude?
No, I don't know. I can't confirm it. You know, my reality is different to everyone else's reality, and what
Is it
I
now?
see, yeah. Oh,
But you've like debated on the opposing side, no?
no. So, like, I don't believe that it's a ball.
What?
It doesn't make sense to me. And yeah, I struggle to make sense of what it can be, and yeah, I'm just doing my own little bit of research, and I don't want to be told what it is. So I just want to find out how things could work and couldn't, because I can't explain how that sun set yesterday and the cloud was still lit on top, except by the sun moving away from me and not spinning
Underneath a ball. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Like where it looks like that, or where it looks like, well, this wonderful local one with the negative filter showing specifically clouds in front and behind. Like it's pretty.
I can be a great glober. I could tell you how they'll bullshit their way out.
Dude, I don't know. This one, the only one they gave me was, that's not the sun. I was like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
You're
I'll
all this effort and faked it for you? Get the fuck out of here, dude.
let's see if I can
Did you see? How do you see the sunset? Like, this was during the 4th of July. I'm in Detroit, and you see how the sun, the angle of the sunset is on a slope. It's tapering as to the right side you're looking goes. I'm looking due west, right? So to the right would be, you'd have to cock your head 90 degrees to look north. Do you see how it's on a slant, right? This is the termination point of the light, right? Look at how NASA depicts a nice even line. Your terminator line is even, the even thickness. And then here it's tapered, right? It shouldn't look like this ever. You should never see this type of sunset. It's black where that firework is. I got this from a freeze frame. I was watching the fireworks. I'm like, wait a minute, this is the fucking coolest sunset ever. And because it's black. It's black. It's like when it rains on one side of the street and it's dry on the other. This is the termination point where the light extinguishes. It's just coming down and it's reaching like the end of the rainbow, right? It's right there. I caught it. And I very, very, very rarely ever saw this again. Like I tried to catch it again, but the conditions had to be perfect, the humidity and everything.
I think it's the angle of the clouds kind of trick your brain into thinking it's tapered.
No, not even, dude. It was black. It was black. It's like literally like the end of the rainbow. Like, or like rain. Rain has to terminate, right? There has to be an edge to the rain, right? The rain ends on one side of the street sometimes, and the other side it's dry. It doesn't happen often, but it's happened to me before. It's like, dude, it literally rained across the street and my side's dry. Like sometimes the storm it cuts right past you and you're right at the edge. This is the edge, right at the edge. But my point being that it's not even. It's not a uniform like they're depicting. It's not a uniform band coming off around the edge of the earth.
Yo, Jesse, I've been trying to ask a bunch of Globers and see if they can help me out here, because I just want to go back to the globe, man. I just want to go back, and I want to go back to quantum physical particles and.
Show you do us.
Yeah.
You can't do it. There's no going back. You're fucked.
So Jesse,
Yes, sir.
what would you say a magnetic field is comprised of if everything is comprised of particles?
It's news to me. I didn't know everything was comprised of particles.
Okay. What would you say makes up a magnetic field?
Why, as far as I know, it's a primitive field. I mean, it's not like it's made up of something you can put in a jar and ship off. Not that I know of.
What would you say a magnetic field is, though?
A magnetic field.
I think it's a bending of the ether. It's concentrating, and you see the flux lines. That's the ether being compressed into those little stringers, that's ether particles or ether, whatever you want to call it, ether substance being squeezed into these
corpuscles.
But see, we could take it one step further and say, well, what's the ether corpuscles made out of? What are those made out of? Exactly. So
we don't know made of. I mean, that's for God to know and for us to guess.
Well, you don't get to make that claim, though, Jesse. We're claiming that there's a substrate that acts as the background medium, the sustained electromagnetic phenomena, but the globe Earth doesn't get to make that claim. So we're trying to figure out what it would be on the globe. Like, I can't go back to the globe until I can figure out how the globe Earth paradigm can explain magnetism, or how quantum mechanics can explain it.
Well, see, I think the problem with that reasoning is I could just as easily say, well, I can't go to flat Earth until flat Earth can explain what's inside an ether corpuscle.
It's ether. So, like, the point I'm saying is, I'm not asking for scientific validation or proof. I'm just talking, this is a logical framework of interpretation for phenomena around us, because we have to have logic and we have to have viable frameworks, right? And the ether offers a viable framework for magnetism, because, what we call magnetism is a conjugate geometric expression of dielectricity and magnetism, or the magnetic field. The magnetic field is nothing more than the dissipation of dielectricity manifest. And so dielectricity is pure potential within the ether. The ether is basically non-manifest pure potential. And then magnetism is the manifest geometric conjugate expression of the loss of that dielectricity, or you could say the grounding or dissipation of back into its state. You could say really crudely that dielectricity is the ether at rest and magnetism is the ether in motion. So you have centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence, and you have a field, which is autonomous exchange of energy. So we have like an explanation, right? And dielectricity is interchangeable with electrostatics. Electrostatics and magnetism are nothing more than different modalities of the same thing, being the background. Now, when I go over to quantum mechanics, it says that electrostatics and magnetism is the exchange of virtual photons, and that the magnetic field is the exchange of virtual photons, but the field is nothing more than a mathematical description. I have no definition for field. and I have no definition for energy within this paradigm. It's just the ability or capacity to do work, which is what something does, not what something is. So I really don't have any logic viability over there because, well, they say virtual photons, a virtual particle, is not actually real. It's not the input or output of any experiment. Their existence is questionable at best. It's just an abstraction used to balance out equations. Richard Feynman said that, at least. So I'm just trying to figure it out. I see one side being logically bankrupt. If ether is real, it's immaterial. It can't be quantified, nor can it be scientifically validated in a material experiment. So I'm not expecting that. I'm not even expecting the same from quantum, because I know the magnetic field seemingly is immaterial, or at least comes from somewhere like that. It eludes physical material validation. I just need some logical framework that makes some sense, that doesn't just intrinsically contradict itself and invoke fairy tale abstractions we know aren't real, admittedly. Right? So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, if I say electrostats and magnetism are different modalities of the same thing because electrostatics is dielectricity and the magnetic field are intrinsically tied, that's logically viable. It makes sense. Magnetism can be explained. But if I go to quantum, I just get the exchange of virtual photons. So I can't figure it out.
Dude, you memorized Ken Wheeler word for word. Fucking A. That's a good memory, dude. Like you literally said word for word everything Ken Wheeler said. That's like, you got a good memory. Fucking A.
Good amount of it's from Kenya. Well, it goes back to Tesla and all over heavy side.
It's like word for word exactly how he speaks. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, he did write the book on magnetism.
But I'm saying when he speaks, you literally said every word in the same order and everything, dude. That's
pretty cool, isn't it?
Good, man.
He was memorizing it. He was just explaining it because if once you understand it, you could explain it, right?
Yeah.
Well,
No, he was memorizing it. He said it. He said it word for word. Ron,
you said I was reading it.
100% right.
No, I'm saying you memorized
like you were reading.
Your memory's fucking rock.
Ruef said I was reading it.
No, not reading.
Or you could have it sitting in front of you.
Dude, like about the
But
ether.
I'm not reading it. And if I was, I wouldn't be lying about it.
I said you memorized word for word.
I know you're not, man. Ruhif said I was reading it.
Oh, someone else.
Or you could be reading it.
Dude.
All right.
It's a video. You can't read a video.
All right, we got 3 globers in here. I've explained that I have a logical, viable explanation. Can any of them please help me go back to the globe and within quantum mechanics explain a viable framework of explanation for magnetism?
I don't think you come in.
Hey, Whitson, just real quick. I want to put a challenge to Whitson real quick.
Hey, Nate's trying to respond to it. Hold up. Well, if we want to let someone respond. Nate, were you trying to respond? I know, Ruth, you said you don't care. That's cool. All right. Well, yeah. Nate was actually going to respond to it. We know that you're not versed in that at all.
Yeah, correct.
Were you going to respond, Nate?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you're doing just
Your mic's quiet, just so you know.
Is it quiet? How about now?
Are you talking to me?
You must be talking to me. There's no one else here.
Somebody else. No, I was just going to add that I bet Whitson could explain the same thing again with different order of words. No problem right now, but he doesn't need.
Yeah, of course. Actually, added stuff I've never heard Ken say.
Yeah, well, you put it into words like what I already inherently accepted about the ether when I was doing the same modeling myself independently. I was like, all right, well, no, it's there, but I can never prove it to anyone. Like, I would never bring it to a debate, but I don't need to. I can just move on and do what I think it's based in there and what works because of that.
We can debate philosophy, right? Like if
yeah, but I was just instantly like, I don't care. I can't bother. That's going to be super tough. I have no interest.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. But like quantum mechanics is a philosophical model. It's atomic theory, but. Nate, can you help me out, man? Like, do you at least see what I'm saying? We have lots of problems. I mean, magnetism is just the first one, and then we got electrostatics, and we got light. Well, we can start with magnetism.
Is my mic better now, Gio?
Still quiet.
We can hear you, but it's just a bit low.
Hello?
That's better.
Hi. How you doing?
Oh, okay. No, I was just going to say, I think you're doing perfectly fine not believing Earth is a globe. You know, like, for me, it doesn't really matter what shape you believe the Earth is. You still live the same lifestyle most globists do. You know, you need money to support you and your family, this, that, and the third. So at the end of the day, according to you, it's more a philosophical position than a scientific position. So it doesn't really matter what shape you believe the Earth is, right?
Yeah. I don't believe the Earth is a shape. I don't claim a shape. Flat's not a shape. It's a description of a surface. I can know that. It's physically verifiable. I've done it myself in many different locations. The geometry they claim is wrong. The philosophical part is the magnetism, or more so the logical framework to explain the phenomena. That's the philosophical part. I'm just trying to see. I couldn't go back to the globe unless it could offer some type of logical framework to explain light, electrostatics, and magnetism. Three of the most prominent phenomena that exists. Like all intrinsic, like matter's all intrinsically electrostatic, and we have a huge magnetic field, and seemingly everything is magnetic, just coherent or incoherent. And electricity is a huge part of our lives, and light is a very huge part of our lives. So I just need to be able to understand it. Like, I can't even entertain the globe.
So what about the globe, quote unquote, philosophical position when it comes to light and electromagnetism trips you up? Like, what don't you agree with? What doesn't make sense? Let's maybe take it step by step.
Now you're going quiet again.
Yeah, I don't know if you have a different mic or something, Nate, or if you're on something different, but it's real, like it's clippy, like they're like every it's like kind of peaking. It's like short circuiting.
In your mouth.
Is your output all the way turned up? Yeah, your mic is maybe a little closer now because you're like shooing us. But if is your output turned up?
How about now? Better?
No, terrible.
We could all turn you up, I guess.
Dude, have you seen the primer fields?
Just go for it. Well, I think it kind of gets loud and quiet. I don't know. I just wondered if you had a different setup because sometimes you might have another option.
Have you turned
This doesn't sound like your normal mic.
Yeah, it's not. This is cheap ass headsets I'm using. Sorry.
Okay.
All right, just go for it. I guess we can hear you.
Just kind of chill with the mic, though. I have you turned up. You don't have to just kind of not.
Yeah, maybe just pull it away from your mouth a little because there's like a clipping thing where it's like it's pretty shearing to the ears.
No.
I don't know. I don't know what to do, guys.
That's better.
Wait,
That's a little better.
Better. What happened?
Right here. Right here.
Yes.
Right
So what's it? I was just saying maybe we can go step by step and see what are the quote unquote philosophical positions within the globe view with regards to electromagnetism and light that don't sit well with you.
Yeah.
Let's go one step at a time.
All right. They claim that magnetism is the exchange of virtual photons, but virtual photons aren't actually real.
Okay. So with regards to virtual photons, it's kind of a mathematical tool or framework used to explain what we call the Lamb shift. I think I spoke to you about this the other night. I don't know if you've looked into what the Lamb shift is.
It's the movement that isn't accounted for in the paradigm without adding something new to it.
Okay, but I kind of understood what you said. But yeah, basically it's when an electron has a shift between different orbital levels within the atom, right? So when it goes from one energy level to another, we see this change in energy. But the change in energy doesn't match our predictions. So we see there's more energy involved than what we predicted. So because we can't ascribe this additional energy we observe to any known particles, we ascribe it to virtual particles. All this is telling us is that there is something we're not quite sure about that's going on there. But eventually we will figure it out.
I admire the confidence, I guess. So the electron model isn't adequate to explain magnetism, even though they claim it's the movement of electrons. So they had to create a different particle because there's too much energy.
No, the electron model is pretty accurate. It's just when it comes to the Lamb shift.
So it's not accurate for magnetism.
It is pretty accurate. Most people don't even involve virtual particles when it comes to magnetism. Virtual particles are more involved when it comes to electrons having jumps in their orbital levels.
Okay. Any attempt to quantify the magnetic field within quantum invokes virtual particles. Any attempt to quantify magnetism within quantum mechanics invokes virtual particles. But I guess now we've gotten to the electron. How do we verify the physical particle model of the electron?
Yeah, but you got to understand, virtual particles are mostly ascribed to bosons. So you would have a virtual photon, a virtual gluon, a virtual WZ boson.
Yeah,
You don't
sorry, I
really
misspoke.
have
I misspoke.
electrons.
Yeah, my bad. I misspoke. I mean, how do we verify the physical particle model of the electron, not virtual? Just
Right now, it's not really verifiable because an electron is seen as a point particle. We know it has a mass and energy content, but it doesn't really have volume. It doesn't take up dimensions in 3D space.
did you watch my presentation?
No,
It's okay.
I've
It's
never
okay.
watched it. I've never watched anything you've done, man. Unfortunately.
Okay. It's funny you now know about point particles. I've never heard of Glover know about it, so I presented that. But so yeah, it's
Really?
weird. You know what's weird to me, man, is they claim that electrons are point particles that are made of matter, but the matter has no size. How does that work?
The guy from Primer Fields debunked the electron in like 2012. No one even noticed. And you should watch that if you haven't checked that out, man.
How can something be matter but have no size? Jesse, can you help me out with this while he's stepping away?
Why couldn't it?
Well, if it's matter, it has to have a size intrinsically, right?
How do you know that?
Well, how can it be matter if it doesn't have a size? What am I missing here?
You have a different sense of personal incredulity than I do, I guess.
Okay, maybe we should define matter. How are you defining matter?
I don't know. Most matter has mass. How's that?
Terrible, because mass is a conceptual quantification of matter. So that was very circular. And you told me that I was opposing incredulity, but started your answer with I don't know.
There's nothing incredulous
How
about
can it
saying
have
one.
mass without having a size?
Yeah. How do you have mass without a size?
Also, if you think of a generator, right? If it was stripping electrons from something, right? Let's say the copper winding or whatever, wouldn't you eventually deplete the electrons if you're stripping something, if you're removing something, right? Like here, we're stripping out electrons. Like if you have water and you do like you convert it to oxygen and hydrogen, right? You're doing electrolysis. You eventually deplete the water, right? So it's like if you had that fuel cell in your car and you're making the Brown's gas, it eventually depletes your source, your water, right? You consume it. So if you're consuming these electrons, if you're removing them and sending them down the line, you would eventually deplete them. Your coil would deplete, but it never does. You never deplete a coil in a generator.
Does electron really have zero size? Because I mean, I just Googled it, and it's like it says it's 2.8 to the times 10 to the minus 15th.
Okay, so yeah, don't worry, I got you. So they speculate that it's roughly 100 million times smaller than the atom, which is where you just got your number. But it's just a guess because it's what's called a point particle, which has no definitive measurable volume.
Sure, we can model it as a point particle. That doesn't mean it has zero mass. I don't think you could argue very solidly that it did or didn't have zero mass or zero area volume.
So if you don't know the size of it and it may not have a size, then it couldn't be matter or mass.
I don't know how you draw that to be true or to be known.
Well,
did you take a good look at one?
Well, you can't do that.
So I'm not sure how you can authoritatively state that it's got zero volume.
That's just what the model claims. It claims it's a point particle. Do I need to cite it?
Yeah.
Which is not trying to say it exists. He's trying to say that's the theory that is ludicrous.
I don't see what's ludicrous about it.
It claims to be matter, but that it has no volume.
Cite your article. I don't know that your article even claims that it has no volume. I think it's claiming that it is modeled in certain situations as a point particle or whatever you called it.
Okay, so are you saying the size that you just invoked is like the agreed upon definitive size of an electron across the board or something?
No, I'm just saying that you haven't shown anything to show that it actually has zero size. Do you mind linking that to me?
Yeah, sure. Well, just a second. So if we've never seen it and we don't know if it has a size or not, how do we know that it's a thing?
And you've also not shown any evidence that a zero size particle would have to have zero mass either.
What? Dude, if something's matter, then it has to have a size.
Well, your incredulity tells you that, but how do you know? How would you prove that? How would you prove that?
Dude, it's literally immaterial. If it has no size, it's fucking immaterial. I mean, like, you see your
Right.
conundrum, dude?
It's like physical substance. That's what matter is. So how can you have physical substance but not have a size?
Well, obviously you can't imagine it. So go ahead and cite me your source that they have zero size.
Okay.
Yeah. Back. Sorry.
Nate,
You guys.
Jesse seemed to disagree when you said that electrons were point particles, because I thought we were on the same page, but he seems to not agree. Like, do we know that the electron has a size or volume?
It doesn't have volume. Electrons don't take up volumes, and they have mass and they have energy content, but they don't have volume.
How do you have mass, which is matter, which is physical substance, if you don't have
Mass,
size?
mass and energy are the same thing. So it's through its mass energy equivalence. So when we measure the mass of an electron, we're measuring its charge to mass ratio. Its energy content. That's why the mass of an electron is not described in grams or kilograms. It uses a very different unit of measure.
Right. So energy and mass aren't the same thing. They're just interchangeable. They're different modalities of potentially what you call the same thing, right? So it's like, if we only measure the energy, then how do we know that it's matter?
So wait a minute. Let me ask you a question. If you had a battery, let's say like a cell phone battery, and you had a charged battery, and then you drain it, would it change the weight?
Yes.
It would.
A drained battery would weigh less than a fully charged battery.
Okay, so there is particles. So you're saying that there's a certain amount of mass, a certain amount you could weigh it and say, okay, my dead battery weighs this many milligrams less than a fully charged one. Are you sure about that, or are you just a wild ass guess?
I'm sure about that. It's the same way a moving ticking clock would weigh more than a clock that isn't ticking.
So if electrons are pretty much always acting like waves, they're never at still, they're never still or at rest. We can never find them. We just have probability distributions, and we define them as now to updated model of being clouds. And we claim that they're little particulate pieces of indivisible matter that's 100 million times smaller than the atom, roughly. But we don't actually know the size or volume because it's a point particle, and we can never see it. And whenever we try to measure the mass, we're not actually measuring the mass or the matter that we claim it is. We're actually just measuring energy or charge. How do we actually verify that it is, in fact, a little physical particle of matter?
The shotgun
Because
effect.
there's an equivalence between mass and energy.
Would the shotgun effect be kind of there?
Oh, cool non sequitur. So, Nate, does that mean that the photon and the electron are effectively the same thing?
No, they're not the same thing.
Why not?
A photon is a quanta of energy. When an electron moves up and down different energy levels, it emits a photon. It emits light.
If it's attached to its atom.
So an electron can turn into a photon. A photon can turn into...
It emits.
Okay.
No one's
An
saying
electron emits a photon. A photon can turn into an electron. Right. Yeah. You didn't know that? Like in the photoelectric effect, allegedly the atom, gets hit by a photon and then dislodges that orbital electron by exchanging energy to it so that it has enough energy to be freed from its orbit. And then the rest of its energy transfers into the electron and it becomes a photoelectron.
Energy is the photoelectron. The photon is a quanta of electromagnetic energy. So what happens is when an electron is bound to the atom that it's orbiting, there is a stable energy level between them. We call this the Lagrange. It can also be explained by the Hamiltonian. But basically, what we are saying is there's stability between the negatively charged electron and the positively charged neutron. Now, when you add extra energy to that system, it becomes unstable, and the atom wants to go back to its stable form, so it will release a photon or energy to regain stability.
No disrespect, because I actually do admire that you actually at least kind of know about the story, but I feel like you're reading me a novel or something, but like a story.
We felt the same way when you were quoting Ken Wheeler.
Okay. So
yeah,
it says right here, a photon can spontaneously degenerate into a particle with mass. So it can turn into particles, and it's antiparticle in a process known as pair production. In this process, the energy of the photon is completely transformed into the mass of the two particles. For example, a photon can turn into an electron and an anti-electron.
Mm-hmm.
So it does turn into electrons.
What's it?
Yeah, but that is a matter-antimatter pair, which will annihilate each other.
They annihilate each other. So the photon turns into an electron, but then it disappears?
They will annihilate each other.
Okay, so if a photon can turn into an electron, and we claim that photon just a discrete chunk of energy, physical particle, and we claim that electron is matter, then how is it that we are adequately distinguishing between the two if the only way that we measure the quote-unquote mass of the electron is to measure its energy?
Because electrons have rest mass. So when you measure the energy of an electron, you're measuring its rest mass plus its kinetic energy. With a photon, there is no rest mass. All you are measuring is kinetic energy.
So, and you're saying basically like the only way that you can get the rest mass of an electron is if it has constant velocity?
If you accelerate it.
Photons it's ever actually like literally at rest.
No, you can have a photon at rest, but when you accelerate it, that's when you determine its rest mass. You cannot accelerate a photon because a photon, being pure energy, is always moving at the speed of light. You don't accelerate or, no one accelerates light. It's like speeding up light. How do you do
that? Lots of ways, but we're not there yet.
Hey,
all right, show me one way of light being sped up.
Okay, we send transmissions a couple hundred meters through coaxial circuits, and they'll actually go up to 3 times the speed of light in a vacuum.
Except that this is a preprint article, not peer-reviewed, not published. All right, it came out 3 years ago. No one has taken it up.
Oh. Yeah, I know. I know that's his big, long rebuttal. I'm about to drop 4 other articles from the government talking about superluminal velocity. So maybe we can end that nonsense real fast. And anyway, it doesn't even matter. That's not what we're talking.
Hey, could I jump in just for a minute?
Sure.
I read that reference you gave me for electrons being zero size, and it doesn't seem to be what it says. It says an electron looks like a particle when it interacts with other objects in certain ways, such as in high-speed collisions. When an electron looks more like a particle, it has no shape according to the standard model. In this context, physicists call an electron a, quote, point particle, end of quote, meaning that it interacts as if it is entirely located at a single point in space and does not spread out to fill a 3-dimensional volume. If you find the concept of a fixed amount of mass being contained in the infinitely small volume of a single point illogical, then you should. But you have to realize that the electron is not literally a solid ball. This means that the electron's mass is not literally squeezed into an infinitely small volume. Rather, in certain cases where the electron looks somewhat like a particle, it interacts as if it were completely located at a single point. Therefore, in the sense of particle-like interactions, an electron has no shape. So they're not even saying that it has zero volume. They're just saying that they can model it as a single point and that it does not expand to fill the space that it's in.
Okay, it literally says that it acts as a point particle, which has no volume or size, and that you can never actually find it in a certain location. So you thought that that refuted me?
Yes, it's not claiming that it has zero mass or zero volume. It's just saying that when modeling it in these situations, you can model it as if it has zero volume.
Well, you're acting like you're making a distinction by saying, well, we're just modeling it here, but that's what the whole thing is, Jesse. You're just modeling it the whole time. A point particle, or ideal particle, often spelled point-like particle, is an idealization of particles heavily used in physics. Its defining feature is that it lacks spatial extension, being dimensionless. It does not take up space. Glad we got that covered. So back to the first question.
Jesse, do you feel electrons have volume?
I have no idea. They're kind of too small for me to look at.
How do you know that they exist?
But he made a claim that they don't have volume, and his source for that doesn't exactly say that they don't have volume. It just says there's situations where they can be modeled as not having volume.
It's all a model. It literally says that they're point particles. I literally just read the definition, meaning it doesn't have spatial extension. It has no volume. It has no size. This is well known within quantum.
Everybody knows it.
Kryptonite, by the way, guys, in case you were wondering.
What?
I just found the kryptonite. I found the kryptonite because I'm not gonna say the Glober kryptonite, but the kryptonite in the sense that there's this illusory confidence that globe earthers portray, and not all of them. Some of them admit that we're not dumb, but some of them like to act like we are. You know, like, you're so stupid. And when we question the electron, for example, you get ridiculed. If you dare challenge the photon, you get ridiculed. And what you find out is that actually they don't know anything about it. Now, Nate is an exception. He clearly does know some details about the story, and I will tip my hat to him for that. But I'm just saying it's a kryptonite in that sense because, in reasonably so, most people don't know about this because it's a whole bunch of freaking paradoxes in doublespeak and things simultaneously being contradictory. So anyway, my question is, so if we can't find it, and it's supposedly matter but has no volume, and it's the only way we determine the mass is by assuming it's matter, then taking the energy and applying it to a ratio with that assumption, how do we actually know, if we can't find it, that there is a physical particle made of matter called the electron?
Because we can measure its energy content or its charge, and there is an equivalence between mass and energy. And what we are really measuring is its interactions, right? So electrons are considered fermions. And fermions within particle physics and quantum mechanics are what we describe mass as generally, while bosons are what we describe energy as. And what the standard model of elementary particles shows us is the Lagrangians, or the interactions at an elementary level. So they are four fundamental interactions: the weak force, the strong force, electromagnetism, and gravity. But, particle physics only speaks to the first three, doesn't really speak to gravity, because for gravity, we don't know what the
particle is.
What the fermion is involved in gravitational interactions. Because when we look at gravity, it seems to not be an interaction between mass and mass, or mass and energy.
Isn't that interesting? Because it's definitely going to have to be.
Between mass, energy, and space-time.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Like we're done. Yeah. I agree. Quantum doesn't work with gravity at all, and they're hoping to discover something called the graviton. Yep. But that's known, right? That relativity and quantum are incompatible. And quantum field theory is desperately trying to bridge that gap. But to save us some time here, and I think that we've elucidated the point that it's just chaotic doublespeak. Would you agree that when I ask you how do we know, and without the semantical, we can't prove things, right? It's like we can't actually definitively establish this. This is just a model that we have. It's useful because we isolate an interaction of charge, and we're able to replicate and create technology via the quantification. But it's just a model, and there are very perplexing paradoxes within the model that have yet to be fully understood or explained. Is that a fair assessment?
Not the way you're thinking.
So the guy who didn't know about it as much as the other guy says no. The guy that clearly knows about it said yes. Interesting.
No, I said not the way you're thinking.
Dude, you can't read my mind. I said what I'm thinking. In which way am I thinking?
Well, because see, you're trying to present what you think is some conundrum and then present your ether to fill its place. You haven't got any better support for that than anything else anyway.
So you changed the subject, right? When I was talking about the validity or lack thereof of the electron model, you've now said that in the way I was thinking about the alleged validity of electron, it had something to do with my idea of the ether.
I suspected that that's where you're going, but if you weren't, then I apologize.
Well, it's just a very incoherent, irrelevant point because I'm not talking about trying to replace the model right now. That's not the discussion. So, anyway, magnetism depends, any attempt to explain it, relies on initially the idea of an electron. And before we get into the problem that the electron model doesn't work to explain magnetism because there's too much energy, so we had to create an abstraction called virtual photons to make the equations balance out because our predictions don't match what we observe within magnetism. We have to even verify the actual electron model that doesn't work for magnetism. What we found out is there's tons of paradoxes, and it's actually just a model with a bunch of holes in it. And it seems like this phenomenon is quite elusive and requires us just to kind of reify and assume different parts of it and build that upon each other, like energy and mass equivalence principle. Measure the charge, assume that it's matter, and then assume it's 100 million times smaller, but it's actually a point particle.
So what does the current model not allow us to calculate that your model does?
Calculation is not equate to validity or actuality, as if we are in a scenario that we are acknowledging or observing something that comes from the immaterial. Well, you cannot quantify the immaterial, so I don't need quantification to have a more valid or logically viable postulation than you. When your calculation requires a complete ad hoc abstraction that is known to not actually exist. It's a temporary mathematical band-aid.
Yeah.
Do you ever say anything that makes sense, or you just like string words together that make you sound intelligent, or make you think you sound intelligent?
Very substantive. So
Everything you just said there made no sense scientifically at all. You just strung a bunch of words together. I mean, we know about electrons. We've known about electrons for a long time, and guess what? They work. We've known about cathode ray tubes. That's how the old TVs used to work. They're positive, they're negatively charged. We know about them.
the person that used the cathode ray tube to supposedly discover the electron said that the electron was ether corpuscles and that 1,000 of them made up the
That's the best way
electron,
he could describe it, and using the knowledge he had. He
and
later
that
came
it's
on and came
nothing
around, right?
more than the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric conduction. So when you invoke cathode ray tubes, and we've known for a long time that the electron's real, the person that knew for a long time didn't say it was what you say it is. So
Actually,
that
he did.
backfired.
Actually, he did later on, but what he discovered was, he's trying to explain it in the logic he did. But after a while, we learned about these things. You can't go back to the very first person because he found something new.
Yeah. NASA, how can something be matter if it has no size?
It does have size. What are you talking about?
We just discussed the electron doesn't actually have a volume or size.
What?
No, we discussed that for certain modeling and certain interactions, it can be treated as if it had zero size.
No. It has to be. It's described as a point particle, which is an idealization of
2 times
particles
10 to the minus 10. What are you talking about? They've measured it.
that is a speculative guess as to the size, which is
What
roughly
means a
100
speculative
million.
guess? They've X-rayed it.
They X-rayed the electron and got the size.
I think. Okay. There's.
100 years ago.
You're talking about the electron cloud.
103 years ago.
Oh, we're talking about the electron cloud.
Well, no. Technically, what Payne is talking about is the difference between the nucleus of the atom and the size of the shell.
So we didn't actually measure a size of the electron.
Included that the diameter of the electron is comparable in magnitude with the wavelength of the shortest X-rays using the best available blah blah blah.
They didn't want to keep reading it. What a shocker. So electrons called a
Using the best
point
available
particle.
values for the wavelength and scattering of matter by hard X-rays and gamma rays, the radius of the electron is estimated about 2 times 10 to the minus 10. The 103 years ago. So we've known about this. This isn't a joke.
Why do you say we?
As in science, 103 years ago, we've known about
Humanity.
this. This is not new stuff.
This isn't science. This is philosophy. This is a
No,
model.
this is science. This is science measuring shit.
My dude,
years
you disagree with all the quantum physicists I talk to. So cool story. Everyone knows that it's just
everyone
a model.
knows. No, it's not a model. It's a real particle. It's a particle we've known about for a while. Just because it can sometimes be a wave, and I know you can't wrap your head around particle wave duality. So
you say that as if I'm stupid.
Yes,
when
I'm saying that as if you are stupid.
Everyone knows that no one can wrap their mind around that because it's a
Particle wave duality.
paradox.
It's not a
Something can't
paradox.
be a particle and wave at the same
Yes, it can.
time.
Yes, it can.
How?
What do you mean how? It is. It's observable.
Very profound.
Well,
Okay.
hey, like I said, quantum is weird. If you don't like it, tough. Your incredulity doesn't matter. I mean, no one comes to Witsit and says, Witsit, we've discovered this new fact. Is it real or not? And you say, no, it's not. Okay, well, it must not be real because Witsit says it's not real. He's incredulous.
No, it's not real because it's logically bankrupt and things,
like I said,
dualities do not exist in nature.
Your incredulity, actually,
Hey, dude, this has been a really good conversation. So you're trying to take it into some kind of bar fight thing, but I don't think anyone's in that mode. So do you want to actually respond with just the information so we can hear what you have to say without all the just ad homs and trying to start a fight?
Well, what do you mean? He's just saying nuh-uh to stuff. He's saying,
So what,
it can't
dude?
be
You have
because
to
of
be able to
logic.
all right, you have to be part of being an adult is dealing that other humans have their perspectives as well.
Well, wait a minute.
He has his perspective. It seems like you're erupting about it. Maybe try to hold down your eruption to some extent and actually come forth and bring some information that we can actually listen to, because otherwise you're just ad homing in circles and it's really not interesting. So can you offer something to actually respond to it?
So
and he said, nuh-uh. I gave him a 103-year-old paper where we measured the radius.
I explained.
Particle wave duality is a real thing.
I didn't say nuh-uh. I said dualities don't exist in nature. Something can't be simultaneously two contradictory things.
Also, the experiment disagrees with that observation.
So, they claim sometimes it acts like a particle, sometimes it acts like a wave, and we don't fully understand it.
Yep.
So when we don't fully understand it, and you're claiming that I'm stupid because I'm acknowledging it's not fully understood, that seems somewhat...
No, you're saying nuh-uh. You're saying it's not a particle and it is. Sometimes it acts like a particle. Sometimes it acts like a wave. Sometimes a little bit of both. A photon is kind of both at the same time.
So when I say nuh-uh. What I'm actually saying is dualities can exist in nature. It's admittedly known that that's an inoperable model. It's not actually
Why?
accurate. We still haven't fully figured it out. It's a mathematical construct we use to try to figure it out because sometimes it acts like a wave, sometimes it acts like a particle within our model. We define the electron as a point particle, which
Wow,
means that
that was 15 seconds of just pure derp. Sorry.
Okay.
Can I ask
And
a question?
right after I finish this, we were talking, Nate and I were just discussing, so you can catch up, Nessa, so we can move on. It's that the electron is defined as a point particle. And its defining feature is that it lacks spatial extension, is dimensionless, and does not take up space, meaning does not have volume or size.
Actually, I've just told you that you're wrong on that. The electron is a real thing, is a real particle, and we've measured it.
But you're citing something from 102 years ago, and I'm citing something from right now, from a university.
Yeah, and what are they talking about? They talk about
How the electron is a point particle that doesn't have a volume or a size.
how about the reference for that?
It's already in the chat.
Where?
It's at.
I'll put it.
Yeah, it's at 2:45. Guess we'll move on now.
I understood. I could be wrong about this. I don't. I'm not an expert, but I thought all subatomic particles were conceptualized as point particles.
That's crazy because that's getting even worse. So all of this is relying on the the mass energy equivalence, right? And energy mass equivalence is an interesting concept or whatever, but we claim that the electron is matter, but we don't actually know that it doesn't have a size or a volume.
Let's say I'm reading your article. The electron looks like a particle when it interacts with objects in certain ways, such as high-speed collisions.
Looks like you need to read the whole thing, buddy.
An electron looks more like a particle as no.
You don't got to read it out loud, though. We already covered it.
No, you read shit out loud. How come I can't read shit out loud? I mean,
because you're just behind, and we just covered this.
You've known to be reading long books out loud, but I can't.
I read things out loud once I already know what they are, and it's bringing a coherent point to the conversation, not as I don't know what it is, rambling through it to try to kill time.
Actually, you just kind of read.
Well, while he reads that, can I ask my question?
Sure.
So, do you not think that they measured the size of an electron with X-rays and all that, or do you think that their method was just insufficient or invalid or misleading, or what?
The interpretation of it is what is being challenged. They claim to be measuring like an electron cloud, which is a distribution probability of where the electron could be. So basically, it's a cloud of probability distribution of negative charge, quote unquote. Which actually, there's only positive. I mean, there's only a charge and discharge, but we just quantify it with the negative because how else are you going to quantify discharge, right? So we put a negative. We call it negative.
What do you mean a discharge? It's a negatively charged thing. You don't think they're negatively charged objects?
No, that's just a mathematical construct to describe discharge.
You and your mathematical constructs.
How else could you mathematically describe something discharging?
Understand that mathematics is a language. You should learn it sometimes.
That's
by the way,
I'm
this
saying.
article you posted is talking about the shape, in quotes, shape of an electron, not that it's size, it's shape.
It literally defines it as a point particle, and I just read the definition of point particle out. So you disagree with Nate, who I think has left. No, he's still here. So Nate and I just talked about it. We just went through it. Jesse kind of contended it until he found out he was wrong. Then you jumped in, and now you're doing the same thing, and you're making this very exhaustive.
I don't think I was wrong.
The electron looks like a particle when it interacts with other objects in certain ways.
This is sad, bro.
They call electron a point particle.
How about you control F point particle, and then go look it up, and then come back to us?
Yeah, point particle, meaning it interacts as if it's located in a single point in space.
Point particle is defined as lacking spatial extension and being dimensionless, not taking up space.
So what?
Yep, Jesse, come in and White Knight. Please, actually, I'm asking.
Don't be a dick, Austin. Just don't be a dick.
Oh, Rue, if this guy has ad-hommed me for 10 minutes, you got nothing to say. What a joke.
Austin has to be a dick. That's his main characteristic.
Wait, Rue, where are you at now? See, now
I mean,
he's doing it. You see how people are just so hypocritical, but I don't care.
You said that. You said that, not
Be
me. I'm
honest.
agreeing with you now.
I'm not even
You
going to get
don't
into
know
the
what it
semantic
is.
bullshit.
You're just like assuming that you're given the right information about what it is. You're assuming that they're giving you the truth, and without any way to verify it. None of us could actually verify it. I mean, so it's like,
Well, they
we're
admit
all
that they don't. They admit that it's just a model. Like, it's literally an idealization. That point particle is described as an idealization, right? So Kosho understands it. Nate understands it. They're two of the Globers that actually kind of understand things they talk about. Okay, that's the difference here. So
And you understand it, even though you like say you. I mean, it's really amazing that you'll quote shit like this, and then later on we'll say, "Nuh-uh." I mean, you cherry pick amazingly. I mean, you've gone to like the QE school of cherry
this is
pick.
just you ranting about your feelings about me again.
My feelings about you are
I don't
irrelevant.
care.
It's bullshit.
I don't care
It's the
though.
bullshit you say.
I
I
don't
don't.
care.
Well, no, it's your knowledge base that it's lacking. I don't give a shit if you
Look,
care what
dude,
I feel.
I'll listen to you tell me about how you feel about me
I
once you can
don't feel
verify that
anything
you.
about you. I
Once you,
verified that you're an idiot. I
once you can
verified that you
verify
really
that you
don't know
have
what
a.
you're talking about.
Once you can
So you're
verify
gonna
that you have a
add
girlfriend, but
that
until
wins
then,
the
it's just
argument.
weird. So
Just change the whole mood of the room. NASA, come on.
yeah, we can move on. So we were just talking about magnetism. We haven't even gotten to light yet, man. Jeez Louise, but. So magnetism within quantum is the exchange of virtual photons. Nate enlightened us. The reason is because there's too much energy, right? And the energy doesn't match the prediction of the model of the electron within the magnetic field. So we had to create another abstraction to make the equation work out because it was wrong. Similar to like dark energy or dark matter in space, right? So now this is the best argument the Glovers have. I'll try to save us time. That's how science works. What's it, you idiot? Sometimes we don't know everything. We're still trying to figure stuff out.
No need for ad-homs.
I'm talking to myself. I can't even ad-hom myself.
Come
So
on, that was fun.
that's how. Yeah, that's you'd only jump in if I'm saying the ad-hom. So if science is always learning things, that doesn't mean we're wrong. And yeah, sometimes our models aren't complete, so we have to come up with fixes until we fully figure it out. That's how science works. Okay, cool. So the model is currently incomplete and not correct. And the prediction, utilizing the idea that magnetism is moving electrons, doesn't work. Seems like there's something else going on because our model of the electron, which is already shaky at best when it's supposedly matter that doesn't have volume or size, no spatial extension, is dimensionless and doesn't take up space, can't actually be found, is actually a cloud of distribution probability. As in, if you draw visualize an idea of a cloud and you put a bunch of little dots all in it, there's an equation that tells you like all those little dots in it could be where the electron is. And it can never actually be found because it's never actually stationary. So that's what's claimed. And we know it's matter because, well, we assumed it was, but we can't actually measure the matter or anything. We measure charge, and then we reify something called a charge to mass ratio and assume that it's matter. And the electron and the photon seem to go hand in hand, as the photon can turn into an electron and a photoelectron. So that's about where we're at. A whole bunch of I don't knows, and the photon and electron seemingly are the same thing, or at least can become that way. And that's just the best we have so far. And the whole overarching point was, I'm trying to weigh the two philosophies out. I'm like, ether is allegedly archaic and was disproven by Michelson-Morley, and it's stupid. And we know quantum mechanics is the cutting edge of science. So I'm just trying to look at the two philosophical frameworks and see which one is more or less bankrupt, and if one of them is more viable. That seems like a fair, honest thing to do. Clearly right now we have tons of paradoxes in the first one. Okay, so anyway, so magnetism can't be explained with quantum mechanics. I'm glad we all agree. Currently we have something called virtual photons, which are virtual particles, which Again, to quote Richard Feynman, don't actually exist, and their existence is questionable at best. There's an abstraction to balance out our equations, and they're never the input or output of any experiment. Okay, so we don't really know what magnetism is. Same thing with electrostatics. According to quantum mechanics, that is the exchange of virtual photons. Once again, not a real thing. Basically, it'll be the same answer. The electron prediction doesn't match what we observe. There's too much energy, so we have to invoke virtual photons. Meaning just the top tier academic stance is our model is incomplete. We haven't fully figured it out. So right now we have a mathematical placeholder called virtual particles.
It's like dark energy. When they don't want you to know, they lie. They're purposely deceiving you, and when they can't give you a straight answer, then they say, well, we don't know. Like, they make shit up. It's purposely to deceive us. I'm sure they fucking know. They just don't want to share the information. They don't want us to know because they would become unnecessary if we knew these things. They can't allow us to know this stuff.
Yeah, and I believe
You nailed it.
said it was called was the Lamb shift. That's the problem with the magnetic field. The Lamb shift shows us that there's too much energy, and it's more energy than the electron model would predict. So then we came up with virtual particles. Okay.
Or is that a magnetic? What's it called? The magnetic dipole moment. Yeah.
The magnetic what?
Is the electron's magnetic dipole moment. It's basically there's a property. Sometimes there's a quantum property, kind of like charge, but it specifically gives particles their magnetic charge. I mean, a magnetic. I don't know if I call it magnetic charge, but it makes them magnetic, basically. Even neutrons have it.
Okay. So we can't explain magnetism or electrostatics within quantum mechanics. Now, we can get into light, but where it gets complicated, you guys will see a reoccurring theme here. It all requires reifications of the other parts of the model. So like when we talked about magnetism, we had to reify the electron. And when you say, I don't know that exists, can you prove it? You get ridiculed as if stupid. But when you look into it, the electron has all kinds of paradoxes and isn't fully understood, and is a model constantly changing, and it also has paradoxes, right? So that's kind of where we are. Now, when we go to what is light, and we claim it's a physical particle called a photon, well, the idea of the photon, to substantiate that, requires the model of the electron. So the alleged way that we substantiate light as a photon is stuff like parametric down conversion, which put in layman terms, you just use a crystal to split the light, and you kind of assume it's a photon. And since the light goes in two different directions, that proves that it's a photon that split, which is just a reification fallacy. You have stuff like the photoelectric effect, which they claim a photon hits an atom and exchanges energy to the atom, dislodging the orbital electron from its orbit by exchanging the energy to it. And once the electron is free of the atom's oppressive reign, it exchanges the rest of its energy to the photon, or to the electron that's free, and turns into a photoelectron. So it all requires the electron be true over and over and over. Any Glovers want to help me out? What am I missing? Am I unfounded for not just having blind faith in this?
I mean, it is true. A lot of this stuff has, like I think about the electron magnetic dipole moment. I think that was the most accurate. That was the most accurate prediction in all physics, I think.
Kosho,
Like,
it
even though
sounds
they
like
were off.
sounds like you are inside of an AI right now.
No, I'm just on my headphone. But yeah, even though they were off, they were only off after the ninth decimal place.
What? So what? What exactly is it that you're saying was predicted? Like how did they predict it?
They predict it's the magnetic dipole moment, which basically, I'm trying to remember how you they basically that charge and the spin. You can multiply those together, and that will determine that particle's charge, the complete charge of that.
Maximum amount of torque caused by magnetic force on a dipole that arises per unit value of surrounding magnetic field in a vacuum.
Yeah, technically it's just it's like on its own. It's like I wouldn't call it charge, but it's like a magnetic. It makes all particles magnets basically in a different way than just the charge.
Dimensions of current times area or energy divided by magnetic flux density. Okay. Anyway.
They say that charge has a lot to do with the objects that are like magnetized or whatever, like the elements, but it's actually mainly the component of the magnetic dipole.
Right. Which comes down to like charge. Which this is why I think that quantum is valuable. I don't want to be misunderstood, you know what I mean? Like it's valuable because we do very precise observations and we start to learn more and more about phenomena. The double-edged sword for quantum though, because the more we learn about phenomena, the more it's going to crumble at its base because it has inaccurate presuppositions. But it is not useless. It's just the interpretations are retarded. So we're also told that a photon can spontaneously degenerate into a particle with mass and its antiparticle. That's called pair production. For example, a photon can turn into an electron and an anti-electron. In this process, the energy of the photon is completely transformed into the mass of the two particles. So to summarize, they try to say that photons and electrons are different, although quantum field theory basically says it's the same thing in different versions of, which is conveniently what the ether says. It's nothing more than different modalities of dielectricity or pure potential counter space, also known as ether. And of course, this wasn't the model forever. It's just kind of now becoming a thing where they say that it could be the same thing. And they say the photon can turn into the electron or basically vice versa. That they have this intrinsic interaction and that the electron is different than the photon because it's matter and the photon's energy, but we can't actually verify that the electron is matter. We only measure the charge, assume it's matter, apply it to a charge mass ratio, and that they can basically go back and forth amongst each other. So very clearly they could just be the same thing. And a major difference in interpretation here is that there's no such thing as positive or negative charge within an etheric framework. It's just charge or discharge. And so it's not that our quantification is just made up or something like that. That's a straw man, right? It's that in order to try to count or math or quantify discharge, you have to put a negative there. That's how we quantify discharge. Now, the people that discovered this and stuff, they had a totally different story, right? They said that it was like corpuscles of the ether corpuscles, and that 1,000 of them would make up one idea of what people call the electron. And it's nothing more than the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction, a little gap in the dielectric field. And Tesla would describe it as very small particulates of primary matter, which is what he called the ether. This is actually viable, right? Because it's so open-ended. It doesn't have like rigid, strict, like materialistic confinement because it isn't a little physical particle. It's not like confined to a certain area and it's like all physical and matter and stuff like that. It's the background, bro. It's the immaterial background.
The vibe.
Tesla would define this as all perceptible matter comes from a primary substance or a tenuity beyond conception, filling all space. The luminiferous ether, which is acted upon by the prana or the creative force, calling into existence in never-ending cycles all things and phenomena. And so when he describes the electron as primary matter, then we understand what he's saying. We now live in a paradigm where people that will berate you and make fun of you, you'll find out they don't even know that it's called a point particle and all these different stories. They just remember a diagram of the atom when they were in 7th grade, but they can call you stupid. These people will make fun of Nikola Tesla and call him stupid, call him a quack. I mean, that dude had so many patents. That dude you couldn't even sit and talk to that guy. He was so smart. You know what I mean? And he did not believe in this nonsense. For example, he said the idea of the atom being formed of electrons and protons which go whirling around each other like a miniature sun and planets is an invention of the imagination and it has no relation to the real nature of matter. Personally, it is only efforts in this direction which have claimed my energy. Similar remarks might be made with respect to other modern developments of thought. Take, for example, the electron theory. Perhaps no other has given rise to so many erroneous ideas and chimerical hopes. Everybody speaks of electrons as something entirely definite and real. Still, the fact is that nobody has isolated it and nobody has measured its charge, nor does anybody know what it really is. In order to explain the observed phenomena, atomic structures have been imagined, none of which can possibly exist. So Nikola Tesla said that it not only isn't real, it's just a model so we can try to, explain and quantify the phenomena, but the models can't exist. Like, they can't be correct.
Did you say the charge of the electron had not been measured? Oh, you were quoting Tesla and he said that.
Yeah.
Has it been measured since?
Well, as a little physical material particle, no. But do we measure charge in a little area that we call a cloud? And we call that an electron? Can we get like measurements of charge in certain little areas? Yes. Tesla's critique would still remain. The idea of a definitive, distinct, indivisible, minute physical material particle called the electron, no, it has never been measured specifically. And everyone knows that. Now that the model has evolved into, it's not a physical, discrete area. It is a cloud of distribution probability of negative charge, which is just discharge. So,
Chirality, is that correct? The charge of the electron has never been measured?
did you hear my actual explanation? Because I remember that I used to like stand up for you, and you're really starting to like make me think you're kind of being dishonest, bro.
I'm on with it.
He is being dishonest. I just now took the time to explain specifically the nuance in his straw man representation, and then he just doubled down on it, breezing past right what I said.
I believe what he asked was chirality, does he agree? That's what I think happened.
By asking a straw man of what I actually said. So, that's about the 10th time.
So you quoted Tesla, who said that the charge of the electron had not been measured, right?
Yeah, in the sense that it is a specific, definite area of matter, which is still true to this day, because it's no longer defined as that. It is defined as a cloud of distribution probability, wherein which we speculate the charge that can be detected within a certain area at a certain time with mathematical prediction.
How did the Millikan experiment fit into that?
Oh, you want to tell me about it? Tell me about how it proved that the electron was a physical, distinct area of matter.
Well, I'm asking about the charge of the electron. I was under the impression that the charge of the electron had been measured by now.
Well, the charge is, again, about an area called a cloud of distribution probability. So when you say the electron's charge, it is an incorrect use of words, other than the fact you're reifying the layman use of the word electron. So what experiment did you just say? I'll just look it up.
The oil drop experiment by Millikan in 1909, I guess. He received the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1923 for it.
Okay, so we're talking about something from 1909, and the model in 2022 is that electrons are clouds of probability distribution.
I think that he's supposed to have measured the charge of an individual electrons.
And that would now not even agree with the modern model. That's the point.
So you're saying that electrons do not have an indivisible charge? In other words, you could say 1.5 electrons worth of charge or something?
We have an agreed upon quantification for the electron. Okay, it's a concept, it's a model. And as our observations have gotten more precise, we've had to widen the model. And I mean that literally. We had to widen it into a cloud and claim that the electron could be at all the areas in the cloud simultaneously. And we can't really know about what it is until we choose to try to measure it, and then we'd know where it specifically was, because it can be in multiple places at the same time. Superposition.
So it looks like what they did was they had 2 horizontal electrical plates, like a large capacitor plates, and between them they had a small drop of oil, which they would get some electrons stuck into, and then they would put a voltage across the 2 plates in order to levitate that drop of oil between them, and then based on how much voltage it took to levitate that drop of oil, they could calculate how many electrons was in that drop of oil. And it says that they found that by repeating the experiment for many droplets, they confirmed that the charges were all small integer multiples of a certain base value, which was found to be 1.59 to the, anyway, about 0.6% difference from the currently accepted value of, so in 1909, they measured the charge of the electrons to be within 0.6% of the currently accepted value.
I literally just said that we have an agreed upon concept. I just said that. Agreed upon value, that is a concept.
But what does it mean here when it says they confirmed that the charges were small integer multiples of a certain base value? Doesn't that mean that there couldn't be a base value and a half if it was a multiple of a small integer, or a small integer multiples of certain base values?
Okay, so that within a certain area, they can measure what we call an electron, which they claim is like an incredibly small amount of a coulomb. Okay, and modern times we know, well, it's not always accurate. It's just an equation. It's a distribution probability, because sometimes it doesn't exactly match what we think it does, like with magnetism, where there's way too much energy with the amount of electrons we claim. So we have an agreed upon convention, so we can have a baseline so that we can use it to quantify things. But we've discovered that isn't entirely accurate. It's not the complete story, because we have observations that show us there's way too much charge for the amount of electrons that are supposed to be there within the model.
But what I'm trying to understand is, are they saying here that the charge of electrons is limited to a multiple, an integer multiple of a certain base value? Or are you saying you could have, say, 1.732 of electrons worth of charge?
It's like he literally just doesn't listen to what I say.
Well,
Right.
I don't think you've answered that question. You go on about an
did.
agreed upon amount or something, but it feels to me like you're skirting around the question of whether an electron is an integer, is a certain base value which cannot be divided smaller than that base value.
Okay. So if we've found a way to measure the smallest amount of charge that we can, and we decided to call that an electron, we're going to use that as our base concept to build upon. Okay? It's our base concept. So when you say, can it be something else? No, it's the smallest measurable value that we've agreed upon as our base concept. We've then applied this base concept, and the idea of how it works has evolved and changed drastically over the years. It is now considered a cloud of distribution probability. And this really small amount of quote-unquote matter with the amount of charge it's supposed to have doesn't match observations like magnetism. There isn't enough alleged matter in a magnetic field to match the amount of energy that's there. Okay, so we still have our agreed upon base value, the smallest amount we agreed upon, right? But it isn't accurate. There isn't a physical material particle called the electron. Observations and experiments have shown us this in spades. To such a drastic extent, we've had to invent virtual particles. Okay. I'm going to try to, this is getting tedious, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to just try to tell you guys what the alternative is, and I'm going to tap out. Okay, so here's some of what the fatherheads of electrical field theory explain the electron to be. And then everyone can make their own philosophical decision and see which one is more valid or not, right? I know a lot of people have gone into this entire discussion listening or discussing it like with a complete bias, no intention of ever changing their opinion. And they know the electron as the way that they understand it, even though they don't understand it. And that's okay. That's up to everyone. Right? That's your own prerogative. So this is Nikola Tesla. To account for its apparently small mass, science conceives of the electron as a hollow sphere, a sort of bubble. Such a bubble could exist in a medium as a gas or a liquid, like when you were talking about drops of liquid, because its internal pressure is not altered by the deformation. But if, as supposed, the internal pressure of an electron is due to the repulsion of electric masses, the slightest conceivable deformation must result in the destruction of the bubble, just to mention another improbability. That's him critiquing the electron model. Here's another one. My ideas regarding the electron are at variance with those generally entertained. This dude's just a genius. What does he know? He just invented the electrical society we know to this day. I hold that it is a relatively large entity carrying a surface charge and is not an elementary unit particle. When the electron leaves an electrode of high potential and in a high vacuum, it carries an electrostatic charge many times greater than normal. Nikola Tesla. Interesting. To describe an electron as a negatively charged body is equivalent to saying that it is an expanding, contracting particle. There is no such condition in nature as a negative charge, nor are there negatively charged particles. Charge and discharge are opposite conditions, as filling and emptying, or compressing and expanding, are opposite conditions. Walter Russell. See, it's a totally different understanding. That's all I'm trying to explain to people. And one is not more valid than the other. If anything, there's only one that's actually more logically viable. So, and actually, I would say one is more valid than the other. And it's not what everyone here thinks, or what some people here think. Because we've explained all these paradoxes with the definition I'm giving you, there isn't a paradox. We can explain all the phenomena. And this was from 1900. So it just seems like if we're being honest, we're going to be like, wow, this is weird. Like, In the theoretical treatment of these electrons, we are faced with the difficulty that electrodynamic theory by itself is unable to give an account for their nature, for since electrical masses constituting the electron would necessarily be scattered under the influence of mutual repulsions, unless there are forces of another kind operating between them, the nature of which has hitherto remained obscure to us. That is actually Albert Einstein. Okay. Thomson developed the now J.J. Thomson is the person attributed to discovering the electron. People love to say their talking points like we've known about the electron for hundreds of years and blah blah blah. Thomson developed the ether atom, ideas of Michael Faraday, into his electronic corpuscle, this indivisible unit. One corpuscle terminates on one Faradic tube of force, and this quantifies as one coulomb. This corpuscle is not an electron. It is a constituent of what today is known incorrectly as an electron. Thomson relates 1,000 corpuscles per quote-unquote electron. In this view that was taken by Crookes, Thomson, and Tesla, the cathode ray is not electrons, but in actuality corpuscles of the ether. Eric Dollard. Sorry, I'll just read a couple more and then I'll stop. There is no mass to an electron. It is given here. The electron is no more than a broken loose holdfast under the grip of the tensions within the dielectric lines of force. They are the broken ends of the split in the half package of spaghetti. Obviously, this reasoning is not welcome in the realms of Einstein's theory of relativity. All right, Jesse, I answered your question, bro. Unfortunately, to a large extent in dealing with dielectric fields, the prehistoric conception of the electrostatic charge, the electron on the conductor still exists, and by its use destroys the analogy between the two components of the electric field, the magnetic and dielectric. This makes the consideration of dielectric fields unnecessarily complicated. Charles Produce Steinmetz, electric discharges waves and impulses, and that dude was a freaking genius, perfected the AC generator. Arguably smarter than Tesla. Last one I'm reading. Electrons as a separate, distinct entity doesn't really exist. They are merely bumps in something called a field. Dr. Steve Biller. So there you go. There's the opposing idea. I'm pretty exhausted, honestly. But sorry I talked so much for the room. Hopefully you guys at least kind of enjoyed it or learned something. I was everything. I'm just trying to point you guys to some interesting stuff.
Let me ask you one quick question before you go, just very quickly. I want to know what you thought about that summary that the AI produced.
I haven't seen it. Did you DM me?
Yeah, DM.
Oh, my bad.
Oh no, you're good, man. Yeah, you get some sleep. Get some sleep. Just get back.
I'll check it out tomorrow or something. All right, guys. Like I said, sorry for talking so much. Yikes, dude. I was freaking recorded it or something. All right. I don't have to do it again, you know. I love you guys. Thanks for kicking it. Sorry if it was kind of lame listening to all that, but yeah, in summary, man, I mean, just free your mind, bro. You'd be surprised how really a lot of this is very unknown, and you know, they'll teach you in the mainstream it's so definitive and known, and you'll have the anti-flat earthers come on here and try to ridicule you and talk down to you like they know all about it, but when you start to press them, they don't know anything about it. And it's okay, but just look into some of the stuff that's interesting. This is important because, dude, you have a car that uses gas. You have a utility bill, right? They can't understand magnetism in the modern world, and it's just it's important to maybe kind of start to figure out what's really going on. And it looks like there is an all-encompassing background medium that sustains electromagnetic phenomena. It is the substrate that carries the energy. It's effectively pressing down on us. And there is a bridge from that immaterial to the material. There's like a bridge from the metaphysical world that interacts with the physical world, which will explain to you how we have consciousness and dreams and intuition. They exist within this material world, but can interact with the physical world. And yeah, just take your logic back is basically my idea here. But I'll catch up with you guys on the flip side like a coin toss. Peace out.
Cheers.
Nice chill chat.
So what actually is the goal? I mean, ether doesn't solve anything that's not already solved. It doesn't solve the things we don't understand. What is the goal? Oh, hey, Gio, are you there? Howdy, Bandy.
Hey, how you going? What's the goal? Well, I don't know.
Well, what was
Goal.
Witz's goal? Yeah.
Well, that's a question for Witcher to answer. I'm not going to speak on his behalf at all. But what's the goal of Ether? Well, I suppose it's a building block, isn't it, for things to be placed in, to be built upon. That's how I look at it. All right. So, if you want to look at the start of everything, you need a foundation to build upon, I would think, because you can't build upon nothing if you have nothing to build upon. So that's how I look at the ether. Now, you can turn around and I suppose, or you can think perhaps maybe dark energy, dark matter is the same sort of thing. It's a building block for everything to then form on top of that. So that's what it solves.
Just kind of a mental fabric that helps us think of something to build on. I guess it could be a mental aid.
Well, how is ether any different to? I would put to you, how is ether any different to dark energy or dark matter? How is it any different?
Because dark energy, dark matter can be quantified,
No,
and we
what
see
we have,
the effects they have on reality.
okay,
While with
we
ether
have. Oh, sorry, Nate,
being
you're really
detected.
low, so I keep on talking over you. Sorry, mate.
Sorry, how about now? Is it better?
Yeah, no, a little bit better now. I talked all
Okay.
over the top of you.
So with dark energy and dark matter, they can be quantified. We can see the effects they have on things. With ether, that isn't necessarily the case, and a lot of phenomena can be explained without having to refer to the ether. While there are certain phenomena that we can explain without making reference to dark matter and dark energy.
Well, I could put to you, Nate, that the observations that we see, right, that we have put this theory of dark matter and dark energy to, those observations are due to the ether.
But then you would be saying that the ether and dark energy or dark matter are the same thing. The thing is, though, the ether believers don't agree with that. They don't say that dark energy and dark matter and ether are the same thing. They don't feel it's interchangeable. Dark matter and dark energy don't speak to electromagnetic effects at all. You know, that's why we
Yeah.
say they are dark, because they don't interact with light. But according to ether believers, ether interacts with light. So they aren't the same thing, Bansel.
Yeah, but that's okay what the ether believers think, and the ether believers can say it's different to dark energy and dark matter. To me, that doesn't make it. That's neither here nor there. As you know, Nate, right? To me, they're all the same thing. Okay, so when you talk about dark energy or dark matter, I can just replace those dark words for ether, and vice versa. When people talk about ether, I can replace it with dark energy or dark matter. I don't care what people say it is. Okay, I don't care what mathematical equations are, because at the end of the day, these are just observations, and we can't quantify any of these things. I can't get a test tube and wave it above my head, put a cork in it, and give it to you, Nate. right? And then you can extrapolate from that test tube and separate from that test tube ether, dark matter, or dark energy. You can't get your little set of tweezers and pull out a little piece of it and go, there it is, bang. Right? They're only theories of observations that we have. Okay, and the observations that we have, okay, we have now put mathematical equations too, so we can work out the movements of things and the shapes of things and pulsating and twisting and warping and contorting. Okay, so then when we look at a certain region, these mathematical equations can sometimes in the future give us predictability where to point our telescopes, and then perhaps find something of a similar nature. So it doesn't bother me what proponents say these things are to me itself. I can just think of all these sort of things as interchangeable myself. So
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
so as an
I don't have to.
individual,
Yeah. Sorry, man.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go.
as an individual, you are free to think whatever you want. If you want to say dark matter and dark energy, according to you, are the same thing, and it's just theories, and we can't really shake a stick at it, that's fine, Benzo. But the argument at play here between Jesse and Whitson is that the common narrative we have around, um, electromagnetism doesn't stand up to any tests or to any tasks, and that ether is a more viable position to hold. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
And I think Jesse wanted your opinion on that. Do you agree with Whitson when he says the ether is more viable than electromagnetism and electrons and particles and this, that, and the third?
No, I wouldn't say I'm agreeing. I'm not going to say I agree nor disagree with him. To be fair, no, I know the limitations of my understandings of all these sorts of things. So I'm not going to, but I'll listen to things and yes, I do think that as a placeholder for things to be built upon. I'm happy with there being a placeholder. Now, what we want to call that placeholder, to me, is really kind of irrelevant. But I think there needs to be a placeholder because we don't know exactly what it is, and we can't exactly quantify it, separate it.
There we agree. There needs to be a placeholder, and we call these placeholders, the things we name things.
Yeah.
Dark energy, dark matter, virtual photon, quantum particles. These are placeholders because the theories we have are not 100% complete.
Yeah,
and we
exactly.
know we admit, we scream that at the top of our lungs. We don't have a complete theory. The science we use doesn't prove anything, 100%. We're still trying to figure out what's going on because we all live in a world, in a reality we didn't create, Benzo. And the people on the globe site admit that every day. But it's the flat earthers and the ether believers that talk about proof, about absolute knowledge.
Oh, no, I would disagree there. No, I would disagree there because I've had a pretty decent back and forward with Doofus, and saying, well, saying exactly the same thing. To me, ether, dark matter, dark energy, or dark matter, it's the same to me. Like it's a placeholder. And Doofus is obviously a dark energy, dark matter kind of guy. He says, no, they're not interchangeable. It's dark matter and dark energy. It's no ether. There's no such thing as ether. So the globe proponents or the globe pushers of the dark matter and energy equally have strong opinions about their side.
But that's not what I said, man. So I agree with
No.
you that we don't believe that dark energy, dark matter, and ether are interchangeable. I agree with Doofus there. But that isn't Doofus saying that we can prove dark energy and dark matter to be 100% the truth. My argument is that on the globe, we admit these things are placeholders. We don't fully know what's going on. We don't have complete theories. We don't try.
Well, okay. Well, I haven't heard anyone say. Did you cut out, or did you finish talking?
Can you hear me, Ben?
Oh yeah. Sorry, man. You keep on cutting out, and I keep on over talking you.
Let me try reconnect. Hang on.
Yeah.
He's trying to stream his ASMR YouTube channel as well.
It's been good, gents, but it's bedtime for me, so y'all take care.
All right, Jess. Catch you later, buddy.
I was gonna say.
Where are you, Kosho? Sounds like you're out of the closet.
Well, I'm convinced Kosho got taken over by an AI, and this phantom energy is the AI that has hijacked his whole download. Kosho is now uploaded to another layer, and this is like, and he's actually inside the AI. So when we hear him talk, there's all this background noise. It's computing.
Would you say, Gio, that because I'm just going to pick up on something that Nate just said before he comes back, that the flat Earth say that the ether is 100% provable and absolute. Do you hear that argument?
What did you say to me?
I think his point was that flat earthers talk about proof a lot, and globers say you can't prove things in science. I think that was his point.
Wait, Nathan?
Okay.
I feel bad. Nathan's like a little brother to me, you know, and every time he says some funky shit, I feel like I gotta come in and set him straight.
I don't know. I kept on over talking him because he's got a shit mic. Just like you, Kosho. You got a shit mic at the moment.
The weird thing about Nate's mic, though, is that before it seemed like he put it at the right distance from his mouth, and then it sounded really good. Remember at the beginning there? It was really good. It seems like one of those mics that if you get too close to it or too far away, it's no good. You got to like hold it right at that distance. If you're listening, Nate, try that.
I thought he was just whispering because of the new bubs. Didn't want to wake the new bubs.
No, you know, me and Nate share a mic.
Who is Nate, by the way? Like you all seem to know him. I got no idea who it is.
Huh?
Who is Nate? Like, who is he?
You're lucky, dude.
Hey?
Yeah, you're lucky. No.
Well, you may know him by some other names because he's had other Discord names.
Yeah.
Well, what was the other known as Man of Concessions.
No idea. No idea.
I usually call him Captain Save-A-Ho.
Okay.
So that's actually a good point because the globe side says proof does not exist, but you can use it as if it does.
Colloquially.
You can think of this as being proven.
Sorry, Bandy, can you hear me now?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry for jumping all over the top of you, man.
No problem. But did you get the point I was making? That we admit we don't have complete theories. We have placeholders. There are things we don't fully understand. But it's people on the flat earth and the ether side that say they have the absolute truth. They know 100%. They can prove things. We don't use that sort of language.
Well, look, I'll definitely say that we can prove things 100%. I can prove an apple is an apple any day of the week, right?
Yeah, that's the law of identity, right?
No, I can prove an apple's an apple. Easy, easy, easy.
A equals A, the law of identity.
You may not be able to prove an apple's an apple, Ruhif, and I feel sorry for you that you can't, but I
No,
can.
no. I agree with you. You can prove an apple is an apple. That's the first law of logic.
Yep, 100% you can.
Yes,
but
agreed.
But generally, the globe side will say it's 99.999999% recurring.
You just got it. You only have to take that leap. It's only like a point
it's so close.
They're just trying to get that leap as small as they can for people. It's like, come on, guys, we'll make it easy for you.
Actually, 99.9% repeating is equivalent to 100.
Is 100. Yeah. I was going to say that as well.
But yeah, no, Nate, I've never heard anyone say that ether is 100% it. To be honest with you, but you know, I stand to be corrected. There.
Isn't that your family motto?
Yeah.
Kosho's AI says it's 100% the truth.
Kosho's AI is a flat earther. Did you know that, Joe? We broke it, Dave and I.
It's already rejected the globe.
Yeah, rejected it big time. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, Nate, like the term ether, if we're going to use that term at the moment, it depends on how perhaps you understand or define that. But in the basic, I'll just use these words. In the basic, well, okay, I'll share my understanding of how matter's coming together, but I'll be brief about it, and then that'll kind of link in to how ether plays into that in my viewpoint. I'll just be brief. But so if you start with light, sound, electromagnetic, and electrostatic. There's actually something before that in terms of creation, but let's just start with that. So light, sound, electromagnetic, electrostatic. Those four components then transition through ether. So those initial light, sound, electromagnetic, electrostatic then become, let's say, structured, manifest, etc., through ether, which is, in this context, you could almost refer to it as like an element in this sense. So those four sort of vectors move, are expressed in and through the ether. And then from ether comes, after ether comes earth, air, fire, and water. So earth, of course, is earth, air, fire, and water. And those four elements then make up the actual manifest material world. So in that type of layout, the ether is actually like a foundational element, let's call it, in that entire arrangement. And if ether is, the medium, the background, the electromagnetic, electrostatic, all of these components, and how light and sound, how all of this stuff is vibrating and working within it, and it's the actual medium of where we live, then the fact that people are, whatever you have or haven't heard about it, but I mean, it's so ancient as well. But the fact that people have made maybe some of the claims you're talking about, I'm saying from the perspective that it actually is there, it would make sense why there's been all of the sort of analysis and relationships with how this medium is actually interacting and expressing itself.
Yeah, I hear you, Jill. That's a very interesting idea. It's just hard for me to really comment on it because I mean, what do I say to it? I like the idea, but liking it isn't enough for me to really co-sign it, right? Put my stamp of approval behind it. You know, I know that you don't really have any evidence to support or falsify this idea. It's just an idea you hold as to what the ether might be or what it might do.
Well, I don't agree with
Right.
that. I wouldn't say that there's
Uh-huh.
I mean, so I mean, yeah, everyone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Do you have evidence?
absolutely.
Could you share it with us?
Well, I would
Yes.
say that just real quick, man. So I'll pass the mic, but just real quick. In a simple sense, everything we do in this environment is measuring, testing, and evaluating the ether. Meaning, if you throw a football and the way that it arcs through the sky, the wind, the weather, all the electromagnetic, electrostatic, light, the way light functions, and sound, and vibration, and frequency, all of these components are all expressions of the environment itself. And if you want to use the term ether for that. And so everything we're doing is manipulating, adjusting, evaluating, testing, measuring when it comes to mechanics and computers and silicon chips. And it's all alteration and measurement and hyper measurement and analysis of the medium of which this realm is fabricated within.
So everything is ether. So you could just show me a ball moving through the air. That's ether. Like, how do I falsify that, Gio? How do I?
I can only speak for myself. The way I would use that term and my understanding on that sense, because there's a lot of different ways that maybe that term is used in different contexts. But yes, in this context where I'm referring to it, it is actually essentially like the base element. So like I said, you have like electromagnetic, electrostatic, sound, and light, and then those are all transducing and coming through ether, and then you have earth, air, fire, and water. But in that sense, yes, everything in this entire realm is ether, meaning the physical matter, my body, my brain, your body, your brain, the table, the computer, the rocks, the earth, the water. It is all founded in the core foundational background substance, material, element, whatever word we want to use. And then, the earth, air, fire, and water are all coming out of that. So that means anything that's earth, air, fire, and water, and every combination of those is ether in its own form. So water is ether in water. It's like in that form. And air, what we might call air, is ether in air. Our physical bodies is ether expressed as, skin and blood and bones and organs and all that. So in my viewpoint, in terms of that, everything is ether. It's not just the air in between the matter. It actually, matter itself is made of it as well. And it's all an interaction of that light, sound, vibrational. It's all vibrating at different frequencies.
Yeah, I get you, Gio. According to you, everything is ether. The problem is there's no way for me to prove that wrong. There's no way for me to isolate the ether if everything is ether. It's a lovely, beautiful, philosophical position to hold, but I could just say everything is God, right? How does
everything
anyone
is?
prove?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but that is exactly my point. That is an absolute truth claim. And
that
no
is
one
an
on the
interesting.
globe would ever make a claim like that.
Well, here's what's trippy about it is that it's like a fish trying to figure out what water is. And let's say it's never been out of the water, in that scenario. It's like it's trying to but what's wild about it, I mean, this is like the mind of the creator ultimately. It gets into the deep philosophical thing, like who are we? What are we? Are we a manifestation of our own being? And if so, how have we we're like in some liminal connection where we're not fully aware of our full creator self. Anyways, I mean, that's a whole like another layer of it. But the kind of main thing I was going to say, really the main part I was just going to say is that if the creator created, let's say, ether, for example, and then we're in it, then yes, it is a very deep philosophical thing of how to know what it is and have a relation to that. And I think this is where spirituality comes in as well, because I think what this world is spiritual, and there's a whole interplay there too. But I guess my main point is that, like, if the creator, let's just say the creator, if it's outside of us, it created ether, it knows what it is. It can measure it, test it. It absolutely knows to everything. And then we are in it. So we're like in the fishbowl now. We're in this thing. And then we have limited awareness. We seem to have selected that for ourselves. So we don't know everything. So then we're on some process of that unfolding. So yeah, I hear what you're saying. Like, to be able to understand, like, the base element of creation on that level, it's a big question. But I think, electromagnetics, electrostatics, everything is reflecting and showing the medium. So, and the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, nature, there's so many cycles and frequencies. It seems built into the whole thing. It's like the solution is in the system itself. Then I'll just say too, because you were saying just in terms of, like, being able to measure the ether. I think that's the thing about that, is that's where free energy comes in, because I think it can be done. But if you know how to do that, then you then have free energy. So I think the people in power right now have stolen that technology from the rest of humanity. And so, if you want to kind of have that level of detection, like, is that what you would want? Like, when you're saying be able to, like, some kind of device or something that you would be able just to take a sample of it or somehow measure the levels of it?
I think he's got the hiccups. He said. Yeah, I would say that Earth's magnetic field, and also to the electrostatic field in the atmos, is evidence of the ether. And Nate's response is like, well, how do you go ahead and disprove that? I don't know how you disprove it, Geo. It's like when we're talking about dark matter or dark energy through observations.
Well, I guess one way to real quick. One way to disprove it would be perhaps to show something that doesn't follow its known features, like something that was like an anomaly, perhaps. And in that case, that would at least falsify that ether exists everywhere at that point, if you could do that. But that kind of starts to get into some, like, other dimensional kind of stuff.
Yeah. Because if you're looking for falsification, how do you falsify, the dark matter and the dark energy? How do you go about falsifying those things? It's kind of the same sort of paradox, isn't it? Really.
Well, I do hear you there. There is some overlaps. I think what they've done is, we were talking earlier about, like, this idea that they abolished the ether, that concept. What about the idea that they really more like they replaced it? Meaning,
yeah, exactly.
They kind of took some of the similar mathematics and fields and the physics and a lot of these things that are real, and kind of replaced it with this kind of other model that is conceptual, but it does have some overlaps to some real things. So there is enough overlap that that they can have certain, like with gravity, for example, like there is let's say a gravitic effect, if we want to call it that. And I do think it's connected to ether, but they've taken that and said, hey, things fall at 9.8 meters per second, whatever. Yep. And then they've just added this whole model and this whole other thing to try to bolster that. And then, of course, they're adding certain pseudophysics and I think corruption, within that. So it just ends up being a mess. But it's really like they kind of replaced it with this other model that is theoretical, and the way they claim it's proven, I think, is shady and not really repeatable. Anyways, yeah, so it gets into that, all those wormholes.
Yeah, well, yeah, you've heard me say before, Joe, like I just said just before, whether it's ether, dark matter, dark energy. I think we're talking, to me, they're interchangeable. It's the same thing we're talking about. They've just put a different name to it.
Yeah, you're saying there's overlaps in some of the phenomenon and just
Yeah.
Different terminology.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Because they say this dark matter and dark energy is everywhere, right? Everywhere throughout, the universe. It's the same. It's the same with ether. I look at it like a building block, like the very first building block, Joe. There was nothing. Then there was, the ether or dark energy or whatever you want to call it, right? That was the very first thing put in place, and everything is being built upon that. It's like the foundation of everything.
Yeah, exactly. I see it that way as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's certain ideas that the creator is like, let's say, infinite light. Like people that have like certain, visionary experiences, mystical, spiritual experiences, all kinds of different ways that people have had experiences of, the light, as it were. And they often describe like the creator, like the source in that way. And they describe it often as like a million suns, like as bright as a million suns.
Yep.
And all of that. Now, that's a whole nother topic of what they're actually experiencing. And I know certain materialists would say, oh, it's just, explosions in their brain of neurons. Whereas, someone who I would say understands the phenomenon knows, or who has had the experience. But anyways, I was trying to say that the idea of the creator is like literally in, light, like made of light, like infinite light. Let's say that's what it is. And it's just, I think it's in a deeper question. Okay, where is it? What is it? Is it mind? Is it consciousness? Okay, it's light. What is light? I mean, that gets into much deeper. But the old kind of idea of light and love, as being the kind of foundations. So it's just this thing that's just this infinite bliss, light and love, and then you get into the omnipotence and omnipresence and all of those components. But if you were that or in that state, and you wanted to, compress that down into something of, a lesser vibration than that peak, then you would have to start, putting on some filters and putting on some bits and bobs, as you would say.
Yeah.
To start to do that. So you might like separate sound from light, and then you might create this magnetic and the electrostatic, is my viewpoint on it, my understanding of it. And then the ether would be that core kind of medium, or like the manifest physical corporeal interface between that non-physical, because that creator state, it would, of course, it's non-physical, it's just light. I mean, unless you say light is physical, but if it's literally like infinite light in that sense, if it's going to have to hone that down to make, rocks and water and all the stuff we experience here, then yes, it would make sense, like you were saying, that it would have to also first create that canvas or that foundational structure in which for everything else to be manifest in, so that we can even have something that we would call a plane of existence, or the actual world that we find ourselves in.
Yeah, because these things, light, energy, frequency, sound, these sorts of stuff, magnetism, electrostatics. Logically, to me, they need something to interact with to be there in the first place. They can't interact with nothing. So there has to be that that bond, that building block for them to be able to interact with. So that's why I consider it like the very first building block, because these things existing in nothing doesn't make logical sense. It needs something to exist in. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist. That's how I view it, and I don't know if Rui is still here. You still here, Rui?
I am, yes.
Yeah. So you're not you're not an ether person. What do you have against the ether?
No one can
I think he's
define what
kind
it
of
is,
I think he's kind of a
how to
fan.
demonstrate it.
I think Ruif is kind of a fan of it. He's into it.
You're a fan, are you, Rui?
He's open.
No, I'm not.
He's single and ready to mingle with the
ether. he's not a fan. All right. Go on, Rui.
Yeah. All I think of is the same concept as like, just empty space, the field that light propagates through. That's the ether. Like, how is that distinguished from what the current understanding is anyway? I don't know what it is.
No, but you're not an ether fan, are you? You're more of a dark energy, dark matter kind of guy, aren't you?
I don't know what that is either.
No, neither do they, actually.
Well, that's what I meant.
Exactly.
Like Ruif hasn't made up his mind on this yet, so he's single and ready to mingle in that way. Like, he hasn't he hasn't married a medium solution yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Well,
there's a guy on
what do
YouTube
you think about the
called
fact
TMM.
what do you think the fact that ether has the word earth in it? EARTH, the actual letters.
Meaningless. Utterly meaningless.
Oh.
Oh. Go ahead.
It's like, does it add up to like 33 in gematria or something?
Well, it's just this word ether has earth in it. Now it does have an extra E, but it's like earth rearranged. It's just
Give me a sec, I've got to yell out to pause. 1 sec.
I've never heard Rui sitting on the fence before.
It's the new Ruhif.
It is.
He's just
he's cracking slowly.
My opinion of ether is approximately the same. Actually, no, it's less than dark matter, dark energy. Because at least dark matter, dark energy has a reason to exist.
A reason? What's the reason?
Yeah. The mass of the universe. It's missing mass.
The missing mass.
Yeah.
Okay. But you can't measure it, you can't quantify it, you can't capture it, you can't do anything with it. But it's the missing mass.
Yeah, that's hypothesized to be there. Like the Higgs boson was hypothesized to be there, and then they finally found it, right?
Yeah.
Ether, I don't know what ether is meant to be, distinct from what we already understand. Like,
well,
how is
if
it contrasted with the current understanding?
Well,
I don't even know what it is.
A lot of ways.
Oh, sorry, Joe.
Oh no, I was just the one thing I was gonna. What was I gonna say? Oh, if this world, whether you think it's created or not, that's another story. But even if Big Bang, that's a big explosion. That's a creation of sorts. So whatever you may or may not believe about how this all got here and what it all is, does there not have to be a foundational substrate by which this material world is founded upon?
My current understanding that light travels through a vacuum.
And if so, then what is it, and what's the actual true nature of it?
Right. So light does travel through a vacuum. I don't know what empty space is made of for light to travel through it, but it feels like people just borrow that idea and just call it ether. If that's the case, then fine. It doesn't make any difference.
No, they took that.
What is it?
No, they took that from ether originally. Whatever. I mean, not that exactly. That's kind of but parts of that. You're saying they're calling
light travels through space, right?
Well, space. If you're talking about a vacuum thing, yeah, that's not ether.
Yes.
I mean, that's their vacuum thing that they kind of try to replace it with.
Okay, but are they equivalent? And if they're different, how are they distinct?
Well, firstly, when you're talking about a vacuum, Rui, right, the perfect vacuum has never been pulled, right? We don't have the
Right.
ability to do that at all. So we know that the light that is actually traveling through a vacuum, there is still something in that vacuum, okay? Because never has the perfect vacuum been pulled at all. Now, if you're talking about this dark matter being mass, right? Because there has to be mass there. Now, thinking of things on a logical front, right? Mass is something, all right? You know, my packet of smokes has mass. My iced
Oh,
coffee has
come on,
mass. Right?
Bandy.
My
You still
computer
smoking?
has mass. 100%. It is
Oh,
the
come
best thing
on.
since sliced bread. Now, anyway, enough of that. So things that have mass are something, right? So if it has mass, you should be able to get a little test tube, wave it above your head, put a cork on it, and distinguish it, being able to separate it and quantify it. Now we can't do these things with either, the ether, the dark energy, or dark matter. Can't be done, right? They are theories, okay? So to say it is the missing mass, right, it doesn't make any sense to me at all, right? Because we are
It
making
balances equations.
well, we are looking at things, Rui, right? We are
Yeah.
looking at things, right, through telescopes or whatever they're looking through, and we are observing movements that our equations didn't account for.
Right.
Okay, so they sat down and they scratched their head. They go, it's not quite working out. There has to be something else there causing this. So now we've made
Yeah,
a new.
or
No,
the fundamentals are broken.
well, the fundamentals of the mathematical equations were broken because when they tried to use that equation to predict something somewhere else, it didn't work out. So they made a new mathematical equation, right? Called it dark energy or dark matter, whatever names you want to put to them, and gone, okay, then let's point the telescope at a different place, right? Because that's what our equations are now telling us, and boom, we see something else. But it is just an equation. That's it. No more and
Yeah.
no less. Okay. It has just given us the ability to point our telescopes in a different spot. That's all.
We agree that dark matter, dark energy are place fillers, right? Surely.
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
Definitely.
Placeholders, yeah. Right.
Yep.
There's a guy on YouTube, TMM, the Messianic Manic used to be called, and this is going back to like atheisms and creation, blah blah. He calls himself an igtheist, so igtheist, and
Right.
what that means is that he doesn't know what it means for a god to exist. Right? That's the way that I think about ether. I don't even know what it means. So when someone says ether, I go, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Well, see, to me, it's a placeholder, Rui. It's a
Okay,
placeholder. Exactly that.
cool.
Like it's the building block. It's the very first thing that was put in place, so everything else can then be built upon it.
Okay, I would just call that empty space.
Empty space, so nothing, absolutely nothing.
If there's no sort of, you know what baryonic matter is, right? Like actual particle matter. If there's no matter in a volume, it's empty space, right? What is the field that light travels through, or magnetism travels through? I kind of equate it with the field, which is again is a pretty nebulous kind of concept as well. Just it's another word for space, like three-dimensional space, or however many dimensions, whatever.
Okay, yeah, but I would say, like I said, the ether is the building block that light and electrostatics, magnetism, kind of all work
Yeah.
within. Okay, The same as your dark energy or dark matter or whatever. Exactly the same thing. It's all it is a placeholder because we can't quantify it yet. We don't have the ability to actually separate it and quantify it, but we can put mathematical equations to these things that are useful, right, for predictions.
Right, but then, like I said, my understanding is that it equates to just the field, whatever the field is that we have a current understanding of in physics that light travels through, and it's a vector field. I don't understand I do understand the need for flat earthers to separate themselves from the consensus understanding and call it something else. That's what I think is happening. They want to call it the ether and see themselves as different and separate.
To me, I don't see the need for the globers to separate themselves from the ether either, right? To me, I think ether was the first one out of the blocks. Okay, they got the best start, right? And that was the thing that was first hypothesized about. Okay, and then for whatever reason later on down the track, right, the peloton caught up to them, to it. It kind of swamped it.
It's called World War One.
Yeah, and kind of swamped it and overtook it. But the ether was the first kid out of the block, and it's just been overrun now by these other things.
Yeah, it just seems like we're all talking about the same thing, but like you guys want to call it ether, and it's like it's just a point of separation.
Oh, and you guys want to call it the other things too.
Yeah, I honestly don't care what we call it. Like I couldn't describe what a field is. I don't know what a field is. Like I just call it empty space. This is what stuff travels through.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to call it ether, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
It's weird that it's somehow distinct from our current understanding, almost like as if they just want it to be distinct rather than being any, having some different properties. I don't get it anyway. There's my rant.
Fair enough.
Well, dude, you have to understand though. I mean, like, this is like in Newton's time, for example. Whatever ideas you think are connected to him in whatever way, he was actually involved with ether originally.
Yeah.
And he was trying to kind of well, it's hard to, I mean, that's the larger story. I mean, the story we're told of who he is and his writings is, going from the understanding of, for example, what was referred to as gravity and all of that understanding, and it has been kind of co-opted, I think, to where they took a lot of the laws, quote unquote, Newton's laws. That comes originally from ether, the understanding of ether and everything that was going on, and he kind of took that. And these guys all, these guys, the kind of well-known ones are these names, Galileo and so on. But they're all part and parcel to sort of taking the original, like astronomy and astrology were one. They were never separate. The understanding of the correlation of the celestial bodies to human life was as valid and was completely one and with the same of actually knowing where their positions are, and et cetera. So yeah, they've kind of taken that and extrapolated it and created this alternative model, made the Earth a sphere, and all the, changed the gravity. But so they're using parts that are real from the original ether that they took it from. They're combining that with some bullshit and convincing people because the real part is there. And they're convinced, especially smart people are convinced that the real part is actually there, and they just can't see the part they're being deceived on.
I've got a dare for you, Rui. You up for a dare?
Dare? Ooh.
A dare.
Maybe.
Are you one to back down from a dare? Are you?
Depends what it is.
Well, are you still welcome on Nathan's show?
No, I'm banned from the Discord.
Are you really? No.
QE
No
kicked me
way.
out. Yeah.
Get yourself unbanned. Get yourself unbanned.
How? How?
Say,
I know it's Betty's
hey,
server, but QE runs it, right?
oh no, someone will unban you. Get in contact with someone
No,
that's there and they'll unban you.
no. It's either
No,
Betty or QE, and they both said no.
they both said no. God, you must have
Or
really
Betty
upset
said
the
no.
You must
Oh,
have
you know what
upset the
happened?
apple cart.
So,
Damn.
QE made a numpty clip about me saying that science doesn't prove things, right? Which is what we were talking about like an hour ago.
Yeah.
And he pulled these citations from the internet saying, "Oh, here's three or four citations that say science proves things true, like proves a hypothesis true." And the day that he kicked me out, I revisited those citations, and they've all been corrected to say that science doesn't prove things. So I made a video, pointing it out to him, saying, here's your citations. Here is where they've been corrected. Blah blah blah. And I pointed it out to him, and he cracked the shits and said, "Write down exactly. I'm not watching your shitty video. Tell me exactly how they've been corrected. Blah blah blah, and do it now." And I went, "Okay, I'll do it now. Here's all the links. Here's where they've been corrected. There you go." And I wrote at the bottom something like, like, I know you're going to kick me out anyway because you basically can't deal with being proved wrong. And that's exactly what happened. I've got a screenshot. I'll chuck it in the chat. Hold on.
Oh, sorry. That's okay.
Anyway, that's my story with QE.
Oh, there you go. Oh, well then, you won't be able to do it then. Damn.
What was the dare?
Oh, sorry.
For what I'm going to say.
Well, just go ahead.
I was playing poker, live streaming poker, talking to the hammer, just like not even talking about flat Earth, just chatting. And QE just comes in and fucking launches saying, who let this guy stream on this Discord? Though it's fucking launched and muted me instantly. So I couldn't say anything back and just fucking abusing me for like 5 minutes. And obviously I can't talk back, which is just pathetic. And then he kicked me out of the server like later that day when he demanded that I tell him, what I did in my video. It's just pathetic. So anyway, unmute the live stream now. Oh, sorry. Before you do that, no one really QE doesn't really go on Nathan's show. It's more that Glover's realised that Nathan's not interested in a back and forth discussion. He will just overtalk you, interrupt, shout at you. Like it's utterly pointless having a conversation with someone that is trying not to have a conversation with you. The end. Unmute. There you go.
There you go.
So, yeah.
Yeah. How's the weather?
I mean, my understanding of that whole situation, though, is that it's been like that for years. So it just similar. Maybe it's a little more. I don't know, but I'm just saying it's kind of Well, maybe more so in the last year or two than it was several years ago. Because yeah, there was a time years ago it was kind of
It was fun years ago. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I watched probably most shows from like February to April, I would say. Because I was trying to arrange a debate with 10th Man on celestial navigation, and I think it was Akumu went on, and Extremistus was kind of in the background there occasionally. But whenever, like when Protothad went on, and Nathan just, you could hear the terror in his voice of he has to interrupt. The anxiety in his voice when he interrupted was so obvious because he knew that Protothad knew his shit. And, you know, if you watch that back, it's pretty embarrassing for Nathan. Yeah, no Globers have been on, as far as I know, for the last few months. And I think the show is just stagnant. I'm going to jump in the car for 1 sec. Where are we?
Well, no dare for Ruby then. Thinks he's banned.
No, what was the dare?
I was going to get you to go on there and fight for the ether, just to razz things up a bit.
That would be fantastic.
It would, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would.
Where are my keys? Where? Oh, okay, here we go.
Well, I was just reading here. I mean, Isaac Newton, in his, I mean, he basically used the term ether as well. I mean, it says right here, a few years later, ether was used in one of Sir Isaac Newton's first published theories of gravitation, the Principia. He based the whole description of planetary motions on a theoretical law of dynamic interactions. He renounced standing attempts at accounting for this particular form of interaction between distant bodies by producing a mechanism of propagation through an intervening medium. He calls this intervening medium ether. In his ether model, Newton describes ether as a medium that flows continually downward toward the Earth's surface and is partially absorbed and partially diffused. This circulation of ether is what he associated with the force of gravity, to help explain the action of gravity in a non-mechanical fashion. This theory described different ether densities, creating an ether density gradient. His theory also explains that ether was dense within objects and rare without them, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, I mean, Isaac Newton.
Is that mine from Crust? Yeah, thanks.
You're hot, Mike.
Thank you. Cheers.
So, I mean, Newton's original writings were, you know, he's like.
Oh, sorry. No, can you put that at the front door? Sorry, it's not mine. Front door. Yeah, front door. Sorry. Sorry, I had a delivery that I thought was mine. That's for the wifey.
Did you know, Geo, that Einstein also had a theory on ether?
Yep.
You know, it's been around forever, really.
Forever.
Yeah, well, it's like Newton would have been using ether because ether was already the foundational understanding. So he just used that term, you know, and started coming up with theories about other components. What do you think about him, though, Banzo? Do you think that, like, the writings were given of his actually were even him at all? Like, was he just a total ether guy? I mean, because this is talking about how, like, his original theories of gravity were all ether models.
Yeah. Look, you've got to kind of take things at face value, don't you? But you know, he it is interesting that he was a big proponent of it and did run with it. But it seems when new theories sort of came into vogue, other ones are sort of put in the trash bin, aren't they? But he wasn't. He you know, when was Newton 16 something, 17 something? When was Newton?
1600s, yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Mid to late.
It is. Now it seems close enough in history that there is, it can be kind of confirmed. But then we know history is also too written by the winners as
Written
well.
by the winners, I like it.
Yeah, written by the
Dude.
winners.
It's true. Yeah.
So that's when you look at some of these historical writings and whatnot. How much do you take at face value, and how much do you disregard?
It's a question of what it would change if it was different, you know what I mean? Like, who cares if there was some guy, what his name was, his name was Newton or not? Who cares? We have the ideas.
Look, well, yeah, you've got the ideas, and I suppose obviously the big one with Newton is gravity, isn't it? And the equations that have come from it, which are just equations really at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Made from observations. Now you and I, Rui, we jump on your luxury yacht, Rui, right? And
There's one thing I'll never buy.
and we start sailing, and a storm is hit, and we get stranded on a you and I can pick up some coconuts, drop them from a tree, and kind of work out these equations as well. That would be very, very useful when we're trying to protect our island. We can now make a slingshot and launch coconuts and have predictability with how far those coconuts will go. So they don't seem very difficult to be able to work out these equations. Okay. They seem fairly straightforward, and yes, probably I'm looking at things very simplistically, but they seem fairly straightforward that a fellow like yourself and I could work these things out.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean this is what humanity's been doing for since the dawn of time. Yeah, like Yeah. I was just gonna read this 2 sentences because I was just reading it, and I just wanted to read it out loud because it's just the motion of light was a long-standing investigation in physics for hundreds of years before the 20th century. The use of ether to describe this motion was popular in the 17th and 18th centuries, including a theory proposed by Johann Bernoulli, who was recognized in 1736 with the prize of the French Academy. In his theory, all space is permeated by ether containing excessively small whirlpools. These whirlpools allow for ether to have certain elasticity, transmitting vibrations from the corpuscular packets of light as they travel through. That is on point. Yeah, that's exactly what I think it is as well. They're vortexes. They're calling them small whirlpools, but yes, the ether is ultimately a multiple scales of like fractal vortexes.
It's funny you should mention that that vortex motion, I remember talking to Chronic one day, and he was describing things that they observed, okay, as vortexes, okay, and he put it down to, I can't remember what it was, dark matter or dark energy, one or the two. But what they are viewing are a vortex, and they've got no explanation for it. So I said to him, so you're kind of looking at light that has a kind of vortex kind of shape to it, and he said yes. And I went, oh, okay, that's interesting. And I said to him, it's just I can't remember the phrase that I used with him, but I said, no, it's not dark energy or dark matter, it's ether, buddy. And he goes, no, it's not. Doesn't make any sense. And I said, well, you've made these observations, through your telescope. Can you prove this this theory here on Earth? And he goes, no. And I
Hey,
said to him,
can I turn my camera on for 1 second?
your camera
You got
on.
to see this. Yeah, hold on.
Yep.
Well,
Try
just
this.
know
That's
that
ready?
the camera goes to YouTube, just so you know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because it pops up. I mean, I can turn it off, but just yeah.
No, that's fine. You ready?
Yeah, I can see
Ready?
it.
Go. Look at that.
Hold on, I'd have to make it larger. What are you doing?
All right.
Yeah.
Did you do a fast turn, or what'd you do?
No, look.
Oh, look at the tree.
Yeah. How good is it?
Cool.
Nice, dude. That's awesome.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Fantastic.
Is that yours?
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the
Fucking house.
mansion. Look at
Yeah.
the mansion. Look at
There's the
that.
house.
Oh,
Nice.
There you go.
Lifestyles of the rich and famous. Look out.
There you go.
Opens up the garage. There's a Ferrari, the Lamborghini, the Spider.
Yeah. No, turn the camera on now.
Wait, let's see the tree from that perspective, though. You can
All right, hold on.
get around it.
That looked cool.
Hang on.
Aim it off. Yeah, we got to see it from. Oh,
There you
nice,
Oh,
dude.
nice.
Boom. Pretty good?
Boom, boom, boom. Did you do that, Rui, or did you pay someone?
No. Of course we fucking paid someone. Fuck.
Man, lifestyles of the rich and famous. Damn.
Yeah.
Happy days. No, nice
Yeah.
job. Nice job.
Pretty cool when you come around the corner.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I imagined your house was like. Because I remember one time you shared your camera when you were behind back at your pool and stuff. So I kind of saw the back area.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's a nice place.
Nice little home you have there, Rui.
Yes.
Yeah. Good stuff.
I wouldn't even begin to be able to think of the value because I don't know what your values are like over there. Like I could think what that
it's
would
insane.
be.
Oh,
I would think I could think what that would be here, but
What do you think it'd be there?
I guess what was popping in my mind was maybe between 800 to 1.1.
Oh, nah, more than that.
Serious?
More than that. Yeah. Way more.
Way. It'll be over
Way
10.
more.
Between 10 and 12.
Yeah.
Million?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy.
No.
Yes.
Wait,
Yes.
American dollars?
No, yeah, Australian dollars. So probably eight or 9 mil US.
8,
Thereabouts.
9. Yep.
Yeah.
Easy.
Property here is insane.
It's gone out of control.
Well, how many square feet is it?
I don't know what square feet. It's
Square
1,440 square meters.
Yep.
What is that in square feet? And then how much is the land? Because it didn't look like a ton of land.
No, that is the land. That is the land. The land is 1,440 square meters.
You got about a third of an acre thereabouts.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll be back in 1 second.
Yeah. In Sydney, yeah. Yeah, house prices are out of control. Absolutely.
Well, what would that house be? Let's just say that house was in a somewhat average area. Would it be what I was saying, like 800 to 1.1?
No. In an average area, you're still looking probably in the millions.
Okay, it didn't look like a multi-million-dollar house to me, but
are
you just going off what you just saw right there?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Well, the place we sold, we had about 5 acres, so that was just shy of 2. Property prices are absolutely insane at the moment.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
A place you could buy maybe 5 years ago, Geo, like just in a normal suburb in Melbourne. Sydney has always been more expensive than Melbourne, but now Melbourne and Sydney are pretty much on par with their housing prices, pretty much on par. But in your outer suburbs, a house that would have probably cost you anywhere between say 300,000 and 500,000 these days are up to anywhere between 800 and a million plus even.
Well, I was asking Ruhif like the square footage of the actual house because I mean, in terms of like the I mean, how much of that like what I was going to ask you, Ruhif, if your house was in, let's say, a average area that was not a higher price just because of that or whatever, is the actual house itself, the actual build, as it were, that is 8 million or more like 1 million or 2 million, like the actual house itself?
Oh, the house. The house plus the landscaping is probably 4.5 to 5, or maybe even 6. The land, well, the land, I don't know. Yeah, the land is probably where it comes from, the location. So the land in some other location might only be 1 or 2 mil.
How far from Sydney are you, Rui?
It's Mossman, so it's one of the most expensive places to have a house.
Yeah. What's that?
Yeah,
We've
because
got
I
a
mean,
big,
in California, it could be like that, where like let's say a house that would cost $1 million in, let's say, I don't know, somewhere out east or in somewhere in the middle of the United States or something, like in an area that's like has lower prices. $1 million house there, that might be anywhere possibly 5 to 8 to 10 in California in a certain area, in certain areas in California. Like it can be at least 10 times more kind of thing. So I don't know how much of that's a factor where you're at, like because
it is like
here
it's
like
a big block, a big flat block where it's pretty rare in this area to have it. I can't tell the story because it's live. The block was discounted for a good reason. I'll say, leave it at that.
Okay, so it was a single block you bought, not a double block.
Single.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess you might not be able to separate the value of the house from the land because obviously a home is where it's at. So it's sort of like the location is just built into what it is. So that's definitely understandable. But yeah, like if you were, let's just say you owned your own land and you were just going to pay to have that your house built. Yeah. It just still doesn't seem like that was like a $5 million house in that sense. Like, so how much would that cost if you just had but that's what I'm saying. It'd be hard for you to ever know that. Like it's hard to, although, what would you estimate?
Sorry, what was the question? What was the question? Like how much was the house itself?
Yeah.
Like
if you were going to just pay a builder to just build your house, and you already own the land, land's not even a thing. You just wanted to pay to have just that house built.
Yeah, 4
mil.
Yeah.
Okay, we could just move on. It just didn't look like that from the picture, and then Bansaw's so like sold on it. He's like, "Yeah, this is it." I'm just like, "Wow."
If I said there were 5, if I said there were 5 marble bathrooms, would that help?
Yes.
Well, that's kind of what I'm asking. Like, yeah, that's why I asked for the square footage. Like how many, and then. Yeah, I mean, obviously a home can be built way better than another one, or could have higher quality wood floors and fucking kitchens and all kinds of shit like that. And that can make a house. That's why the square footage, I mean, that's just a place to start. But yeah, I mean, a 3,000 square foot house could be worth 500,000, or it could be worth 5 million, depending on how it's built.
Yeah, the footprint of the house is about 720, I think.
720 square meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you got and it's double story in some places. Was it 2-story? Yeah.
Oh, okay, that is a huge house. Wait, you're saying the actual house is 720 square meters?
Yeah.
So that's 7,700. So wait, that's 7,700 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, that is absolutely huge. Now I can understand that it might be a $1 million house.
It puts.
I didn't know it was 7,700 square foot. That's what I was originally asking. That's beyond massive.
Okay.
What do you do with all that square footage? That's enough for like.
We've got 6 bedrooms.
Yeah, that's right.
6 bedrooms. We've got husband's bathroom, wife's bathroom. Yeah.
It puts the Kardashians to shame. That house.
No, it doesn't.
Now, is your home a standout home in your area, Rui?
I think so. I think so.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, there's some big blocks here which still have tennis courts on them.
Okay.
There's one across the road which is massive, which would be, would be probably worth more than this place, I think. I mean, we had the usual objections from the neighbours. This is too big for the area, and I was like, "Fuck off."
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
See, to me, like for that amount of money, I would rather have acres upon acres. So that's always surprising me. People will pay certain amounts to be kind of just close to neighbors at the end of the day.
Oh, there's a whole story, right? We moved from acreage. We moved from like 5 acres to this suburb so that our kids could go to a specific school. One of our kids was basically excluded from that school, but we'd already bought this block of land. So if that didn't happen, we could have just moved somewhere else. Yeah. Like we moved here for this school, and then that school is now no longer an option. So anyway.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I guess it's just
it's a good place to live.
Preference, I suppose. Yeah, like if you value that.
Like the tree itself, we had to pay like $250,000 to get that lit up.
That's a good area. It's like close to the beaches. Just good place.
My son just bought himself his very first home.
Lovely.
All the young folks say, "Oh, it's too hard to buy. It's too hard to buy."
I can imagine it would be now, though, right? It'd be pretty difficult.
Well, I'm not going to say it's easy to buy, really, but you got to make if you want to buy something, you got to make sacrifices, don't you?
Yeah. Okay, boomer.
So, well, you do if you want to own something, right? You got to save your money. Be smart with it.
Yeah, Ruhif, why don't you measure some curvature and then
I've done that.
Damn, you can measure your block, Rui, and probably get 8 inches per mile squared just on your block.
Just measure the curve, man.
Yeah, done. Done and done. Where's my dinner, actually? Fuck.
You haven't ordered it yet.
No, I have. Where is it, though? Heading your way, arriving at 7:21. Oh, he's got some stops on the way. Of course you do.
Is that dinner for the whole fam?
No. It's Friday night here, Bandy. Friday night, kids just eat junk food. Pretty good. Hey, buddy, check that. Your pile of clothes with your clothes. There we go. The one closest to the exit, the laundry door.
Next to the marble bathroom.
Hey, Ruif.
Laundry is not marble. I guess.
Ruif, remember when you said that if you realize the Earth was not a globe and all of that you would be insane?
Yes.
Well, I was thinking about this. I was gonna say to you, and I say this with a hug. I really do. I don't say it with
Okay. I'm prepared now.
Okay. What if you are just insane now and will be coming to sanity? And I'm not calling you insane now. That's why I said it with a hug.
I know what you mean.
It's just, if the Earth isn't a globe, would you define it as that or something in that sort? Meaning the fear that that it would be, you know what I mean? It's the opposite.
Yeah, I know what you mean. The fact that my reasoning helps me to survive and make good decisions means that it's sound. Okay, I'm applying the same reasoning to this problem, and I come up with the solution of globe. So if I'm somehow wrong about that, how am I still alive? Like I might be in a fucking mental hospital, you know, right now.
Well, yeah. I mean, that gets into the definition of sort of mental and sanity, insanity, and all that, because you know that's a deep question in and of itself. But one thing like that could be said is to be in truth or non-truth, you know, in that sense, meaning, are you actually, like, you know, there's one definition like within schizophrenia where it has to do with like the inability to decipher between fiction and nonfiction,
reality,
between reality and non-reality. Yeah. And in some of their cases, like in different examples, they're like hearing voices and they're seeing demons and all this stuff. It's like they haven't integrated the worlds yet. But anyways, but that's a separate thing. But anyways, so part of that kind of schizophrenic type idea could be said for someone who thinks the earth, for example, is something that it's not, meaning that you know what I mean? So whether you would define that as insanity or not, but I mean, it doesn't mean that you're like just a drooling idiot. You know, you're still a human. You have your wits. We all have our thing. It's just in that particular category, perhaps. But I mean, you're presented with all the globe information, so I understand. You know, like I understand how you know, some of the stuff at least that you kind of are just going with in terms of what's given to you on it.
But it's not just given to me.
I know you're a mathematical kind of guy, Rui. So is it purely because for you
That's a compliment, by the way, Mandy.
That's a compliment.
He said it with a hug.
I take it as a compliment.
Yeah, no. Yeah, because I know you are. But is it because all the mathematics add up to you? Is that like your last line
The
defense?
predictions of a globe match reality, and getting the predictions requires mathematics. Yes.
Yeah. So it's purely logic from a mathematical viewpoint. Yeah.
The predictions require maths. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
But what if you're actually measuring something in the visual field and measuring that scenario, the way everything constellates in the environment, and then using those to just plug them into a globe model, which is then essentially like a reification. Like it's taking certain things within reality, like slope and drop and optics and all the different components that happen, and then, well, I guess what I'm really kind of trying to say is like, okay, I guess what it would be this. If the sphere around you is roughly 3959, just for the sake of argument, and you're seeing in that sphere, certain 3959 components are going to be involved in that. So if you're actually just measuring the sphere of your vision, but then plugging those values into a globe model by refraction and the various different things, and then saying that it's proving the model, but it isn't necessarily proving the model. It was just numbers that were pulled from it and plugged into a model that isn't necessarily reality, but uses components. And I can see why maybe you see that those overlap, but I guess I would think that you just haven't done enough to decipher the core planar geometry, perhaps.
I think geometry applies to reality, and I'm just applying that same geometry, you know, to measure the Earth.
All right. If we're talking about angular size of things, so I'm looking at a building in the distance, and the further away that building gets, its angular size decreases. Okay. Now, you know, So now we're talking about things disappearing from, you know, the bottom up. Okay. So when we're viewing a building, for argument's sake, at a distance, why wouldn't the bottom half of that building disappear, like compress more and disappear more, and its angular size would change more in comparison to the top half of the building because of the viewing position you are in, because the bottom half of that building will get compressed more and its angular size will decrease quicker in comparison to the top half of the building.
No. The reason when you know that the chessboard analogy, right, where as you get down lower and you look sort of almost parallel to the surface of the chessboard, right, and the squares become compressed, right? That's because you're looking parallel to that plane, right? When we talk about bottom-up obstruction, we're looking at things that are perpendicular to our line of sight. They don't compress. It's just not a thing.
What do you mean it's just not a thing? It's just not
Not
a
a
thing.
thing.
Well,
the compression that you're talking about is looking parallel to something where we're looking perpendicular. That's the reason we look at vertical things like mountains and boats and buildings, because they're perpendicular.
But
they don't
yeah,
compress.
you're saying that their angular size all changes equally throughout that object. So from the top to the bottom, it all changes
in proportion.
In proportion, exactly right. But that bottom half of that building, because your viewing angle is lesser, it would have to compress quicker than the top half of the
No.
building.
That only applies when you're looking parallel to something. So the last chessboard square will be indistinguishable from the one next to it. But turn that chessboard now to face you, and it doesn't compress.
No.
That's why we look at things that are vertical.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I don't think so, because you're going to have the bottom half of that building is going to get compressed more into the vanishing point.
No,
that's what they call it. I think
it actually gets compressed less. It actually gets compressed less. You're looking dead straight on, right? If you're looking at something that is at your eye line relative to something that's at a higher elevation angle, right? If you look at if you're looking at a building from relatively close, like a few hundred meters away, the windows at the bottom, right, where you are going to have a bigger angular size than the windows at the top, because you're looking at them not front on. You're looking at them at an angle. It's actually the opposite. The windows at the top will compress because you're looking at more of an angle. We can do the maths for this if you like. While I'm eating my dinner. My dinner will be here very shortly.
The maths.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Yeah, Indio 007 made a response years ago to me, trying to tell me this, and I'm like, I understand, dude. It's just not applicable. Hang on. Oh, fuck. Ow. Fuck. Beautiful. There's Indio. Hold on. And a dog and a cat fighting on me.
I just
sorry, Jake, over.
Oh, I don't know. I was just gonna say I think you can. I think
yeah,
it is within your capacities to be able to actually definitively isolate it for yourself and narrow it down.
The shape of the Earth. Oh, here we go. Found that video. 24 seconds. 22 seconds, sorry. Boom. There you go. Another globling debunked geometry fail. 22 seconds.
And was he right?
He misapplied. So what I did in my video, right, is apply just a straight linear ruler to the mountain. And what Indio 007 said, like, you can't do that. And he shows at the end of that video, 1 second, in the last couple of seconds, there we go. The last couple of seconds is what I'm talking about. Let me jump on my desktop. Hold on.
Yeah, I see it here.
Yeah, the last couple of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I saw this video years ago. I've seen it, but yeah.
Right. So because of the small field of view in the actual Sanderson photo, I can apply a linear ruler. But what he's showing at the end is quite a big field of view, where the higher or the more. Hang on, where the fuck are they? Hang on, I'll be back in a sec when I get on my desktop. 1 sec.
How is it possible, Bandsaw? How do you how do you think Ruhif thinks he's been out there and that he's measuring the Earth as a globe?
Well, he's only making observations. Like, he hasn't done a direct measurement yet.
There we go.
Ruhif, I'm asking Bandsaw how it's possible that how he could inform me of how it's possible that you think you've been out there measuring a globe.
Yeah. We've been through this, haven't we?
You think that's happening.
Yeah.
Right. So you have to figure out what's going on there, because I just, with all due respect and with all kindness, it's not the case. So something is going on here. That's.
Well, when you figure it out, let me know.
No, there's nothing for me to figure out.
If you like your mathematics, Rui.
Yes.
All right. If I gave you a video to watch, it goes for about an hour. Right?
Okay.
Sorry. But it's got like a lot of mathematics and all that sort of stuff in it.
Right.
I'll link you to it. At your leisure, you can watch it.
This
right?
is Dell's mate, right?
Have you seen it?
No, I just know Vortex Puppy is Dell and Gavin, isn't it? This is Gav. I think.
You may be right. You may be right. Yeah, but he's a switched-on character. He knows his mathematics too. So maybe at your leisure you can go through it and have a look at it and tell me where he's incorrect.
Okay. That image that I just posted is from Indio 007's video, right? So on the right-hand side, see how those horizontal lines are equally spaced?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can think of those as like the windows of a building.
Yep.
And you can see that the angular size from the observer, that a window at the top is much smaller than the windows at eye level.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Now, okay then. Now, as you get further away from that object.
Yep. This no longer applies. Yeah.
Yeah, the windows at the top are going to get bigger and the windows on the bottom are going to get smaller. So they're going to get compressed and
No, they're going to be all equal. They're going to be all equal. Yes.
Because eventually you'll get that far away where the angular size of them will change and the ones on the bottom will get smaller. 100% they'll get smaller.
No, the further away you get, the more they are equal to each other. And that's why I'm justified in applying a linear ruler to that long distance photograph.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
That's the old Ruhif ruler on a photograph trick.
Yeah.
We've gone through that one in details so many times, like that one on Brandon's. That night was great, dude, because was like a late night, and Brandon was like up with us, kind of hanging out, and like it was, and because he kind of stayed through the after show, and Ruhif posted that, and I remember he found it, and he messaged me. He's like, "Dude, is this for real?"
Oh, the red line. The red line?
Yeah,
Vertical line?
the
Yeah.
infamous red line. Yes.
Yes.
The red line from
100% valid. Oh, sorry, not 100% valid. Not 100%, but it's 99.9999% valid, right?
He's left himself open there.
No, just because it's have I explained the small angle approximation before? I probably have to Brian Leakey, I think. But the geometry of a sector of a circle, so like a pie, like a slice of pizza, right? If that angle is really, really small, then you can approximate it with the same size right angle triangle. Okay, and you can get some clever trigonometric equations from that. So because the end of the sector of the circle is curved, which is what your camera is basically doing, but because it's so similar to a right angle triangle, which has a straight opposite side, it approximates a linear ruler that you can stick on a photo. As long as you feel the view is really small, you can do that.
So are you saying with your little diagram there that you posted, Ru, the further that you get away from that those bottom windows will never be smaller than the top windows?
They'll never be smaller than top windows. No.
No.
They will. The further away you get, the closer they will all be equal.
Yeah, it's just the ratio of the lines hitting that curved circle, that semi, the angle, as it were, of that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
whatever your closest window is will have the biggest angular size. But once you get a decent distance away, it's going to be the same angular size.
The ones on the left are all equal. The ones on the right are.
The ones on the left is equal angles, and the ones on the right are equal windows.
Right. Yeah. So
this is Indio's diagram, by the way.
He's pointing out that you can't use a ruler with something like on the right with 1 inch, 2 inch, 3, or whatever your sizes are.
Yeah.
And just put a ruler, because it's not how perspective works.
Right, but once you're a long way away with a small field of view,
he's absolutely correct.
No, he's not. Once you get a long way away, then you can apply a linear ruler because that sector of a circle approximates the triangle.
What?
Look, do you want to draw it? I will draw it. Oh, hang on, my dinner is here. Give me 1 sec, and I'll grab my dinner from the front door.
I don't know.
It's the point at which those lines are intersecting that little hemicircle. The actual angle of it, and
the
one on the right. See how they're all bunched up?
Actually,
at the top?
Not here. Hang on, it's not here. Well,
yep.
Yeah, so that's not how we see. We don't see.
I will draw it
with lines bunched up at the top. We would see like the one on the left equal. As you pan your head up, your elevation, it just literally clicks up, and then that's where you get the declination. And so it would be the one on the left. Can you see my screen? But what he's trying, the one on the right is not how we would see things. And so it's pointing out that Ruhif taking a ruler that has equal, line segments and just plopping it on a photo is not accurate and is not correlative to actual perspective and how the environment is viewed. So he's just using the wrong tool on the wrong thing, cherry picking a value, and then trying to say it has something to do with a presupposed globe.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, let me put, oops, black. There we go. And I'll put the observer. Let's call it O, whatever. Oops, fuck, I'm bad at paint. O.
Yep.
O. Okay. All right, now, on the right, that would be a linear ruler, all right? But the camera is capturing the left, right? This is what your camera captures, angles coming in from, it's called a frustum. That's what your camera is actually doing. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
So this, because it's such a wide angle here, all right, this approximation, me putting a linear ruler here, is wrong. Cool? In such a big... Oh, hang on, Mummy's going to go shopping tomorrow. All right. Yeah, so with this big, wide field of view, it would not be okay to put that straight ruler. Cool? That's Indio's point. Boom. All right. My point...
Not necessarily.
That's Indio's point. My point...
No, that's kind of your interpretation of it, because...
it's definitely the point.
Because his doesn't show a bent line. His doesn't show...
Yes, but this...
You actually did it the opposite, dude. You drew equal lines coming off of them. You actually did it totally reverse. There's a major problem with that.
No, I know what his point is. Anyway,
wait,
these ones...
Just let me just say this one thing, and I'll let you finish this. Okay, just reel back real quick to the one that you posted in chat.
Yep.
What I just want to say, see how the ones on the right, the lines that are intersecting, that little circle that's making the angle, the connection between... Yeah, see how the ones at the top are all bunched up?
Yes.
Right, and then the one on the left, they're all equal.
Yes.
Right, but when you do them all equal, like the one on the left, and you span it out like that, when you put it up against a line like this, as it were, like a vertical line, you get this spaced effect. Yes, of course.
Yes.
So
we're in violent agreement.
The one on the right, yes. So what you just showed in that other thing you just made was two triangles. One of them had a curved line. That's not the same as this. That's all I'm saying.
Well, how about do you want me to redraw that one? Let's go back a bit. All right.
My understanding of what he's pointing out here, I can't speak for Indio, but I'm just speaking for myself, because obviously it's a very short video, and all it really shows is the one thing, and then just that one thing. So he actually doesn't like. It's actually, to be honest, it's up to interpretation of what he even means by putting that at the end of the video. So
does this now represent the image on the left?
Hold on, let me see. I don't know. I don't know what that is, dude. That's just all.
This is the same image as his, right?
No.
There we go. He's drawn a triangle, and I've drawn different, right? But we've both got this line where these are equal angles, right? But when it's broadcast or projected onto a straight line, then they're not equal. Like this line is longer than this line.
All right, I get what you mean. Let's
move
on. All right.
Cool. Okay. So that, given the wide field of view,
the same. It's passable.
Yeah, but that's this. If this was my field, if this angle here, my field of view was big, then this straight line, the straight red line, is not a good approximation for this curved frustum, the curved camera angle thing, right? When this angle is big, this doesn't work very well. Cool? But now, black, whoops, that one. Boom.
I just shared your live stream on the live stream.
Cool. All right.
But just want to let you know so you don't flash up some
it's fine.
or whatever.
Now, when this angle is really small, then this curved part, the edge of the circle, the edge of the sector, the curved edge of the sector, is a really good approximation for a straight line when this angle is small. That's it.
But I don't think it is. You're just lessening.
It is.
You're just
it mathematically is.
The curved line.
Yeah, the smaller this angle, the closer to straight that this is. The bigger the angle, the more curved it is. Does that make sense? How about I do it in GeoGebra? Hold on. Let's find GeoGebra. 1 sec.
Okay.
All right, change window to GeoGebra. All right, start calculator. C equals circle 0. What radius would you like? How about 6371? Here we go. All right, there's a circle.
Your screen is flashing for me, black.
Yeah.
Fuck. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop sharing it because it's just like a strobe light.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's. But can you? Is it watchable?
No, it's
not watchable.
No, not watchable.
What if I go Desmos? Actually,
I even left and rejoined. It's just a flash fest.
All right, 1 sec. I go Desmos.
Yeah.
All right.
Warning: you suffer from epilepsy. Close your eyes.
Yeah, we're already moving at 2.4 million miles an hour through the universe. With this added to it, I'm gonna get jolted from my chair here.
Where's the friggin' circle? Hang on.
It's gonna be like those cartoons where the guy's in his chair. There's like a spring underneath, and he just gets launched.
I'm gonna do a circle on Desmos.
Stop
Maybe
sharing.
try unsharing and reshare because this is.
All right. All right.
I can't even look at it.
It's unwatchable.
GeoGebra. All right. Is that better?
Hold on. Let's have a look. Yep.
Excellent. All right.
Oops. Yeah.
Boom. Circle. Now.
Yep.
Let's go segment.
Yeah, so dude, that would be like your field of view. What you're calling.
Well, let's do. Oops.
It's your field of view.
Oops.
I mean, you've got it right there. Like you have a horizontal, which would be the Earth. The vertical, the plumb line. Circle around you is your circle of sight.
Yep.
Right.
And everything's going to appear in a declination position on this one of these upper two quadrants, from the horizontal up on the right or the left. And then the zenith at the top, and everything arises in a declination. So the fact that something is moving on this curved surface, meaning the declination angle, means that you are measuring that within the 360-degree angle or 360-degree circle, the arc of the circle.
Hang on, I've got to actually make my point. 1 sec. Right, the point is, so this arc, right, this arc between those two red lines is very curved. You agree? It's an obvious curve.
I would call it medium, but yeah, we'll go with it.
Okay, but you can see that's curved. Right, now what we're going to do, all right, now less curved. Less curved.
Yeah, it's all proportional ratio to the size of the triangle and the angle. Yeah, this is why the sun sets over a plane of Earth.
Now, if I go 500, less and less curved, it is approximating a straight line. All right. The smaller that angle is between the red lines, the closer that is to being a straight line.
I understand this concept, but how is this connected to what you're doing on that? How is that connected? You're trying to use a ruler. It's the opposite of this, dude. Your angle is massive. Because your viewing angle of the photograph, if we're talking about a photograph, that dude who took the photograph has a huge breadth. It's not just it's not just a little tiny angle. It's a huge angle. It's a huge.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Ruhif, it's the entire environment, the sky, the water.
He's looking at it from 120 miles away. Where's the photo again? Let's find the photo. I've got to find the photo. Hold on. Let's find the photo. It'll be like 2 degrees. Where are we? YouTube. Leave. Yeah, the smaller that angle, the closer that is to a straight line. And therefore, you can apply a straight ruler to it. Where are we? So that is that. Did he give a link to my video? Original comedy. Very good. All right. So let's... oh, he's put a label on it, but I got a better label at the end.
Yeah, I don't know how you, in some way, are trying to make the viewing angle of that entire photograph be some kind of tiny triangle, which you then are claiming that a straight line is not as curved as a larger triangle. Therefore, you can just plop a ruler on a photograph looking 120 miles over a massive landscape and somehow think that that's a valid way to do that.
How many degrees do you think it is? Like ballpark.
I may have this original one. I mean, the one that you're showing is
Yeah.
obviously small. I know this.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, I know this. Yeah, dude, it's a huge viewing field.
3,800.
It's more like something like he posted. I mean, in his video, that last thing, that's what makes a photograph. Like your position, let's say you're on the ground, you're the lower left part of that triangle. And then you have your horizontal. Your horizontal's going out, then you're angling up and looking at a section of the sky. And if you draw an angle, that's like your GP. You draw an angle, straight down. So, yeah. So what he's showing here is correct.
Okay. What do you think the vertical field of view in that entire screen is?
I don't know what you mean by screen, dude. I mean, it's a...
Well, the screenshot. The screenshot that I posted. The whole photo. What do you think the vertical field of view is in that photo?
Hey guys, I've got to go have some dinner.
All right, I'll go grab one as well while Gio works it out.
All right, Gio, I'll be back a bit later, buddy.
All right, Banzel. Yep. Talk to you later.
All right, what's your guess? You have a guess? I haven't worked it out exactly. I've got a reasonable estimate.
For what's up, man?
The vertical field of view in that photo. What's your guess?
Well, I think what he shows there, those triangles, at least is just a basic. That's if you were angling your head, kind of, at that whatever that degree is, and that would be like the GP line coming down. So your line of sight is going to plot on that, which gives you your elevation angle and so on. So it's kind of hard to equate it because it involves the camera, the way the camera works, and the viewer position and so on. But it's
the angular size of the photo, top to bottom. What do you think it is?
Well, what is the angle? Okay, those triangles that he put there. What are the angles?
No, we're looking at the photo, not Indio's. You understood my point with Indio, right? That if the angle's really small, then you can do the thing on the right.
Not really, no.
Oh, fuck. Fuck.
No, dude, that's not it.
When the angle is really small, that the arc of the sector of the circle approximates a straight line. The smaller the angle, the straighter that arc is.
What are you trying? What I understand what you're saying. What are you trying to relate that to, though?
So I put a linear ruler on the photo.
Right.
A linear ruler. Indio responded and said you can't do that.
Right.
Yeah. He's wrong because the angle is so small.
Well, how are you making, if what he's showing in these two triangles is just a very basic view of sight thing, just looking out and looking, it's like, looking at some angles from horizontal going up. Why are you claiming that this photo has anything to do with a tiny, 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 tiny angle? Just now you have to tell me that.
Because when it is a small angle, his point doesn't apply. I mean, it's pretty funny that.
Okay, then how that dude, I understand the idea that if you have a triangle and you have these lines, etc. I totally get that idea that once you make the angle so freaking small, the line is more or less straight. However, it is still curved in relation to how many degrees the angle is. So you could still draw, even though the lines would be really compressed, you could still draw all those lines. And the relationship between how they plot will still show the fact that the line's curved. It's just a different level of ratio. But even with all that being said, why are you linking a tiny angle to anything that has to do with this photo?
Because it is valid to apply a linear ruler to a photo like this.
But dude,
whereas Indio is saying it's not. I thought I demonstrated this.
Okay, and in order for you, dude, this is so twisted. I'm not calling you twisted. I'm just saying this is very like, I don't know why we can't just, okay. I understand what you're saying with the angles and the way that the line, etc. Let's just go with that. So now, okay, what is the angle of, is it 33 degrees on his thing?
Is what, 33 degrees?
I just see the number 33 down there. What is the basic degrees of these triangles that he has that show the lines going
Of Indio's triangles, and it looks like 50 or 60 degrees.
Right. So let's call it that. So now you're trying to take that 50 and bring it down to what?
About 1.2 thereabouts.
Okay, let's stick with 1.2. So now we have from 50, we have a 1.2, a sliver of a sliver.
Yes.
Okay, now
exactly.
What does that have to do with anything? Now that's what you have to tell me.
I thought you understand the point of my drawing and how it. You can see on the right, right? So we're looking at the triangle on the right, Indio's triangle on the right. Okay, we've got equally spaced windows of a building or whatever, right? We can treat that as equally spaced increments of the height of San Jacinto, of the mountain in the background, right? And you can see that the higher you're looking, the more bunched up they are. So they're not equal. They don't have like an increment of height on the mountain is not equivalent to the same angular size at the camera. That's his point. That's the point to his so-called debunk. Cool? He's saying that I can't apply a linear ruler, which is the right-hand triangle, because then it doesn't match the angular size of each little sliver.
Correct. And that is correct.
Okay. But it's not correct when the angle is really small, which is the photo.
Okay, then why is the photo such a tiny angle? Describe what is that angle?
Why is the photo that angle?
Yeah.
It has a field of view and it's about 1.2 degrees, which is really small.
What is the field of view?
The angle between the top and the bottom, the vertical field of view. If I had a theodolite, right, and I pointed it at the top of the photo and then I pointed it at the bottom of the photo, the angle that I would measure is 1.2 degrees. That's the field of view. It's a really small field of view. It's zoomed in a long way. And because that angle is really small, I can apply a linear ruler to the photo. Because when the angle's really small, the arc of the circle is almost straight.
Okay, it doesn't make sense to me on any level why anything to do with this would have to do with a 1.2 degrees of anything. Like you are looking out at least 160, 150, 160, but it's a camera, so you can't quite see all the way around you.
The
This is a
120 miles.
field of view, dude. This is
No,
like
it's not.
more
It's a
than
tiny field of view.
half of an entire circle or sphere. Look, because it's looking out. I mean, it's obviously more as a human because you have some peripheral vision, and we kind of humans see more. You know, like
Where are you getting this big field of view from?
You would see the whole sky and the whole. You'd see the whole thing. Yeah. Dude, it's massive. That's why what he's showing is correct.
It's about 1.2 degrees. It's tiny. I'm not sure you understand what field of view or focal length or anything like that is.
What Indio's showing, the one that you're calling 50 degrees.
Yes, India.
Yeah, if you were to put a little dude there, a little guy standing there, and he has a camera or whatever it is, and if he looks out horizontal, then that would be like the line going into the horizontal.
Yeah.
If he angles his head up a little bit, he's looking whatever. He angles his head up more and more, etc. Now, the one on the right would never be the case because those lines are more congested up at the top. So the human eyeball or any equipment we have doesn't have like squished together pathways at the top. Whereas the opposite, the one on the left, because it's like it spans out like a peacock's wing. Like it just goes even. So horizontal, boom, boom. It's a clockwork. So you're measuring the angles within your field of view, and all those lines, whether you're angled a little bit up, a little bit down, a little bit down, a little bit down, those are all equal because they're all increments of moving your head or whatever it is you're moving.
Yeah. The triangle on the right doesn't happen when that angle is really small. It doesn't get congested when the angle is really small.
It still does, but at a lesser ratio. But
very much lesser, right?
But it still does. But the thing is, this idea of a 50-degree field of view, that is a decent little estimate there, or 50, I mean.
Yeah. But the photo is like 1.2.
Why do you assume some 1.2, and what does that even mean to you?
Not an assumption. I know how far the mountain away, like I know how far away the mountain is, and I know how much is visible. So I'm just kind of back of the envelope extrapolating.
That's where your problem is.
Would you like me to do it more accurately?
That's where the hiccup is. Yep.
Would you like me to do it more accurately, Gio?
No, that's it, because it's the 1.2 degrees is the problem. That's not involved in this at all. You're looking out over imagine taking a fan and just spreading it out. This is a huge environment you're looking at. So
no, it's not. The field of view is tiny. The field of view is tiny.
All right, imagine this, just so I can try to let you know what I'm thinking. In the triangles on India's thing, right? You know how there's the vertical lines.
Yep.
Okay, you get the idea that people say on a plane of Earth, that's the GP, etc., right?
Okay. Yep.
At the bottom of that would be the GP. Okay.
All right.
Take that line and just stick it through the peak of that mountain right there, kind of like you did your little MRAD line. Just stick that line there, and then
that's actually not my MRAD line, by the way. That's Jay Tolan, and Indio didn't object to that though, did he? Anyway, go.
Well, that's a separate topic. I don't think that guy was trying to do what you were doing. Yeah. But
anyway, yep, that vertical line is the mountain, yes.
Yeah, so if we take that vertical line, we plop that through the mountain, and we imagine a dude with a camera where where the left part of this triangle is, so he is seeing a stretched out view. Right now we're just saying 50 degrees, fine. He is seeing a stretched out view, panning up and seeing the entire field. So it's way more than 1 degree. 1 degree is not even a factor.
In Indio's triangles, Yeah, Indio's triangle. This is the whole point. The whole point is that Indio's triangles are like 50 degrees, whereas the photo is like 1.2 or something. That's the whole point.
All right. Well, I don't think it is 1.2.
Well, I can measure it accurately if you like. It'll be around 1.2.
Where are you getting that from?
There's roughly 3,800 feet of the mountain visible, and I've just extrapolated that. So 3,800 feet at 123 miles. Let me do it again. What's 123 times 5280? 650,000. So 3,800 feet visible divided by 650,000 times 180 divided by I. So the visible part of the mountain, so not including the foreground stuff, is 1/3 of a degree. So if I just roughly, there's probably 1/3 of a degree of sky above the mountain. And yeah, about 1.2. Just roughly. From the top of the photo to the bottom. Just extrapolating that scale. I mean, we can do it horizontally if you like as well.
Yeah, I'm just commenting on the video you showed. I don't know what else you were doing with it in terms of what you were trying to claim. So that's your own thing. But yeah, I think you're conflating a couple different factors and using a field of view perceived angle and trying to say that that's one, even though in reality this is a massive field. And
How are you doing a massive field? That you're just pulling that out of your ass. You can calculate the field of view.
Okay.
What you can do actually, if you can identify
wherever this camera, let's say this camera guy, he is at the base of the triangle, kind of like when you do a sighting of sextants and shit. So his field of view with a sextant or with anything would be what it would be, like depending on what, and that is going to be a pretty large triangle because we're seeing, like within 90 degrees of this entire field of view. Like, I mean, you can't see all of it up to the sky, but
the photo
the
is taken with a camera.
angles, plus it's zoomed in probably, but
yes, it is zoomed in, right? That's the whole point. It shortens your field of view.
Trying to claim that that's 1 degree of the celestial sphere, and I would say it's not.
It is. What I can do, Gio, this is a fun trick that I like to do, right? If you can identify, if you can point at something in the photo, right, some pointy object that looks like a building, right, I will show you how to identify where that is in Google Earth. It's a fun exercise. I can't do it tonight, but it's a fun exercise. And it all works off field of view and interpolation into that field of view. It's a great exercise. I've got to do it tomorrow.
Nice, dude. Well, we can have that party.
Yeah.
That'd be
It's
fun.
good. No, pick some tower or building, like some odd looking building, and I will show you how to find where that building is based on other landmarks. It's fun. Anyway, another day because I'm going to feed the dogs and start putting kids to bed. Enjoy. I'll be
All
back.
right, Ruth. Yeah,
All
you
right.
too. You too, man.
Good night. See you.
Have a good one. Yep. Cheers.
I caught the ass into that just now, but he so he's gonna use Google Earth to show you like how to find angles, but look at Google Earth, it's all warped. That ain't how we see. It literally shows the curvature of Earth like over 5 or 6 miles, it's not reality.
Yeah, it's an interesting question whether Google Earth really even matches with what we actually see.
Can you repeat that? Because I accidentally dropped out for a second.
You know, on Google Earth, like if you download the full software, even though I think they have it like even on the website, you can. But anyways, with Google Earth, but you can also download the software, and I think it works even better. But you know how you can like if you have a good graphics card, you can really zoom in and out, and you can get into certain positions, like like long distance observations. Like you can kind of put the camera into a position that is making some kind of observation long distance, and does that actually match with what we actually see? And I've seen
it doesn't.
In which it doesn't. Yeah. So it's like they're giving us something different than what we actually see. And they're just assuming that people are not going to go find the discrepancies. They're just going
Right. They showed left to right curvature from like just a mile up in the sky, or 2 miles. You see left to right curvature. I mean, I believe it's what we would see on a sphere 3959 or 6371 kilometers. But that's not what we see in reality because we're not on a ball.
Exactly, dude. And they just push it and just say, oh, you can't see curvature from the ground, but then I guess Soundly says you can. So yeah. But yeah, you're right. That's what I would expect too. Like, yeah, exactly. That's what it does on Google Earth. If you kind of start to go up in altitude, it starts to curve away like a ball. Yeah.
That's the way I imagine I would be seeing reality. Is if I lived on a ball, is Google Earth, and so that's how they I mean, they can't. They programmed it exactly the dimensions, where everything is supposed to be pretty much, to scale, but that ain't what we see. I mean, that's a good point. I need to make a video about that because we don't see left to right curvature the way it shows in Google Earth, and we don't see shit curving down. But why are we seeing it on Google Earth if it's supposed to be a perfect scale of Earth?
Yeah, like, dude, I've seen this done in some cases, but yeah, like to do like a really good case study of this and actually go to the places and take the observations, that would be like awesome to see that done. Because I have seen some, but I've only seen here and there, and I have done some myself, compared them as well. So but yeah, because they kind of have to make it a globe on there, like for it to fit, when you keep zooming out. So it's weird. It's all distorted.
Yeah, it's not as bad as Stellarium. Like Stellarium, you try and move around, it's like you get dizzy. It's like almost. I mean, I don't know. It's like Google Earth tries to compensate a little bit for the 3 dimensions, but that's hard to explain. But it's certainly not reality.
Do you ever notice too how if you start rotating the globe on Google Earth from far away, you can cycle it through like 5.5 times to get it all the way around.
Yeah, I made a video about that, man. And you do this with the actual globe, and that's not the case. You don't quite see half. Okay, with a globe, like I'm looking at it right now, you don't quite see half, but almost. It's just depending, I guess, on your eyesight. But now, I'll give them that. That maybe it ain't quite half. Maybe the sun shines around on half, but yeah, it was over 3. I did 3 complete spins. Gave the benefit of the doubt, and I still wasn't even back to where I started. So I don't even know how much it would have took. But I think it was close, but it wasn't. Like I started with Australia in the right hand, the very right side of the view, and then I scrolled over to the very left point on the screen that I pointed out, like close to Africa, but not quite Africa. And then that got me like to just cross it over South America. And I went ahead and went all the way to the middle of South America just to give them the benefit of the doubt. And it still didn't even get me back to Australia. It was like by the third full turn, I wasn't even back where I started from, dude. And I did 3 full screens, like, and I'm not even, I can't even see any of Australia, right? Crazy. It's amazing how they talk their way out of some of this shit, dude. It's amazing. Like, so the sun can see over half your globe, the sun's rays, but I can't even see a third of it. That's what I'm supposed to believe. My eyes see less than a third, and the sun's rays can wrap around over half of it. Doesn't work out too well. I mean, in my mind, doesn't work. I gotta run, Gio. Peace out, bro.
Yep, peace, Brad.